Welcome into the DraftKings Dream Stream. You are watching The Sweat, our daily show, weekdays starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm your host today, Brendan Glasheen. We'll get to those week one salaries in the NFL. We know you're all waiting and trying to figure out what the heck to do with your lineups in week one. We'll also talk some basketball. USA taking on Spain. Kenny Ducey will weigh in, but we're going to start baseball today. So we're going to welcome in Matt Meiselman and Stan Sun from DraftKings, RotoWire's Paul Bruno. Gentlemen, good morning. 7-game slate in baseball today. So we'll start with MLB price check, our favorite plays from the guys with the following price ranges for tonight's main slate. Matt, we'll start with you. Pitchers over 8K. Who do you like tonight?
I think I'll leave the more popular guys to everyone else. So there's Andrew Heaney, who's making his first start with the Yankees. And I do like Tyler McGill. So my problem with Heaney is just I think he'll be very, very chalky for tournaments. McGill to a lesser extent, but I do like the spot for him against the Marlins. The guy I'm most interested in is a pitcher who I definitely think is bad in Taylor Widener. The reason I like him is because he's facing the Giants, who I'm pretty sure will be the highest owned offense tonight by a significant margin. So Widener can get some strikeouts. He also walks a bunch of guys. He's very homer prone. This can go very badly for him. But if you play him and he's good and you don't have the Giants in your lineup and you're doing that for tournaments, obviously not for cash games, this would not be the cash option whatsoever. But the leverage for him is just very strong. So Widener just gets you a leg up on the field to such a significant extent that even though I expect him to be probably below average tonight, if he is good, I think you just get a huge advantage from it. So that's kind of where I'm looking, but I don't think there's anything wrong with Heaney or Tyler McGill.
Okay, Stan, is your pitcher over 8K a more high-profile name?
It is. I'm going up top. I really do like what Matt was saying. I think the leverage that you get is going to be tremendous with Widener. You know, San Francisco, they're first in strikeouts against right-handed pitching, so I really do like that call. I like both McGill and DeSclafani. They're 96, 9,300. So, you know, the numbers are very similar. FIP, almost identical. Swinging strike rate is almost identical. You know, McGill has a higher K per nine and a walk rate. But, you know, the matchups are very similar here. You know, Miami's 8th in strikeouts against righties. Arizona's 12th. They're both way at the bottom in ISO, so 28th and 29th in ISO respectively. I'm going to take the $300 discount with DeSclafani, though. I think the ownership's going to be lower than McGill, especially since he's coming off a negative 0.8 DK fantasy point outing against the Dodgers. He did face Arizona early in July. I think that was like 4 or 5 starts ago. He went 8 2/3 innings, struck out 7, allowed 2 runs, and that was good for 28.7 DK fantasy points. So that's my guy tonight.
Okay, Paul, who do you like? Pitcher over 8K tonight.
For me, it's got to be one of the guys at the top of the board. And for instance, in his 7 games in the majors, the only thing Tyler McGill, who's priced at the top of the board, $9,600, has lacked is run support. And that's why he's only 1-0 despite a 2.04 ERA and a 1.10 WHIP and 39 strikeouts against only 11 walks. That's all in 35 innings. Those are all outstanding numbers. And tonight he gets the struggling Mets, who are on a 4-game loser and that were held only 4 runs over a 3-game sweep by the Yankees on the weekend. However, my pick is Anthony DeSclafani. He's next up at $9,300, in part because he faces the D-backs, the worst team in the major leagues. However, he's pitched very well when you consider his 2.64 ERA, a sparkling 90.93 WHIP, and 59 strikeouts against only 12 walks in his last 61 innings. That's covering his last 10 starts. The rest of the guys on this range, in this range, are priced lower, but come with question marks for me. So it's got to be one of the top 2.
All right, let's move to the bats. Looking at hitters over 5K. Stan, we'll start with you. Just looking at guys over 6K on the slate tonight, I see Bryce Harper, Juan Soto, but are you into someone in that 5K range?
Yeah, give me Joey Gallo, 5,400. It's going to be his first time visiting Yankee Stadium with a short porch. More importantly, though, he gets to face off against Jorge Lopez. Strikeout rate is only 20.9% against lefties, and he's allowed 1.6 home runs per 9. You know, Gallo does strike out a lot, over 30% against righties, but the ISO is a whopping 260. And then once Lopez is out of the game, the Baltimore bullpen has the 10th highest FIP. So yeah, give me Gallo here.
Matt, who do you like?
I like Gallo too, and I actually just generally like this whole price range because with the way pitching is set up, I feel like most people are spending around 17, 18, maybe 19K at pitcher. And the popular offenses are just likely going to be the cheaper ones. Maybe not super cheap, but like the Giants are all priced around 3,500 to 5,000. I think just most of the chalk ends up being in that price range. If there is a popular player above 5K, I think it might be Gallo, but I think Harper's a good play. I think Soto's a good play. The player I'm probably most interested in, though, is Trey Mancini, and I think it's specifically the leverage you get against Andrew Heaney, who should be the most popular pitcher tonight. And Mancini, with the platoon advantage, is just a really good hitter. Yankee Stadium, not really a park upgrade because Baltimore's a good place to hit too, but I just think Mancini's in a good spot, and he just won't have ownership because of the pitcher he's going against.
Okay, he's 5,200 tonight. Paul Bruno, who do you like? Hitter over 5K.
I'll give you two because I tend to look at who are the power hitters that are hitting for average as well of late. And the two guys that fit that profile are Brandon Lowe. He's priced at $5,700 a guy. I'm looking at, might be surprised to the other guys based on his 224 batting average on the year. But I find him compelling because he's on that streak in the last 10 games where he's hit a 306 batting average, 405 OBP, along with 6 extra base knocks. I'll take the hot power hitter every time in this slot, like I was saying. And he'll also enjoy the platoon advantage over Rays starter Michael Wacha. He's given up 9 home runs and 21 earned runs in only 38 innings pitched. See what I mean about struggling starters? My first answer, I guess, is the name of the game there. The next best option for me is Mets Jeff McNeil. Not a noted power hitter, but he's on a very good streak of late. Again, based on that streak, hitting 359, the 390 on base, and the 7 extra base knocks, including 3 of his 6 homers on the year in those last 10 games played.
Okay, we need some value because there are only 7 games on this slate tonight. Stan, we'll start with you. Give me a value bat on this slate.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same tip as Matt here. Against Heaney, I like Austin Hayes a lot, 2,600. Like you said, like Matt was saying, you get the leverage, but, he's batting second in the lineup. Heaney is tough against righties as the strikeout rate is 31.4%, but I mean, he's susceptible to the long ball. He's given up 2.3 home runs per 9. So, Hayes only strikes out 13.1% against lefties, and he has a 0.206 ISO against them. So he's just too cheap for the upside. The place in the light is ideal, and like Matt said, you get leverage.
Paul?
I like Anthony Rizzo, priced at $4,800. He joined the Yankees recently, has continued a red-hot hitting streak of his own. He's got 5 homers in his last 10 games, part of a 13 for 35 stretch overall. That translates to an OPS of 1.3, which is very high. He and his mates have a very favorable matchup tonight against the O's Jorge Lopez, who's been throwing up beach balls, if you consider 67 hits allowed and only 45 innings pitched, as part of a lousy 7.2 ERA in his 45 innings over the last 10 starts. That looks like batting practice numbers to me, so I'm all over that one. Or how about Randy Arozarena at $4,700? 4 homers and 14 hits as part of his 1.06 OPS in the last 10 starts. He will be more challenged than Rizzo because he faces Chris Flexen, who has some idea where the plate is, I guess, when you compare the two head-to-head. There may be other guys who hit well of late and get favorable matchups tonight, but I think these are the only 2 hot power hitters who get the kind of matchup that points to a continuation of their recent run of success for me.
Matt, best value bat on the slate in your eyes?
So I think it might be Austin Hayes for me too, but there are a few, so I'll go with someone else there. I do just want to quickly pay lip service to the Giants because if it's cash games, like those are the most underpriced players, even though I do like Taylor Widener. That's just a GPP leverage move. The Giants guys, in particular, Lamont Wade at 3,500, like if in cash games, I think that is the guy to go with. But for tournaments, I actually like the Arizona offense. They did just trade Eduardo Escobar, but Ketel Marte is back from the IL, and he is probably their best hitter. So it's a little bit better of a lineup than what they've had recently. Cole Calhoun's priced at 3,100, Carson Kelly 2,600. And again, this should be a low-owned spot because DeSclafani, I think, is a fine pitcher who will be popular tonight just because of the matchup. But generally speaking, he's not great. I mean, there really isn't a great pitcher to pick tonight. So he may just be popular because he's better than kind of this mess of average arms that are out there. But I still think Arizona has upside. Calhoun is a pretty solid hitter. Marte's a solid hitter. So I'm looking at those two in addition to the guys on Baltimore.
Terrific. Let's switch gears now to the DK Sportsbook. Once again, 7 games tonight in Major League Baseball. Paul, we'll begin with you. Your favorite bet tonight on the DraftKings Sportsbook?
I'll give you a couple of them, one team and one player. I'm looking at the alternate run line in the Yanks versus O's matchup tonight because the line is not favorable. Just look at the over-under payoff at 9.5 runs. I think the Bombers are going to account for much of that total all by themselves. So I'm advocating a bet on the alternate total runs for at least a total of 12 for a payoff of at least plus 185. Couple that with a player prop in the same game, taking either Aaron Judge at plus 235 or Anthony Rizzo at plus 320 to go yard. I remember the batting practice totals that Jorge Lopez has been serving up late. I talked about them earlier. They're a mess.
Stan, favorite bet tonight on the sports book?
Yeah, under 7 runs. The Mets and the Marlins, both offenses, are kind of inept, near the bottom in ISO against right-handed pitching. Both pitchers aren't bad either. Alcantara, he hasn't allowed more than 3 earned runs in each of the last 4 starts, with 2 of those games against the Dodgers and Braves. We kind of went over McGill, and he's only allowed 1 or fewer earned runs in each of the last 5 starts. So, yeah, I like the under a lot in this one.
And Matt, favorite bet tonight in baseball?
It's more of a trend. I think a lot of the bigger underdogs are just dealing with lines that are too excessive. So the Orioles aren't really one of them. I do kind of agree the Yankees should be able to dominate in this game, even if Heaney does give up a couple homers. But I'm looking specifically at Cleveland in the afternoon game with a line that's at plus 220, Pittsburgh, Seattle, and then the D-backs who I've been mentioning for the last couple of questions. Like, I think all these teams, maybe the line should be plus 150 or lower. And you just have some really big money lines where the team that's favored is a solid team, but maybe an overrated and more recently overachieving team. Like, I don't think the Giants are as good as their record. I don't think the Rays are as good as their record. The Brewers, without Christian Yelich in the lineup, probably aren't as good as their record, at least right now until they get him back. So I just think some of these teams that are big favorites are a little bit overvalued.
All right, great. Thank you very much to Paul. Matt and Stan are sticking around. We will start to crunch some of those salaries in the National Football League. Week 1 salaries are out on DraftKings. We're talking about those salaries coming up next here on The Sweat. Welcome back to The Sweat. We are diving into the NFL. Week 1 salaries have been released on DraftKings. Matt Meiselman, Stan's son, they're sticking around. Jeff Ulrich joins the party. Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good
You
to
ready
see
to talk
you.
some salaries? These guys are ready to go. They've already talked some baseball this morning.
Well, I guess I better catch up then. Let's get right into it.
Sure. You know what? You're going to go first, and we're going to talk Christian McCaffrey. He's the most expensive player in Week 1. Oh, this is NFL Price Check, by the way, Part 1. We have a 2-parter today on The Sweat. $9,500 for McCaffrey. Are you surprised he starts there after missing most of last year with an injury?
I mean, yeah, maybe a little bit, just from the perspective of Dalvin Cook is playing the Cincinnati Bengals, and it's a really terrific matchup. And, you could make the argument Dalvin Cook was the one who was healthy last year. He was, the highest, producing running back in the league, not Christian McCaffrey. He should be, the highest priced player on DraftKings for Week 1 in a soft matchup. But look, Christian McCaffrey in 3 games last year under Matt Rule, he scored 2 touchdowns in all 3 of the games. He touched the ball, over 25 times in the 2 games that he started and finished. I mean, this guy is still, 2 years ago, he was the number 1 player by a wide margin. So it's not like an overly huge shock or anything, but I would have probably kind of expected them to be switched. at the very least, these two should definitely be the top two players. There should be a gulf in between them, and there is between them and Derrick Henry. So slight surprise that Cook is not higher priced than McCaffrey, but not a huge one.
Matt, how surprising is this? Keep in mind, McCaffrey does draw the Jets week 1.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what the matchup quality versus the Jets is. Like, one thing to keep in mind is that the NFL season is only 16 games, and the sample size there is just not that large. So if we go by last season's defensive metrics, it just may not be the same this year, and teams change. There's a lot of rookies that teams have drafted that are going to contribute to various defenses. So we don't really know how good any defense is, particularly against run or the pass. We have our hunches, and we can go by last year, and we go by just all these different things, but it's just, there's a lot more randomness than maybe most people would give it credit for. But I do agree with Jeff, like McCaffrey should be priced up there. Maybe it should be Cook instead, but it's clear those guys are 1 and 2. So I'm not surprised to see McCaffrey in this range, maybe a little bit surprised to see him ahead of Cook, but it's close, right? Like, even if this pricing is a little off, it's definitely close to what it should be.
Stan, CMC 9,500. Are you surprised?
No, not at all. I mean, he missed games last year, but he's had plenty of time to heal up. The injuries, high ankle sprain, shoulder, thigh. It's not like he tore his ACL or Achilles and is recovering from surgery. Prior to last season, he played all 16 games, over 200 carries and 100 receptions in each of those seasons. So, he's basically two players in one. You're getting a top running back and a top receiver. And, as Matt was kind of alluding to, defensive matchups and things of that nature. I mean, especially in week 1, it's very hard to figure it out. Robert Saleh should improve that defense, but you just never know. So it's all about volume and touches and things like that. So he's a proven stud. So yeah, it's not surprising to me at all.
So you mentioned Dalvin Cook. Both of you, a couple of you, I should say, mentioned Dalvin Cook. So he's next behind McCaffrey. Then you got Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara. Maybe your guy is McCaffrey, Matt, but who is the highest priced player on this slate that you're most likely to play in week 1?
So I wouldn't be outright fading any of these top tier running backs. I would say the most expensive player that I want to prioritize is probably more in the wide receiver category. Just because I think, like, the way most people will set up their lineups will be expensive running backs with some cheaper receivers, maybe cheap tight ends. So I'm just more interested in the expensive wide receivers. So Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, like, I think those guys will just be less popular than McCaffrey and Cook are. And Hill could be in a game that turns into a shootout. I think the Browns-Chiefs game is the highest total for the week. If not, it's very close to it. So I think just expensive receivers over expensive running backs. It could be, I think there are a lot of good choices at the high end of the receiver range. Calvin Ridley is in a good spot, Justin Jefferson. So you can really, I don't think you can go wrong with any of these players, but I do think that if you play 2 expensive running backs and a bunch of cheap wide receivers, that's just going to be a strategy that a lot of other people are doing.
And you are correct. 52.5 is the number for Cleveland and Kansas City week 1. Stan, how about you? Highest priced player that you are most likely to play week 1?
It's tough, right? Just because there's so much up in the air right now, so many things can happen. So I guess assuming that nothing changes, from now to then, some initial builds that I went through, I mean, Kelsey is at, 8,300. He's my highest priced guy right now. I see some really good options down at running back. There's one stack in particular that I really like, which is, the Atlanta Philly game. So fitting in all those pieces, like, it just kind of worked out that way. KC, they were 5th in passing percentage, 62.57% last season. Cleveland, like you guys already talked about it, that total is one of the highest on the slate. Cleveland, they have been historically bad against defending the tight end, and they allowed the 3rd most fantasy points to the position last season. So as of right now, just my initial build right now, it has Kelsey as the highest percentage guy there.
Okay, Jeff, you're the stud that you're looking to play week 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, for me, these guys, I'm kind of on the same page here. For me, I'm kind of just oscillating between 2 players. It's either going to be Tyreek Hill or Calvin Ridley. I think I'd lean Ridley right now. I mean, this dude is in for just a massive target share this year. I mean, Julio Jones giving up 150 targets when he leaves. And then week 1, they get the Eagles, which, I mean, I think their secondary is going to be terrible again this year. Certainly weren't good at covering the wide receiver position last season or the last couple of years, maybe even. And then you have Atlanta at home in the Dome. Again, Calvin Ridley is a player. We've seen him get banged up, but at the start of the year, nice and fresh. I mean, I think this is just a matchup that you have to take a piece of. At under 8K, I think Tyreek Hill and Ridley a little bit underpriced. I think I'd rather play both of them over Devontae Adams. So one of those two higher priced wide receivers is a guy like week one I'll be wanting a piece of for sure.
Okay, Stan, we'll start with you on this one. Highest price player that you're looking to maybe fade week one based on what we're looking at here for salaries.
This is tough. I'm going with Derrick Henry, 8,800. It can go spectacularly wrong. The thing is we know that he doesn't catch passes, and there is a chance that he gets game scripted out of this game. Arizona, they were 14th against the run last season, but it's about the Titans past they were 30th, and they may be worse this year. So, currently DK Sportsbook had the Titans favored by 2.5 points with the over-under at 51. Points are likely going to be scored in this one. Much of it could be through the air. If the Cardinals get up by a couple scores, they may just go to AJ Brown and Julio Jones. So, last year there were 6 games in which Henry did not rush for at least 100 yards. There were also 6 games he didn't score a TD. So, his highest reception number was only 3. I mean, he can go bonkers. It's Derrick Henry. But, I think the floor is just a little too low for this price tag.
Who are you fading, Jeff, as far as high-priced player?
Yeah, I really don't think Derrick Henry is a poor call either. Derrick Henry is also the type of player who tends to get stronger as the season goes on, right? As people get tireder. But I think for me, I'll stick at running back, but it's going to be Jonathan Taylor. Again, we know what's going on with Carson Wentz. I'm not sure I really like this spot to begin with. The Seattle Seahawks, for all their troubles on defense last year, they really did have a good rush defense. They were top 6 in terms of rush yards allowed per game. So really not allowing much in that facet anyways. And then you got the fact that it looks like we're probably going to get Jacob Eason or maybe even Brett Hundley starting week one for the Indianapolis Colts under center. This is just a situation where Seattle's going to say, okay, we're stacking the box. Jonathan Taylor isn't beating us today. You can let your quarterback do the job here. I just don't like the spot at all. Now, maybe it'll lead to Taylor being like 1% owned. That's fine, but it's just not a spot that I'm interested in at all.
Matt, the price player you are going to fade in week one is who?
I think Henry and Taylor are both good calls. I probably would have said Henry, but honestly, every time I go that route, it burns me just so badly every time. I feel like it's just really hard if you don't play Henry, and he has games where he scores 40 or 50 fantasy points a couple times a year. So that's always pretty terrifying. But I think Taylor's a good call. And just in that same game, I think Russell Wilson will be hurt by the fact that Carson Wentz isn't there. So the game probably just gets slower if Jacob Eason or Brett Hundley is the quarterback. You get a lot more handing off. You just have a slower game with more running plays. And then it's more likely that Seattle has a lead in the second half. The Colts defense is good. So I just don't see a ton of upside for Russell Wilson in a game where it could just be more of a run-oriented game. And there are just quarterbacks around him that have tons of upside. There are cheaper ones that may just be better plays outright. That isn't to say that Wilson doesn't have upside himself. It's just this is a slate where we have all of the good quarterbacks playing. There aren't really, there's no bye weeks. We have most of the good ones on the main slate. So I just think there are better options. And unless Wilson is going to be totally unowned, I just think he's the one who it makes sense to just look away from.
Looking down the list, you'll find Najee Harris, the rookie running back Steelers. Not only is the highest priced rookie on the board at 6,300, he's the most expensive Steeler in week one. Their matchup is Buffalo. Jeff, does this make sense for Harris, 6,300?
I mean, at this point in the NFL season, we're not even in the season. At this point in the NFL news cycle and preseason, it really doesn't make sense. You just look at it from a perspective of you've got, RB1s, like guys who are locked into solid roles. Roles we know are going to exist. Chris Carson, 5,900. Antonio Gibson, Joe Mixon. All these guys are cheaper than Najee Harris. Now, if Najee Harris takes all the preseason first-team snaps, and he's locked into that role. We don't see Benny Snell come out in the first series at all in preseason. Then this salary is going to make a lot more sense come the start of September. But for right now, it really doesn't make sense. We're giving him, we're just basically handing him a locked-in 20-plus touch role, which I don't think we can do with the rookie, and I don't think it's really smart. The matchup, it's actually not that bad. Buffalo's rush defense definitely not as good as people think, but I think for right now, this salary doesn't really make sense from the perspective of There's too many other players underneath him whose roles we know. And right now, we just don't know the role with Najee Harris, excuse me. That's probably going to change in a month. But for right now, no, this doesn't really make sense to me.
Matt, what do you think?
I think that's fair. So if we just assume that he does get the starter's job, which I think will be more relevant, right? Because if he doesn't, then the salary will just seem crazy and no one will really want to play him. But if Harris is the starter heading into week 1, I think it makes sense just in the sense that running backs are good right away in the NFL. And we don't really have to worry that he's going to need to learn the position to any significant extent. Like Kyle Pitts at tight end, maybe his role is more solid, but tight ends usually just take much longer to figure out the game, and the aging curve on tight ends is much sharper, where like we rarely ever see a good rookie tight end. And then by year 2 or 3 or 4, they get much better. Running backs basically hit their prime in like week 6 of their rookie year, and they're good right off the bat. We see this all the time where rookie running backs are just really, really strong fantasy producers immediately from their first game in the NFL. So if Harris is the starter, then yeah, his salary is probably in the right area. I think it makes sense the Steelers receivers are cheaper too, because Roethlisberger just spreads the ball around. They have so many different options. But yeah, if there's any uncertainty as far as who the starter is, Harris will be overpriced. But if not, then yeah, sure, I think the salary is fine.
Stan, again, he's the highest priced Steeler. Never mind the highest priced rookie. Does this make sense, or is this a head scratcher?
No, I think to me it does make sense. Jeff, did bring up some good points. There is some uncertainty, and there's definitely other guys around him at cheaper prices that are more viable, and there's less uncertainty there. With that said, they drafted this guy in the first round. All indications point to that he's going to be the bell cow. He's going to be on the probably get goal line. He's going to be in between the 20s. He's a good pass catcher, and I think he's going to get the volume and the touches. There's uncertainty for sure, but I just don't see how any of those other guys on the depth chart are going to be nothing more than, change of pace guys or to give them breathers. Last season, like in terms of the matchup, the Bills, they're probably going to put up points here. And so, the Steelers are going to be, chasing points. In terms of receptions to running backs, the Bills were they allowed 80. That was good for 14th in the NFL. So I think, he's going to get, dump down, check down passes. The Steelers like to run a little screen game as well. There's, touchdown equity if they get into the red zone. Yeah, I just think that he's just going to be the guy. So at 60, well, what is he, at 6,300?
Yep.
I think the price is a good one. But, the other two guys, they did make a point. There is still uncertainty. So, we haven't seen it. So, there is a little risk. I'm just, I guess, speculating, that he's going to be the guy. So I think it's a fine price to me.
So that's arguably a surprise. This week 1 salary reveal. Matt, anything else? What else would you call a big surprise as far as salaries go for some of these players?
I'm not sure if there are any, honestly. Like, I think the team that put this together did a pretty good job, especially with the news that we had to deal with, with Carson Wentz basically got injured the day the prices came out. I think it was like 20 minutes after salaries dropped where the Wentz injury happened. So that was a little tough. On the DraftKings side, but I really don't see anything egregious. So I think that's good, right? Like but also I'm sure that'll change a month from now. We're going to have some injury that impacts the slate in some major way. Some running back is going to go down in preseason. As sad as that always is, like there's just too many running backs playing, and it's too for all the lower body injuries that happen. So I'm sure if we're talking in a couple of weeks, it'll look scarier. We say like this guy's 4K, you have to have him and you can't fade him. But as of now, I think there's just nothing that stands out as really crazy.
All right, that's the corporate answer. Stan, do you want to put anyone on blast for the salary for a certain player?
Yeah, Kyle Pitts, man, he just stood out to me right away. $4,400, and that's just it's just way too cheap for me. That game, the environment should be a good one. It's one of the highest totals on the slate. He's going to be the second leading receiver. And I know historically tight ends have had a difficult time transitioning to the NFL, but I don't think he's going to necessarily, they're going to split him out. Like already in preseason, they're putting him all over the formation. He's essentially a wide receiver. I don't really consider him a tight end. I think he's going to get a ton of targets. If he gets 10 targets, I wouldn't be surprised here. Philly, I mean, they were bottom 10 in defending the tight ends last year. So for me, the price is just way too cheap for the amount of volume and targets that he's likely going to get in this game.
Jeff, a surprise for you on this salary reveal?
Yeah, look, let's get into some constructive criticism here. Let's not let these salary makers off the hook. There's a couple guys I got issues with. Chase Edmonds, 4,600. What are we scared of here? James Conner coming in. He's already banged up. This is way too cheap for Chase Edmonds. A good matchup against Tennessee, too. A decent matchup. Tennessee's rush defense certainly better than their passing defense, but Chase Edmonds, we know, is the PPR back. Even if he only takes 60% of the snaps, he's going to be involved in a higher paced offense. I think that's just too cheap. And then the other guy that sticks out, T. Higgins. And T. Higgins' last 4 games with Joe Burrow, their last 4 complete games together, the worst game he had was 5 for 71. I think 4,700 is too cheap and a decent matchup against a weaker Minnesota secondary. So those are 2 guys that really stuck out. And I do like the Pitts call there by Stan. Definitely looking too cheap. That matchup against Philly, it's just going to be too good to ignore Kyle Pitts.
Good stuff. I hope people are watching and listening so they can take notes. Good stuff, though, guys. Great stuff. Kenny Ducey is going to join us next and talk some basketball. Olympic quarterfinals coming up between Team USA and Spain. We will talk some NFL later on the show, but first we're talking hoops next. All right, welcome back to the Sweat. We're taking a little NFL breather, switching gears to NBA Showdown. That's where you'll find Olympic basketball available to you on DraftKings. We have a matchup. Technically, it's tomorrow, but it's middle of the night, 12:40 a.m. Eastern. Team USA and Spain in the Olympic men's basketball quarterfinals. Kenny Ducey is here. Hi, Kenny.
Hi, Brendan. How you doing?
I'm great. You're all yourself, so the floor is yours. Let's talk about this showdown. USA onto the knockout round in this Olympic basketball tournament. It gets tough. Spain is the opposition. Who is your captain for this matchup? Spain, USA.
So, look, I think there's a lot of value here in this showdown. So I'll just say that. And I think that with that, you can pay up at captain. And now I'm very surprised that Kevin Durant is only 14.4K to own in the captain spot. That's the 3rd most expensive play. Rubio and Damian Lillard are ahead of him. I would eat this up. I would take Kevin Durant, put him in my captain spot. We saw in that last game, which ended up being very close, that he is the questioned leader of USA men's basketball against Czech Republic. It was pretty close for 3 quarters, and then, obviously they ran away with it. This is a situation where, I think you're probably not getting the true price on Kevin Durant because, against Israel or, against Iran, rather, they didn't really have to play him many minutes. They didn't have to use him as much. But the usage in the France game and in the last game were very, very high. So I think Kevin Durant is a solid play once again. He just didn't shoot quite that well in the France game, shot much better over the weekend. So I think that he is going to be my captain. And I know he's going to be popular coming off a historic game, but I think it's definitely worth it.
So if Durant's your captain, who makes the most sense to then stack with him in your lineup?
I'm stacking Chris Middleton with him. I don't know why he's only $3,600. I think what we're getting here is we're getting that first game against France baked in where he had under 5 fantasy points, played 6 minutes. He was coming off the NBA Finals, obviously wasn't going to get run into the ground. His minutes have increased since then with every game. 16 against Iran, 23 against the Czech Republic, and we saw him do his job, hit a few jump shots, fill up the stat sheet, scored 8 points, 20 fantasy points. This is one of many great value plays I like on this slate because I think, again, we're starting to see who the USA wants to rely on in these games that end up being close. I think that they're sort of out of patience with Jason Tatum. I think that Chris Middleton's a guy that's going to take his spot, and I think that he's going to end up running with most of the starters and playing a lot of the minutes, especially in crunch time. With a tight spread here, probably the USA's biggest test against Spain, I do think that he'll play a good complement of minutes, and at $3,600, you just can't pass him up here, and it kind of neutralizes some of the costs of Kevin Durant in the captain spot.
So I'm following your lead. If this was the plan, $8K is the average remaining salary for a player. We got to get some Spain players in there. So who's a player from Spain you're looking to have in there?
Yeah, so if you're looking to get a little bougie, I think there's no question that you want to pay up for Ricky Rubio. $10,000. He is, as I said with Kevin Durant, is the unquestioned leader of Team USA. He's the unquestioned leader of Team Spain. 38 fantasy points per game in this tournament. He had 37 last game, and that was with only one of his 8 3-point attempts going down. So if Ricky Rubio shoots the ball a little bit better here, I do think that he's going to maybe even lead all fantasy players in this game. So I think that if you can afford it, I would want to put Ricky Rubio in there. Of course, Drew Holiday is a very good defender, so we're not really sure, what's going to happen there. Damian Lillard, okay on defense as well. But look, I'm looking down in the bargain bin for 2 other guys in Spain that I really like. Sergio Rodriguez is a legend in international play. $2,600. He's cheap, and he's only hit 2 of 12 threes, and he still managed to play close to 20 minutes and score a decent amount of fantasy points per game for you. I think that, we scream shooting variance all the time in NBA DFS. He could easily get back hot from 3, start to have his first good game of the tournament really shooting the ball. And at $2,600, all you're really looking for is like him to hit a couple because he can contribute in the assist column. So I like him. And Pau Gasol at 4,000. He's played 15 minutes a game. He has not gone under 17 fantasy points. I know that the salaries, the way they work out, you're probably looking for him to maybe go over 17 fantasy points, but we've talked about all tournament long. The USA is weak down low. They have a weakness in the front court. You can target the big men against the US. We've seen plenty of them go off. We saw Andre Balvin for Czech Republic last game. We saw Haddadi with Iran. And Rudy Gobert. I think that this is another big man that could go off against Team USA. I like Pau Gasol.
Kenny, let's go to the sports book before we let you go on the NBA Olympics front. Team USA, 12.5-point favorites, -800 on the money line. Neither of those are great lines, unless you want to back Spain here. But if you're backing Team USA, how are you approaching this game from a sports betting perspective?
Well, I can give you a player prop. There's a player prop I really like on Team USA's side, and I don't know if it's really what the producers were looking for with the question, but I like Jason Tatum under 14.5 points. Why? Because he's a very bad international basketball player, Glass. It just hasn't worked out for him. You look at the 2019 FIBA World Cup, he scored a combined 21 points in 2 games. He played 24 minutes against France, scored just 9 points there, 1 of 5 from 3. He did have a good game. He scored 27 points against the Czech Republic after scoring 14 against Iran. I think that people will see that. They go, okay, well, Jason Tatum getting high. Let's buy in. I'm selling high on Tatum. Just don't think that his game really fits in FIBA, and I don't think he's a guy that I'm going to be targeting in DFS, or I'm going to be looking to short his stock at the sports book. And on the other side of things, at DraftKings, if they do end up posting a player prop on Chris Middleton, because I didn't think I saw it, I would take the over on Chris Middleton points as a way to counteract that. Maybe Zach LaVine over 9.5 as well. I just think that he's going to lose some of his playing time. Jason Tatum, I think he's probably going to shoot himself off the court here. And I would look to target some of those USA wings.
What'd you say about LaVine? Did you say over or under?
I'll take the over 9.5 on Zach LaVine.
Okay, that's at -135. Tatum's at -115. And you're right, nothing there on Middleton. It's a good call. Middleton's getting the minutes. I like it.
As we like to say in the business.
Okay, Kenny, thanks a lot for your perspective.
Yep.
Okay. Kenny, I'll see you later on. Madden, 6 o'clock.
Looking forward to it.
Okay. Good to see you. We are going to actually, you're coming back actually, so stay here.
That's right. I'll be here.
Kenny, don't leave. Talk to you in a second. We're going to go back to the NFL. Week 1 salaries are out on DraftKings. We will go into NFL Price Check Part 2 on the Sweat when we come back. I'm pretty sure our producers at the DraftKings studio are keeping track of the amount of times I've said in the last 40 minutes, week 1 salaries are out on DraftKings. I'm just so excited. I just keep saying it. I can't help myself. Diving into week 1 salaries on DraftKings. NFL Price Check Part 2. Jeff Ulrich, Stan's son, Kenny Ducey gets a chance to weigh in during this segment. So we talked earlier, Kenny. We're going to start right with you because you have momentum from the basketball segment.
There we go.
We talked broadly about week 1 salaries earlier. Said it again. I don't think anyone's shocked by Patrick Mahomes being a week 1 leader as far as quarterbacks, $8,100. But do you like this matchup against Cleveland? It has a very high total on the sports book.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Cleveland Browns were one of the worst pass defenses in the league last year. Didn't do a ton to get better. And I do think that Patrick Mahomes there's a lot of uncertainty up when you're going to spend up at quarterback. And I think that that's the big factor here with me. With Patrick Mahomes, I'm a little scared of going against the Pittsburgh defense with Josh Allen, a big revenge game for Pittsburgh. Russell Wilson going up against a very strong Indianapolis secondary. You don't know what's going to happen with the other 2 guys, with Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers, a bunch of stuff over the offseason that we've talked about, and Justin Herbert going up against good defense as well. So I feel like a lot of your top options are kind of difficult to get a read on. And if you don't want to just play a value quarterback, I think that Patrick Mahomes is absolutely your guy. He's been really consistent, of course, throughout his career, but the matchup here, good. And Kansas City has owned Cleveland historically. So I at least in the Patrick Mahomes era when they've met. So I do think that this is a spot that I'm definitely looking to target. I think that he could have a good week 1, as we saw last year in week 1. He was just all right. And that was 2 years ago, week 1. He had that big bomb to Sammy Watkins, but he does seem to start hot in these. He had a couple of 30-plus fantasy point games in the first few weeks last year. So I think Patrick Mahomes gets off to a good start.
Jeff, 8,100 for Mahomes. You like the matchup with Cleveland?
Yeah, I mean, it's really too cheap for week 1. We've just got so much value to work with on week 1, and we're probably going to have more with injuries popping up. That 8,100 for Patrick Mahomes. It's really by the time we get to the start of September, it's going to be really easy to go with like a Tyreek Hill Mahomes stack or Kelsey stack, right? Like there's already guys, like I mentioned, Chase Edmonds, T Higgins. These are viable plays under 5K, and you're going to be able to find a few more once the injuries start to kick in, and they will. It's the NFL. It's just the nature of the business, right? So Cleveland, as Kenny mentioned, they really weren't that good a pass defense last year. Now, I don't think Patrick Mahomes is going to be super highly owned. I think people are going to look at that playoff game from last season and be like, oh, well, the Browns held Patrick Mahomes to 1 passing touchdown. But remember, their O-line was beat up. They've completely revamped it over the offseason. I think Mahomes starts fast, too. I think this is too cheap.
Stan, thoughts on Mahomes, 8,100?
I think he's fine. I'm only going to go there if I'm stacking with Kelsey or Hill, or if the ownership gets really too low. I just like too many options in the 6K range. And even $500 cheaper, I like Kyler Murray against Tennessee better than the Mahomes matchup. So I would probably go there. It's fine. The price is palatable. I just like other options better.
You know what, Stan? We're going to go right back to you because Kyler Murray is slotting in its second highest salary here, 7,600. New look Cardinals hosting Tennessee. He's got some new weapons, of course, with AJ Green coming in. You clearly like him. Can you expand?
Yeah. If I'm going to pay up, I'm probably going to go with Murray. Last year, Tennessee, they were 30th against the pass in DVOA. That defense could be worse this year. So, he's going to get busy through the air. We know what he can do on the ground. So, he's got that Konami code as floor, ceiling. It's just, totals high in this game. I just think the matchup is a good one. I just don't really see too many negatives in this matchup. Well, and the price is a good one at 7,600.
Okay. And Jeff, we'll go to you next. And just to kind of bounce off what Jeff said earlier, he felt Chase Edmonds was underpriced earlier on. So maybe that's something you consider. Maybe Murray Edmonds stack. But speaking of Murray, Jeff, $7,600. The matchup is Tennessee on the road. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you did put Edmonds and Murray in a stack, you might actually be getting access to all the Arizona touchdowns. So it's really not a bad idea.
Thank you.
These top 2 quarterbacks, and Stan alluded to this, but Cleveland was gave up the 4th most fantasy points against to opposing QBs. Tennessee gave up the 3rd most. So you could really just approach week 1. I know we're going to be talking about value quarterbacks for the next month. We're going to be talking about why Joe Burrow or this guy or Jacob Eason or Trevor Lawrence is such a good value. You could literally go into this week 1 slate, go Kyler Murray. and Patrick Mahomes. I'm only making lineups with two guys, and I think you're probably going to be ahead of the field. I think this is probably what you should be doing. These guys have terrific matchups. They're going to be in high-paced, fast games. Tennessee is a high-paced, fast-scoring offense. They scored more points per game than KC. This Arizona-Tennessee game has all the makings of a shootout, in my opinion. Kyler is going to have fresh legs week one as well. There's no doubt. I mean, you could even say Kyler is a better play than Mahomes, and I wouldn't argue with you. I think both these guys, both these top two QBs, with all the value we're getting at other positions and going to be getting, I think they make for the top two plays, and you really shouldn't be diving too much deeper behind them.
Kenny, I apologize. It's Fordham product, Chase Edmonds. So I'll make sure to mention that before I say his name every time. But the subject matter is Kyler Murray. Thoughts on Kyler at 7,600? Like it?
Yeah, you're a smart guy for mentioning that and getting me all chipper to answer this question. And Jeff's the smart guy for what he said about Kyler Murray. You talk about the price here. It is way too cheap. Kyler Murray at the end of last season was clearly dealing with shoulder issues. He could not throw the ball. That second half of the Arizona season was just completely derailed because his that zip was just not there on his pass. And look, he's a great fantasy player. We know this. He's a great dual threat player. I think that he probably has the second most rushing upside in the league after Lamar Jackson. He actually probably has top 5 throwing upside as well from a fantasy perspective. I'm very excited about buying low on Kyler Murray coming off of a disappointing second half because I think a lot of people don't really read too much into that shoulder injury. I think it was a big deal. And when you talk about the pieces on this offense, you mentioned Chase Edmonds. I think that this is a dream for Kyler Murray because he's going to have Chase Edmonds on the field, hopefully more if Cliff Kingsbury doesn't Kenyon Drake this situation and give James Conner a timeshare with Chase Edmonds. But if Edmonds is on this field and gets the ball in his hands on passing downs and out of the backfield, I think that this is going to be amazing for Kyler Murray. And then you mentioned Rondale Moore is the 4th receiver on this team now with AJ Green in the mix. Rondale Moore, very talented, very high on him in his rookie season. AJ Green, if he's he'll be healthy week one, we think, unless he gets injured in training camp or the preseason. This could be really special what the Cardinals are able to do on offense. And I think that I'm buying in as much as I can early on before the prices go up.
Murray Edmonds stack. You heard it here first on the Sweat. August 2nd, 2021.
And Rondale Moore, but okay.
And Rondale Moore. Well, that's your opinion, not mine. Off season full of drama, Jeff, for Aaron Rodgers. We've talked about it quite a bit on this stream. 6,800 week one, taking on New Orleans on the road. I know you just mentioned this. We're going to be talking value and dissecting the numbers here for quarterbacks as we approach week one over the next month. Are you willing to pay this price for Aaron Rodgers, 6,800 at New Orleans?
Oh, there's been Aaron Rodgers news this offseason? Really? I mean, you have to fill me in on this later. But no, look, I mean, I think after the top 2 QBs, you really start to get, these are great quarterbacks we're talking about, Josh Allen, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, but the matchups here, they start to get dicey. Green Bay on the road, look, I think Green Bay is a superior team here, but what kind of game is New Orleans going to be playing this year? Again, Taysom Hill starting potentially. They're going to be trying to take the air out of the ball and run the ball with Taysom Hill and Alvin Kamara. And look, it's in a dome. Maybe it still ends up being a fast-paced game, but I think it's really difficult for me to get excited about this. Going up against still a pretty good New Orleans defense, with a good defensive line, a Marshawn Lattimore, who could at least limit Devontae Adams in week one. It's just not good enough a matchup for me to really get excited about Aaron Rodgers. Now, New Orleans has been a team that's started slow in the past. So, maybe you look at Aaron Rodgers over taking a shot with a Josh Allen or Russell Wilson. And I do like him better than those two guys for week one, but I'm not overly excited about this spot. Again, I'm of the opinion you should be paying up for Kyler and Patrick Mahomes week one.
Hey, Kenny, 6,800, Aaron Rodgers. Thoughts?
Yeah, I like it. Look, the Saints were really good defense last year, but they lost a ton of key pieces. Jackrabbit Jenkins, Trey Henderson, Malcolm Brown, Alex Anzalone, who was the thorn in the side of a lot of people that decided to fade the Saints last year. Sheldon Rankins as well, Justin Hardy. I think that this is a team that is still going to be good on defense. You still have some stars on that end, but are they going to be quite as good? Are they going to be good enough where you're afraid to pay this kind of price? I actually do think that Aaron Rodgers is worth a speculative play here. I don't know what the offseason news is going to do to his ownership if we're playing GPPs, but in cash games, I think that he's sort of a pretty good value, because I think that if he were playing a team like, Houston or playing Cleveland, he would be up probably in the top 3 in the salary in terms of how much you have to pay for a quarterback. So I think that Aaron Rodgers is probably a good play here. I don't want to shoot myself in the foot by saying that, because maybe he comes out and has 15 fantasy points and is a disappointment. But yeah, I mean, why not, right? The Saints have had a lot of turnover on that team. I think it's going to be an unrecognizable team. So fire him up.
Stan, 6,800, Aaron Rodgers. Willing to pay?
Yeah, I'm not going here. Like I said, I mean, Kyler Murray's only, $800 more expensive. And I like plenty of guys in the 6K range. I think if the ownership is low enough, I'll definitely go there. I just don't see it, just because there's going to be so many narratives out there. There's going to be the angry Aaron narrative, the last dance with Devontae Adams. I think a lot of people are going to flock here. I do agree with what Jeff was saying, that the Saints, they're probably going to, take the air out of the ball, kind of more ground and pound it. Can he make good points in terms of, roster turnover on the defensive end of the side of the ball for the Saints? But still, they are good. They were 3rd in pass defense DVOA last year, but more importantly, they were 3rd in adjusted sack rate. So they're going to put pressure. And I think the biggest narrative I think that's going to happen is, Aaron Rodgers threw over 40 touchdowns. What was the exact number? 48 touchdowns last year. The touchdown rate was 9.1%. His career rate is 6.3. There's going to be regression. That doesn't mean that regression is going to happen in this game, but I think people expecting like that type of lofty production again, that's going to be tough to replicate. And just so everything combined, the pace, the defense, probably elevated ownership, has me shying away from Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, we have under 2 minutes to go. 2 questions left. We need to be brief. Okay, Jeff, favorite quarterback value play week 1?
Yeah, it's going to be Joe Burrow. The Bengals still a pass-heavy offense, and they're going up against the Minnesota Vikings team that allowed the 8th most passing yards per game last season. I don't see their secondary being a ton better. I like Joe Burrow with those increased weapons.
Okay, we have under a minute now. Kenny, give me a name.
Zach Wilson, $5,000. Oh. He's got the rushing upside. Carolina, 240 yards per game last year.
Dan, your turn, go.
I was going to finish, and the Carolina Panthers did not add much on defense. Frankie Louvu and AJ Boye at 29 years old were their biggest transactions.
Okay, Stan, quickly.
All right, I really like this Atlanta Philly game. So I like both the quarterbacks in this one. Matt Ryan at 6,000, Jalen Hurts at 6,400. I think they're both in really good situations here. I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts just because of the rushing upside.
All right, I think we're out of time. Unless you
longer than mine.
We're out of time. We got to leave. Okay, Madden Sims coming your way next here. I think Rossi's going to get you started for the day. He will be with Christian for Patriots and Colts. Thank you all so much for watching The Sweat. I'm your host, Brendan Glasheen. Enjoy the Madden. Kenny, see you later.
Welcome in, everybody, to your Madden Dream Stream here on the YouTube, Twitch, Game Center, wherever you're watching us. We appreciate you so very damn much. It is a Monday. It's a reset Monday. Get that mind right. We are in the swing of it with NFL training camps, and we are right back with 6, not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 4 or 5. 6 Madden simulated football games today, kicking it all off with the team you don't want to miss. It is the Congeniality Crew. It's me, Jason Rossi, my tag team partner here for the next hour, Christian DeAndrea. Christian, what's good, my man?
You know what? It's a lovely day in Madison, Wisconsin, and thus the world. And I'm excited not only to be kicking off another wonderful week of Sims in the Dream Stream, but to be doing it with you, Jason Rossi. Like you said, the Congeniality Crew back in the building. I'm a little worn down. Had a buddy come out this weekend, so a little bit of recovery mode. I got my big coffee here. I got a little extra sleep last night. So you know what? I'm feeling good, and I'm excited because this is going to be one of our. We're coming down at the end of the Phillip Rivers era. We're going to have to find someone else who will stumble backward for 15 yards before taking a sack.
Yeah, obviously, we'll get out front with it here. Frank Reich just coming out, the breaking-ish news. Carson Wentz is going to undergo foot surgery.
Oh, that is breaking.
It just literally broke the moment you stepped off the camera, Christian, to the moment you stepped back. A little fourth wall break there. But we will, without a doubt, be following that news. So I don't know. They didn't give any more of a timeline, but foot surgery, if you've seen in the past, Christian could probably know this a little bit more as he follows the NFL like most people follow their crush on the old social medias. You will, without a doubt, probably this is like a 3 to 4 weeker. But again,
you never know.
We'll see.
Yeah, feet. It can be very, very tricky, very glitchy. I remember, Cam Newton had a Lisfranc injury, and people are like, okay, well, he's Cam Newton. He can be back here. He can be back here. And he didn't miss a ton of time, but he clearly wasn't the same thrower afterwards. And, Cam Newton was good before he had that foot injury to deal with. Carson Wentz was not good. He had a lot to prove. And now if he's bulky in any way, shape, or form, that is going to be a massive problem for these Colts because the number 2 option on the roster right now, unless they've signed anyone in the past 15 minutes, is Jacob Eason, who,
I like it, Christian. I'm telling you.
You like Jacob Eason. You are in the Jacob Eason fan club? Is that what I'm hearing?
I wish there was a way to edit the video and replay Christian's tone there.
Yeah.
I think with all the conversations,
Jacob Eason,
you've never had as much disdain voice from me. That was like where you were having a Deucey conversation. You just said you like Jacob Eason. That was great. But we can get into that. But yeah, Jacob Eason, Sam. I always call him NTN. I know that's the running back, but and Edinger or whatever. And then we have now Brett Hundley, who was signed over the weekend during the weekend of Christian's shenanigans, which I'm so happy that things were as, we'll just call it fun, as it seemed like they were going to be, as you teased before the weekend.
Oh, absolutely lovely weather, held up, got a lot done, got a lot in. Like for 2 guys in their 30s, like I expected there would be a little bit more downtime, a little bit more nap time, but no. Recovery went well, hydrated well.
Cheers to that.
Feeling good today.
Yeah, real quick, Major Tackle Right says 5 to 12 weeks, Rossi. Is that the news? Austin says 5 to 12 weeks is a really interesting timetable. I don't know if you guys are just speculating. I haven't seen them. We're monitoring the situation. David N says 2 weeks, 6 days until Madden 22. Yep, we'll keep you posted on that. Eubanks says the best combo here, Rossi and Christian. David saying, Rossi, Christian, what up, baby? Hope having a good Monday. The only way we're going to have a good Monday is if we hit that triple-digit thumbs up. So let's smash that like, as the Patriots got one first down and then couldn't get another one. Colts first down run there by Naheem Hines. We'll get lineups in a moment as well. But yeah, the breaking news or the quick news here was Carson Wentz foot surgery impending here. Again, confirmed by head coach Frank Reich. Yeah. So just to give you guys a little heads up. So
not enjoying our slander, but I got to say, like, Ellinger to me, his ceiling feels like a Colt McCoy type. Maybe that's just kind of lazy because they're both kind of slightly undersized Texas quarterbacks who are good as Longhorns, but maybe just don't have that extra gear. And Colt McCoy, I mean, he's no, I'm never going to bash that dude's career. He spent a dozen plus years in the league. Like, he's been pretty prosperous. But Ellinger, to me, just doesn't seem to have the level of success I would need to see from him in the Big 12. You know, like the guys from Oklahoma who have turned into good NFL quarterbacks were a lot more prolific than Sam Ellinger was. You know, Ellinger last season only about 250 passing yards per game. A great job limiting turnovers, only 5 interceptions last season. So I think he is steady. I think he's stable. I think he has a high floor than some other rookie quarterbacks in this year's class. But at the same time, I feel like he's not going to do enough to win you games, and the Colts can get by with that. The Colts got by with that last year early in the Rivers era. Rivers came along late, and I think the Colts could surprise you with Sam Ellinger. I just don't think he is going to be someone you necessarily want to rely on.
Agreed. Yes. And by the way, yes, Adam Schefter did. Colts say Carson Wentz will miss 5 to 12 weeks. So I agree with you mostly. I think Ellinger is underachieved at Texas. I don't see much hope for him. I don't see him getting. I think that's why Brent Hundley came in. But just quickly, Jacob Eason, to me, I like the prospect coming out of college, coming out of Washington, what he did for that offense. I'm not saying he's going to come in and put up the same. Well, you know what it was, Christian? I'll be honest. I didn't have hope for Carson Wentz. I didn't see this injury. I just didn't think he was right. I just think it's going to take more than just one offseason to redirect that football brain. But this, I think, actually helps. I'll give you a little hot. I think this helps. I do. I know it sounds crazy to some, but I think him being out watching somebody else with his job, whether they play good or bad, is going to help Carson Wentz motivate. I think it's going to get him, with a foot injury. Say it is. Let's just go the extent of 12 weeks. That is 3 months. So that would bring him back probably in that week 6-7 time frame. So that means Eason, etc., would get 5 potential starts prior, and that could motivate. Say they're 4-1, 3-2. He's like, oh, you're not stealing my job, bro. Like, I don't know. I think this could all work out in a weird way for the Colts, especially with that defense, that running game, that offensive line. The quarterback is, I think, the least of their worries in some instances.
And Hundley obviously not, and someone anyone's going to get too excited about, but there's not a ton of veteran free agent help out there that really would move the needle. I mean, Josh Johnson, you want to roll the dice on RG3, Matt Barkley, Blake Bortles.
Yeah, I know. Well, is Bortles actually available? Is he still with did he get cut by the Packers?
He got cut by the Packers right as they were finishing up the Aaron Rodgers impasse. They're like, okay, see you, guy.
Yeah.
Ooh, Marlon Mack inside the 5. First and goal coming for the Colts, who are flying here at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yeah, so we had, again, and we'll talk as, Colts in this sandwich is fitting. Also, you get the Patriots here. I think I labeled this one, and I find it fascinating, especially now. Going into the season, Christian, which quarterback room would you rather? Even an injured Carson Wentz. You got the Patriots with Cam Newton, Mac Jones. Really, that's all the important. Brian Hoyer still there as kind of like a player coach, I would assume, for Mac. Get him up to speed with the playbook for the future. Or would you rather an injured, as we're going to get a touchdown here from the retired one, Phillip Rivers, the big Trey Burton.
Tight end one, sneaking into the end zone. This Patriot defense, so good in Madden 21, but giving up an early 1 drive, 1 touchdown resume for this Colts team.
There you go, as you get it. But we get here, again, the Colts, so they're going to get off the scoring start here into your noon. Smash that thumbs up, try to hit that century mark, kick off the day well. Happy Monday, y'all. Christian DeAndrea at thepostroute.substack.com. Make sure you subscribe. Put that email in, some heat coming in your inbox today, Wednesday and Friday. Also, make sure that you smash the thumbs up, as I said, subscribe. Make sure you give it a thumbs up for our great crew as well. We got Tara Lynn, who is the Swiss Army knife of the Madden Sim. She's on cam. She's doing stuff right now behind the scenes. People be
so versatile.
Yeah, she is. She's got it all. The total package. We got Frangelico, my man in ops. We got that dude, TP, keeping us afloat here, our director of technicalities. So great crew to start a Monday. I know I say it every time. Maybe sometimes I'm just saying it to be nice, but this legit is top-notch talent here with Christian, myself, Tara Lynn, Frangelico, TP, and most importantly, you. Look at the Patriots. So going back to this, so Christian, what do you think? You're going into the year, and you can use this as a future play too. So Carson Wentz, Eason, Ellinger, Hundley, they're not all going to last. Or Mac Jones, Cam Newton, Brian Hoyer, and if you want to still count the
Jared Stidham, baby.
Jared Stidham, sure. It looks good in the uniform. I'll give him that. So what out of those two quarterback packs? Let's just use like a 4-year time frame. Which one would you rather?
I would rather have the Patriots. We don't know what Wentz is going to look like in Indianapolis. I think if he can get back to his late 2010 self, then yeah, he's got the highest ceiling of any of those guys. I think he'd be better than even a fully realized Mac Jones, because Carson Wentz was in the MVP candidacy conversation for a while there. He was a guy who was like, man, the Eagles got their guy. They got their guy, like maybe even better than McNabb, a guy who could exceed what Donovan had brought to the table. So it was like, oh, wow, okay. Like they took a risk trading up for this guy out of North Dakota State, but he made it work. And no, then the wheels fell off. Part of it was because the team fell apart around him. His offensive line was banged up. His receiving core fell apart entirely. But he just didn't look like the guy. He wasn't making those big throws downfield. He's got that big arm. He can be a 2020s deep ball NFL passer in the way that, coaches covet. Like, he would trade 2 first-round picks for Matthew Stafford. He can be that guy. He just hasn't been that guy for years now. And you wonder, between that and the injuries that are now piling up, you wonder if he'll ever get to that point. And I think it's unlikely he will. I mean, I could be wrong. I just don't think he's going to be that guy anymore. And thus, I like the upside of Mac Jones. And I like, if we're dealing with 2 broken veterans, I think based on what we saw last season, Cam Newton brings a little bit more to the table than Carson Wentz does. But honestly, it's like one dude's bringing like a bunch of McDonald's dollar menu stuff, and one guy's bringing a bunch of
Burger King?
Yeah, burger. Like, I was trying to think of a worse fast food option than McDonald's, and I was like, no, people like Churches. White Castle, I think I would take over. I'm not a McDonald's guy, Ross. That's what it is.
Come on.
I started. I told you, it's like once a year. Once a year, I go, I get my McGriddle, I eat it, it tastes amazing, and then I regret it for the rest of the year. Like the rest of the year, it's like, I think that McGriddle's still in there. Like I'll walk around, like I'll get that pain like under the ribs, like McGriddle. It's McGriddle, but it's so good when it's on your lips, and then it just starts wreaking havoc on the system. It gives you the drama pipes. Same thing with that one Big Mac per year. The fries, untouchable. Credit where it's due. Especially that breakfast sandwich, you can get that little hash brown. You take the hash brown, you put it on the breakfast sandwich. You just leveled up in this world. And at the moment, it's incredible. But for me, it's just
leads to problems.
National Hiroshima for me, honestly, if we're getting into it. I know that's a lot for the chat to process on a Monday afternoon, Monday morning, depending on where you are. But you know me, I often say way too much, as I have right here.
That's all right. The visual image is there. Y'all need to make sure you're subscribed to the postroute.substack.com with Christian. He's got it going on there. You can tell you a little bit about his McDonald's things, but you know what? You don't have to wait once a year. You get 3 times a week. You can also check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, where I chat about things. It's a podcast for y'all, entertainment for you. In this one, it's 7-0. It was a Trey Burton touchdown from Phillip Rivers. We're having a little conversation about the quarterback rooms here, and it's hard, and I know I'm potentially biased, but like last year, the Patriots quarterback position, regardless of the statistics and like weapons and everything, was like 32 out of 32. But looking at with like the Colts, like I like Jacob Eason, I do a lot, but I really like the talent of Mac Jones. So he's kind of like the shining knight out of them all. And it's hard. You said Carson Wentz, and Cam Newton. I think they're equally broken in different ways. Like Cam physically, I just don't think can handle throwing the ball as much as potentially may be needed, and his accuracy has never been there. But with the shoulder issues, no issue there. Is that going to be a face mask? It is. I think we're going to get to the 1 yard line. But yeah, I think I don't love Carson Wentz. And if you're a Colts fan, here's another sneaky thing. Say you miss the playoffs, even though I think it's going to be hard in that division to miss the playoffs, in my opinion. Titans are, are favored, I think, going in, but you still have a great roster, and that defense they made it stop there.
Tight as hell. Great offensive line. Pretty good wideouts, especially if Michael Pittman can make the leap after a promising rookie year.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And the other thing is that if you don't make the playoffs, it's kind of a sneaky good move because then you don't lose as much draft capital because the Carson Wentz trade is kind of pending on playoff performances. But again, so there's so many things at play with this. And again, you want to be good, Colts. I get it. Just like people have criticized, Glash a little more outspoken, but hey, if Cam Newton is the starting quarterback for the Patriots, I want to see him play well. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Mac. I just want to win ball games. I want to get back to the playoffs as a fan. And that's what we all want, so.
Well, just in general, too, the league's more fun when Cam Newton is flying around, whipping passes, showing up on that Monday morning Sports Center, which is basically just 45 minutes of NFL clips, the best Sports Center to Sports Center you would watch. Oh, Cam, what are you doing? Had the lane, could have walked it in, and he's got that big body. He can absorb the hit, but Cam maybe shying away from contact.
That's his 2020 Cam Newton, as you'll find. Hesitant, overthinking, makes a little bit of a mistake, throws it to a receiver that's not even in a good position to score. So we're going to have to settle for a field goal attempt here. Shane Graham will boot this one in. Patriots will narrow the gap to 7-3 here in the early goings of the second quarter.
Is that a Shane Graham reference? I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Who's their kicker? Who's the kicker? I don't even remember.
Nick Folk.
Nick Folk. Oh my God! I literally went back to 2016 in my head. He was the kicker. Shane Graham. What is wrong with me?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Nick Folk. That's right. Who had a hell of a season back with the Patriots as well. No one talking. That's my kicker love. I got love for them kickers.
Shane Graham has not been in the league since 2015, Rossi.
Oh, 15. I was off.
What an amazing drop. What an amazing pull that was. He hasn't played for the Patriots since 2010. That is my favorite goof. I was like, holy moly, when's the last time I heard anyone drop Shane Graham? Former Bengals kicker Shane Graham in there. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I'm like, oh yeah, he played in 2015. Yeah, in the NFL, not the Patriots. The year Gostkowski got hurt, I just remember him stepping in and actually playing well. But that was over 11 years ago, folks. Take that. That was before Cam Newton was in the league.
Yeah.
That's funny. Rest of the day, give you guys a clear. Let me get my head back on here because I can read this. 2 o'clock, Bengals, Steelers, a little AFC North. It's going to be me and Kenny. We got 4 o'clock, Titans, Packers, Moose, ZT. 6 p.m., Raiders, Eagles, Glash, and Kenny. Koff jumps in with BK for the 8 p.m. A one and done for Koff. That's fascinating. But he's with BK for Saints, Falcons, Bills, Cardinals, Madden After Dark, Glash, and Tom. Christian's back tomorrow with that aforementioned Adam Kaufman for Broncos Niners at 4 p.m. tomorrow.
All right, Patriots in need of a stop here. Could get it. 3rd and 9 coming up. And Rossi, as David Israel Spec points out, we have not divulged our lineups. I will tell you, I am top 80 in our 119-person free roll, but just barely, because I have Devin Ozzy in the captain spot, as Rivers misses his guy. Probably wouldn't have been enough for the first anyway. Ozzy captain. He's been on a heater lately. This is not the real world Colts who were just absolutely tight end stoppers last season. Went like half the season before they gave up their first tight end touchdown. But Ozzy's in captain. Cam Newton, Trey Burton, N'Keal Harry, who has a 0, of course. Zach Pascal, Harris Campbell rounds out my lineup. So a bunch of good options, but not great ones, because that's kind of the whole vibe of this game. There was no one you had to roster. There's no Derrick Henry. There's no Kyler Murray. There's no Madden Mitch. There isn't even a Kenyon Drake out there. This is kind of a big yawning shrug of a matchup here in Madden Simland. Rossi, what does your lineup look like?
So here we have Devin Asiasi, also my captain spot, Christian. I kind of bought low and was hoping for the best. There's a guy who should have played, and he's might take it all the way. Julian Edelman.
Edelman is going to take it 78 yards.
Wow,
Oh,
I had
look
him
at
in the
that.
lineup, and I said, nah, I'm going to take him out and put in the Patriots D. But there he is, Julian Edelman putting the Patriots up, which will be inevitable of a 10-7 lead. I had the quarterback, Cam Newton. I put in T.Y. Hilton, Naheem Hines, and Blankenship because you got to respect the specs.
Yeah.
There is Julian Edelman again, 78 yards. Remember the days when he used to do that?
Huge.
Mm-hmm.
As Koff would say, future Hall of Famer Julian Edelman, as everyone else who's ever, even here in Simland, in the middle of DraftKings country, Patriots homerism abides. I think everyone else is properly like, no.
In all reality, like I stand by, like I still think there's too many Hall of Famers. But like with all due respect for Edelman, there's going to be a place for him in Canton, just not a gold jacket. Like there's going to be like a spot where there should be something about postseason players and how special they were. And he's definitely had one of the most special postseasons, but with all due respect, you just can't do it. Just like an Andre Iguodala, if you will, if you want to have a reference to another sport. He is not a Hall of Fame basketball player, but his contributions in the playoffs throughout his career, even going back to his Denver days, has always been outstanding.
Same with Rob Horry, those guys.
Yes, perfect. That's the best example.
Exactly. You will reflect fondly on their time. Edelman will be a Patriots Hall of Famer, which he absolutely deserves, yeah. But like he was very good. And you know what? I'm pretty sure they already have the ball from that catch. You know the catch I'm talking about, Rossi, the Super Bowl catch. That one's already got to be in Canton, probably with the gloves as well. So I'm sure he has his own display. Just not the full enshrinement. He's not going to get the bust. He's not going to have the gold jacket, but like maybe they give him like a silver jacket as like a runner-up prize. We were very good.
I think I'd rather just nothing. Imagine that, like a silver jacket to represent your playoffs. Like that's, I don't know. What the heck? I say that, but again, this man did put it all on the line. I got to give a lot of credit to the NFL Hall of Fame, which, by the way, this coming Saturday, Hall of Fame enshrinement. This Thursday, we have our first NFL preseason game. I believe, is it Cowboys, Cardinals? Am I making up the Cardinals?
That's a good question.
Cowboys. I got it here somewhere.
Okay, all right. Got Hall of Fame game 2021. Cowboys Steelers.
Just as I said, Steelers.
Yeah, and we'll get our first look at a guy that is probably going to go way too high in fantasy drafts, Najee Harris, the first-round pick out of Alabama. Versatile, do it all back, can catch passes out of the backfield, and he's a big dude, so he can push the pile. He's like the best case scenario. You blended Jalen Samuels, or what the Steelers wanted Jalen Samuels to be, and James Conner together, and hope for the best. I just have concerns about that old line, a whole lot of new guys taking over there. David DeCastro no longer with the team. Alejandro Villanueva no longer with the team. And yes, they did address some concerns there along the line. They did go out and they even added a solid inline blocker, and Pat Freiermuth, who is also going to take away some tight end reps from Eric Ebron, which is nice. They got Kendrick Green, Dan Moore later in the draft. So they could be good. Like Harris is a good speculative buy, but I just don't think like some people are taking him earlier in the second rounds of their season one fantasy drafts, and that seems excessive to me. Like you are hoping for a massive turnaround for the NFL's 30th ranked rushing offense, and I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think if you're taking, like, here's the one pro, though, to just devil's advocate. You know he's going to be touching the ball 16, 18 times a game, whether it's on the ground, through the air, almost intercepted there by the Patriots D. But there's the big pro for me with him. Like, if you are going to draft him early, projected there should be some volume. But I still like a guy who was last year's Najee Harris and CEH, just because, again, I understand maybe a quote-unquote disappointment in his rookie season, but that offense isn't changing. And if anything, they may want to rely on him at times, as there is wide open a second touchdown for Trey Burton.
Into the end one in Indianapolis, doing work right now. Got to have him on your roster if you want to cash today.
Yes, that's it. That's it for sure. In the free showdown right now, he's in the leading lineup. He's going to be in most leading lineups, I would assume, as he has the 2 and Edelman in the bonus. Those are your 2 star plays thus far. The first half, Christian Rossi with you on a nooner. Smash that thumbs up. Appreciate you being here. You are one of a kind, and we appreciate you.
Where is it in the chat? I saw it, and it's a softball question, and I appreciate it so much. Is Frank Gore a Hall of Famer? Yes.
Double yes.
1,000%. Dude's going to finish his career with one of the top 5 rushing totals in the game, which is something that voters pay a ton of attention to. He has been so consistent for so long. 3rd right now, 16,000 yards on the nose. If he does come back, he might be able to pass Walter Payton, who's about 700 yards ahead of him. He won't get to Emmitt Smith. Like, as much as I love Frank Gore, he probably doesn't have that much left in him. But, like, he's still been effective, just a big-bodied dude, a pile pusher. And he's got that added bonus. He's on the 2010s All-Decade team that the Hall of Fame puts out, so he's absolutely going to get there. You don't be that good for that long. You don't rack up almost 10,000-yard rushing season, score 100 touchdowns combined. 98 touchdowns combined before you get to the playoffs. I'm sure he got there overall. So Frank Gore has been that dude for so long. Everyone loves Frank Gore. Like, maybe he's not going to be a first ballot guy, but honestly, I could see it. Just the longevity is so crucial, especially at a position where guys flame out by 30. So Frank Gore's going to make it.
Gotcha. I agree with you. I think he's in. I think he's going to find a spot this year. I think a team like what happened with the Rams, I think he could find a spot there. And again, it doesn't have to be 10 touches even a game. I think he can just add a lot to a young locker room that's going to need a veteran presence in that running back. And I think there's no better situation than either Kansas City or the Rams for that, because these are teams that have, Super Bowl hopes. And I think you want a guy like that in your locker room more than potentially a Le'Veon Bell, which I think both are going to give you, around the same kind of production. Frank Gore has showed no slowdown when he has actually given the rock. Start with the Jets, the Bills these past few years.
Yeah. I mean, the Jets were obviously a difficult position to be in, because there wasn't, great blocking on the tackles there when Kai Becton was healthy, but like the interior line, they tried so hard to rebuild it, and it still just didn't clear a lot of space. And Frank's obviously not as explosive as it was, but like you go back to the season before that with the Bills, a little bit better blocking up front. He had that breakthrough 109-yard game against the Patriots in their number 1 ranked offense. Like, he's still capable of turning back the clock. He's not going to do it every week. It's N'Keal Harry getting some work done here. 1st and goal coming up for the Patriots. Is the young wideout former first-round pick might not be a Patriot this year. We'll see if he gets traded or maybe even released as training camp winds down. But a nice grab there for the former Sun Devil.
Yeah, 1st-round pick. I remember tweeting that day, and I thought it could go either way with like freezing cold takes if they ever cared about little old me. But it was N'Keal Harry just sounds like a bust. Like him coming out of college with that receiving core, it's just like, oof, for the Patriots. But you had Tom Brady at the time, so they'll make it work. But yeah, N'Keal Harry, I think somebody said in the chat, I apologize, we're not giving full credit, but we love you all individually and collectively, said like N'Keal Harry asking for a trade is one of the funniest like storylines of the offseason. Like, the hell are you, bud? And it's like, yeah, it's true. But you know what? You get ahead of it. It's like you quit before you get fired kind of deal. It's Cam Newton on a 2nd goal. The ball's on the ground. Fumbled.
No.
Picked up by the Colts defense with 1:20 left here in the first half. So the Colts will have an opportunity to put some more on their 4-point lead.
Yeah, that's way too familiar for Patriots fans. Cam Newton in a crucial situation, turning the ball over with the goal line in sight. And Colts going to have plenty of time to extend their lead. Minute plus left here. They have all 3 timeouts. Brandon Furlow, like, how is Frank Gore not first ballot? He's a definition of longevity and consistency. I agree, but it might come down to who else is on his ballot with him. If you get a stacked class filled with other, bigger names, voters might go, you know what, Frank Gore is going to get it eventually. Let's leave him off this time. And it's one of those things that like you think about it, it doesn't make a ton of sense, but like that's kind of a hallmark of Hall of Fame voting. There's this weird scarcity of votes, kind of attributing to what you said earlier, Rossi. I think some people think the Hall of Fame is too large, is too not exclusive. So,
like, in all honesty, if you want, like, the diehard in me says, did Frank Gore, like, because the whole thing is like, can you tell the story of the NFL? Well, don't mention Frank Gore. Yeah, you can. But with that being said, he also, not just the longevity, even if you take out the last like 4 years, the guy's production is just outside of like very few injured seasons. He has been steady as they come. But again, he'll get in. I just want to read one comment after the 2nd and 2 that, we're talking about Hall of Fame here, talking quarterbacks. Carson Wentz news is out there now. Your 5 to 12 week timetable is Burton having a day. Just 4 catches, 32, but 2 scores. Zach Davis said, if Hines Ward is not in, talking about the Hall of Fame, Edelman does not deserve to be in so quickly. Not saying Edelman does not deserve it, but Hines needs to go in first. And Zach, I appreciate you. I don't know if you're a Steelers fan, and I am a Patriots fan, but I will tell you right now, if there's a pecking order, for argument's sake, Edelman is over Hines Ward. Edelman has done things, especially in the biggest stage, multiple times. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He has driven his team into playoffs and had some of the best playoff stats right behind Jerry Rice all time. Again, I know the sample size is larger. Huge Hines Ward guy. I would want both those guys in my locker room and in my slot receiving spots, but I don't think that Hines Ward is walking in the Hall of Fame and I don't think if there's anywhere he's not ahead of Julian Edelman. IMO.
See, I mean, I don't know if I agree with that, Rossi. Hines Ward was great. He was the heart and soul of a Pittsburgh team that won 2 Super Bowls. He was a guy who has way better regular season and career credentials than Julian Edelman. He has 1,000 catches. He has 12,000 total yards. This is a guy who averaged nearly, his season-long averages are going to be like 300 yards ahead of Edelman's. We get a 45-yarder from Blankenship. It's up, it's good. So the turnover turns into 3 Colts points. So I think he has the postseason resume. It's not quite Edelman worthy, but at the same time, he was still good in those postseasons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different 100-yard playoff performances, including 5 for 123 Super Bowl win over the Seattle Seahawks. He averaged almost 20 yards per catch in the Super Bowl run that culminated with a victory over the Cardinals in 2009. So I think the strength of his regular season and career resume is enough to put him over Edelman. I think Hines Ward will eventually get in just because he did so many things. He also, people love to talk about Edelman's intangibles, which sure, but Hines Ward was one of the best blocking receivers in the league. Like, he made things happen on the edge. He cleared space for guys like Deuce Staley, like Jerome Bettis on the rare times he broke a run to the outside. So I think that not only does he have the stats, but he has the intangibles. Love me some Hines Ward. Dude, smiling all the time when he delivered the most brutal crackback blocks in the league. And I'm not a Steelers fan by any means. No. Deep down inside, as a Patriots fan, like, I have a little bit of seething hate for Hines Ward, but like Derek Jeter, I respect the hell out of the man. And like Derek Jeter, I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
All right, we're going to kick it over to our producer today. Again, the Swiss Army knife of all things Madden Dream Stream, Taryn Azak, breaking down the 99 Club in Madden 22.
They say nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 Club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as the best defensive player in the league. And it's not a big shock here that Travis Kelce is also in the club. He is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. It's Green Bay Packers Devontae Adams' second consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
All right. Good job by Tara Lynn. Nice setup there. Everything on point there. And good stuff. Good content there coming from our girl, Tara Lynn Azak. Smash a thumbs up. We're halfway to the century mark. Thought we'd be a little bit higher than that. Maybe I'll keep telling you how much of an amazing
yeah, I think it might be all the Julian
Edelman. And I'm not even saying Edelman should be. And you guys, I'll tell you right now, this is what I love about the chat, Christian. And you are clearly on the right side of them today. It's just so funny how people are like, you crazy, you're an idiot, you sound biased, Rossi, you sound like a moron. Again, Julian Edelman, in my IMO, in my opinion, as they say on the Twitter, should not be a Hall of Famer. I wanted that to be known. Right. I'm not saying he should be, but I also believe Hines Ward should not be a Hall of Famer. And I just said in the pecking order, if you needed to do it, who cares? It's all fun. It's a good conversation. Keep it coming. Keep bashing me. Let's go. Let's have some fun as we get here. Third quarter. Our guy Christian DeAndre can be read like nobody else can be read at thepostroute.substack.com. Make sure you subscribe. Throw your email in there. Did you already drop the hot heat today on us?
We did. It was a Sarah Hardy exclusive.
Whoa.
Former NFL editor over at SB Nation dropping some knowledge about what team can follow the Buccaneers path or the 2018 Eagles path or even the 2008 Saints path and go from a non-winning record to Super Bowl champs. And there are a few good candidates, but no one you really want to get behind. You know, like how good do you feel about a Kirk Cousins?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Or a Kyler Murray Super Bowl win, or just to infuriate the masses out there, a Cam Newton Super Bowl win. Well, we have broken down all the best candidates to go from sub 500 or 500 on the nose to hoisting a Lombardi trophy and hosting that February parade. Read all about it, postroute.substack.com.
Yeah, I like it. I don't see one of my teams, which, by the way, I think I'm going to choose. I have a Wednesday back-to-back. I'm waiting for the Saturday schedule, but this week, you're getting it here, folks. Get your DraftKings Sportsbook app ready. I'm going to pick my biggest turnaround team, the team I think will have the worst turnaround, going from record flip, a non-playoff team that'll make the playoffs this year, which is always a bunch, but one I'm truly behind, and there's two teams I'm flirting with. You probably know those two teams if you've been on any Sims with me recently. I'm going to pick who I think is going to be drafting first next year, who will have the worst record. I will pick I'm not picking all the division winners yet, but I'm going to do everything around it, Christian. Like, I still think I'm going to throw out an MVP candidate that I like, and I'm going to throw out who I think will be the returning player of the year, comeback player as it's called. So a couple of things. I'm figuring out which day I'm going to lock it in, but I think tonight I'm going to sit down and really look, because I've done the research. I'm no Christian DeAndrea, but I've done my research. I feel really good about this, but I just need to lock in who I really think for the team more than any of the other categories I mentioned. So basically fade what I say, because last year, again, I will remind everybody, I was hot on Detroit.
Oh no.
I was hot on, I thought the Panthers would be the team that would be drafting first. And there was one, who did I think was going to be the return, my comeback player? I can't remember now, because I've just gotten bashed so much for the prior two.
Real tough, though.
But,
yeah.
I'll tell you right now, I'm not changing my mind on this one. And I know when a quarterback returns like a Dak, it's kind of almost like written for him, but I'm still going with Odell Beckham. I just see big things this year in Cleveland for him.
And good
fitting in nicely.
So far. Yeah, great reports there. So if you are Team OBJ, you got to be hopeful. Although recent returns are a bit dodgy. Seems like he just may not be the same guy he was early on in New York, or maybe that's just infuriating, chipping away at his soul. And he's like, I got to be that guy again. I got to be prime OBJ. I got to be the guy who made that catch.
Yep.
So we'll see there. Yeah, I am in the process of breaking down like 3 types of sleeper who can carry you to a season-long fantasy championship. So hopefully we'll have that for you at the end of the post round too. So I'm pretty like we're on the same side of this, Rossi. We're getting ready, getting prepped for the season. Only about a month to go. I mean, August is here. The weather's getting a little bit more humid, a little bit more roasty, toasty, starting to give way to maybe a few cooler nights. You got to take advantage of it while you can. Get out on that lake. Get out to the beach. Because in a month, it's going to start dialing down. It's going to be sweatshirt weather. It's going to be a little brisk in the mornings. And that means it's going to be football time. And we will have all the content you need for your fantasy, daily or otherwise, ready to go here for you on the Dream Stream. Make sure you're sticking around.
Yeah, I want to, and I know you're going to actually break it down to a much better point, but I like to give little nuggets every time. And you can think of me what you want. I don't write for a profession for this. I've just been a pretty consistent playoff-making fantasy football manager over the last 20 years of playing. I've only missed the playoffs in most leagues like once, unless I have like on bad apps I don't like. But I will just say, take that for what it's worth. Grain of salt, right? But here's a guy, every day I'm going to give you a little something. You don't have to agree or disagree at this point because it could be one of your people. You already heard my OBJ. I think me and Christian are on the same page there. Another guy who I really like that's going to get drafted late, even though he has name value, like an Odell Beckham, who right now is in like, if you're in a 10 to 12 team, you're looking around like a late 3rd, early 4th on OBJ as we get a first down completion there to Damiere Byrd. I really like Antonio Brown late. He's a guy that not enough conversations being had of the contributions he had once, I don't know what the right term here, I guess returned to the Buccaneers the end of last season, over 400 yards, snagged 4 scores, and then had a nice playoff run as well. Brady finds the open man, but I know it's been a few years since we've seen that Antonio Brown, and I don't think that guy's still there. But give me 3/4 of that Antonio Brown and an offense that's definitely going to find a way to get the ball to him. So I like him. I'm not saying you're not taking him over Mike Evans. You're not taking him over Chris Godwin. I just think he's going to find a way to still help you out in half to full point PPRs.
Yeah, and Tom Brady kind of seeks him out in his efforts to rebuild him, especially, we saw that in his only game as a Patriot. Brady's like, I'm going to target the hell out of this guy. I'm going to throw it to him 8 times.
What a game. What a time.
Yeah. And then he kind of did the same last season as he got more and more acclimated to that offense. The problem for me is that there's too many good players on that team that you have to worry about. And without a doubt, once Brown got in there, he started the final 3 games. And Rossi, what'd he do? 4 touchdowns, 20 catches, 266 receiving yards. He was a difference maker down the end. But, he didn't get a ton of run in the postseason, even though he did have a couple touchdown catches in the 3 games he played. He was inactive for that NFC title game against the Packers. And there's just so much static, so many good players in that Buccaneers offense that I don't know if the target share is going to be there for him. So, yeah, I think like something around like wide receiver 40.
That's fine. I'm saying 8, 9 rounds. I'm telling you, unless you have a league that really loves name value, which most, I don't mean to sound rude, but people in this chat, myself, like the average Joe is going to draft a namesake over like Bateman out of with the Ravens or Elijah Moore, who I'm not saying these are late round picks, but Antonio Brown's going to get drafted over that. I just say again that he's somebody. If you're sitting there in that 8th round, you have 2 to 3 good starting receivers. Mike Williams is gone. Those like 3rd, 2nd tier guys that will be quality. I just think he fits in nicely for a guy that maybe is a flex play or just at least a stash on the bench. Again, I'm not saying get him in the 3rd round. I'm not doing anything crazy, but I like him a lot, and I'm intrigued by when Christian's rankings of who these players are come out. I'm very much into these. I love late round picks.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Brown's probably going to be a guy who goes from name value alone in a lot of your leagues, especially if you're playing with some like more casual people. Like you got the Office Fantasy League, and they're like, "Oh, Antonio Brown, I know about that guy. Let's go!" Like, oh, he's here in the 6th round. that dude's a former All-Pro. He could be a Hall of Famer. Let's get him in there. And you go, okay, that's cool. You can take Antonio Brown in the 6. I'll wait it out. You're going to take Antonio Brown before Antonio Gibson. All right, that works out pretty well for me. Language is, somewhere around the 100th pick is probably not too bad a spot for him. I think, like, if you're dealing with guys in there, like, just kind of like the other guys who are battling for targets, like Mike Williams, like Devontae Parker. Although Parker, given the state of the wide receiver room around him, Will Fuller hurt and Jalen Waddle still kind of limping around from that offseason ankle surgery, maybe Devontae Parker's stock's about to go up as drafts approach. But yeah, I feel like I would rather have a higher upside younger guy, like a Michael Pittman, like a Hollywood Brown, like a Darnell Mooney, than I would rather than Antonio Brown. Just because I think Antonio Brown, like, you're probably locked in for something like 60 catches, 800 yards, 5 touchdowns. That's great. That's useful. But, like, I don't know. I feel like I might chase the upside at the expense of missing out on a guy who's probably going to be solid, like AB. If he stays on the field and doesn't get arrested and doesn't chuck rocks at a moving van or whatever the hell. He's best behavior in Tampa. Like, we're united with Tom, but, like, dude is volatile. And
absolutely. That cannot be discounted. That is true. In this one, 17-10, we had nothing much there in the third, but make sure you do subscribe. There is the billboard, baby. Bonus time for Julian Edelman. Subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. We get that kind of information and much more in the coming weeks, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Trey Burton leading the scoring, 5 grabs, 60 yards, 2 touchdowns. So Edelman and Burton are the plays thus far. And you have a field goal by not Shane Graham. I know, wild. It was Nick Folk, who's actually in the NFL, and Blankenship booting one in. So it's 17-10 as we get here to the fourth. Terrell and Azak, TPR production. And we also have Frangelico in ops. Christian D'Andrea, Jason Rossi. He's at Train Island, thepostroute.substack.com. I'm at Jason D. Rossi across all social media platforms. And you can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, where we break down movies. We did the ensemble cast, and I have no idea what we're doing this week. But the news of the day, more important than that, Jacob Eason, starting quarterback for the Colts as of today, with Carson Wentz injured, and there is speculation already coming out from Ian Rappaport that they may be in the works of making a trade, which it's not going to be a high-value trade. He doesn't say names here. I know Gardner Minshew seems like it, but there's no way the Jags are giving Gardner Minshew up to the Colts unless they're getting their second-round pick. And are the Colts really willing to potentially part with the first and second-round pick? I don't think so. Overall, for these two quarterbacks, no. So,
especially after giving up a higher than expected return for Carson Wentz in this place.
Could be a first-round pick if they make the playoffs. And there's a playing bonus to this too. And I think there's another thing we have to remember. It's like this year's first and next year's second. It comes up with playing time and the playoffs. So if he obviously is going to miss some time, even if it's 60 or 40% of the snaps of the season, I think that also that factors into this trade. So just things we're going to be monitoring, and more information is going to come out. Like Xavier Howard, I don't read all the mumbo jumbo on the contracts.
Poor Devin Asiasi had a chance to make us feel a little bit better about his day. He's got 5 from 45, which is good. He's probably going to hit double digits, but that touchdown would have made things great. As first and goal coming up here could be Sony Michel time. Cool.
They got stuffed down here last time. Remember, Christian made that weird Cam Newton throw.
Cam could have run it in, could have walked it in. I hate this stuff.
Pitch never works.
It works. Loses 3 yards. Awesome.
So we'll get that. Happy Rizzle says, Rossi, close your closet or hallway door. It looks spooky. Oh, good. I like that. It's like a scream ghost hanging on your closet. Guess that does. That's my winter coat that I don't know why I still have out there, but I know why. It's because it poured the other day and I needed something. But yeah, watch out. Tyree, that's a funny. I'll see if we get. Oh, there it is. Sony.
So the Patriots possibly destroying your lineups with Edelman and Michel touchdowns, 2 guys that you may not have put into the circle of trust. But there they are, the 2 touchdowns for New England. Michel, Edelman on like a 78-yarder. And then on the other side of the ball, 2 touchdown passes to Trey Burton. Ric Flair is trending. I hope it's for good reasons and not because
what happened?
Got him. Oh, you got released by the WWE. Okay.
What is going on? Like, I know this is, I'm a huge diehard and do some stuff for Geeks Worldwide for wrestling, but what are we doing here? And I don't care. Ric Flair doesn't mean much to me, but I don't mean that rude, but like, I don't think he needs to necessarily be under contract. Clearly he was getting paid a ton.
Yeah.
So Fightful learned that Ric Flair has obtained his WWE release. What's going on here? Regardless if this happens in sports, so we'll keep it sports centric. This is like the last few days and months have been like a team that is just like what we expected the New Orleans Saints to do, is just bleed out all these star playing contracts, but they figured it out. But yeah, the WWE releasing Bray Wyatt over the weekend, which absolutely has me still shook, and now Ric Flair, which it really just seems like they're just cutting as much cost in their very over bloated roster when now they're realizing we don't need to be paying Ric Flair the amount we do. But what comes with Ric Flair is merchandise, so it is a little interesting that they would do that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a recognizable face too, especially to trying to learn some casual fans. And I mean, obviously that's the value you'd have for AEW, the same way AEW went after the Big Show. They have Chris Jericho, they got Mark Henry. Like, a lot of fans would be like, oh, these guys are okay. Well, what, like, and I know it's very easy to look at the old guys signing contracts with AEW and be like, excuse me.
I don't know.
This is WCW all over again. They're going to spend too much money on old dinosaurs. They're going to take the spots of the young guys, and the company's going to be poorly run on TNT.
That's great.
Yeah, so far that hasn't been the case. Like, obviously you've had guys like Jericho in top spots, but they've also been building young talent, and Jericho has been especially capable of losing these feuds, making a guy like Orange Cassidy look great, making a guy like John Moxley, who's of course not a young up and comer, but did need a little extra rub after being kind of misused later in his WWE stint, doing kind of comedy bits where he's got a hot dog cart and he's stabbing like a CPR dummy, just weird stuff they had him doing. You need to build that guy back up as a threat. You have him thrash Chris Jericho, and I'm a fan of what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree, and they use their veterans to a degree. And for people wondering, like, Ric Flair release, what are we talking about? He doesn't wrestle. Man is poor health overall, but he can still show up. His namesake, the music, the merchandise. His daughter is also one of the best things going in the company from an in-ring standpoint, so it always led credence there. So it is going to be interesting how this all kind of plays out. But WWE making a lot of releases, just like you see in off-season with sports, but there is no off-season when it comes to a 52-week program in sports entertainment. So it's just really interesting to see some of these moves that they're making, and it seems like a lot of people have talked about Disney or Paramount or some of these other companies that could purchase a WWE, and this is just lays more groundwork for that if you want to get in that speculation. But even if you don't, say Christian runs a business, or you SimFam run a business, you're going to look at things sometimes from a financial standpoint and say, if we cut some of this, while it does make us money, could we make more by trying to, well, this is the bigger issue, right? Like, use the guys that we don't pay as much to get their merch going and make as much money and set up for the future. But again, it's all relative here. It is intercepted. That ball was jumbled around by arguably the best corner in the league, Stephon Gilmore, who has showed up to Patriots camp, but looking for some more money and feels like it's going to get done.
Yeah, huge swing play there. Cole's probably about to take the lead. Instead, the 2019 Defensive Player of the Year makes a 2019 Defensive Play of the Year.
Nice.
Stems the Colts' momentum, and now we get to see if Cam Newton can lead the Patriots to their first lead of the game. Is that correct?
It would be, no, they had the lead after the Edelman one, but.
Oh, okay.
We got some more information coming out today about some of this stuff with, how Texas and Oklahoma are making their way to the SEC in years. So there's a tweet about that if anyone's interested in the financial side of things. Oddly, this, we started with Carson Wentz, an injury that there's not much to continue to go over there. It's just going to be interesting as the next few days develop. But man, oh man, the financial side of things, we were talking a little bit with wrestling, and it's also very much related to sports in general. It's all business, baby. Here at DraftKings, it's a business. We're here to entertain you and have some fun. We all know just what everyone does for work. Everything is business. So, Newton just hit the passing bonus
Very
from our guy Frank Delico. 17-17, 2:39 left. We said, which quarterbacks would you rather have? But how about this, Christian? There's 2:39 left in the game. Wentz, Eason, Mac Jones. Well, obviously Eason, Mac Jones, we don't know. But how about this? Carson Wentz or Cam Newton? Who do you trust in a 2-minute, 39 seconds? You need to go at least another 40 yards. Who do you want in the ball in their hand?
Oh, that's bad. Yeah. Okay, so we're going back to the fast food dollar menu to figure out how to feed a family of 4. Like, I would. Man, Newton was a little bit more stable as a passer, which is like just kind of a statement on how bad Wentz was last season. Wentz, like I said, still has that higher ceiling. He's a little younger. These guys both have injury concerns. And the problem for me last year was that Newton would get into these big spots and just kind of let the team down. You know, he'd make mistakes. He'd put the ball on the turf. You know, he'd make the wrong read. He wouldn't make the throws to the sideline. They both had terrible receiving cores. At this point in time, I would go Cam Newton, but like I'm not thrilled with either option, if we're being completely honest. As Patriots don't turn that turnover into anything, and they're going to get this kickoff before the 2-minute warning, which is an interesting choice. But sure, I mean, I guess they want to get the ball back. They want to end this one in regulation. They have confidence in that defense. Just came up with a huge turnover. That's perfectly okay.
Yep, we shall see. This is very fascinating.
Ozzy stopped just short and not having a great game, but again, into double digits, so a useful play at a limited price. So far, my lineup looking pretty good outside of Paris Campbell, who only has 2 catches so far. So if he could go ahead here and give us like a 72-yard touchdown reception, that would make me feel a whole lot better about things.
Love that. So we'll see 2nd and 2 here. Minute 54, they got out of bounds. Let's see, we get a little high drama here. Here's Phillip Rivers standing, goes again to the back. He does not get the first. 3rd and inches. So this is interesting. We'll see what we get here. So 3rd and inches here. Patriots defense trying to make the stop. Both teams with 3 timeouts remaining. So if there is a stop here, the Patriots can't call a timeout unless it's an incomplete pass. So you see in the zone is Stephon Gilmore. Here's the shotgun snap to Rivers. The blitz is on. He gets the ball out. Not even close. This has become quite... I should have added Phillip Rivers, I guess, to that 2-minute drill because both quarterbacks embarrassing in their first attempts. So we'll see what Cam can do with the ball back here with 1:46.
Yeah. So if you're the Colts, I mean, what are the backup options you're going to try to poach? I feel like they do have some cap space, so that's not really too much of a concern. Let me go to over the cap. Was always like a little bit like, oh, wow, they are not really.
95 yards are going to have to go here to score.
Yeah, but they have like $11 million they can still spend this year. They left a lot of cap space on the table, which is kind of surprising given the where they were. And I was like, oh, they can get a few veterans, push them over the edge. I guess Wentz was a big part of that. But who's out there who's available? They can go get Nick Foles and hope the Foles-Reich reunion brings back some Eagles magic.
Wait, Foles is available?
Well, Foles, they would trade. They'd have to trade.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Foles not on the open market, but like I'm sure the Bears would like
That's
to
a good one.
Contract, and I'm sure they could work something out there. It'd probably be inexpensive to bring over. Probably
6-round trade.
Marcus Mariota, as much as the Raiders say good things about him, probably available for the right price.
I don't think he didn't have that price. I'm guessing.
Jimmy Garoppolo, if the Niners truly are all in on Trey Lance, could be the guy. I mean, who else is out there?
You really just look at obviously Minshew's like the number one, but that's not going to happen. It's just not. I don't think the trade capital's there as we get a 1st and 10 here. 42 seconds. Cam going deep. Almost intercepted. As I just think about non-starting, and you really have to think there has to be a low buy-in quarterback. It has to be somebody that's like a 5th to 6th round pick because they are potentially giving up, no matter what, they're giving up 2 seconds. It could be a 1st and a 2nd for Wentz pending. So
maybe they want to swing a deal with the Dolphins and get Jacoby Brissett back, but
That's something that
Maybe they wait out and see if Brian Hoyer gets cut. But again, not a guy who has worked out well for him. Hoyer's pretty much washed. I don't love that idea. Who else could be out there? They could just wait out the market too and see who gets released on cutdown day and just pull from that bargain bin. There are going to be a few big-ish veteran names out there. A lot of teams aren't even going to keep 3 quarterbacks on their roster and just go a 2-man crew there.
Yeah, we might go right to overtime here. I don't even know if they're going to snap the ball. TP brings up, would they be willing to swing a trade with Buffalo for Trubisky? I just don't see that. Again, it's a good call because it's a starting quarterback. Because Cam's going to give it everything he's got. And that ball is incomplete. So we're going to go straight to overtime here. Y'all know the rules. Whoever gets it first, they score a touchdown, game over. If not, we continue on till we get a dub. Yeah, Trubisky probably also will come with a higher price tag just because. I'm just going to look here, like an article, like best backup quarterbacks, just to see. Mariota's a good one. I just think, again, like the Raiders are going to hold him to a higher value for what we saw in small windows.
Yeah, maybe C.J. Beathard signed that deal with the Jags. So unless the Jags want to keep Beathard and Minshew and Trevor Lawrence, like maybe he's going to be cut loose. Maybe he'll be available.
I'm telling you, and I don't know. Frank Reich obviously has the answers. We're just speculating. If there is another trade as they sign Hundley, but I just think Jacob Eason can do it for them. If again, big if they want to, roll with him to see what this wins. A couple other, I'm seeing a couple names here that have at least starting value that I think somebody could potentially find a little bit of magic in that old corn pipe they found. AJ McCarron is now with the Falcons. Could be somebody, that has some starting. Like I don't see Geno Smith. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you see Geno Smith coming over and being any better of a potential than Jacob Eason at this point. Does Joe Flacco make you excited if you're a fan of the Colts?
Or throwing out the loser of the Teddy and Drew Lock battle, which could be, but I feel like A, that's going to be Drew Lock, and B, I don't think Drew Lock necessarily moves the needle for him. As I see that fantasy question too. Who do I like more for fantasy value? CEH, Antonio Gibson, Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins. I'm going to give you the homer answer because I watched him play in Madison for 3 years, and it was lightning in a bottle. And I think he's developing nicely as a receiving option as well. A lot of static in that Colts backfield, but Jonathan Taylor, too good to ignore. I think he's going to be the top option there. Antonio Gibson's a wild card just because he is so explosive, but he is still transitioning to running back, and he's kind of a man without a position. But when you look at that Washington backfield, you like the amount of carries he's going to get, but you also say, okay, J.D. McKissick is clearly the passing down guy. That's what J.D. McKissick does, so it's going to hurt his PPR value. CEH I think he could have a nice bounce back season, especially with all the improvements that were made along that Chiefs offensive line. So I think CEH might be undervalued right now. I think I might go Taylor, CEH, Gibson, then Dobbins, just because I like Dobbins a lot as well, and he's going to get the value on passing downs. But Gus Edwards is a pretty good running back as well, and we have seen it from John Harbaugh time and time again. There is a Patriots-ish rotation in place in Baltimore, so you never know on any given week who's going to get the most carries, who's going to get the most passing down snaps. So I like that Edwards-Dobbin platoon in a real football situation for sure, but in the fantasy world, it's a little frustrating.
Agreed with most of the things you said there. I like Dobbins a little bit more maybe than you do, but again, it's a good core group there. We're at 92 likes. Let's get that last 8. Let's hit that century mark as we're going to try to see if the Colts can put it away with the field goal here. 5:33 left. Carolyn, TP, Frangelico, CDA, and Rossi with you. I hope you guys are all doing well on this Monday. We can get it going for you. Let's see. So there's Naheem Hines.
Brandon Furlow, you are correct. Goldberg,
that's true. Brandon.
2 fights per year with the WWE, and if we're lucky, they'll just limit those Saudi Arabia shows so no one has to watch them.
I think that was the original plan, to be honest. But don't forget, they also had one of those last year, and they took the title off of Bray Wyatt.
Yeah.
Which,
and then they released Bray Wyatt.
yeah, there's some weird. I don't know. Like again, as a wrestling fan, I just these days these situations do hurt, and it's not because everyone's talented, just like in the NFL, and you hate to see cuts and all that, but in an organization that's based off of entertainment and scripts and opportunities and who can shine, a guy like Bray Wyatt always was a scene stealer, and I just think needed more. In Aleister Black in the same way, you need a storyline for them, or them listen to them, or like sometimes I want to see the talent fail. Call me crazy, and we see it in other programs, in other wrestling companies where like, yeah, that stinks. That's we gave you 3 weeks with it. It's bad news. It stunk. We don't like it, and yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'd rather watch something fail out, or at least give it an ending, even if it fails. Have them get squashed, do something. But again, they've made some very.
There for Burton.
It is. Burton should have hit it right there. Believe. Yep.
103.
Nice. What a day for Burton.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree, and that's one of the nice things about what we've seen in AEW. Like they'll let things play out a little bit, and they're not afraid to tweak them if they think they can be salvaged. See, the Dark Order was a bunch of spooky perverts at first, and then they turned them into this really fun, dynamic group of like goofballs and dorks, and like Dark Order is one of the best things in wrestling right now. On the other side of the coin, like the Nightmare family with Brandy Rhodes was a disaster through and through, and just so like weird and like rudderless. And they're like, you know what? We'll cut it out from here. Awesome Kong can't go anymore. Like she's dealing with back injuries, and we're just gonna drop this, pretend it never happened. Never seen her before, officer. Don't know that one. And you know what? It was a good idea. It was a good call.
Yeah, I agree. You gotta be ahead of the curve, like all the best. Like even in sports, you want to cut the people prior, just like a storyline before it gets real bad. But yeah, some interesting stuff. And again, don't forget the reason we talk about this stuff as well, not just because we're both fans. It's also because WWE is the official partner with DraftKings. You're gonna have a free pool for SummerSlam, which is on Saturday night, August 21st. That's a huge catch down to the 15. Do they kick the field goal and go for the dub here?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a couple carries here, so it could be good news for Marlon Mack owners or Nyheim Hines owners, but we'll get a real conservative offense and then possibly a third down field goal attempt. And as I say that, they come out empty backfield. Yeah, why wouldn't you throw Phillip Rivers do a passing down when he is known for doing exactly that? I was just going to say,
Lord,
he takes way too many sacks, and now you're looking at a 40-yard field goal attempt for Rodrigo Blankenship. Should still be makeable, especially in a dome, but he is not inside the circle of trust, Rossi. He is a rookie kicker.
No, but I still respect the spec, so I think he'll hit it no matter what. And at least maybe that's just me being biased. But run the ball. Get those yards back. Don't do anything foolish. Oh, Lord, no. Oh, makes a catch.
And gains
1 yard.
Doyle for 1 yard, so bad news for the Blankenship owners. Now it's a 39-yard field goal instead of a 4.40-yarder.
Just run the ball. Shout out to Trent. I don't know. Some of y'all are trying to get me. I'm just going to use first names. I'm not getting fooled here today. I'm sharp, baby. These glasses keep me on the know. All right, Phillip Rivers is going to throw it again. What are we doing? Do not get sacked. He's going deep. He's going to throw it out of bounds. Christian, what has happened?
Good. You know what? It worked out for him. The Colts, barring a surprise miss, are going to win this game at home.
So they'll probably try to freeze him. So why don't you give us your player of the game and not my kid, just to be safe?
Yeah. No, you know what? I feel like there's only one correct answer here, and it's the guy who put up 35 points in the flex. The author of the Philly special, throwing that Super Bowl touchdown to Nick Foles, future Colt Nick Foles. And that is Trey Burton, 35 plus. Hit the bonus, 9 catches, 2 touchdowns. Gotta have him in your lineup if you want to cash today. 53 points in the captain spot. So better than Edelman, better than Cam Newton. And yes, that will do it. This game is over. Let's talk about that babysitter Billy, however, as there are a few candidates here. Ozzy eventually came through. James White just didn't provide a ton of value. Nyheim Hines, though, more than half owned out there, only about 10 points for him. So an expensive roster. You needed at 9K to put him in there. He only gave you about 10 points. It wasn't a bad day. It just wasn't a good enough day. So in the end, Naeem Hines gets that Babysitter Billy, not my kid award for today.
Appreciate the free throwing out the great energy in the commentary as we end overtime. Subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Follow along Christian's misadventures over on @Train Island on the social medias. I am at Jason D. Rossi. Check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, a podcast I do with the aforementioned Babysitter Billy. For TP, Tara Lynn, Frangelico. We appreciate y'all being here with us. Did we hit that century mark? Oh, we did. Thank you so much for giving that like, baby. We appreciate it so much. Christian, always a pleasure, my man. You're back tomorrow in the 4 p.m.er with Adam Kaufman.
Yeah, I might even have 2 tomorrow. I gotta double check the schedule.
We'll figure it all out. Yeah. It was a weird weekend.
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back Wednesday. And then more friends coming to town. So I'll be taking a few days off to enjoy all the wonders of Wisconsin, including a Madison Mallards game from the all-you-can-eat, all-you-can-drink duck blind. I'm sure I'll be live tweeting my quest to put down 10 hot dogs. I think I can do it, but I gotta work out this week, Rossi, just to get that metabolism up. I was
just gonna say, get some cardio in.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, we'll look forward to seeing that again at Train Island. It's postroute.substack.com. Subscribe. 2 p.m. I'll be joined by Kenny Ducey, getting the free roll that is in there for the AFC North showdown between the Bungles and the Steelers. And we'll talk a little bit about, is the AFC North sneaky good? We'll find out. But here is the replay of the sweat for Christian. I'm Rossi. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Drink some water. Say nice things. It's free to be a nice person. Bye-bye.
Welcome into the DraftKings Dream Stream. You are watching The Sweat, our daily show, weekdays starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm your host today, Brendan Glasheen. We'll get to those Week 1 salaries in the NFL. We know you're all waiting and trying to figure out what the heck to do with your lineups in Week 1. We'll also talk some basketball. USA taking on Spain. Kenny Ducey will weigh in, but we're going to start baseball today. So we're going to welcome in Matt Meiselman and Stan Sun from DraftKings, RotoWire's Paul Bruno. Gentlemen, good morning. 7-game slate in baseball today. So we'll start with MLB Price Check, our favorite plays from the guys with the following price ranges for tonight's main slate. Matt, we'll start with you. Pitchers over 8K. Who do you like tonight?
I think I'll leave the more popular guys to everyone else. So there's Andrew Heaney, who's making his first start with the Yankees. And I do like Tyler McGill. So my problem with Heaney is just I think he'll be very, very chalky for tournaments. McGill to a lesser extent, but I do like the spot for him against the Marlins. The guy I'm most interested in is a pitcher who I definitely think is bad in Taylor Widener. The reason I like him is because he's facing the Giants, who I'm pretty sure will be the highest owned offense tonight by a significant margin. So Widener can get some strikeouts. He also walks a bunch of guys. He's very homer prone. This can go very badly for him. But if you play him and he's good and you don't have the Giants in your lineup and you're doing that for tournaments, obviously not for cash games, this would not be the cash option whatsoever. But the leverage for him is just very strong. So Widener just gets you a leg up on the field to such a significant extent that even though I expect him to be probably below average tonight, if he is good, I think you just get a huge advantage from it. So that's kind of where I'm looking, but I don't think there's anything wrong with Heaney or Tyler McGill.
Okay, Stan, is your pitcher over 8K a more high-profile name?
It is. I'm going up top. I really do like what Matt was saying. I think the leverage that you get is going to be tremendous with Widener. San Francisco, they're first in strikeouts against right-handed pitching, so I really do like that call. I like both McGill and DeSclafani. They're 96, 9,300, so the numbers are very similar. FIP, almost identical. Swinging strike rate is almost identical. McGill has a higher K per 9 and a walk rate, but the matchups are very similar here. Miami's 8th in strikeouts against righties. Arizona's 12th. They're both way at the bottom in ISO, so 20th and 29th in ISO respectively. I'm going to take the $300 discount with DeSclafani though. I think the ownership's going to be lower than McGill, especially since he's coming off a negative 0.8 DK fantasy point outing against the Dodgers. He did face Arizona early in July. I think that was like 4 or 5 starts ago. He went 8 and 2/3 innings, struck out 7, allowed 2 runs, and that was good for 28.7 DK fantasy points. So that's my guy tonight.
Okay, Paul, who do you like? Pitcher over 8K tonight.
For me, it's got to be one of the guys at the top of the board. And for instance, in his 7 games in the majors, the only thing Tyler McGill, who's priced at the top of the board, $9,600, has lacked is run support. And that's why he's only 1-0 despite a 2.04 ERA and a 110 WHIP and 39 strikeouts against only 11 walks. That's all in 35 innings. Those are all outstanding numbers. And tonight he gets the struggling Mets, who are on a 4-game loser and that were held only 4 runs over a 3-game sweep by the Yankees on the weekend. However, my pick is Anthony DeSclafani. He's next up at $9,300, in part because he faces the D-backs, the worst team in the major leagues. However, he's pitched very well when you consider his 2.64 ERA, a sparkling 90.93 WHIP, and 59 strikeouts against only 12 walks in his last 61 innings. That's covering his last 10 starts. The rest of the guys on this in this range are priced lower, but come with question marks for me. So it's got to be one of the top 2.
All right, let's move to the bats. Looking at hitters over 5K. Stan, we'll start with you. Just looking at guys over 6K on the slate tonight. I see Bryce Harper, Juan Soto, but are you into someone in that 5K range?
Yeah, give me Joey Gallo, 5,400. It's going to be his first time visiting Yankee Stadium with a short porch. More importantly, though, he gets to face off against Jorge Lopez. Strikeout rate is only 20.9% against lefties, and he's allowed 1.6 home runs per 9. Gallo does strike out a lot, over 30% against righties, but the ISO is a whopping 260. And then once Lopez is out of the game, the Baltimore bullpen has the 10th highest FIP. So yeah, give me Gallo here.
Matt, who do you like?
I like Gallo too, and I actually just generally like this whole price range because with the way pitching is set up, I feel like most people are spending around 17, 18, maybe 19K at pitcher. And the popular offenses are just likely going to be the cheaper ones. Maybe not super cheap, but like the Giants are all priced around 3,500 to 5,000. I think just most of the chalk ends up being in that price range. If there is a popular player above 5K, I think it might be Gallo. But I think Harper's a good play. I think Soto's a good play. The player I'm probably most interested in, though, is Trey Mancini. And I think it's specifically the leverage you get against Andrew Heaney, who should be the most popular pitcher tonight. And Mancini, with the platoon advantage, is just a really good hitter. Yankee Stadium, not really a park upgrade because Baltimore's a good place to hit too. But I just think Mancini's in a good spot, and he just won't have ownership because of the pitcher he's going against.
Okay, he's 5,200 tonight. Paul Bruno, who do you like? Hitter over 5K.
I'll give you 2 because I tend to look at who are the power hitters that are hitting for average as well of late. And the 2 guys that fit that profile are Brandon Lowe. He's priced at $5,700 a guy. I'm looking at, might be surprised to the other guys based on his 224 batting average on the year. But I find him compelling because he's on that streak in the last 10 games where he's hit a 306 batting average, 405 OBP, along with 6 extra base knocks. I'll take the hot power hitter every time in this slot, like I was saying. And he'll also enjoy the platoon advantage over Rays starter Michael Wacha. He's given up 9 home runs and 21 earned runs and only 38 innings pitched. See what I mean about struggling starters? My first answer, I guess, is the name of the game there. The next best option for me is Mets Jeff McNeil, not a noted power hitter, but he's on a very good streak of late. Again, based on that streak, hitting 359, 390 on base, and 7 extra base knocks, including 3 of his 6 homers on the year in those last 10 games played.
Okay, we need some value because there are only 7 games on this slate tonight. Stan, we'll start with you. Give me a value bat on this slate.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same tip as Matt here. Against Heaney, I like Austin Hayes a lot, 2,600. Like you said, like Matt was saying, you get the leverage, but he's batting second in the lineup. Heaney is tough against righties as the strikeout rate is 31.4%, but I mean, he's susceptible to the long ball. He's given up 2.3 home runs per 9. So, Hayes only strikes out 13.1% against lefties, and he has a 0.206 ISO against them. So he's just too cheap for the upside. The place in the light is ideal, and like Matt said, you get leverage.
Paul?
I like Anthony Rizzo, priced at $4,800. He joined the Yankees recently and has continued a red-hot hitting streak of his own. He's got 5 homers in his last 10 games, part of a 13 for 35 stretch overall. That translates to an OPS of 1.3, which is very high. He and his mates have a very favorable matchup tonight against the O's Jorge Lopez, who's been throwing up beach balls, if you consider 67 hits allowed in only 45 innings pitched, as part of a lousy 7.2 ERA in his 45 innings over the last 10 starts. That looks like batting practice numbers to me, so I'm all over that one. Or how about Randy Arozarena at $4,700? 4 homers and 14 hits as part of his 1.06 OPS in the last 10 starts. He will be more challenged than Rizzo because he faces Chris Flexen, who has some idea where the plate is, I guess, when you compare the two head-to-head. There may be other guys who hit well of late and get favorable matchups tonight, but I think these are the only 2 hot power hitters who get the kind of matchup that points to a continuation of their recent run of success for me.
Matt, best value bat on the slate in your eyes?
So I think it might be Austin Hayes for me too, but there are a few, so I'll go with someone else there. I do just want to quickly pay lip service to the Giants, because if it's cash games, like those are the most underpriced players, even though I do like Taylor Widener. That's just a GPP leverage move. The Giants guys, in particular, Lamont Wade at 3,500, like if in cash games, I think that is the guy to go with. But for tournaments, I actually like the Arizona offense. They did just trade Eduardo Escobar, but Ketel Marte is back from the IL, and he is probably their best hitter. So it's a little bit better of a lineup than what they've had recently. Cole Calhoun's priced at 3,100, Carson Kelly 2,600. And again, this should be a low-owned spot because DeSclafani, I think, is a fine pitcher who will be popular tonight just because of the matchup. But generally speaking, he's not great. I mean, there really isn't a great pitcher to pick tonight. So he may just be popular because he's better than kind of this mess of average arms that are out there. But I still think Arizona has upside. Calhoun is a pretty solid hitter. Marte's a solid hitter. So I'm looking at those two in addition to the guys on Baltimore.
Terrific. Let's switch gears now to the DK Sportsbook. Once again, 7 games tonight in Major League Baseball. Paul, we'll begin with you. Your favorite bet tonight on the DraftKings Sportsbook?
I'll give you a couple on one team and one player. I'm looking at the alternate run line in the Yanks versus O's matchup tonight because the line is not favorable. Just look at the over-under payoff at 9.5 runs. I think the Bombers are going to account for much of that total all by themselves. So I'm advocating a bet on the alternate total runs for at least a total of 12 for a payoff of at least plus 185. Couple that with a player prop in the same game, taking either Aaron Judge at plus 235 or Anthony Rizzo at plus 320 to go yard. I remember the batting practice totals that Jorge Lopez has been serving up late. I talked about them earlier. They're a mess.
Stan, favorite bet tonight on the Sportsbook?
Yeah, under 7 runs. The Mets and the Marlins, both offenses, are kind of inept, near the bottom in ISO against right-handed pitching. Both pitchers aren't bad either. Alcantara, he hasn't allowed more than 3 earned runs in each of the last 4 starts, with 2 of those games against the Dodgers and Braves. We kind of went over McGill. I mean, he's only allowed 1 or fewer earned runs in each of the last 5 starts. So, yeah, I like the under a lot in this one.
And Matt, favorite bet tonight in baseball?
It's more of a trend. I think a lot of the bigger underdogs are just dealing with lines that are too excessive. So the Orioles aren't really one of them. I do kind of agree the Yankees should be able to dominate in this game, even if Heaney does give up a couple homers. But I'm looking specifically at Cleveland in the afternoon game with a line that's at plus 220, Pittsburgh, Seattle, and then the D-backs who I've been mentioning for the last couple of questions. Like, I think all these teams, maybe the line should be plus 150 or lower. And you just have some really big money lines where the team that's favored is a solid team, but maybe an overrated and more recently overachieving team. Like, I don't think the Giants are as good as their record. I don't think the Rays are as good as their record. The Brewers, without Christian Yelich in the lineup, probably aren't as good as their record, at least right now until they get him back. So I just think some of these teams that are big favorites are a little bit overvalued.
All right, great. Thank you very much to Paul. Matt and Stan are sticking around. We will start to crunch some of those salaries in the National Football League. Week 1 salaries are out on DraftKings. We're talking about those salaries coming up next here on The Sweat. Welcome back to the Sweat. We are diving into the NFL. Week 1 salaries have been released on DraftKings. Matt Meiselman, Stan's son, they're sticking around. Jeff Ulrich joins the party. Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good
You
to
ready
see
to talk
you.
some salaries? These guys are ready to go. They've already talked some baseball this morning.
Well, I guess I better catch up then. Let's get right into it.
Sure. You know what? You're going to go first, and we're going to talk Christian McCaffrey. He's the most expensive player in week 1. Oh, this is NFL Price Check, by the way, part 1. We have a 2-parter today on the Sweat. $9,500 for McCaffrey. Are you surprised he starts there after missing most of last year with an injury?
I mean, yeah, maybe a little bit, just from the perspective of Dalvin Cook is playing the Cincinnati Bengals, and it's a really terrific matchup. And, you could make the argument Dalvin Cook was the one who was healthy last year. He was, the highest, producing running back in the league, not Christian McCaffrey. He should be, the highest priced player on DraftKings for week 1 in a soft matchup. But look, Christian McCaffrey in 3 games last year under Matt Rule, he scored 2 touchdowns in all 3 of the games. He touched the ball, over 25 times in the 2 games that he started and finished. I mean, this guy is still, 2 years ago, he was the number 1 player by a wide margin. So it's not like an overly huge shock or anything, but I would have probably kind of expected them to be switched. At the very least, these 2 should definitely be the top 2 players. There should be a gulf in between them, and there is between them and Derrick Henry. So slight surprise that Cook is not higher priced than McCaffrey, but not a huge one.
Matt, how surprising is this? Keep in mind, McCaffrey does draw the Jets week 1.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what the matchup quality versus the Jets is. Like, one thing to keep in mind is that the NFL season is only 16 games, and the sample size there is just not that large. So if we go by last season's defensive metrics, it just may not be the same this year, and teams change. There's a lot of rookies that teams have drafted that are going to contribute to various defenses. So we don't really know how good any defense is, particularly against run or the pass. We have our hunches, and we can go by last year, and we go by just all these different things, but it's just, there's a lot more randomness than maybe most people would give it credit for. But I do agree with Jeff, like McCaffrey should be priced up there. Maybe it should be Cook instead, but it's clear those guys are 1 and 2. So I'm not surprised to see McCaffrey in this range, maybe a little bit surprised to see him ahead of Cook, but it's close, right? Like, even if this pricing is a little off, it's definitely close to what it should be.
Stan, CMC, 9,500. Are you surprised?
No, not at all. He missed games last year, but he's had plenty of time to heal up. The injuries, high ankle sprain, shoulder, thigh. It's not like he tore his ACL or Achilles and is recovering from surgery. Prior to last season, he played all 16 games, over 200 carries and 100 receptions in each of those seasons. So, he's basically 2 players in 1. You're getting a top running back and a top receiver. And, as Matt was kind of alluding to, defensive matchups and things of that nature. Especially in week 1, it's very hard to figure it out. Robert Saleh should improve that defense, but you just never know. So it's all about volume and touches and things like that. So he's a proven stud. So yeah, it's not surprising to me at all.
So you mentioned Dalvin Cook. Both of you, a couple of you, I should say, mentioned Dalvin Cook. So he's next behind McCaffrey. Then you got Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara. Maybe your guy is McCaffrey, Matt, but who is the highest priced player on this slate that you're most likely to play in week 1?
So I wouldn't be outright fading any of these top tier running backs. I would say the most expensive player that I want to prioritize is probably more in the wide receiver category. Just because I think like the way most people will set up their lineups will be expensive running backs with some cheaper receivers, maybe cheap tight ends. So I'm just more interested in the expensive wide receivers. So Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, like I think those guys will just be less popular than McCaffrey and Cook are. And Hill could be in a game that turns into a shootout. I think the Browns-Chiefs game is the highest total for the week. If not, it's very close to it. So I think just expensive receivers over expensive running backs. It could be, I think there are a lot of good choices at the high end of the receiver range. Calvin Ridley is in a good spot, Justin Jefferson. So you can really, I don't think you can go wrong with any of these players, but I do think that if you play 2 expensive running backs and a bunch of cheap wide receivers, that's just going to be a strategy that a lot of other people are doing.
And you are correct. 52.5 is the number for Cleveland and Kansas City week 1. Stan, how about you? Highest priced player that you are most likely to play week 1?
It's tough, right? Just because there's so much up in the air right now, so many things can happen. So I guess assuming that nothing changes, from now until then, um, some initial builds that I went through. I mean, Kelsey is at 8,300. He's my highest priced guy right now. I see some really good options down at running back. There's one stack in particular that I really like, which is the Atlanta Philly game. So fitting in all those pieces, like it just kind of worked out that way. KC, they were fifth in passing percentage, 62.57% last season. Cleveland, like you guys already talked about it, that total is one of the highest on the slate. Cleveland, they have been historically bad against defending the tight end, and they allowed the third most fantasy points to the position last season. So yeah, as of right now, just my initial build right now, it has Kelsey as the highest percentage guy there.
Okay, Jeff, you're the stud that you're looking to play week 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, for me, these guys, I'm kind of on the same page here. For me, I'm kind of just oscillating between two players. It's either going to be Tyreek Hill or Calvin Ridley. I think I'd lean Ridley right now. I mean, this dude is in for just a massive target share this year. I mean, Julio Jones giving up 150 targets when he leaves. And then week 1, they get the Eagles, which, I mean, I think their secondary is going to be terrible again this year. Certainly weren't good at covering the wide receiver position last season or the last couple of years, maybe even. And then you have Atlanta at home in the Dome. Again, Calvin Ridley is a player. We've seen him get banged up, but at the start of the year, nice and fresh. I mean, I think this is just a matchup that you have to take a piece of at under 8K. I think Tyreek Hill and Ridley a little bit underpriced. I think I'd rather play both of them over Devontae Adams. So one of those two higher priced wide receivers is a guy like week 1 I'll be wanting a piece of for sure.
Okay, Stan, we'll start with you on this one. Highest price player that you're looking to maybe fade week 1 based on what we're looking at here for salaries.
This is tough. I'm going with Derrick Henry, 8,800. It can go spectacularly wrong. The thing is we know that he doesn't catch passes, and there is a chance that he gets game scripted out of this game. Arizona, they were 14th against the run last season, but it's about the Titans pass D. They were 30th, and they may be worse this year. So, currently DK Sportsbook had the Titans favored by 2.5 points with the over-under at 51. Points are likely going to be scored in this one. Much of it could be through the air. If the Cardinals get up by a couple scores, they might just go to AJ Brown and Julio Jones. So, last year there were 6 games in which Henry did not rush for at least 100 yards. There were also 6 games he didn't score a TD. So, his highest reception number was only 3. I mean, he can go bonkers. It's Derrick Henry. But, I think the floor is just a little too low for this price tag.
Who are you fading, Jeff, as far as high-priced player?
Yeah, I really don't think Derrick Henry is a poor call either. Derrick Henry is also the type of player who tends to get stronger as the season goes on, right? As people get tireder. But I think for me, I'll stick at running back, but it's going to be Jonathan Taylor. Again, we know what's going on with Carson Wentz. I'm not sure I really like this spot to begin with. The Seattle Seahawks, for all their troubles on defense last year, they really did have a good rush defense. They were top 6 in terms of rush yards allowed per game. So really not allowing much in that facet anyways. And then you got the fact that it looks like we're probably going to get Jacob Eason or maybe even Brett Hundley starting week 1 for the Indianapolis Colts under center. This is just a situation where Seattle's going to say, okay, we're stacking the box. Jonathan Taylor isn't beating us today. You can let your quarterback do the job here. I just don't like the spot at all. Now, maybe it'll lead to Taylor being like 1% owned. That's fine, but it's just not a spot that I'm interested in at all.
Matt, the price player you are going to fade in week 1 is who?
I think Henry and Taylor are both good calls. I probably would have said Henry, but honestly, every time I go that route, it burns me just so badly every time. I feel like it's just really hard if you don't play Henry, and he has games where he scores 40 or 50 fantasy points a couple times a year. So that's always pretty terrifying. But I think Taylor's a good call. And just in that same game, I think Russell Wilson will be hurt by the fact that Carson Wentz isn't there. So the game probably just gets slower if Jacob Eason or Brett Hundley is the quarterback. You get a lot more handing off. You just have a slower game with more running plays. And then it's more likely that Seattle has a lead in the second half. The Colts defense is good. So I just don't see a ton of upside for Russell Wilson in a game where it could just be more of a run-oriented game. And there are just quarterbacks around him that have tons of upside. There are cheaper ones that may just be better plays outright. That isn't to say that Wilson doesn't have upside himself. It's just this is a slate where we have all of the good quarterbacks playing. There aren't really, there's no bye weeks. We have most of the good ones on the main slate. So I just think there are better options. And unless Wilson is going to be totally unowned, I just think he's the one who it makes sense to just look away from.
Looking down the list, you'll find Najee Harris, the rookie running back Steelers. Not only is the highest priced rookie on the board at 6,300, he's the most expensive Steeler in week one. Their matchup is Buffalo. Jeff, does this make sense for Harris, 6,300?
I mean, at this point in the NFL season, we're not even in the season. At this point in the NFL news cycle and preseason, it really doesn't make sense. You just look at it from a perspective of you've got, RB1s, like guys who are locked into solid roles we know are going to exist. Chris Carson, 5,900, Antonio Gibson, Joe Mixon, all these guys are cheaper than Najee Harris. Now, if Najee Harris takes all the preseason first team snaps, and he's locked into that role, we don't see Benny Snell come out in the first series at all in preseason, then this salary is going to make a lot more sense come the start of September. But for right now, it really doesn't make sense. We're giving him, we're just basically handing him a locked in 20+ touch role, which I don't think we can do with the rookie. And I don't think it's really smart. The matchup, it's actually not that bad. Buffalo's rush defense, definitely not as good as people think. But I think for right now, this salary doesn't really make sense from the perspective of there's too many other players underneath him whose roles we know. And right now, we just don't know the role with Najee Harris, excuse me. That's probably going to change in a month. But for right now, no, this doesn't really make sense to me.
Matt, what do you think?
I think that's fair. So if we just assume that he does get the starter's job, which I think will be more relevant, right? Because if he doesn't, then the salary will just seem crazy and no one will really want to play him. But if Harris is the starter heading into week one, I think it makes sense just in the sense that running backs are good right away in the NFL. And we don't really have to worry that he's going to need to learn the position to any significant extent. But like Kyle Pitts at tight end, maybe his role is more solid, but tight ends usually just take much longer to figure out the game. And the aging curve on tight ends is much sharper, where we rarely ever see a good rookie tight end. And then by year 2 or 3 or 4, they get much better. Running backs basically hit their prime in week 6 of their rookie year, and they're good right off the bat. We see this all the time where rookie running backs are just really, really strong fantasy producers immediately from their first game in the NFL. So if Harris is the starter, then yeah, his salary is probably in the right area. I think it makes sense that the Steelers receivers are cheaper too, because Roethlisberger just spreads the ball around. They have so many different options. But yeah, if there's any uncertainty as far as who the starter is, Harris will be overpriced. But if not, then yeah, sure, I think the salary is fine.
Stan, again, he's the highest priced Steeler, never mind the highest priced rookie. Does this make sense, or is this a head scratcher?
No, I think to me it does make sense. Jeff, did bring up some good points. There is some uncertainty, and there's definitely other guys around him at cheaper prices that are more viable, and there's less uncertainty there. With that said, they drafted this guy in the first round. All indications point to that he's going to be the bell cow. He's going to be on the, probably get goal line. He's going to be in between the 20s. He's a good pass catcher, and I think he's going to get the volume and the touches. There's uncertainty for sure, but I just don't see how any of those other guys on the depth chart are going to be nothing more than, change of pace guys or to give them breathers. Last season, in terms of the matchup, the Bills, they're probably going to put up points here. And so, the Steelers are going to be, chasing points. In terms of receptions to running backs, the Bills they allowed 80. That was good for 14th in the NFL. So I think, he's going to get, dump down, check down passes. The Steelers like to run a little screen game as well. There's, touchdown equity if they get into the red zone. Yeah, I just think that he's just going to be the guy. So at 60, what is he, at 6,300?
Yep.
I think the price is a good one. But, the other two guys, they did make a point. There is still uncertainty. So, we haven't seen it. So, there is a little risk. I'm just, I guess, speculating, that he's going to be the guy. So I think it's a fine price to me.
So that's arguably a surprise. It's week one salary reveal. Matt, anything else? What else would you call a big surprise as far as salaries go for some of these players?
I'm not sure if there are any, honestly. I think the team that put this together did a pretty good job, especially with the news that we had to deal with, with Carson Wentz basically got injured the day the prices came out. I think it was 20 minutes after salaries dropped where the Wentz injury happened. So that was a little tough. Yeah, on the DraftKings side, but I really don't see anything egregious. So I think that's good, right? Like that'll, but I'm sure that'll change a month from now. We're gonna have some injury that impacts the slate in some major way. Some running back is going to go down in preseason. As sad as that always is, like there's just too many running backs playing, and it's too for all the lower body injuries that happen. So I'm sure if we're talking in a couple of weeks, it'll look scarier. You know, we say like this guy's 4K, you have to have him and you can't fade him. But as of now, I think there's just nothing that stands out as really crazy.
All right, that's the corporate answer. Stan, do you want to put anyone on blast for the salary for a certain player?
Yeah, Kyle Pitts, man, he just
You don't
stood
have
out
to.
to me right away. $4,400. I mean, that's just, yeah, it's just way too cheap for me. You know, that game, the environment should be a good one. It's one of the highest totals on the slate. He's going to be the second leading receiver. And I know historically tight ends have had a difficult time transitioning to the NFL, but I don't think he's going to necessarily, like, they're going to split him out. Like, already in preseason, they're putting him in all over the formation. He's essentially a wide receiver. I don't really consider him a tight end. I think he's going to get a ton of targets. You know, if he gets 10 targets, like, I wouldn't be surprised here. Philly, I mean, they were bottom 10 in defending the tight ends last year. So for me, the price is just way too cheap for the amount of volume and targets that he's likely going to get in this game.
Jeff, a surprise for you on this salary reveal?
Yeah, look, let's get into some constructive criticism here. Let's not let these salary makers off the hook. There's a couple guys I got issues with. Chase Edmonds, 4,600. What are we scared of here? James Conner coming in. He's already banged up. This is way too cheap for Chase Edmonds. A good matchup against Tennessee, too. A decent matchup. Tennessee's rush defense certainly better than their passing defense, but Chase Edmonds, we know, is the PPR back. Even if he only takes 60% of the snaps, he's going to be involved in a higher paced offense. I think that's just too cheap. And then the other guy that sticks out, T. Higgins. And T. Higgins' last 4 games with Joe Burrow, their last 4 complete games together, the worst game he had was 5 for 71. I think 4,700 is too cheap in a decent matchup against a weaker Minnesota secondary. So those are 2 guys that really stuck out. And I do like the Pitts call there by Stan. Definitely looking too cheap. That matchup against Philly, it's just going to be too good to ignore Kyle Pitts.
Good stuff. I hope people are watching and listening so they can take notes. Good stuff, though, guys. Great stuff. Kenny Ducey is going to join us next and talk some basketball. Olympic quarterfinals coming up between Team USA and Spain. We will talk some NFL later on the show, but first we're talking hoops next. All right, welcome back to the Sweat. We're taking a little NFL breather, switching gears to NBA Showdown. That's where you'll find Olympic basketball available to you on DraftKings. We have a matchup. Technically, it's tomorrow, but it's middle of the night, 12:40 a.m. Eastern. Team USA and Spain in the Olympic men's basketball quarterfinals. Kenny Ducey is here. Hi, Kenny.
Hi, Brendan. How you doing?
I'm great. You're all yourself, so the floor is yours. Let's talk about this showdown. USA onto the knockout round in this Olympic basketball tournament. It gets tough. Spain is the opposition. Who is your captain for this matchup? Spain, USA.
So look, I think there's a lot of value here in this showdown. So I'll just say that. And I think that with that, you can pay up at captain. And now I'm very surprised that Kevin Durant is only 14.4K to own in the captain spot. That's the third most expensive play. Rubio and Damian Lillard are ahead of him. I would eat this up. I would take Kevin Durant, put him in my captain spot. We saw in that last game, which ended up being very close, that he is the questioned leader of USA men's basketball against Czech Republic. It was pretty close for 3 quarters, and then, obviously they ran away with it. This is a situation where, I think you're probably not getting the true price on Kevin Durant because, against Israel or, against Iran, rather, they didn't really have to play him many minutes. They didn't have to use him as much. But the usage in the France game and in the last game were very, very high. So I think Kevin Durant is a solid play once again. He just didn't shoot quite that well in the France game, shot much better over the weekend. So I think that he is going to be my captain. And I know he's going to be popular coming off a historic game, but I think it's definitely worth it.
So if Durant's your captain, who makes the most sense to then stack with him in your lineup?
I'm stacking Chris Middleton with him. I don't know why he's only $3,600. I think what we're getting here is we're getting that first game against France baked in, where he had under 5 fantasy points, played 6 minutes. He was coming off the NBA Finals, obviously wasn't going to get run into the ground. His minutes have increased since then with every game. 16 against Iran, 23 against the Czech Republic, and we saw him do his job, hit a few jump shots, fill up the stat sheet, scored 8 points, 20 fantasy points. This is one of many great value plays I like on this slate because I think, again, we're starting to see who the USA wants to rely on in these games that end up being close. I think that they're sort of out of patience with Jason Tatum. I think that Chris Middleton's a guy that's going to take his spot, and I think that he's going to end up running with most of the starters and playing a lot of the minutes, especially in crunch time. With a tight spread here, probably the USA's biggest test against Spain, I do think that he'll play a good complement of minutes, and at $3,600, you just can't pass him up here, and it kind of neutralizes some of the costs of Kevin Durant in the captain spot.
So I'm following your lead. If this was the plan, $8K is the average remaining salary for a player. We got to get some Spain players in there. So who's a player from Spain you're looking to have in there?
Yeah, so if you're looking to get a little bougie, I think there's no question that you want to pay up for Ricky Rubio. $10,000. He is, as I said with Kevin Durant, is the unquestioned leader of Team USA. He's the unquestioned leader of Team Spain. 38 fantasy points per game in this tournament. He had 37 last game, and that was with only one of his 8 3-point attempts going down. So if Ricky Rubio shoots the ball a little bit better here, I do think that he's going to maybe even lead all fantasy players in this game. So I think that if you can afford it, I would want to put Ricky Rubio in there. Of course, Drew Holiday is a very good defender, so we're not really sure, what's going to happen there. Damian Lillard, okay on defense as well. But look, I'm looking down in the bargain bin for 2 other guys in Spain that I really like. Sergio Rodriguez is a legend in international play. $2,600. He's cheap, and he's only hit 2 of 12 threes, and he still managed to play close to 20 minutes and score a decent amount of fantasy points per game for you. I think that, we scream shooting variance all the time in NBA DFS. He could easily get back hot from 3, start to have his first good game of the tournament, really shooting the ball. And at $2,600, all you're really looking for is like him to hit a couple because he can contribute in the assist column. So I like him. And Pau Gasol at $4,000. He's played 15 minutes a game. He has not gone under 17 fantasy points. I know that the salaries, the way they work out, you're probably looking for him to maybe go over 17 fantasy points, but we've talked about all tournament long. The USA is weak down low. They have a weakness in the front court. You can target the big men against the US. We've seen plenty of them go off. We saw Andre Balvin for Czech Republic last game. We saw Haddadi with Iran. And Rudy Gobert. I think that this is another big man that could go off against Team USA. I like Pau Gasol.
Kenny, let's go to the sports book before we let you go on the NBA Olympics front. Team USA, 12.5-point favorites, minus 800 on the money line. Neither of those are great lines, unless you want to back Spain here. But if you're backing Team USA, how are you approaching this game from a sports betting perspective?
Well, I can give you a player prop. There's a player prop I really like on Team USA's side. And I don't know if it's really what the producers were looking for with the question, but I like Jason Tatum under 14.5 points. Why? Because he's a very bad international basketball player, Glass. It just hasn't worked out for him. You look at the 2019 FIBA World Cup, he scored a combined 21 points in 2 games. He played 24 minutes against France, scored just 9 points there, 1 of 5 from 3. He did have a good game. He scored 27 points against the Czech Republic, after scoring 14 against Iran. I think that people will see that. They go, okay, oh, Jason Tatum getting hot. Let's buy in. I'm selling high on Tatum. Just don't think that his game really fits in FIBA, and I don't think he's a guy that I'm going to be targeting in DFS, or I'm going to be looking to short his stock at the sports book. And on the other side of things, at DraftKings, if they do end up posting a player prop on Chris Middleton, because I didn't think I saw it, I would take the over on Chris Middleton points as a way to counteract that. Maybe Zach LaVine over 9.5 as well. I just think that he's going to lose some of his playing time. Jason Tatum, I think he's probably going to shoot himself off the court here. And I would look to target some of those USA wings.
What'd you say about LaVine? Did you say over or under?
I'll take the over 9.5 on Zach LaVine.
Okay, that's at -135. Tatum's at -115. And you're right, nothing there on Middleton. It's a good call. Middleton's getting the minutes. I like it.
As we like to say in the business.
Okay, Kenny, thanks a lot for your perspective.
Yep.
Okay. Kenny, I'll see you later on. Madden, 6 o'clock.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, good to see you. We are going to actually, you're coming back, actually, so stay here.
That's right. I'll be here.
Kenny, don't leave. Talk to you in a second. We're going to go back to the NFL. Week 1 salaries are out on DraftKings. We will go into NFL Price Check Part 2 on the Sweat when we come back.
alive. It's almost 2 p.m. Eastern or wherever you may be. Happy to be alive. Happy to be here with you. There's Kenny going under the desk, finding things. Dog might be getting wild. Who knows? Hope he had a good weekend. Kenny, more important than anything, the first thing we need to know, great job on the sweat earlier. Nice job.
Thank you.
There's a compliment. It's not a compliment sandwich either. How'd you do on the links this weekend? I was thinking about you on Saturday.
Played well. Was happy with everything. Well, not everything, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I definitely left some shots out there. Shot an 83. Was happy with that. But at the same time, could have been a lot better. Missed 18, drove the green on a par 4, and then had a makeable eagle putt, and just got in my own head and pushed it, and tried it again, and had the right line. So it was really, really frustrating. I just made it the next time. So
did you beat?
I could have made it.
Did you beat your buddies?
I did. Yeah. Well, I had the lowest score, but we did a little team competition, and I lost that one because it was me and the worst of my friends, and he was really bad. And my friend was like, yeah, normally the worst guy has a couple holes that he plays well, and he didn't. There were no good holes, so it was tough. It was a 2v1. I think all alone I did pretty well though. I mean, I lasted until 16, I think, before we lost.
Yeah, so you basically had me on your team. I can't golf for crap. We've done this before. We do fundraising things with my family and friends, and they're like, all right, the best guy, the Kenny Ducey of the group will take the Rossi of the group, and it's usually really bad. But nonetheless, glad you got out there, had some fun, got a little escape from the world there, putting, smashing. Did his practice last week. So we got Bengals, Steelers. Bengals start off with a nice 2-yard loss in the backfield by a guy having my lineup and Joe Mixon. What does your lineup look like here, Kenny?
Yeah, I did the same as you. I got Joe Mixon and Gio Bernard in the same lineup, stacked them both, and then I turned around. I did Eric Ebron in my captain spot with Juju Smith-Schuster and Ben Roethlisberger. So thought that was a good way to go.
Yeah. Who's your wrap up?
Where's my and then James Conner.
Connor, that's Bernard. Did he get the first? It's going to be close.
Bernard's regards.
Yeah, Bernard gets it for 12 after the Mixon loss. I actually thought I had Mixon. No, I went Bernard. I went John Ross in the captain. And then I got 4 Steelers, which I usually try to split. Roethlisberger, Ebron, Connor, Steelers DST. I left a lot of money on the table with that lineup too.
I'm out on all young quarterbacks that aren't named Zach Wilson, so
I like it. You feeling good about Zach Wilson right now? How are we feeling?
Yeah, feeling good.
Good, should.
No reason not to feel good.
Well, you never know. I just, volatile Jets fans. I get every day's. Listen, the same thing here. I mean, my team's in the middle of a quarterback battle that the coach doesn't want to admit. So, speaking about no quarterback battles, that's not happening here in the AFC North. Which, Kenny, I want your opinion on this. Do you think this is? Well, it's easy to say underrated, but where do you feel this division ranks? You don't have to go through all 8, but what do you think of the talent in this division? Because I feel like there's a ton here, not just from a quarterback position, but from the teams. Even a down Bengals team feels like a team on the rise. What are your thoughts on this AFC North?
Well, I definitely am not in on the Bengals quite yet. I think that they have potential, obviously.
Yep.
But as far as this division goes, I mean, yeah, they're definitely. I mean, they're probably gonna have 3 playoff teams again. The Bengals, or with the Browns, Steelers, and Ravens. So, yeah, I would say that I'm definitely pretty bullish on the division as a whole. I don't think they're underrated. Is that what you said, that they were underrated in this title?
I feel like when people talk about divisions, when they talk about the NFL, you get a lot of people talking about the West for the NFC.
Who do you talk to?
I talked to Kenny Ducey. I talked to Tara Lynn. I talked to TP, Frangelico. I'm talking about the overall conversations that I've seen. Whether it's they did have 3 playoff teams last year. I don't think that there's anybody out there that. I mean, I think that they're correctly rated. Now, I feel like there's more conversation.
If anything, they're overrated because they're very rated. I think they're very rated. You look at You look at the AFC West. I don't think anybody thinks that's a good division. They have one team, maybe two good teams, if the Chargers turn it on. The AFC East, I think everyone thinks the Jets are a joke, and the Dolphins or the Patriots were a joke last year. I mean, I think that just objectively looking, you have the South. You have an auto win with the Texans, and then the Jaguars have a lot of questions. The NFC East was a joke last year. Everyone knows it. I'm going through literally every division. I think the NFC North, the Lions, I think, again, no one is giving them a chance this year. And the Bears don't have a quarterback. Andy Dalton's their quarterback, so they have two teams. The NFC South is a division that people, I think, talk about as a good one. And they might be overrated because I think that's a two-team division as well. And the NFC West is really difficult. So I think that really what you're looking at here is the AFC North is the second best division in football, just from taking a broad view. And I would argue that everyone literally everybody would say that that's the best division in the AFC. I don't think there's any question about it. Coming off a year where they had 3 playoff teams. So if anything, they're overrated because maybe the Ravens aren't quite the best team or quite the team that we think they are, or the Steelers, maybe the second half of the season is a sign that they're going to come back down to earth a little bit this year. But I certainly don't think that they are. I mean, if you want to say the Bengals are underrated, sure, maybe that's an argument. But the division as a whole, I think that people correctly say it's a good division.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's hard to disagree. It's really well broken down there. I forget who it was. It was Channel 9000 said AFC North, best division in football, which very well could be. I agree as well. I think, like, the way I look at it from my perspective is Bengals on the rise, and in some way, maybe it's just, in hope with Joe Burrow being able to potentially stay healthy. Jamar Chase, those two. They're definitely, they're not going to be an easy out offensively. Defense making improvements as well. The Geno Atkins, Carlos Dunlap era over, but making some young moves there. And then you have, I agree, I think the Steelers kind of trending down. I don't know where to kind of fit Baltimore at this point. I feel like they're kind of in that, like, steady, and the Browns, I think, also on the rise, but we'll see.
The Browns went to the AFC Championship game last year. I don't think they're really on the rise anymore. They're risen.
They didn't make the title game. The Bills made the title game, but I know
the AFC semi. Yeah, the back. They're definitely not on the rise. They're definitely risen, and if anything, they can go down from here. But I don't know how much further up they can really go.
I don't know. I just feel like they just started clicking as that team. I think the last year, I don't want to say shocked anybody, but I don't think we were expecting that high. But
and everyone here correctly saying the NFC West is the best division in football. I agree. 4 good teams. AFC North, 3 good teams with 1 quote unquote on the rise team. It's not I don't think it's a contest, but I also think that the AFC North is the second best division in football. I think. I mean, they had 3 playoff teams last year.
Yeah. No,
and if anything, they are overrated. They are definitely not underrated.
Good, fair. Breaking down the AFC North, you guys can let us know your thoughts. Do you have a favorite here? Like, obviously, we talked about maybe now overrated, the Browns being on the rise here, or maybe they're just there. Is Baltimore you don't seem as bullish about? Is the Browns the team to beat? The Steelers, you think their offensive line that's made up of probably like your cousins and people you played pickup or played golf with this weekend? Like, where are you at with this division?
I mean, I still think that the Steelers are really good. I mean, the Ravens are going to win the division. I think the Steelers are, to me, the clear-cut number 2. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I don't think that that's going to be a popular opinion, but I still think that you're right. Obviously, there's been a lot of turnover on the line, but I still think that they have the defense. When you looked last year at teams like the Colts, teams like the Washington football team, they had really good defenses. Oh, James Conner, he got that touchdown for me.
He's not a vulture, even though sometimes people want me to call it one. It's not. The man is inconsistently, but still does find it. And there he is, into the end zone in our lineups. So hot start there.
Into our hearts.
Yes.
But look, I think that we saw last year with the teams I just mentioned and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, really, what that defense did for them, it made life so easy on Tom Brady. He didn't have to do that much, and he went out and did, much more than he had to do. That defense will absolutely keep them as one of the best teams in the AFC.
I think that there's plenty of talent on offense and the addition of Najee Harris will be fun. I know, like you said, there's going to be the issue with the offensive line, but I think that's a team that's going to probably be better than the Browns. You also look at the fact that they've historically owned the Browns, except for, of course, last year, famously lost in the first round of the playoffs to them with the COVID situation as well. This is a good team. I still think that, and I still think that they're going to be the second best team here. I don't believe in.
Don't believe in the Browns.
The Browns defense, really. They have a great rushing attack, one of the best in football, if not the best in football. But Baker Mayfield has not given them much, and the defense is pretty suspect, I think. So.
Yeah, so there you go. A little breakdown. I would love to know, Sim Fam, drop in, is there, who do you got? Baltimore, you got Pittsburgh, you're taking a shot with the Bengals, you got the Browns there winning this division. Always interesting to see. A couple people, just imagine Najee Harris playing. Who's beating him? It's this channel. I think channel showing that Steelers black and yellow fandom right there. Boston Joe says AFC East could be a surprise. Could be.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. They're still not the second best division of football, though.
No.
I agree. I think I've projected the Jets to win 10 games, so you'd have to say, yeah, they'd be a surprise if the Jets won 10 games.
And I've projected the Patriots at 11, so it should, we're both, again, fandoms there, but also I think, fair assessments. If the Jets can pull that off, they win 10 games. I told you, I'm driving to New York, and I will buy you whatever you want. Dinner.
Cool. And maybe some new clothes.
Yeah, sure. We'll stop by.
We could redo my wardrobe.
Oh! Right.
Good night, Joe Burrow.
Minka Fitzpatrick. I believe that is him. He is that star rating. Yes.
It is.
There we go. Again, he's an 89 coming into this year's game, which is fascinating. The number doesn't mean much to me, but the 10th ranked safety, which I think is shocking. But there he is. Pick 6 for the Pittsburgh D. So now,
I really should have played the Pittsburgh defense. That was my mistake.
So far, a hot start. Pitch in the shutout, get the touchdown. 18 in the flex. Again, James Conner scored on the ground. He's got 6.6. Smash that thumbs up. Appreciate everybody being here on a Monday. A reset Monday, baby. Oh, Brian C. There he is, feeling it. He says, if Daniel Jones is better, I think the G-Men make some noise for the playoff push. And I'm a Dallas fan. Dude, I absolutely despise the Giants. Literally one of my top 3. I don't know who my top 3 are, but I definitely don't like the Giants, Baltimore, and the Jets. I think those are the least favorite teams I have. I think. Colts are close too. What about you, Deucey? That's interesting. Like, obviously being AFC is probably like a Patriots. You have to hate the Patriots, I think. But like, who are you like teams that you don't root for regardless, unless you need them to win for your own team's sake? Like, is there just teams you just don't root for at all?
I mean, the teams for me, right?
Oh, Patriots, obvious. Dolphins, Bills.
No, I don't care about the Patriots. Just the Bills.
Oh, well, just the Bills? No.
The Bills, I would say the Raiders. I would say the Raiders definitely are a team.
Interesting.
That's about it. I would say the Raiders and the Bills. And I mean, there's a level of like, I don't want the Jaguars last year with, I don't know. I thought they were kind of an annoying team, but whatever. I mean, they lose every week, so who cares? But yeah, I mean, you're just talking about the AFC, right?
Just in general, like teams you just do not like. When, let's say, I don't know if you have some sort of disdain.
Oh, I mean, I hate the Saints more than any franchise in sports. So the Saints are a team that I absolutely despise, and the Bills. I would say those two teams pretty easily. I don't really have a problem with any other teams. Like I said, maybe the Raiders, just because I hate the way they play football. I hate their defense. But I kind of really don't like the 49ers either, for being honest.
This is what it's about. Bring it out. I feel you. I have Saints are on my list, Steelers, but like my top 3 are definitely Ravens. Like I've never had a game where I'm like, oh, go Ravens. And that may soften. Giants as well, even that's starting to soften right now.
Oh, the Giants. Yeah, sorry. I forgot about I hate the Giants. Yeah, that's my top 3.
Yeah, I really not the Patriots, not on the top 3.
Absolutely not. I actually like the Patriots. I like Bill Belichick. I was rooting for them last year. I would say number 1, the Saints, number 2, the Bills, number 3, the New York Giants, one of the most insufferable fan bases in football, probably the Saints are the most insufferable fan base.
Oh, can't
Just
stand
for all their whining about the referees. Anytime you're going to whine about officiating and not recognize the faults of your own team, I'm going to absolutely just call you out on it. And that fan base has done. They whined so much they got a new rule put in just because they whined, and it was a terrible rule. The pass interference, you can challenge a pass interference rule. So I would say the Bills fan base is like, they're insufferable in a different way. Like, I just think they're like kind of they're just kind of doofuses. But I also think that that's perfect because they have a doofus quarterback.
Oh.
And so he's a tall doofus. That's what he is.
A doofus. That's a good dig because it's not really that offensive, and there's no real like, what does that really mean? I like doofus.
I mean,
the Deucey's doofus of the league is Josh Allen. So put in the books there.
He is a doofus.
14-zip here, Steelers. One of my most hated teams against the Bengals. It was a defensive touchdown. James Conner as well. TP, Tara Lynn, and Frangelico went off. So we got a great crew. Ducey, Rossi with you. The big news of the day is the injury to Carson Wentz. He will get foot surgery, and the timetable is somewhere from 5 to 12 weeks.
Hold on. Also, the guru, he's saying I only hate the Saints because of recency bias. I really don't like Sean Payton at all. I mean, yeah, anything prior to Sean Payton, whatever, I don't care. But the fact that he ruined Reggie Bush, he drafted Reggie Bush, refused to give him the ball, refused to make him their featured back, one of the best college players ever. Then the Bountygate situation, not only do I not like Greg Williams from his Jets days, but also from his Saints days. I also, not only was, Bountygate obviously objectionable, but Sean Payton was suspended for the whole year for his role in Bountygate. And what did he do? Just like all the Saints fans, he whined. He said, why am I not allowed on the sideline? Why can't I go on the sideline while the Saints are in the playoffs? Why can't I coach? Why can't I be at the game? Dude, because you got suspended. Just eat it, eat the suspension, go home, be with your family, make dinner, provide for your family, contribute around the house, take out the garbage, stay away from the football field because you got suspended. You're not allowed to be on the field. And everyone whining and him whining was what really set me off. And I continue to dislike this franchise, dislike the players. Taysom Hill, also most annoying player in football. I think everyone knows that too. I don't think anyone likes Taysom Hill. That's not a hot take. Michael Thomas doing a disappearing act in the NFC Championship game against the Rams, and then just for some reason just being completely braggadocious and just saying I'm the best, but he had the worst game of his career in the biggest spot. I could go on and on about reasons that I don't like this team and I don't like anything about what they stand for. So I think that I have just given you plenty of reasons why I do not like the New Orleans Saints, and I am always bonding and making new friends with people who don't like the Saints.
Ducey's going to be down. That should be one of those things where Freeze Pops lost his fantasy league. He had to do a 24-hour, stream. You should have Ducey go down and the day of a New Orleans Saints game, just holding up a sign. It just says I hate the New Orleans Saints. Sean Payton's a joke.
The guru said, answer this. If the Payton goes away, will your hate go away? It could. Look, I'm already starting to heal from I don't like the Cubs because I don't like that they strike out more than anybody, but I really think that Javi Baez is the face of what is an overrated baseball player nowadays. And then once they traded him, I'm starting to let go of some of my disdain for the Chicago Cubs. So I absolutely think that, look, sports are cyclical. I used to hate the Patriots. Now I love the Patriots, I'm sure one day I'll like the Buffalo Bills again. You have to be willing to relent. You have to be willing to let go of some of your prior, hatred or whatever, disdain for some teams and some players. So yeah, of course, I'll probably like the Saints again when they're fun. You know what I mean? I grew up a Yankee fan and I hated them now I like them now, but for the last year because I thought that their team was annoying and they didn't put a good team on the field. You got to be willing to adapt and be a dynamic sports fan because there's no reason to hate a franchise for something that happened so long ago when, there's new teams to hate. The Tampa Bay Rays I never hated, but now I hate them, and I think you have to stay on your toes, man. You have to know who to spend your energy on hating.
Well, there it is, the full hate breakdown.
That's right.
And his doofuses. And I agree with a lot of what you said, especially about like the way your hate will change. Like the Giants, as a Patriots fan, I hated Eli Manning. I hated that organization. I hated Coughlin. I hated all these things. That's all like well in the past. I kind of like some of the moves they've made. I kind of like the situation they're in. And now I'm like, oh, I don't really hate that team anymore. You mentioned like even Baltimore. Maybe somewhere down the line they'll happen for me. I'm not as deep into it as you are with Sean Payton and the New Orleans Saints, but I don't like the Saints. I think that, it's a soft team. I think that team has been soft for years. That's more my reason, regardless of the whining and stuff. But it's great stuff. You don't get that all the day. So there it is. There's the Durr from Ducey.
Flagrant foul said
I've never heard you say you can change things in your mind. And so I appreciate that.
I'm always willing to be open to facts and the change of people, like whatever. I'm not like I come off as ignorant, but last year was a big moment for me. I came out and I
my God,
Vulture!
Rossi, we got a Watt in the end zone. My
Rossi,
Lord,
you did it again.
This one sucks though, because you actually had James Conner in the backfield. I was really expecting him to score again, and boom, we get a Watt. Derek Watt blasting his way into the end zone. Look at this dive too. That was look at that highlight reel. You'd see that NFL Network that on the nightcap there.
Boston just said.
What's he saying?
Boston Joe just said the Giants are one of the most boring teams in the league. Absolutely. They are the most boring team.
It made splash of free agency.
What coach? What splash? What splash did they make? What's really?
Kenny Golladay, best receiver available.
That's a splash.
Yeah.
Kenny Golladay is a splash. The guy played like 12 games last year.
It's okay. It's not about last year. It's about this.
That's not a splash.
It's absolutely a splash. He was the
biggest. Is there a coach in the NFL besides Mike McCarthy?
I was just gonna say
who is more boring than Joe Judge?
Give me a second here. Just trying to, off the top of my head.
Not allowed to say Bill Belichick because that guy's one of the funniest, most interesting coaches. This is the most boring coach in football. Absolutely.
There's a chance because I'm just like Rivera's a lightning rod. I love his style. Oh boy, that ball is on the ground too, but picked up, recovered. Wait, did the Steelers get
by
the
the Steelers? They got it.
They did. All right, I didn't see the
recovered it.
Look at kickers, baby. Look at him. He's pumped. Simulated Boswell is jacked up. Like, I'm not putting Zach Taylor on this list because we don't know enough. It's only year 3. I don't think that should count. And I think Joe Judge
just uses coach speak and cliches. And Calvin Benjamin came out and said that he hates him.
Oh, Calvin Benjamin came out and said Calvin Benjamin's lucky he even had an opportunity for 5 minutes in 2020 or 2021. Get out of here with that. But he did say it. You're all right.
They have a boring quarterback. Again, another boring quarterback.
So much spread of disdain coming out.
They're boring.
Well, look, they're going to be a boring playoff team this year.
Boston Joe's right.
I don't think Judge is boring. He'll show his character in training camps with Brian C. Well, I don't really care if he's boring or not, to be honest, but I think he's going to get that team to the playoffs. I just think that's what's going to happen. I'm trying to think of another. There's got to be like Vic Fangio. Like, is he exciting? Is there any excitement out of him? Kind of gives me
he's pretty boring.
He gives me the snoozes. I've seen his press conference, like this whole quarterback competition so far. He's blasé.
Ken Freeman, TJ Watt Derek Watt just scored.
We got a Watt in the end zone. So if you're just joining us, pick 6 for the Steelers DST, James Conner on the ground, and Derek freaking Watt scored as well.
Uncle Buck with the great callback to the Super Bowl. Boswell showed more courage than Cam, ripping Cam Newton for when he didn't dive for the fumble in the Super Bowl against the Broncos. That is funny.
It's what's so funny about that, Kenny, too, is there's certain players that, like, unless something dramatically changes or there's another major play in their career, like, that's Cam Newton's odd, like, most memorable legacy play. Like, that's what people are going to remember him by, because the biggest stage, biggest moment, he did this, like, I don't know, almost like he was hesitant to, stretch, like, left foot red and whatever that. I can't even think of that name. I was about to call that game Bingo. What's the name of that game? Why am I thinking when you put your foot on the colors? What is that called? You know what I'm talking about. Don't pretend like you don't.
Twister?
Twister, thank you. Oh man, wow, that was really, my brain just went absolutely mush. But anyways, but yeah, that's kind of like what he did. He was so hesitant, and then that's like his play. When people think of Cam Newton, that's what they think of. As we're at the 2-minute warning here in the second.
I did not know your voice is like this. Who's that?
S said that. Whose voice? Mine? Deucey's? Anybody? Congo says, Dylan doesn't understand. He said teams are boring, but you watch the Jets. Well, that's his fandom.
Also, well, yeah, I mean, I don't choose to watch the Jets. It was forced upon me at birth, but it's also one of those situations where I mean, it's like the Browns, for years. I mean, it's, at least they're keeping things interesting. I mean, look, the Raiders are a very entertaining team to watch because of the ways they figure out to lose. Very similar to the Jets. The amount of personal foul penalties on defense every game, the amount of mismanagement from John Gruden. You never know what version of Derek Carr is going to show up. I can't believe that's 2 touchdowns for James Conner.
It should be a 3-peat. We should have a hat trick in here, but Connor busts in another one from the 2. So that is his second score of the first half. This is an absolute beating. It's going to be 28-zip here. How's your work, Kenny? One thing to Boston Joe. I'm going to disagree. I don't think Twister is as fun of a game with the opposite sex, we'll just say, as much as you think it is. It's also a tough one. It's a weird one. It can go one of 2 ways. If it goes your way, Boston Joe, good on you. If it doesn't, then it's just like, you can look real bad during that game. The lightning rod has the hottest takes. Executive session. Appreciate you, man. Kenny he's on fire today. Bring him in. He won and done today, too.
I got another sim coming up at 6 with Glash.
Oh, so he gets a break. So he did the sweat, a little break, here for the 2, gets a break, back for the 6.
That's right.
We get, after us will
do
be...
some laundry.
No, even better. Thank the Lord. You got to keep your clothes clean. Following this, we're going to get Reed and Moose for Get the Green. Then Moose and ZT will be here for the 4 o'clock. And then, as Kenny said, he's going to be rejoining Glash for Raiders, Eagles. Coffin, BK, Saints, Falcons, Bills, Cardinals tonight, Glash, and Freeze Pops. Get in your lineups as well. Queenie, absolutely not. Get out of here with that. No way. No way. People think things are a lot more fun than they would be in actuality, I think. But hey, like what you like and be kind to each other. By the way, if you've drafted any Bengals here, it's been a tough sled, and so far I've been...
First of all, the Jets got the most exciting coach. I don't understand what Congo... Like, you can be like, okay, Congo Cab. You can be like, oh, you choose to use your time watching a bad team. Like, sure, I do, yeah. But I don't think there's anything boring about the Jets. I mean, the Hail Mary that they gave up against the Raiders to continue tanking was like one of the best moments of the year last year. I actually look. I mean, I think I stopped watching them for a few weeks there because I was upset that they were winning. But I've always said about the Jets and about teams in general, the worst team to be a fan of is a team that gives you false hope. Like, I think that, if you're a Cleveland Browns fan or a Detroit Tigers fan, you know that your team's Pirates. You know that your team every single year it's going to be a bad year and whatever. You're happy for the little things, right? And you're like, everyone knows, everyone gets it. Like, oh, their team never wins anything, and I understand, and I'm here, But like when you're a fan of a team that's dynamic, where it's like they're up and they're down and they're supposed to be good and they stink. And I remember it with the Knicks years ago. That is when you suffer the most, because when you actually allow yourself to get excited just to get your heart ripped out, I think that's probably worse than anything. So that's where I would say, even being Raider fan would be tough, because they're just there. They're just good enough where they can keep their quarterback and they can continue to sell tickets and they continue to convince you that they're good. And they continue to slide back and they continue to disappoint you year after year.
There you go. Sacramento Kings, Brandon Fowler says.
The Jets are bad every year. Actually, not true. It was fewer than 5 years ago. They were one game away from the playoffs. They went to back-to-back AFC championship games. just about 10 years ago in the last 10 years. So they're not always bad every year. And
that Fitzpatrick year, they beat the Patriots in that Week 17 touchdown pass to Eric.
They lost to the Bills Week 17.
Wait, that year?
Yes, they did not.
Oh, what was the year? But there was the year
Fitzpatrick, and that was the Fitzpatrick year.
Oh, maybe it was Week 16 then. I'm thinking of 16. The week before they beat the Patriots.
Yep, they were supposed to win.
We got a touchdown. Yeah, touchdown there. Is that
Uzoma?
There we go. So we got our first score for the Bengals, cracking the scorelessness from them. So it's going to be 28-7. He's still on the roster there for the Bengals, a standout that could potentially pay off. We'll see with Joe Burrow what he's going to be connecting with this year. Worst team in New York, says Jordan. I don't know about that, Jordan. There are some bad teams in New York. If we're talking about the state. There's also some good teams. They've turned it around. A little bit of both. A lot of teams to choose from. And it's funny too, Kenny, when you say like you were born into this. It is funny how like our fandom, like some people just decide to just root for other teams for whatever reason, whether they like a jersey or they like certain things. But like you are kind of born into wherever you're born or you grew up, or unless your parents, moved. If let's say, I don't know, my parents grew up in Dallas or my dad, and then we moved to New England. Like we could be Dallas fans. There's a lot of transplant fans, but man, that is true. Like when you're born, like you don't have a choice. Here's your team you root for. This is what gear we're getting you your whole life.
So a blowout here, and we have Joe Mixon at -8 rushing yards. I don't understand how that happened, but we're going to go into halftime with Joe Mixon at -0.8 points. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, right. And just so you know, when we get to halftime, we get a little special something from Tara Lynn, who is our producer today, the Swiss Army knife of the Sims. We're going to give you a little Madden 99 rating. So we'll get that as soon as this will be the final play before the half, I assume. You know what happens when you assume. There's Connor. He's got 22 yards on the ground and 8 carries, but Ducey's got the 2 tuds. You got the touchdown by the Steelers, DST. You have a touchdown by Derek freaking Watt, and you have the Bengals scoring with TJ Usoma. You say potato, I say potato. Rossi Ducey. Here is Tara Lynn, though. She did an outstanding little breakdown of the 99 club in Madden. So we'll let her take it away, and we'll be back for the third quarter.
They say nobody is perfect, but these 5 players keep it pretty close to 100. There are only a handful of players in Madden NFL 22 with an overall rating of 99, and the Los Angeles Rams and Kansas City Chiefs each have 2 players with 99 ratings. So let's break down the members of the prestigious club. The highest rated quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, enters the 99 club for the 3rd time. His numbers across the board prove why his rating wasn't going anywhere in Madden 22. The 25-year-old threw for 4,740 yards and 38 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, made a big jump from Madden 21 as he had a 94 rating. Ramsey's production on the field last season proved there's no debate here as to why he has a 99 rating. Ramsey has 99s across the board in play recognition, man coverage, zone coverage, and press. For the 5th straight year, Aaron Donald is in the 99 club. Yeah, Donald is not dropping out of this club as he continues to maintain his status as the best defensive player in the league. And it's not a big shock here that Travis Kelce is also in the club. He is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. In 15 regular season games, Kelce caught 105 passes for 1,416 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. It's Green Bay Packers Devontae Adams' 2nd consecutive year at being a 99 overall. Adams had 18 touchdowns in 14 games last season. So check out all these 99s coming soon to the Madden Dream Stream.
Are we back? Okay, now we are. There we go. I'm reading the wrong things here, Ducey. That was Tara Lynn breaking down the 99 club in Madden as we get into Madden 22, which is just weeks away. When we break to the new game, you will be the first to know, probably before me and Ducey know. So just to give y'all the heads up, but it will be happening. 28-7, Pittsburgh over the Bengals. Again, the score is coming from 2 from your guy, Ducey, James Conner. He's got a Ducey on the ground for touchdowns. Minka Fitzpatrick with the pick 6. You got the Derek Watt, Kaka, and we have our guy, Usoma, getting it for the tight end spot for the Bengals. So we'll see what the second half brings.
Speaking of 99s, Mekhi Becton, 99 impact block rating on Madden this year. Very, very exciting. One of the best linemen in football already by the numbers. Look at the numbers.
Numbers don't lie. Shout
numbers
out
do not lie. Haters are mad.
Tara Lynn, you made me get one for dinner the other night, she said, saying that the homemade chicken parm tonight. Queenie saying, damn, Tara Lynn, we got to get this girl on The Bachelorette. Channel 9000 says she's a 99 overall in my book. Tara Lynn, the Swiss Army knife. Mr. Nick says, what's up, Rossi? What's up, Ducey?
Hey, Mr. Nick.
He has his hand raise emoji. I always appreciate that. I always tell people, if you want us to read them, I either tag us or put an emoji in your chat, because it always stands out. Yeah, good job by Tara Lynn there. So we'll see what the second half here brings. Again, the news of the day, Carson Wentz, foot surgery, the widest window I've ever seen for an injury, 5 to 12 weeks. Connor makes a few yards. So the rumor right now, the most likely candidate, I don't know how much trade, they don't have much trade capital, the Colts, by the way, because this will play into the impact of the round value for Carson Wentz. So it could be just 2 seconds instead of a first and a second if they don't make the playoffs in playing time. But Nick Foles seems to be the early front runner for trade candidacy. It could be somewhere in that 5th, 6th round for the Chicago Bears. But and we'll keep an eye out, and we'll see how much they like Jacob Eason over these next few days. But you might want to bring somebody in either way.
I think Jacob Eason's going to get the chance. I think that Jacob Eason will be fine. I remember the draft. A lot of people were excited about Jacob Eason out of Washington. He's talented. He did it in college. And I think that he should get every opportunity to earn that job. Why not, right? That's why you drafted him. You drafted him for a situation like this. Big throw over the middle there. I'm just surprised that the offense, or the defense rather, where the touchdowns have come from is what's surprising to me.
Customer care. Who the F has been scoring for the Steelers if Juju is dead? Well, yeah, Juju's had a nothing game so far. It's been on the ground. Ground and defense, baby. Ground and pound. It's a very Steelers. When you have the Steelers have 28 points and no passing touchdown, that is as Pittsburgh as it gets. Roethlisberger drops back, looking. Again, keeping it in the backfield, I believe. That's Samuel's on the catch. 6:44 here. Silly Sally, that you went above and beyond. So Rossi, I just wanted to see if the emoji thing was true. Yeah, well, that's a ton of emojis. I'm just saying, that's usually the things that stand out. Also, Jordan Green says, Colts like Eason already. Well, of course they're going to say that right now. We'll see what the real assessment is. But don't forget, second year. It's not like he was not a rookie this year. Frank Reich got to see him behind Phillip Rivers. And also playing behind a Phillip Rivers definitely can help. It's not like he's playing behind like some scrub. Roethlisberger takes the shotgun snap. Slings it. Got a man. Look at that passing game coming alive here in the third quarter. I think that was DJ. Oh, no, it was Washington. Scratch. I can tell you right now, the Pittsburgh receivers, you guys always make fun of me. I always say a wrong thing or whatever. I can never remember their numbers and names. I feel like it's all like just a bunch of dudes. Carbon saying that Mixon's going to finish with negative points, isn't he? Good. Roethlisberger searching. Goes for it. Has a man down into the red zone. Down to the 8-yard line. There's Chase Claypool. A very rare sight of Chase Claypool here in Madden.
Wow, you never see him.
No, not in 21. I'm sure he's going to play a major factor in 22, but wow. Roethlisberger under center. Should be Connor there in the backfield. Here's the give. Gets stopped. Gets a few yards down to the 4. The very James Conner line, 11 carries, and it's at 33 yards and 2 scores. Gotta love it. Here comes another rushing TD, says Carvin. We'll see.
Could be. James Conner's back there.
Come on, give me the 3-peat. Oh, they're going to throw.
Oh, no.
Has him. Touchdown. Steelers. Juju Smith-Schuster. After everybody was saying he's dead, he's donezo. He is already the Deucey's disappointment. And not no more. Here he is. Juju gets into the end zone. With a little over a little under 4.5 left here to play in the third quarter. Roethlisberger's first touchdown as well. Again, get the green. So if you guys are going to be placing, or if you know nothing about golf, like I know jack squat, not like one of those funny commercials, like a Geico commercial. I literally know jack squat about how to construct a golf lineup. So I'll be keeping my eyes out and my ears open for Reed and Moose when they come on right after this sim goes final in about, give or take, 20 minutes or so. Tiger says, yes, quick slant at the goal line. I love it. All day. We love you all day, Tiger. Jeff says, Juju never has a bad game, unless it's reality. Not a Juju guy. I think he stinks. I'm going to try to keep my hate away from the Steelers today. I can get caught in that rabbit hole.
I cannot believe this score. I mean, I can, but I can't believe who scored, is my point.
Oh, yeah. Like, the fact that Juju scored now, okay, it's starting to make you feel, but, like, Derek Watt, like, what are we doing?
Yes, Boyd has 0.
Oh!
That is correct.
You're lucky.
I thought I was smart for stacking the Steelers, and I didn't put the defense in there.
Yeah. That's a tough one because I went with the Steelers defense. I didn't even think that even the Steelers would score this much in this game. Already 42 points combined, and we still have a quarter and a half left to play here.
What about Joe Mixon doing anything? Is he going to... No! Oh! That's another rush for negative yardage for Joe Mixon. He's going to be -9.
So
I think he's got 5 carries. 5 carries for -8 yards, Terrell. So I think that they went from the 25 to the 24 there. I think that he lost a yard. I think it was 5 for I think it's 5 for -9 now. We'll see when we look in the box score.
There it is. And there's the catch. That's Bernard, though, on a 3rd and 10. Not going to get it done. Doesn't even get a yard. So that drive, 3 plays, 1 pass that went off the back of a defender, failed rush, and then a screen pass or a pass out to Gio Bernard. I don't even know if it's supposed to be a screen. It looks like it was, and gets 0 yards total. Go Bengals, go. No shots downfield yet either. CH, why are they running, bruh? Trying to get the clock down. CH trying to just leave this place. Trying to get out of Pittsburgh with their heads held medium. Can't say hi. 5 for -8. It was a bad game. Excellent choice while running the ball down 28.
Hey, Carey mentioned that too.
Yeah, they're just trying to.
He's looking to go deep here. Oh no, he's not. I thought he was because he had guys open.
Yeah.
I thought he was looking. Carl Lawson, Jets, free agent signing.
Is that the biggest? Is that bigger than Kenny Golladay?
I mean, yeah. Is that your phone blowing up?
Oh yeah. This is I got some. There's always things happening over here during the middle of the days. These quote unquote.
Wow, off the back foot.
Oh! Went up to get it, but the ball was knocked out last minute. So we got a 3rd and 23. Not a lot of plays in the playbook here. He still hate me. No news yet, my friend. No news on the Madden 22 changeover. Again, you'll probably get like a Coffin, Emerson, a Glash. They'll say, "Oh, I got some big news coming up," and then that'll probably be it, give or take, within the next few weeks. Obviously, the game needs to be released, and we need to do our due diligence.
Samuel, what a joke.
Short catch, as long as the clock keeps ticking. All right, let's get those Bengals going now. Let's see if they can get more than no yards on their next drive. Hope everyone's having a great start to their weekend. It's a Refresh Monday. You're one of a kind. Make sure you smash that like. Enjoying your day, having some fun. Hopefully you win some cash here, whether it's a free roll, maybe some baseball games tonight, whatever you're doing. I wish you luck. Jeff says, WTF for these play calls.
I also say that this always happens in the third quarter. Like the teams don't really recognize the score until it's the third quarter. Oh, Joe Mixon, is he going to lose more yards here? Oh, he got back to the line. 6 carries for negative 7 yards. He got a 1 yard.
He got a yard.
6 for negative 7. That is impossible. That is impossible.
Yeah. It really is. Carbon says, who will be the new Funches and Sharp in Madden 22? Any guesses? Antonio Brown's going to be huge. I just have a feeling because he'll probably be in that slot position for the Bucs. So just keep him in mind. Caught underneath. Look at this, a little positive yardage as we got a minute left. Ashley, good luck. Like that. CEH.
I don't think I've ever seen anything crazier in The Sims than a guy having 6 carries for negative 7 yards and like none of them going for positive yardage. Like it's not like he had one big loss.
I know, that's the thing. It's just been slowly -1, -1, -1, -1. It started off the game at -2. So there is so less than a minute to play here. We get the first down catch there. Gio Bernard coming out of the backfield. Well, Brandon, there's going to be a whole new way of playing the game this year for Madden. If for some of you lapsed fans that are here at least loving the simulated and ways to win some money, which that's always a bonus. But yeah, if you're looking to get back into the stick side of Madden, they've revamped the whole gameplay. It should be much improved from the things we've seen in the past if you've been a franchise player, an online player, etc. So here we are at the end of 3. Ducey Rossi with you. You can follow Kenny at Kenny Ducey, giving you some of the picks that'll help you win some money, whether it be here with DraftKings across the world. But yeah, you can also check him out on the playbook. There's a lot of good stuff here. He's on the Sweat on the daily, so make sure you're checking that out. We replayed it earlier. You'll also be probably getting it again in little clips here and there, but make sure you check it out at 11 o'clock every day. Before, if you're even thinking, I'm going to throw $1 at something, why not listen to the people that do it on the daily and get those dubs for you? James Conner, the story here. He's got the Kenny Ducey of touchdowns.
Sorry, I'm looking at, we got the box score in the background. I'm looking at the Joe Mixon line, 6 for negative 7. That's just -1 yards per carry.
1.1.
Unbelievable.
It is. It's very Jerome Bettis-esque. He's just on the wrong team. Bettis used to have those like 4 carries, 2 yards, 2 touchdowns. Unfortunately, Mixon, nothing good coming out of that. Receiving wise, nobody over AJ Green's got 58 leading all receivers in this one. It is an absolute beating. The Steelers taking off the belt and just whipping them. Those poor Bengals. Yeah, they're just hitting. They're spanking them. Did you ever get spanked, Kenny? Don't answer that. It is 35 again to 7. How about this? Here's an interesting question because I don't know. I know you're younger than I am. Did you ever do the soap? Whether it's school, did you ever like say a bad word and someone made you lick soap or anything like that?
No.
Okay, because I feel like that's like a foregone. I had to do that once when I was in kindergarten. Kindergarten as well. But that was like really, really like that was like the worst. Yeah, like I think I said like shoot or something like that, and it was like
I never had soap in the mouth. No.
I would love to know, chat, because you guys come from all different, age groups and everything. Did anybody of you ever say anything bad in school and because I went to a Catholic school also, so it was priests were there. It was bad. It was bad, dude. And they made me lick the freaking soap, and it was the worst. But yeah, I would love to know. Tampa John likes to give credit, says, great job on the scoring, guys. Actually correct for once. All right, don't say that. But
wow.
Why would shout out to Frangelico, who's been on fire. I didn't know the end part. It was my fault. I thought he was just complimenting it all. But don't say that. Thank you, Deucey. You're right. That was me.
He still hate me projecting that Corey Davis will be the Taja Sharp of Madden 22. He'll light it up. I mean,
I don't know. He's going to be
look. Here's the thing. Based on, he's going to be expensive, but based on how they dealt with the rookies in Madden 21, right?
Yep.
Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, like, they were good. I mean, obviously this is a bad example, but they've had plenty of good games. I think that generally they're fair. They're forgiving to the young quarterbacks. I know that we've seen the ratings and they're not great, but like in the Sims, I think that Zach Wilson, I mean, what is he, a 74? I mean, that's pretty good. Like him with Corey Davis, I think that could definitely work out. It's going to be those first. I'm really excited for the new game because making lineups is going to be so fun. We're going to have to adjust the pricing. We're going to get some guys that are cheap that do well, good new vultures we're going to know. It'd be great. Hey, AD Poker, yes. I mean, Rossi mentioned that as well, that Corey Davis is the number 1 receiver. Taja Sharp is buried at number 3 on the depth chart. If you're looking for someone on the Jets that's going to be the Taja Sharp, it's probably going to be Elijah Moore. Actually, no. I mean, judging by, now that I think about it, though, the rookies in this game, I don't think they're going to be that. He's not going to be good.
Well, if they give him the wide receiver 3, that's usually what you look for, right? So like, that's
but even like look at like CeeDee Lamb, and I think he was the wide receiver 3 on the depth chart for Madden, and then also Jerry Jeudy was, I think, the WR2. If you're looking for a guy that's going to be like the Taja Sharp, I think it could be Keelan Cole, because Keelan Cole, when the game comes out, he should be one of the top 3 receivers. Jamison Crowder could be a sneaky guy as well because he's going to see a reduction in price, but
yeah, I'm trying. Like, Antonio Brown stands out, and then I'm trying to. Ooh, that ball! It's caught in the end zone. We got a touchdown.
Oh, rare score!
There's my guy, Captain John Ross, baby, the 3rd, also a New York Giant. Another reason I love him. The hidden talent, NFL's hidden talent, right there. Best kept secret. John Ross scoring a touchdown. So they're creeping their way back. 5.5 left to play. A couple people did have to do the eating soap stuff. I don't know. I didn't have to eat it. They didn't have me bite it. Brandon says he couldn't. Some people couldn't even say "shut up" in their Catholic school. Yeah, it's very strict back in the day. I don't know what it's like nowadays. MF Jones says, I went to Catholic school. I got suspended even back in kindergarten. It's a very New England thing, I think, to say kindy. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Josh Reynolds behind Julio and AJ. That's a good one. He still hate me. Could be a good one there.
This is an amazing tweet.
What do you got?
There's a video of a guy in New York City playing pickup on one of the courts, one of the many courts here in our wonderful city, and he takes a hit of hookah, and then runs back onto the court to steal a pass, runs down the floor, lays it in, and someone quote tweeted it with Hookah Doncic.
Hookah Doncic, look at that!
Amazing,
love that. Bengals went for an onside kick there, down 21. Did not pick it up. So Steelers back on the attack, 5 left to go. As soon as me and Kenny are done, Moose and Reed step in, get the green. We're going to break down golf going down this week. Get your early prognostications in, or theirs, and they'll help you out. Make sure you keep the chat alive, ask the questions you need to. And if you're somebody like, I don't know golf, whatever, this is the perfect thing to listen to.
Tommy Freeze Pops on Twitter, about to get his ears cleaned professionally. Pretty excited about it, not going to lie.
Oh, man, tell him to film it. You just tweet, I'll do it after, because that's one of my favorite things to watch.
Yeah, me too. It's very satisfying.
It is. I need to know where he's getting it done.
Yeah, I've heard that I've heard that it can be dangerous, though.
Depends on where, but there are some places like New York. You're in the hub of it. You can just go to like.
That's true. Well, here's the thing. I mean, for people in the chat, like this is. It sounds disgusting, and it is a disgusting thing. So you have to be in the right frame of mind to watch it. But if you just can know what you're expecting going in with it, because I think it popped up randomly for me on TikTok, and at first I was like, ugh, and then I was like, oh, this is amazing.
Oh yeah.
If you can prepare yourself for watching a video of someone getting their ears cleaned, go watch it. It is a very satisfying experience. So, I mean, and also it makes you think about how much junk is in your ears, and it makes you want to get your ears cleaned as well, or buy an ear cleaning machine, which they sell. Although those are dangerous for your ears. That you want to go to a professional to get it done.
Yeah, the ones that like you have like the app that you can watch it. I'm not down with that. Like I thought about it, but I'm like I'd rather go somewhere. Obviously, get it done. Doctors do it. They do the flush.
Yeah, they flushed it out, right? And there's that app as you're mentioning. Lucky said, "Oh God, not the ear chat again." You've talked about this?
Oh, I've told people what a lot of my YouTube algorithm is. There's a lot of ear cleanings, like anything with like sinus connections. I just feel like the ears, nose, mouth. I'm very fascinated by the whole like what's behind our face.
All right, we don't need to get into it. I didn't realize that you already brought this up, so I don't want to gross out the chat if they've already been exposed to this. Yeah. I apologize.
He still hate me. Rossi, any news on the Insider DraftKings Sim Broadcasters League? Inquiring minds want to know. I can tell you I've heard nothing, so maybe Kenny knows or other people, but I have not. I'm sure we can easily do that. I think there's 12 of us, right?
Yes, 80 Poker. People do watch it.
Oh, dude, I watch it almost a few times a week. You mentioned TikTok now.
A few times a week? Oh, I think I've seen it like twice.
When I have trouble sleeping, I'm not joking. I talked about this. Like, I will watch something like that because it's nothing my brain needs to pay attention to or really, like, gets, like, active on. You can just kind of mindlessly watch and then pass out.
So, let's direct our attention for a second back over to the football field because I want to set something up here. This is a 3rd and 4. This could be the final drive for the Cincinnati Bengals. And Joe Mixon still sitting on -7 yards with 6 carries. This might be the last play. So here's the thing. They're not going to run here, right? So does Joe Mixon finish this game with -7 yards? What's your prediction? Want to hear the chat's prediction? What's going to happen?
So he's not out here now. So right now, you're right, -7. But there's still 3:11. I think he is because I don't see
You think he's going to? Okay. Even if he gets the ball, though, he's going to run forward.
Yeah.
Well, so it's over now. So the Steelers could score here. That's true. So the Bengals get the ball back, but then they're going to be throwing. It would appear that Joe Mixon is actually going to finish with -7 yards on 6 carries. That's the situation unfolding. And look, Michael's not here. We have a very limited historical database. I wonder if this is the worst performance by a running back in Madden history. In Madden 21 history with our Sims. This has to be up there. And I would even argue that this is worse than, a guy with 1 carry and a fumble, right? Because that's technically more negative points, right? -2, whatever. You can do worse than this, but I would think that 6 carries and not even advancing the ball past the line of scrimmage 1 time would be the worst performance by a running back I've ever seen in my life. Right? It's gotta be.
Gotta be.
Cristobal said Mixon will somehow get a touchdown with negative yards. I wonder if it would not be possible. I mean, he could cover the ball in the end zone. That would be a touchdown with 0 yards.
Well, I think he means negative yards at the end. Like he could technically score a 2-yard touchdown.
No, I think it's a joke that like he'll somehow score but still lose yards.
Oh, gotcha.
He could technically Joe Mixon could get the ball, lose 2 yards, fumble. Someone else could recover it, fumble it into the end zone, and then Joe Mixon could recover it. And then on the play, he would have lost yards and scored a touchdown. I think that could happen. DK Troll saying that's game. I've seen a lot of these Sims. I don't think it's game yet. I think that the Steelers will score here. And then the Bengals will get the ball one more time. 3 timeouts, too. I think that they'll score. Because the Bengals defense doing nothing.
Do it. Come on, Connor.
There we go. Oh, all right. Well, they're not even going to call timeout. All right, maybe it is over then. I see Reed
While you're
Fowler's
doing
face
this,
in the
Deucey,
Zoom.
while we're breaking it down. Yeah, why don't
Looking forward to get the green. All right, yeah.
why don't you give us your players of the game and your disappointment?
Well, Ducey's doofus or a disappointment, whatever, is definitely Joe Mixon. I honestly want to give him player of the game because it is one of the
amazing.
Greatest feats I've ever seen. And for Reed, who's in the Zoom, I'm sure he's not going to talk about it on Get the Green.
That's actually they're breaking it all down. Actually,
but Joe Mixon has 6 carries for -7 yards. He not one time did he break the line of scrimmage. Unbelievable performance. He is definitely the disappointment of the game.
Who's your player?
Ducey's delight is the Steelers defense. Fantastic performance from them. Actually, no, I'm gonna say James Conner, because look at this. Oh, I thought he was gonna get in. Well, James Conner is gonna push towards. I don't know how many yards he's gonna finish with here. They're not showing it, but yeah, he's. I think he's gonna be around 17.5 DraftKings fantasy points, 2 rushing touchdowns, $4,800. You got him at kind of a contrarian. Oh my goodness, they're gonna snap it, aren't they?
No.
Oh,
it would have been nice to get the hat trick, but didn't get it.
You're going to get him at kind of a contrarian ownership as well, under 50%. Yeah, James Conner, definitely Deuce's delight, Deuce's disappointment. Absolutely. Joe Mixon, one of the most objectionable performances I have seen in my life, and especially in Madden. I think it's got to be the worst performance in history.
You get the Madden history here.
Emerson's forehead said, kick a guy when he's down. It's not a real guy. It's a virtual player. What are you talking about? Who cares? People sympathizing for a virtual Madden running back?
Listen, this is what the world's come to. We get some real football. Well, again, as Kenny calls it, we'll put quotations Thursday night with the Hall of Fame game. You get actual real human beings playing football. We'll say that.
Queenie said you're mocking Mix. I'm a Mixon owner. What are you? I'm not mocking Mixon owners. I own the guy in the contest. It was awful. Worst performance in history.
He stunk. That's it. Oh, the Guru says he finished first in our contest. So congrats. Yeah, if you're win, you did. Oh, you tied. Or Jimbo. Well, there's a bunch weight tie here. Oh, I see the Guru in there. Yeah. So you got a piece of it. So Kenny, stop kicking virtual people while they're down, you big bully. You'll be back 6:00 with Glash. But till then, everybody remember, stay positive, be a good person. It's free. Drink a ton of water and listen to the bright minds here that we have here at DraftKings, because when we're talking golf, this is the one time I literally will shut my mouth and listen. It very rarely happens, but 2 of the best in the business are here with us. It's Moose, it's Reed. You guys take it away and tell me what to do this week and to help me win some money, please.
So you give the best advice. Be nice. Be nice. It costs nothing. Be a good person. That's why we have Kenny Ducey and Rossi on the call, 2 of the nicest people that I've ever met, because I bet Jeffrey, being a Canadian, is by far the nicest person at DraftKings, but I've never met him in person. So I can't say that. I've worked with Jeff the most out of anybody at this company, but I've yet to meet the person in the flesh.
I don't know about nicest. Easygoing sometimes. I don't know, man.
What would you claim yourself, though? I feel like you're nice,
also
dude.
Monday, so you're catching me on like a bad day. You know, this is just like the low of the low. The work week. It's just ready to crush me again, but it's all good. I'm very happy to be talking golf. That always makes me cheerful. So appreciate Rossi and Kenny giving us a little sim action there. And look, actually we have like 2 events. I forgot the Barracuda was on this week too. So
we can talk a little Barracuda, a little, especially with
maybe we should say that for tomorrow. I don't know, because I haven't even looked at the field.
Yeah, it's probably going to be like Chesson Hadley's going to win Barracuda or someone like that. Who knows? Right, someone
like Chesson.
Someone like Chesson. We can talk about that tomorrow. We have to Get the Green tomorrow, same time, same place. But Jeff, let's do a little recap of the Olympics. Maybe just like a couple minutes, get your thoughts on it, because I think there's a lot of people who liked what they saw, especially with that like 1,000-man playoffs for the bronze. And Rory mentioned he never fought so hard. He's never wanted it so bad to finish 3rd place. Well, Rory, how about you actually get with it a little bit earlier, bud? You might have been meddling a little bit sooner. But what were your thoughts? Because I think the course itself looked really good. I think there were some positive remarks on the course. Kusum Gasecki And, I think it was a pretty good event by like the format. We can talk about that all we want, but what are your thoughts on the Olympics before we get into the WGC FedEx St. Jude Invitational?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I had the course was the course. I mean, I think everybody knew what they were getting. It wasn't, I guess it wasn't overly easy. I mean, it wasn't like super, super easy, but it was gettable, and it definitely brought more players into play. We had a really quality winner. I feel like if Rory Sabatini was putting the gold around his neck last night, there would have been a little bit more alarm about the course. But because it was Xander and not Sabatini or even CT Pan, then everyone's like, oh yeah, the course is fine. It was one of those courses though, where like legit anybody like could have won. So I don't know. I'd like to see, look, it's the Olympics. Like let's up the ante a little bit here. I mean, like let's make it a little bit more difficult. That's probably my only qualm there. Yeah.
So the next Summer Olympics is in Paris, correct? I think it's in France, and so that we'll see what the course is going to be. I haven't taken too much of a deep dive into the 2024 Summer Olympics. I do know that the surf event is at Chopu in Tahiti. So I do know that, but I do not know where the golf tournament is.
Are they playing the like Golf National in Paris?
Maybe. Is that where they?
Yeah, if they are, that is a fantastic venue.
Oh yeah.
The winning score there is like 5 to 8 under. It's really hard. I hope that's where they're playing. That is one of the best European tour venues out there. Like Golf National. Ryder so yeah, Cup. I'll have to look that up. I almost expect that.
The last time the Ryder Cup was in Europe was at that course?
I think so. Yeah, I think they did have the Ryder Cup there. They definitely had the Ryder Cup there one year. But there's a European tour event that's played there all the time. It's really tough. It's a good course.
So, and again, my thoughts on the Olympics. I know it was late for everybody on the East Coast. I know a lot of people are trying to stay up to see the playoff, but hey, look, it's a growing process. This is the second time in like the last century golf has been in the Olympics. Let's make sure that we, do our best. Everything can always be better. So, it is what it is. And I think Xander, when you take a look at no-cut events, I think it's safe to say he's someone that should always be a consideration if he's in that range where he's always going to be, which is 14, 18 to 20. If he's there and it's a no-cut event, chances are that he has a good shot, right, Jeff?
Yeah, absolutely. It was the perfect. It's the kind of event for Xander, the Olympics, man. I mean, smaller field, little bit of a foreign course, and that's just where he's excelled. I don't even know why or what it is with it. Maybe just like he eases off because there's no cut or something. But yeah, he has typically dominated these little events. So good for him. Yeah, quality winner, obviously. Like I said, I think it kind of would be a little different story if Sabatini had really kick down the door. People would have been like, this isn't right. But it was a cool round by Rory. I mean, look, when you're canning out for eagle and sinking everything, you deserve to get up there. But it was a fun last day. I mean, you could say that at the very least. It was really fun. I mean,
2 bogeys too for Sabs. And Jeff, we talked about Sabatini. I forget if it was on Monday's show or Tuesday's show.
We were debating him and Lahiri, weren't we?
Yeah. And I think
were saying one of these guys could get hot with the putter. We said we legitimately like one of these guys probably going to get hot with the putter. I think I said I'd rather play Lahiri, but it was the same deal. Like we were like, one of these guys. If it's a soft course, you'll see one of them get hot with the putter, probably win people money, and look what happens. So I mean, last thing on the Olympic. Well, it doesn't have to be the last thing, but I mean, where do you stand in this whole Slovakia thing? Because I don't really think it's a big deal. Like. People do this. People make a big deal out of it because it's golf and it's like, oh, well, he wouldn't have got on the South African team. This happens all the time in every sport, guys. The qualification procedures are riddled with like, politics and people moving countries and people getting in when they shouldn't and people being left off the teams when they shouldn't be. So I don't really think it's a big deal. I think the Olympic qualifying is like, it's littered with just like, the unfairness. So I don't really care that Rory's representing Slovakia. Good for him.
Yeah, I could care less. If he's doing anything within his right, within the rules, the confines of the rules of the competition, whether it be golf, 3x3 basketball, handball, beach volleyball, whatever it is, if you're within the guidelines of those rules and you can play for another country this is specifically why he did it. Too. It wasn't like this was something that this was specific. The specific reason, and the reason behind why he wanted to do it is because he wanted to bolster the golf and the youth golf movement in Slovakia. So, more power to him, right? And thank goodness that he played for Slovakia, or that he was playing for Slovakia, because he was in the competition. We saw something that we liked from Rory, and look, both Rorys did well. We saw something from OG Rory, and he probably made a lot of people a lot of money if you played him and you had the right, he's part of your lineup. So more power to it. I could care less if he was doing it for South Africa, or if he was doing it for Botswana, or if he was doing it for Slovakia. Like, a medal is a medal is a medal. It's not like he would have, like, it means less because it's for Slovakia than if he got silver for South Africa. Yeah. I get, like, competition wise, that's not the case, but look, would any of us not do the same thing? If we could make the Olympic team on another country that we had the ability to, wouldn't we do that? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So I could care less. Anyway, Jeff, Olympics, that was a lot of fun. It's a Ryder Cup year, so we're going to get a lot of the same type of feeling that we do get. Not the same, as the Ryder Cup is one of the most amazing sporting events in all of sports. But another no-cut event here, Jeff, the WGC FedEx St. Jude Invitational. There's some stuff that you can read on my article over at DK Nation about the course, or about the logistics of the course, how it sets up. But Jeff, I always ask you, because I do think that we're going to see a lot of the course metrics. If you follow, Mayo, myself, or Jeff, or anybody in the golf industry, you're going to see a lot of the specs that we're all going to share, right? The yardage, par, the green type. But I want to take this time to think about, what do you see maybe the last couple of years, because it's been a WGC for the last 2 years, as opposed to just a regular event. What are you seeing right now that could be something that not a lot of other people like myself or Mayo, whomever, that aren't talking about in the industry about this course and about this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, look, I do think that, I think most people will be on it. I mean, look, this course is in Memphis, but it very much sets up like a Florida course. So, it's strokes gained approach, right? Like it's a little bit tougher off the tee maybe than some Florida courses, although some of the Florida courses are still tough off the tee. But it's really one of these venues where if you don't hit your irons well enough, you don't have a shot. But you can make up a lot of that on the greens by just getting hot with the putter as well. Like Brooks Koepka won with minus or plus 9 strokes putting like 2 years ago. On the other hand, the insane the tee to green guys here. I mean, Justin Thomas won while losing over stroke putting last year. So that really does tell you, like, if you're at the top end of the tee to green side this week, you can really make a mark, because this course is pretty tough. There's water, like there's dog legs, and maybe it's not that long, but the dog legs have water on them instead of just like trees. There's water guarding a lot of the par threes. Like if you're not on tee to green, you better be gaining 9 strokes putting, or you're not going to sniff the top 10 here. So really emphasize the tee to green. Like I can't say that enough. Guys who are trending well there, guys who think will be really consistent. And again, doesn't have to be dominant off the tee, but got to be consistent off the tee. Again, I just keep thinking of that last tee shot. And I know Brooks hit it in the water there. I think it was last season when he was in contention. And, it's just a tough tee shot at the last hole, but there's multiple tee shots like that. So really just looking for guys who are consistent tee to green. You can try and hit guys you think will pop with the putter too, but it's much easier just to really emphasize strokes gain tee to green, strokes gain approach here. And really just, if a guy is not firing in that regard, probably just even cross him off. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. I like what you said about the Florida course comparison, right? Par 70, we see that quite a bit. This is a longer par 70, right? It's a little over 7,200 yards. So it's a longer par 70, and that's what we kind of see. And we also see that the weather can play a factor in Florida, maybe more so wind than it does here. This place is going to be hot and humid. It always is around this time. Guys who play well, right? That was kind of a narrative last week that, guys that can play well in that certain climate could do well. But like you mentioned, Jeff, tee to green, guys that rank from number 1 to 10 over the last 24 rounds. These are stats on fantasynational.com. Colin Morikawa is number 1. That's no surprise. Paul Casey, number 2, Jeff. Brooks, number 3. JT, who we'll get to in a little bit, number 4. Spieth is number 5. Victor Hovland 6, Sergio number 7, Cantlay, your boy, number 8, Tyrell the Gazelle Hatton number 9, and Rory McIlroy is number 10 in that department. That rounds up top 10 for strokes gained tee to green. I want to get to JT because you mentioned, hey, look, I think we both liked JT last week coming in, and he just could not find a single putt. But what we've seen with some players, JT is one of them. I would argue Sergio, who I'll also get to in a little bit, is another guy that you could lose a ton of strokes putting, but because they're such good ball strikers, if they have an even week putting, there's a chance that they're in contention. You see JT now on for DFS, he's $9,900, and if you want to bet him outright on the DK Sportsbook, plus 1,800, Jeff, and DJ's right there as well. Let's start on the betting side, because I think DFS, there's a spot where you can absolutely play JT. But tell me about this, or tell me about this like scenario where you have top guys too, the DJs, the JTs, kind of in that range and where you're going, if you're going up top.
I mean, look, I feel like if you're interested in making like a betting card this week, if you are, you're interested in betting like one of the favorites, I mean, it's pretty much got to be JT at plus 1,800 or Dustin there. Mm-hmm. I guess you could make a case for Rory as well at plus 2,000, but we think about win rates over the last few years, and and Dustin and Justin Thomas just kill Rory in that regard. So maybe Rory, showed something last week. Maybe that'll carry over. I guess you could include him in that group, but for me, like, you've got to start with one of those three guys, and I would probably rank them. I might even put Dustin in front of Justin Thomas. I think that's an interesting conversation. I know he missed the cut at the 3M, but I just don't care. Dustin Johnson hasn't won on tour yet. He was certainly looked fine at the Open before that 3M missed cut. There's multiple reasons why he could have just missed the cut at the 3M. Jet lag, didn't care, trying to get out of there, extra rest, whatever. Justin Thomas he looks close, like you said. He just didn't get firing with the putter, but I just feel like Dustin's win rate, like, it's got to come back soon. So I think between those two, you can almost flip a coin. I would maybe lean slightly Dustin Johnson right now, but Rory, Justin Thomas, you can even take two of these guys and call it a week. It's a WGC. It's quality winner week. Like, it's not time to go small and like fire a bunch of 100 to 1 guys. Maybe you take 100 to 1 guy, but you got to load up at the top. Agreed. Rory, Justin Thomas, Dustin, you got to take at least one of these guys. At least one.
Absolutely. Dustin Johnson, I was talking to my dad yesterday, coincidentally, about this tournament. And I said to him, look, if DJ is around 18, 19, that's the place that I don't really care. I could care less unless we hear that he's got a major back injury, a knee, whatever it is coming out this week. And that's why he missed cut at 3M. These are the type of weeks that you want to buy the dip on these guys. The 18, right? DJ is 1,800 to 1. Yeah. The last time that we saw him like this was like before that huge run that he went on, where he just did like the worst finish he had in 9 weeks was a second place.
Then he won the Travelers the next week or something, right? I can't even remember what happened. Yeah, something like that.
So and to argue, like, look, he's 10-2, right? So I get that. And when you take a look at what he can potentially do at this tournament, of course we know that he's skilled, but JT at 9,900, Jeff, I think is something to consider, especially after what he didn't do last week. And this is more DFS, so this is less betting, because I'm with the lockstep on the betting side. But JT, when he's in the 9s, this guy's a 4th ranked golfer in the world. He lost that 3rd place, or the 3rd world ranking, because Xander's moved up, ahead of him. But he's still in the top 5. You mentioned the WGC. The last, I think, 4 WGC events, the average rank of those guys who have won is like 5th. In the world before leading into that tournament. That's what they were ranked before they won. Now, it doesn't mean that only the top 5 golfers are going to win. That's not what it means. But what it means is that kind of, accumulates or aggregates this is how they're playing during the year. This is how they've played throughout like this entire season. Right. And that's a good, a good place to start if you're looking at outrights. Like you mentioned, it's okay to go after guys who are a little bit deeper on the board. But JT, if I take a look at the DFS side, I'm looking at these and I'm saying, if I'm just the casual person, or if I'm looking like us, like we're talking about it, and a lot of the narrative about JT during the Olympics, the first round when all he had were pars, everyone said, why are you guys surprised that JT is doing this? Right? He just was not coming into form. Why are you guys surprised that JT is doing this? Like, yeah, I'm not surprised, but it also doesn't take me away from wanting to play someone like this who, based off of the roster percentage, as we see throughout the week, could be around 10% or lower. And if it is, that is ultra upside for a guy who's grinding right now to get back into form. You see it. So I wanted to talk, about those two guys, but I think a lot of people are going to go right here. Right? Like, we know what this guy does in big tournaments. I wrote him up in my preview article. He's amazing, not just in big stages. We know that. He's amazing, but what he does at this tournament specifically, first place, and then a runner-up last season. Yeah. Like, it's hard to stay away from this guy, even though he might be chopped.
No, I know. Brooks definitely feels like he'll be where people start. I mean, you can make a case for Morikawa, but you're saving $400. Brooks has the advantage of having won here before as well. It's kind of nice, actually. I almost wish Koepka was cheaper so that they'd take more ownership away from a guy like Dustin, but I don't think Dustin will be super, super chalk either, because he's got Rory down there coming off a big week and Justin Thomas. So for me, I don't disagree. I mean, I think that, like, you should get up to Brooks in a cash game or whatever, but I feel like Dustin is the tournament pivot there. I mean, I really do. He's cheaper. He's going to be lesser owned. So yeah, you're right. I mean, look, Brooks Koepka is going to be the guy here. People keying in on. He's been delivering. All accounts are that he's healthy. I don't really have anything bad to say about it. The only thing I'd say is, you look at performance over this, Dustin's basically matched Brooks. And if you're getting lower ownership, again, for a tournament, that's exactly the kind of scenario I want. The cheaper, lesser owned guy. So Brooks for me, probably a tournament fade, but we got to see ownership projections and stuff too later in the week. I'll be shocked if Brooks isn't like the main player that gets rostered over 10K though, like has the highest ownership percentage. So.
Yeah, I see Jeffrey answering some questions there in the YouTube chat. There's one from Must Be Sink or Phil or both. I don't know if you answered
just
that
likes
one
the old
yet.
guys. That's just his typical.
That's his
guy.
move. That's his move.
Yeah.
Hey, we like. I mean, it's okay. Well, when the Champions Tour starts to become part of the Get the Green, we'll be talking about.
Must Be. I'll be here for that. Don't worry.
Must Be will be our number one. Yeah. Must Be. He's still riding that. The Phil Mickelson PGA Championship. I would be too. Must Be says, no way I'm touching JT. He's a must fade right now. His head ain't right. Look, and I'm not going to pick on you, Must Be, because I think you bring up a good point. Like, this is definitely what you want to, we want to talk about here, is that the sentiment right now is much like what Must Be is talking about, right? Or feeling, is that there's no way I'm touching him. For cash, Must Be, I'm with you. Like, for cash, I'm with you on this right now. But when you talk about tournaments, when you're talking about GPPs, and even in the outright, I'm with you too, right? Especially if DJ is right there, especially if it's a WGC and we have values down the board in the 2s, the 2.5s, 3s. But you want that type of sentiment on the players in GPPs, especially if it's a guy like JT, and especially at his price tag. He's not 10-6. If he was 10-6, or if he was where Spieth was at 10-3, 10-4, I'm with you. But he's below $10,000. Not a lot of people like him right now. I'm going to play Justin Thomas. He's going to be one of my favorite plays. And I believe, and I forget who brought it up in the chat, so my mistake. Oh, the Guru. I mean, JT won, 68, 65 on the weekend in Tokyo, like at Kasumigaseki. He's, 68, 65 on the weekend. That's really, really good. That's the form you want. Now, you could argue too, right, that a bunch of these guys are coming over from Japan, and now they're going to be flying into Memphis. Jet lag might not hit them necessarily right away because they're riding that high after coming off the Olympics. It might hit them a little bit later in the round, but this is a no-cut event. So I'm not worried necessarily about JT and some of these guys who are coming over. I think it's a good pivot play. I think it's a good pivot narrative that so many people are going to be fading these guys. And there's some players, maybe like an Abe Ancer, maybe like a Johnny Vegas. I don't think Vegas might be in this. I don't think Vegas is in this field. But there might be some guys that you want to fade based off of them coming over from Japan. Yeah, Vegas isn't in the field. So that would be my thought on the top guys. The next guy that I wanted to get to is Bryson DeChambeau. And I want you guys in the chat to let me know what you think about Bryson. Because Bryson right now, talk about sentiment, right? And a lot of what we're going to talk about potentially on this show and Get the Green is not necessarily the popular plays, not necessarily the sentiment plays, because everyone, you can see everything you want to see on Brooks. Like, we know that his birdie rate is fantastic. We know that his par 4 scoring is great. We know that his off the tee is great. We know all of that stuff is great. But we want to talk about some of these guys where their current form isn't great. Their numbers aren't lining up. But a guy like Bryson, $9,500, Jeff. And on the outright market, if you're looking at Bryson right now, he's at what, 2,800 to 1
big
right
price.
next to Scotty. Big price. Fitzpatrick. I love Scotty Scheffler this week. I'm going to be playing a ton of Scotty Scheffler. I'm betting Scotty Scheffler outright. But I like Bryson at this number at 2,800. I think that is an absolute steal. Like I said, his form is off. But when we're talking about value and upside, especially in the outright market, I think this is a place and someone that we need to talk about.
I mean, if we've learned anything from like the last year with just this, how deep a golfers we're getting these days, it's when the big names dip in price, like really dip, you buy in. I talked about, you need to take one of, like a DJ or a Justin Thomas down there. I mean, you look at this range and it feels like, I mean, Bryson at plus 28, it almost feels like a must bet. I mean, I don't use that. I try not to use that term too much. It's cliche, but like, you're just not going to see this price on Bryson like much at all over the next 5 years. And when you do, this is pretty much the same price we were getting Dustin at the Travelers. It was ridiculous. It was because he had a couple bad events. Bryson wasn't even that bad at the Open. He was T33 and then he got COVID. Like, okay, he missed the cut at the Rocket. He was going through caddy changes. I don't really care what these guys do at events like the Rocket Mortgage, I mean, would I have liked a better Open Championship? Sure. But, don't forget, I mean, Bryson is a guy who won on a course where there was a ton of water, like a Florida course earlier in the season. And look, the last two winners of this event have been, or last 3 winners have been Brooks Koepka and Dustin Johnson, U.S. Open winners. I mean, there's a theme here. Like, this is a tough course, tee to green, big off the tee. Man. I mean, it's basically a must bet at plus 2,800. It really is. You got to sprinkle something on there. I mean, I just don't know how you don't take advantage of this, because we're not going to see the price very often on Bryson.
No. And again, he is 7th. He was 6th in the world. I'm talking about Bryson. He was 6th in the world. He's now moved to 7th. So there's that, right? There's that stat if you want it. But I'm in agreement. Again, and then we're talking, this is part and parcel, Jeff, too, and I want people to know this too. And again, the feeling might be the same on, I think the Guru was mentioning that has the same feeling that Must Be has on JT for Bryson. It just doesn't look like there's something mentally right, which is fine. But let's also remember too that we haven't seen Bryson since he's done bad. And these guys, especially Bryson, go ahead, Jeff.
I mean, I was just going to say, it doesn't take long for these guys to figure it out. It's usually not something big. It's usually not like, oh, my game's like, it's not like they have the yips or something. It's like, oh, I was doing this mentally. Now I'm not doing it anymore. Now I feel great again. Like that's how little it can take sometimes. Right. So, I mean, 2 weeks is like an eternity sometimes in the golf season. So
yeah, Jordan says that Bryson doesn't have a caddy that understands the effect of Earth rotation anymore. He's cooked. Could be. Hey, look, could be. But I'm of the ilk, right, that I'm going to play someone like him in GPPs. I'm talking about Bryson until I see a reoccurrence of something, like something is up, right? And then I have my metrics, I have my marks of what I think is something's wrong with the player, and I could be totally off. Right. I want to be on that side again in GPPs and cash. I feel you. I'm not going to do it. If I'm doing 50-50s, if I'm doing double ups, if I'm doing head to heads, I might not take that chance. Right. But in GPPs, if you want to win, you have to look at these. And I'd rather be I'm going to play these guys, especially when the sentiment is low, Like imagine having, JT and Bryson on one team at, both players in the $9,000 range. Like you talk about, we're not going to get 28 to plus 2,800. Talk about having both of these guys in the 9K range, Jeff.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me too is something that you really have to focus on and see, hey, that might be a position that I want to attack. Because like Hideki's coming over back from Japan. He's got to be cooked. Talking about cooked. I don't know where his mentals are right now.
Right.
But he played another strong tournament all the way to the end in his home country with all the pressure, yada, yada, yada. He's there, right? Like Louis Oosthuizen, he's going to be a popular play. Victor Hovland is going to be popular, right? We know that. We know all of these things. Bryson isn't because of all that. So I'm going to be of that camp where I'm going to play him in these situations more times than not when that's the sentiment and when that's the environment.
Yeah. I mean, it's again, it doesn't feel good. You're like, oh, this guy didn't look good. There's all these reports, but sometimes you gotta do things that just don't feel right because no one else is going to do them. Right. So I think Bryson is definitely like, it's either in DFS or betting. I mean, it's just someone I'm going to have that piece of this week. We just don't get these opportunities very often. So we'll see. Very interesting. His price is the most interesting of the week for me, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And look, we think approach. Look, Bryson's been hot garbage with approach, right? We know this. So it's a contrarian play. The stats aren't going to line up necessarily, but you don't have to play all contrarians. And I think this goes to another guy because I think this is an interesting range, Jeff. We could easily spend the entire hour on the 9K range, but we won't. There's this chatter right in the chat from our friends Michael Merriweather and company that Louis Oosthuizen seems like he's got good value. He's saying, and that's Michael. He's saying that I'm going to play Usti until he burns me, and that's the sentiment that I kind of have with those other guys. Not the same, but that's kind of what I'm trying to convey. But there's no other person in the Northern Hemisphere that knows more about Louis Oosthuizen than at the Fantasy Grind, other than the Oosthuizen Ohana. So, Jeff, tell me why this is a good or bad play. Because look at those finishes, man. This has really got to excite you.
I mean, the only thing that Louis needs to do is just have a good week with the driver. He can absolutely win this event if he does. The irons are popping. He's third in strokes gain approach over the last 24 rounds now. We know what he can do on the greens at this point. He's first strokes gain putting on tour. I think that this is a good spot for him. He was T6 here last season. I really do. It's a tougher course, which is good for him. It's not going to be a place where he's got to get to 20 under, which is never really his thing. The 3M Open played a little bit tougher. That almost fed into him getting another win. So it's a good spot. I mean, it really is. I think that this is potentially a place where you can come through. Even if you look at corollary course, I think Valspar is like the biggest corollary for me. Usti's finished like second T2 and like T6 there the last two times he's played. So
yep.
Yeah, I think this is it. I definitely like a guy I'm going to be betting just from a perspective of, I'm not even sure if that many people are going to be in on him at this price. It just feels like this is inevitable. I mean, I say that knowing that how long it's been since he's won, but it really does feel like, I mean, if we don't get it here, it's going to be in the playoffs or something. So yeah, I'm not going to get off him either. Is the question I'm not ready to like pack in the bags and maybe got to make some decisions. Like maybe you have to fade the Bryson cheap play that we're touting, or maybe you have to fade like Hovland, but I think Usti is just playing too good. I think you should take the sentiment of play him until he burns me. This is a guy who leads the field in strokes gained putting. His iron play is heating up. One way or the other, he's probably going to have a decent week for you, and he's not that expensive. So, you could find reasons, I guess, to go to other players. This range is exceedingly strong too. I mean, Daniel Berger, the Baron of TPC Southwind,
the Sultan of Southwind,
the Sultan of Southwind. There we go. Is only 9,200. Potentially, Berger is like the best value on the board in this range.
Yeah,
but Usti is like it's going to happen. I mean, it just is. I've seen this story too many times with other players. Yeah. They knock on the door. They knock on the door. It feels like it's never going to happen, and then they just burst it down. So, this range is tough. You've got Bryson there. I agree on being out on Hideki, but then you've got Hovland and Thomas. I think Cantlay is probably going to end up being a big fade. And for me too, but I like Casey too. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you could start here just by going Burger Casey and like, you know, go really balanced. And your guy Scheffler is good too. So this range is tough, man. This is where you make the money this week, in my opinion, by picking.
Yeah, you got to make decisions here, right, Jeff? You like you talked about, and you know, when I mentioned earlier in the last segment that we were talking about, you know, you don't have to go full contrarian. This is one spot that I don't think you complicate it. It's simple. You play Louis. He's been so damn good over the last couple of months, whatever it's been, especially in big stage fields. People look at Louis and say, well, he choked. I mean, when you're finishing top 5, top 3, top 8, you know, in these hard events, either in the Florida Swing or WGCs, I think at the concession, he finished top 10 at that, you know, back in February. We know what he's done in majors. You don't fool around. You don't fool around with Louis. I think he's someone that you highly, highly have to consider in both GPPs and especially in cash. The one place that I probably would feel a little bit like, okay, maybe I'm going somewhere else is in the betting market, right? Because he's 20-1 or plus 2,000 right now. I'm seeing some value a little bit down the board. But again, I would not fault anybody for taking Louis at plus 2,000, right? No one, Jeff, has been better in the field except for Colin Morikawa in strokes gained total over the last 24 rounds. So you want a stat that encompasses everything. Well, you're gaining more strokes than the other guys. That usually leads to a win. No one's better other than the guy who won the Open Championship and who's been the best golfer over the last 3-4 weeks in Colin Morikawa.
Right.
And Louis Oosthuizen, like you mentioned, is number 3 in strokes gained approach over that same time frame. So he's the best putter that we've had on tour for the last handful of months. He's the 3rd best guy in approach the last 24 rounds. He's the 2nd best in total. You don't fool around. You play Louis. Right.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. There's, it's so tempting in this range, but, you know, we can cross a few players off. Casey, Scheffler. I mean, I think you do have to put Louis in front of those guys. I mean, I think when we're ranking them, it's a tough range to rank. I mean, I could even see myself just being out on Thomas, taking the discount on Usti, and then targeting like a Berger or a Casey or a Scheffler to go around with them. So that's kind of the approach I'll be taking. Again, Bryson is the real wild card. At the very least, if you're making like 10 lineups, that's a guy I would want to mix in just because his upside is so immense. But probably not a must play just because of the guys underneath him this week.
Yeah, I agree. And like, you know, guys, load up your questions, or else Jeff and I are just going to go down and talk shop and, you know, look at the different price ranges here. Let's see. Jordan Green says, my neighbor is cutting his grass. I'm off for a bit. Be back shortly. Good takes. Thank you. Appreciate it. And you said Jeff can't find Jeff's at. So he also said likewise to you, Jeff. But I actually got a shout out on the YouTube algo. So there you go for that. Mike says Berger definitely too cheap for this course. But going now, and I agree, like Berger is going to be someone that we definitely have to consider with what he's done at this course when it wasn't a WGC, but it's not like he's going to completely change. Like the field is stronger, obviously, as a WGC than as a regular tour stop, but doesn't mean that he doesn't have those same feelings of winning at this course. But heading down to the 8K range, Jeff, because again, you're talking about a WGC, there's value everywhere. There's going to be name recognition everywhere. There's my guy at $8,900, Anthony Finau at the very top there. You go down Fitzpatrick, Reed, Shane Lowry, Webb, Neiman, Answer, Cam Smith, Connors, your boy, and then Fleetwood to round out the 8Ks. Guys, you know, in the chat, and we'll get to Cam Champ Guru in a little bit. Any positions here, Jeff, that you're taking? There's a couple of guys like Abe Answer. Even though he's solid approach guy, I'm fading him right now at $8,300. I think Webb Simpson is very interesting. He is the guy that, again, the same type of narrative and thought process I have on a guy like Bryson. I'm having that same feeling with Webb at this price. But where are you starting? Because I'm probably, again, talking GPP, so I got the context right. I'm probably starting at Webb Simpson when I take a look at this is a second shot course. It's a par 70. We know that Simpson loves those. You need to be elite with your irons. And again, current form is not there for Webb with his irons. Something is up, but at the same time, he's someone that I'm probably leaning towards when it comes to GPPs of the guys that I'm really, really interested in. And guys that I'm just not right now are guys like Patrick Reed. Could he come out? He's plus 4,000 on the DK Sportsbook, and he's $8,700. Man, he's going to be traveling like in the last 5 or 6 days, Jeff, like across the country twice. So, or across the world twice, excuse me. That's a tough thing for me. So I really like Webb, but where are you leaning towards?
The Olympic hangover is something like we didn't really talk about, right? I mean, I have this is a little bit different than coming from like the Open or something. Like the Olympics it's more of a party, right? And I get it, it's completely different this time around. You know, the fans aren't there and the village and stuff, but it's still the Olympics, right? Like you get a medal, like it's a little bit of a celebratory thing. So I'm definitely of the opinion, like I'm not huge on the guys who played last week. I don't even really have a problem fading most of them, if not all of them. I mean, again, we're getting such a deep field too, so something to consider there. But yeah, I really like Webb Simpson. We'll see if the field likes him. The field, it's funny. We're getting cheap Webb Simpson for the second event in a row because he was super cheap at the Open and no one played him. I wonder if people will get on him now after the T19 at the Open. He's got a great record at this event. He was T2 here in 2019. You know, this course, it's a little bit tougher than some of the other like sort of Florida style courses, but the Valspar, RBC Hilton Head, Hilton Head, Harbor Town, that's where Webb does well. Like I don't think this course is like a negative for Webb at all. So yeah, 8,500. That is a player I absolutely love in this range. And, like usual, the 8K range tends to be one where you just feel like some guys are overvalued. Like you mentioned, Reed, you've got Lowry up there. And then you start comparing them to the guys in the high 7K range. And you're like, Harris English, like why is Harris English so much lower than like Lowry? Why is Kokrak so much lower than Lowry? And all of a sudden some of these guys don't look that good. So I think Webb definitely sticks out. I don't hate like a guy like Connors, who's so good with his approaches that, maybe he might just, putt a little bit better and be good this week. But this whole range just feels like one I just kind of want to gloss over. I think Webb is going to be the one guy when you want to make balanced lineups. That's where you got to go. Now, hopefully that doesn't make him uber chalk, but I guess we'll deal with that bridge. We'll deal with that tomorrow when we get more projections and stuff.
Right.
We'll talk about that. Or I guess if it's Emerson instead of me, I'm not sure if we're decided on that, but whoever is there tomorrow, we'll talk about that.
Yeah. Look, it's a lot of chatter on the YouTubes in the chat room here talking about Abe Answer is a good value. But hey, look, like Answer 4 rounds in the 60s for the Olympics. I believe he was, what did he finish? Top 15, I believe. Yeah, T14 at the Olympics, shot a 3 under on Sunday. So not too bad. Look, again, you got to take stances. I think Answer's a solid player. I think he's a great iron player. Will it be one of these type of events, Jeff, that he breaks through, right? Which is, does he win a WGC or these like maybe a FedEx Cup playoff event? Or does he win one of these other tournaments first? And then like a TPC Scottsdale, let's say, if he tees it up there at the Waste Management, does he win that? Does he win one of these Florida swing courses? Does he win like in South Carolina on like a pseudo, like an RSM or an RBC? I don't know, right? We just haven't seen it. His irons are solid, but I think you made a really, really good point. Like this is a value, or this is a price range where you always see, okay, we know the names, right? Especially in a WGC. We know the names, the Niemans, the Answers, the Simpsons, the Connors. We know these players and we like them. And we usually see them in the $9,000 range. So what you have to battle between is, I know that these guys are like, that should be priced in the 9s. They're currently priced in the 8s. And their name values. So which ones are red herrings? Which ones are ones that you can be like, you know what, this is a trick, right? Like this is a trick. And I think where I'm hanging my hat on, this is a trick for me, are some of those guys that are coming back from the Olympics. I know it's a catch-22 because I'm saying, well, like JT, because he shot, great rounds on the weekend at the Olympics, but when you talk about, and I think this is part of it too, when you talk about the guys in the 7K range, I think you make a really, really good point. that Kokrak is like one of the best birdie or better players right now statistically in the last 50 rounds. This guy absolutely destroys. He makes a ton of birdies, especially on these longer holes. He hits it a mile off the tee. We know that. Talked about Harris English. Sergio Garcia cannot putt to save his life, but the man just gained a total of 11.7 strokes with his irons in his last 2 tournaments. So I'm going to try and do that more and get the Sergios, the Englishes, the Kokraks over the guys in the 8K range. Because I think, at least what it feels like right now, is that is where I think there's going to be some traps, is in the 8K range.
Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit. Answer, I mean, I think this price is fine. Like people have been alluding to. I understand why people are gravitating towards them. I really like Answer, but you really got to decide, are you going to be in on these guys, especially if they're chalky coming back from the Olympics, or is that where you're going to fade? I mean, if you're not going to fade them, then it feels like maybe you should just play all the Olympians from last week and go that route. But yeah, Answer definitely. I think I'd rather play Webb here for multiple reasons, kind of we just laid out. And then going down, I mean, Kokrak definitely there. You got Harris. I assume Harris English going to get a ton of ownership again, just at that price. And then you got Sergio. Yeah. And I'd be hard pressed not to be in on Sergio this week. He's playing well. He's top 20ing almost every week. And if that putter ever heats up a bit, he's going to challenge. So. Yeah.
The Guru asks, did Louis not qualify for the Olympics? I think he did, right? And he just decided not to play.
He just didn't want to play. He's focused on getting a win at some point on the PGA Tour. So he said it was for the FedEx Cup. He said it was for the FedEx Cup. So
who was the guys who represented South Africa? It was Higo and I'm forgetting the other guy right now.
Yeah, was it Wilco? No.
Shoot. I'm looking right now on the leaderboard. Bazunho.
Oh yeah, Chris. Oh yeah, Bazunho pulled out of this event. So Bazunho did the opposite of Usti.
Yeah,
he played the Olympics, pulled out of this event, and Usti pulled out of the Olympics so that he could play in this event, essentially. So
hey, look, and they're focusing on FedEx Cup points. They're focusing on that big check on cash.
I'm not going to fault the guy for that. I mean, that's...
Right, exactly. Okay, let's we can wrap this up, Jeff, in the next couple of minutes here. Guys, load up your questions. We're still deciding if we're going to do a show tomorrow. Most likely, but who knows? We might not. So get your questions in now. $6,000 range, Jeff. $6,000 to $7,000. Cam Champ was a name that came up in the chat. Thoughts on Cam Champ coming off a win where he was 125, 12,500 to 1, or excuse me, well, that's a lot. Plus 12,500 to win the 3M, and he did it. He made a lot of people happy. We saw a lot of our friends show us those tickets where they cash in on Cam Champ. What are your thoughts on him? We know what he does up the tee. We know when he gets a putter going, it's lights out for a lot of people. This is a big field. This is a big boy field. Cam Champ, how do you feel about him?
I mean, look, he gained 8.5 strokes putting in the last event. The thing about Champ, though, he's 6,700 and it's a no-cut event. He makes a ton of birdies and he's playing better. T25 here last season. Did he play here the year before? I don't think he did. No, it doesn't look like it.
I don't think he did. No.
It's in a WGC event. It's really not a bad move to play Cam Champ when he's this cheap. He just makes so many birdies. He gives you more eagle opportunities. This isn't a course I necessarily love for him, though. It's par 4 heavy. There's only 2 par 5s. I don't want to say I'm out on him. It's just I look at this range, and I feel like maybe he could get up to Sam Burns or even Ian Poulter. I think I'd rather take a shot with Kisner. Those are the two guys I'm really debating between in this range, Kisner and Champ. You might even want to mix in both. I think this is just such a good setup for Kisner. And I think, you've seen Kevin Kisner when he gets a little bit of form and he comes to these events and he knows it's a good course for him, he kind of amps it up. So I'm kind of expecting Kisner to at least get himself in a position for a big check on Sunday. Whereas Cam Champ coming off the win, is he more talented? Does he have a better chance of winning than Kisner? Probably, but what is his motivation here other than maybe just getting 4 rounds in and get like a T40 and a little bit extra cash?
Yeah.
Like, I think it's a big event for Kisner, and I think it's a good course for him. So I'd slightly lean Kisner there in that range. You can also get up to Cam Davis or Sam Burns and just try and avoid those guys. I mean, I think both those guys are good plays, but I think Kisner might be the sneaky play here, kind of like the poor man's Webb Simpson there.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. That's someone that I'm definitely taking a look at, par 70. Hey, like Bobby Mack. Bobby Mack is 6,600 right now. I think a lot of people love Bobby Mack.
We'll have to see how highly owned he is for sure.
Yeah. Caught at the 3M. Maybe it was a little bit of Open Championship hangover, but before that, he was great. Look at his form coming into the Open Championship. He was obviously trending. It's not like just one tournament. He's no longer trending. He's $6,600. Bobby Mack is someone that I feel more.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I finished your thought on.
I was going to say, like, I feel more comfortable playing him. And sorry, must be over the guys like Phil. Like Sink is someone that I like. You know, I love Sink. I think he's playing above expectation. You take a look at his longer form. Of course, right? I think Sink is more a player that I would play more over Phil if it wasn't Bobby Mack. But I'm leaning towards like the Kisners and the Bobby Macks in this range.
Yeah, I think the main thing is this is a very playable range, just under 7K, like between 6,500 and 6,900. Burns and Davis. Burns is playing well. This is a really good course for Burns. He lights it up on Bermuda. I mentioned the Valspar. That's where he won. I think that's the biggest corollary to this course, at least in my opinion. Cam Davis playing well, makes a ton of birdies. Cam Davis is just like Cam Champ. He's like an Australian version. Big hitter, makes a ton of birdies, good for no-cut events. And then I mentioned Kisner, but I think Max Homa and McIntyre are guys you can play too. Lots of options down here. This is like the GPP deluxe edition down here. I mean, you might want to pick 2 or 3 of these guys to mix in because, you know, it gets a little bit thinner after that. There's no one I can really point to say under 6,500 and be like, you know, like Lucas Glover is going to bounce back for sure. Maybe he does, but I don't hate the setup for him. But I mean, I don't know what he's going to do coming off his first win in like a decade. I mean, he might just be taking it easy too and looking for that T40 or something, just take an easy week. So he can take shots on guys like, you know, Minwoo Lee or Victor Perez, but you know, the juice, the good plays, the good value, that's between 6,900 and 66 right there.
Yeah. Siwoo and Sanjay Im did not, they failed to medal. So they have mandatory military service.
So what are they going to do? You know, how are they going to bounce back? Are they going to come back with a win? Or are they going to just, you know, depressed? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. And Siwoo was kind of playing like garbage anyways. Actually, both of them were kind of playing like Sanjay maybe picking it up a bit, but I'm not interested in either of those guys that much. The South Koreans, it just feels like probably coming off a draining week. They're going to cash a check and start getting ready for 2024.
Must be says I'm writing it down, Reed, and I forget what I said to what you're writing down. So I'm happy. Please remind me what I said or what you're writing down. That'd be great. A lot of people in the chat, Jeff, saying they'd like a show tomorrow. Hey, we'll see. Smash that like button, as the cool kids say. Subscribe, hit the bell button. Come on,
I can make it. I can make the show tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll see. Right. If Reed's down, I can make it. I don't know what Emerson's doing. Maybe we can make it a 3-man. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe we'll do a 3-up and really flood the screen. And producer TA Tarlin, if she's on, we'll be really, really happy about that. Here's the Madden Sim, guys. That will conclude our Get the Green for Monday. The Madden Sim schedule is up next in like the next 10 minutes. Titans at Packers. That's going to be Jeff and ZT, so he's going to be sticking around. 6 p.m., the best team in the NFL right now that no one's talking about, the Las Vegas Raiders at the Eagles. Devonta Smith, a little bit of a knee thing. Jeff, we'll see. A couple weeks. It's pretty scary because a lot of Philadelphia Eagles receivers have been injured, especially the ones that have come out of the draft fairly early. So let's see what that
might run for 2,000 yards this year.
Right. Yeah. That's Glash and Kenny. 8 p.m. Saints at Falcons. Koff and BK will get you that one. 10 p.m. Madden After Dark. Bills at Cardinals, excuse me, Glash and Tom. And then we'll see. August 3rd, we might get another Get the Green, probably, but we'll see. Hey, we want to keep you guys on a little bit of a hook here, a little bit of a tease. That will do it. Follow Jeff on Twitter at The Fantasy Grind. I'm at Reed C. Fowler. This was great. I thought this was a great show, Jeff. Not just because you and I are the best ones to get the green. Sorry, Emerson, for right now. But a lot of interaction in the chat. That's what we love. That's what we love to do. That's why we love to do it. But hope you guys liked it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be a good person. Like we said earlier, like Rossi said, be a good person. It doesn't take that much to do so. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
DK Sim fam, back for your, what is this, the third man sim of the day? It sounds about right. My name's Jeff Ulrich. You just heard me get the green. I lost Reed. That's okay. We'll see him next week. We'll talk some more golf. But I brought in Zach Thompson, a guy who we're doing second
What's
sim
up?
ever for Zach and I together. We got the Tennessee Titans. We got the Green Bay Packers. Wow, this is almost becoming a regular thing, Zach. I mean, unbelievable.
I know.
2 a year. Wow.
Well, we're doubling it, right? Like in the first 18 months of these sims, we did one, and now we're doing one only a few weeks later. So it's a good thing. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a decent sim. Lots of fantasy options between these two teams. And it's kind of to a fun part of the year where there's plenty of news to talk about too. It's not like we're filling time on these sims. There's a lot of substantial fantasy news people are interested in while we watch a fun simulation, which gives everybody a chance to win some cash that way as well.
Yeah, man. I mean, to your point, like we're almost to the point where we're, sometimes breaking news on these sims. So yeah, lots of stuff to do. Today, we've already had some stuff or I don't know if it's not really breaking news, but I mean, Devontae Smith now banged up for the Eagles. They've got
week to week is never what you want to hear.
No,
it's rookie receiver.
It's definitely not, especially for a guy like Devontae Smith, who, was the case on him was, he's too skinny, he's going to get injured, and we're not even at the games, and he's injured. So
I feel bad for Eagles. Well, maybe a little bit bad for Eagles fans right after Jalen Reagor last year, and then right off the bat, another rookie receiver everybody's high on goes down injured. So we'll see. Hopefully, it doesn't turn into as lost of a season as last year was for Reagor. Smith could be really good if he is their wide receiver one, which it looked like he was going to be until this happened.
Yeah, I don't know where, I don't even know where you go. Like the Eagles receiving core just feels like it's going to be like that waiver wire.
Totally.
Waiver wire thing to just, target like week in, week out. So.
And great value for DraftKings lineups, right? Like if you can figure out who's going to get the targets, there could be some big games because Hurts is going to throw. It's just who is he going to lock into for that game, that matchup. There could be some great value if you can make sense of it. It'll just be week to week. Can you make sense of that wide receiving core?
Yeah. And I mean, even in week one, if we do get Smith back, I mean, they're playing Atlanta. So,
right.
Yeah, it's going to be, the Eagles are probably going to be bad. I mean, quite frankly, but that's okay for fantasy purposes because.
Yeah, that's really actually kind of good for fantasy football. If you like Hurts or if you want Smith or somebody like that, them playing from behind can actually help their fantasy value.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I think that matchup with the Falcons week one, that's going to get heavily targeted.
For sure.
Calvin Ridley is a player in that game, should get heavily targeted. So off the bat, Eagles could be like the kind of team that just, gets shredded. Like you like it when your team's going up against them because Hurts should be able to move the ball, put some points up too. There's Derrick Henry getting the first down for the Titans, and pretty good fantasy matchup here, Zach. Did you get a lineup in?
Options. I did. Yeah, I did. There was, I was putting it together, and there was a lot of different ways you could go with this build. Multiple solid fantasy options on both sides. I ended up with heavy Packers though. Like I didn't intend to do that. I've got Derrick Henry, and that always seems to be a good move. He carries the load for this Titans offense. As both rusher and receiver, he's got 103 touchdowns and 104 sims. So finds the end zone a lot. And he is not my captain, though. He is in my lineup. I went with Aaron Jones as my captain. I like the ceiling with Jones as both a rusher and receiver. A little bit cheaper as well, so you could work in some other players that I wanted to, other places in my lineup. He's got 6 touchdowns, because he's got one receiving too in his last 4 sims. And he's been kind of rolling, and this Titans defense gives up big plays. So I went with Jones as my captain. The rest of my lineup is Henry, Adams, MVS, Mercedes Lewis, and Mason Crosby. Who did you have? Did you do a lineup for this one? I know you were kind of right to this sim. Like, did you get a chance to put one together?
I still got her in. It took me about 10 seconds, but I got her in. I got Aaron Jones in the captain as well, so we both were similar thinking. Then we got I went with the Tannehill Brown stack in the flex with Corey Davis. Yep. And then I put Funchess in as the value with, and I just threw it in kicker because that's how much salary I had left. So I put in Mason.
Yeah, same here. Same. So there we go.
I don't really love my lineup, to be honest. I feel like I should have maybe captain Brown if I was going to use Tannehill, but whatever. There's Derrick Henry definitely moving the ball a lot here. Also, as a receiver, if you don't see it. Oh, maybe they'll go for it here. They should.
We don't see that in real life hardly at all, but in these sims, he does get involved as a receiver out of the backfield. And one of the reasons why, one of the things we've talked about here is PPR leagues. I would actually take McCaffrey over Henry, specifically in PPR leagues. And Cook over Henry because they do catch the ball a little bit more. Derrick Henry just doesn't catch the ball out of the backfield in real life. He does a little bit in these sims. Inside the 10, nice punt.
It was a nice punt. Sim Mike Vrabel coaches a lot like real life Mike Vrabel, not going for it on 4th and 1 from
It's a good point.
39. Yeah,
it's a good point. Hey, there's our boy Aaron Jones.
Our guy, Aaron Jones. All right,
not a bad start.
It's like, wow, Jeff and ZT, my favorite duo.
And they both captained me? All right, gonna go have a day. He had three touchdowns a couple sims ago against Houston. He had three touchdowns. Yeah. Yep. They won 21-14, and he scored all 3 touchdowns in the game for Green Bay. Had over 20 fantasy points in that one. He's been pretty consistent with that. Had at least 18 fantasy points in 6 of his last 7. So he's been on a nice roll. One of those running backs that kind of flies a little under the radar maybe because, you know, when we think of the Packers, you think Aaron Rodgers, but he's a pretty solid fantasy option, both in real life and in these sims. And he was on that Madden ratings top 10 for running backs once again this year. Are you, you get into the ratings big time or not really?
I mean, definitely I'm going to pay attention to them just because I'm on these so much. I mean,
right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I thought it was interesting where some of the guys ended up or where they didn't. I was happy they gave Nick Chubb some respect, but at the same time, I don't know why Josh Jacobs got so much respect.
Yeah, he got a lot of love.
I thought Aaron Jones maybe even a little bit of disrespect, but yeah, for the most part, no, I'm definitely interested in them. I mean, obviously, we're watching these sims.
Right.
They're going to affect what we call
fumble.
Picked up by
I think
Bakhtiari.
the offensive lineman there, grabbed it.
Yeah,
so Aaron Jones was number 6 overall. I really don't have a problem with that. I don't know that you could put him ahead of McCaffrey, Henry, Chubb, Cook, or Kamara. I was surprised that he was ahead of Saquon and Zeke, though. I thought he would end up a little bit lower than number 6.
I mean, I'm kind of glad they nicked up Saquon a little bit and just put it down because, he's been okay, but he's been inconsistent. He hasn't played that as much as some of the other top backs. So I was okay with that. But you're right. I was a little surprised, too. I mean, I think they've given Aaron Jones some respect, which is fine. But yeah, those other guys, Zeke too seems to get a little bit of disrespect this year. I think him being below Jacobs was a little ridiculous. And I'm not even like a big Zeke guy. But I recognize.
I would agree.
Yeah,
I think both Saquon and Zeke took a little bit of a hit because when they did play, they didn't play great. And some of that is maybe they played through the injury, where McCaffrey really only played, 2 games and ended up missing all that time, but didn't get much of a ding in his ratings, like you said. He lost 2 points overall, went from 99 to 97, but still the highest rated running back. Derrick Henry with another carry there, up to 42 yards already on the ground in this one in the first quarter. So off to a good start. No score yet in this one. The Packers punting their first possession there. The Titans got it pretty far down the field before they punted. Where were they? About the 40-yard line, but conservatively punted anyway.
Brian C., I think all the ratings are out for Madden 22 now. Have to double check there, but
I think the full ratings did drop. Yep.
Yeah. So if you just Google Madden 2022, they'll come up, or Madden 2022 DK Nation or something like that. We'll get it up there. So appreciate you guys.
We don't have them on DK Nation yet. We're still formulating all the depth charts. Yeah, the ratings are there just as part of the depth charts, and we don't have full depth charts yet, which is why they're not posted yet. But they do have the full player ratings from reveal week out. If you just Google, like Jeff said, Madden 22 player ratings, you'll get that page over on EA Sports, and you can pull up all those ratings. The 99 Club, of course, revealed, and then these guys, Devontae Adams in the 99 Club this year for the first time.
Yep, which I think makes sense.
Yeah.
We'll end around AJ Brown. Guy maybe 1 year will be in the 99 Club. Definitely has the ability.
Oh, yeah. I think depending on where you get AJ Brown, I am so high on him this year. I think he's going to have a huge year with Julio Jones on the other side. And I think because Julio's there, everybody's like, oh, yeah, he's a wide receiver 2 now. But if he's getting wide receiver 2 coverage, he could have a monster year. I'm very high on him coming into the year. He has an 86 overall rating in Madden 22 that's coming out. Not as good as his teammate Julio Jones, who's 95 overall, but not a bad rating either.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that passing offense could definitely be, it could definitely be a lot better than people think. I'm actually really just high on the Titans altogether this year. So we only had 2 pass attempts that entire queue. Derrick Henry that was like the Derrick Henry and Aaron Jones to an extent, but it was mainly just Derrick Henry just eating up
10
yards.
carries.
10 carries. Wow, dude, 10 carries. I mean, I knew he was holding the ball, but that's got to be like a record for a quarter. 10 carries for one running back. I don't think I've ever seen that.
That is
maybe I saw like Mostert or Tevin Coleman back in the day do that once, but I know sometimes San Francisco would get on those drives and their running game would just take over. But that's pretty
especially
insane
in the
there.
rain. It felt like that's all they did, right? Just run on Wednesday. But and of course the two pass attempts were both completions to the running back. So, Aaron Jones has a catch. Derrick Henry has a catch. There has yet to be a wide receiver or tight end at all involved in this sim. So, we'll see what we get here in the second quarter. But that was definitely a running back showcase.
Yeah. YDG over on Twitch says, maybe could we get a pass? Could we get a pass? Please pass Bueller. Who knows, man? Who knows what the second quarter will be? I'll tell you that here's an interesting tidbit. I know you'll appreciate, Zach.
All right.
I think it was Tom and I on yesterday. We did a game. We actually did 3 games together, but one of the games, Zach, there was no punts.
Wow.
No punts through the entire game.
What was the score?
I think there was 5 or 6 turnovers. The score was something ridiculous.
Okay.
Like it was the Giants and the Chiefs won. It was like 40 something to like 28,
Gotcha.
Maybe like 46-28 or something like that.
And
no
they just
punts.
never punted.
No, there was turnovers, but there was no punts.
Right.
No,
crazy. That makes an entertaining game.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Because our first game on Sunday was just a complete dud. It was like the Lions and Washington or something like that.
The opposite of that.
Yeah, and we're like half asleep, and then it was just nuts. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a game without a punt before. There's Derrick Henry.
No. Derrick Henry running people over. That stiff arm rating, showing it off. 99 in Madden 22 and showing it off here in Madden 21, throwing Packers out of the way to get into the end zone to put the Titans on the board. Big news in the Titans division today, and I'm sure that this was touched on earlier, but man, Carson Wentz, huh? Not great, Colts fans, not great.
Well, did you hear the whole story behind it too? I guess he's had this foot issue
had it since high school? That's crazy.
He's had like this foot issue and like a broken foot or something, and I guess the bone finally just broke or something. And now they're going to go in and remove
is what they kept
it?
saying. It came loose.
Yeah, so
it doesn't sound good. Loose bones in your foot does not sound like something you want to have.
I mean,
I'm glad they're doing the surgery, right? Because it did feel to me like one of those situations at first where they're like, oh, he's going to rest and recover, and then we'll see, which sometimes turns into rest and recover for a bunch of weeks, then have the surgery and miss even longer than you needed to if you just got the surgery out the way. So at least it sounds like that's what they're going to do now. I don't know if you saw it. We were covering the breaking news on DK Live this morning, and Adam Schefter actually put out a tweet and quickly deleted it and corrected it. But he said that Frank Reich was having the surgery instead of that Frank Reich announced that Wentz was having the surgery. So there's a little confusion there. It was like, wait, what? Frank Reich?
Frank Reich's going to have the surgery for Carson Wentz? They're going to replace Carson Wentz's foot with Frank Reich's? What's going on?
Yeah, it seemed like that kind of a situation, but no, it's just Wentz. 5 to 12 weeks, and they start. I don't know. I had not looked at their schedule, but they start with a brutal open to the season, and that's going to be tough.
And it's just tough games.
It's Seattle. It's the Rams. I feel like the first 5 weeks are
pick
brutal.
Turnover. Titans
Yeah,
secondary.
here it is. Titans secondary with the pick. They will face the Colts we were just talking about in week 3. So Seahawks, Rams, Titans, Ravens, and Dolphins are the first 5 weeks for the Colts, which could be, no Carson Wentz for all that time.
Four playoff teams and the Dolphins.
Yeah, right. I mean, is that 1-4? It's hard to find 2 wins there.
Yeah, absolutely, especially without Carson Wentz. Although I'm not even a big Carson Wentz guy. I know
it's a big drop off to Eason, right?
Well,
or
I guess.
Are they going with Brett Hundley? Maybe.
I think it's going to be Eason.
I think so.
I mean, I think they need it to be Eason. Eason, I mean, Brett Hundley, we know what Brett Hundley is. He's a backup quarterback. He can run the ball a bit. He ain't going to win you many games, especially against that schedule. I think the Colts are a good team. They got good D and O lines. They just need Eason to be okay. They really do, at least in my opinion. Maybe they can get a couple wins. I think they could definitely beat the Dolphins. I think that's a winnable game.
Yep.
Wow, Derrick Henry just
that
manhandling
stiff arm,
people.
man. That stiff arm is intense.
Get out of the way.
On display today.
It's like when DJ Jazzy Jeff gets thrown by Uncle Phil out of the Fresh Prince's house there.
That's exactly what it is. Yep. Get out of here. Even then wouldn't go down after the stiff arm, picked up a few more yards and then kept running people over. Oh, there you go. Oh, they got him that time.
Just about going for another one.
Yep. Smith on the side, not Zaire Smith. Zadarius Smith.
Zadarius, yeah.
Zaire Smith is the basketball player. wrong Z Smith. Who knew?
It's a pretty good signing by the Packers. I mean,
oh yeah, I like him. In the new Madden game, Zadarius Smith has an 89 overall rating, so a little bit of respect there for him. I don't know if he'll have superstar traits yet. They haven't revealed that, but he does have them here in this game.
3rd and 6 here for the Titans, already up 7. Derrick Henry has the first touchdown for the Titans.
And he's hit the bonus. So he's 1.5 quarters in. He's got the bonus.
Yeah, let's correct this. Has anyone else touched the ball, like seriously, for the Titans? I mean,
maybe we've got it here. Threw it out of bounds. Does that count? He's got 2 complete passes. We're both to Derrick Henry. One of them was.
I think someone else caught a pass. Maybe AJ Brown caught one pass. I feel like maybe he did.
That sounds right. I think he may have.
So legitimately, one other person has touched the ball for the Titans so far, other than Derrick Henry.
103 yards. And now we're going to get a super long field goal, maybe.
Yeah.
47 yards. It's makeable, I guess.
Oh, yeah,
got it.
He did sneak it through. Okay.
Snuck it in. 10-0. Titans. So yeah,
AJ Brown's
got 4 points now, but on that plus the extra point, so 5. Henry, not a lot. Frangelico, you don't have much to add to, right? Just a few lines in your spreadsheet at this point, because not a lot of people involved. Plenty of production. It's just all going to Derrick Henry, and if you got bonus points for stiff arms, he'd be doing even better.
If you got bonus points for stiff arms, then Derrick Henry is, he's at like 40 points right now. But
Emerson's Forehead has a good question. I'd be interested in your take on this. Should I be drafting Henry with the number 1 pick in my PPR league? I already answered that. I would say no, definitely not. Doesn't catch enough passes. I'd want a running back that's going to catch more passes. Either McCaffrey or even Dalvin Cook, I would take ahead of Derrick Henry. How about you?
No,
first
in a
PPR.
PPR league, man, like it's not even close. You got to go with Cook or McCaffrey. I'm actually leaning slightly to Cook right now.
Same here.
I just a little bit nervous about that Carolina team. I really don't like the Sam Darnold signing. I feel like it could really like kind of crater their season and crater their offense a little bit. I'm just not a big Sam Darnold guy at all. So.
And I'm not a Kirk Cousins guy either, but at least we know what that looks like, and it's good for Dalvin Cook.
Yeah,
right. Like at least we know he's going to get a lot of work because Kirk Cousins is going to get him the ball.
Exactly.
Whether that's handing off or running. So I'm with you on that. Cook would be my number one overall in a PPR league.
Okay, so you're with Ben Cook. That's good. I think most people are starting to come around to that viewpoint too. So we'll have to see. What does A-Rod just chucking the ball away?
Yeah, just throwing out.
But yeah, PPR. I like Derrick Henry. I'm not of the opinion that Derrick Henry is going to slow down much here, but
I think he's going to have a ton of touchdowns in that offense. They should be scoring a lot, and he's going to have a big workload. He just doesn't catch passes.
Exactly, and it really adds up by the end of the year. So
that PPR production is a huge deal. If you don't know what your league is, that's the first thing you have to check. Because if you don't know if it's PPR, if you're new to fantasy football, PPR is point per reception. That is the way DraftKings works, where you do get a point for every catch, and those do add up, right? If you get 4 or 5 catches a week, that's 4 or 5 points a week. That's a huge difference in your running back production from week to week. So definitely want to pay attention to that. If you're in what would be called standard scoring or non-PPR scoring, that's a huge difference to your rankings, both with running backs and with receivers. So make sure you know what your league scoring is. That's the number one rookie mistake I see people is they don't understand the scoring of their league and they end up using the wrong cheat sheet, and that can really come back to haunt you.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're going from standard to full PPR. So yeah.
Have you ever done half PPR? I know that's kind of becoming a little more popular. I haven't done half PPR. I've only done full or not.
Yeah, half PPR. I've been in a lot of half PPR leagues. It does make it tricky because the PPR guys can still just have monster weeks, but the Derrick Henrys of the world, the guys who really just are so consistently getting into the end zone, their value does go up a bit too. So, Derrick Henry could be in the conversation more in a half PPR league, but I still think any league where you get even just 0.5, you've got to start weighing those pass catchers more heavily because it really does add up by the end of the year. All right,
especially
go ahead.
Early picks, right? Especially with those super early picks, you really have to consider that when you're trying to get somebody that you can lock into that number one running back spot and forget about. You want somebody who's getting you points every way possible. Devontae Adams with the big catch for the first down there.
Speaking of PPR, that guy, Devontae Adams, going to be back at it.
Oh, yeah.
Week 1 versus Marshawn Latimer should be interesting.
And there he is with the touchdown.
Easy.
Taking a big hit.
Yeah. Easy pitch and catch there for Adams, and Rodgers getting on the board there. Finally, someone other than Derrick Henry doing something in this game. I don't think I've ever seen one player dominate a half so much as Derrick Henry's dominated this for the Titans. So
yeah, AJ Brown has 1 catch. Other than that, it's just been the Derrick Henry.
It's just Derrick Henry. That's if you're tuning in, legitimately, you're wondering who's done anything for the Titans. It's Derrick Henry. He's got about 1 million carries, 1 catch, and he's got a touchdown, and he's hit the bonus.
AJ Brown has 1 catch. That's it. Other than that, it's literally all Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Here's a good question. In PPR, Eckler or Henry? At that point, I would go with Henry.
Yeah, I don't think that you can. I mean, I like Austin Eckler.
I do too, but not as much.
Not that much,
as Henry.
I think Eckler can give you close, something of what like Alvin Kamara gives you in New Orleans. I don't think it'll ever be like that explosive though. So
right,
yeah. To take him in front of Henry, nah.
The other thing that concerns me just a little bit with Eckler is they rotate the running backs, right? They're constantly shuffling guys around. And I know there's a new coach there, and maybe that changes. But I'm also not convinced that Eckler can be a 3-down back all season long just because he does tend to take some big hits and deal with some injuries. We've seen it work for him all season when he's sharing time. But as a full-time 3-down back, I don't know that he has the durability. Where if you've got a Derrick Henry, he's proven that he's just going to run through whatever injuries he's got and run over the other team too. And actually has been great as the season goes on. He usually gets better. Those last few weeks of the regular season has been Derrick Henry time where he's just running people over and dealing with less fatigue seemingly than his opponents. And just because he's a little bit more durable is another reason why I would go with Henry over Eckler. But it's a good question. It's close in PPR, but I would still go.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't disagree at all. And look, like I said, I mean, and Zach's alluded to this too. I mean, the Tennessee offense, I think it's going to be one of the top 3 in the league again. I mean, you've got Julio and AJ Brown out there.
Yep.
Even if Henry's touches go down a bit, they're going to be in the red zone all the time. So, guess who takes the ball there? I mean, it's Derrick Henry, right? So he's probably got a fantastic shot to lead the league in touchdowns. He's really not a bad pick. I think are you taking him third, like full PPR league? Who are you taking third overall, Zach? You taking Henry or are you taking like Kamara? That's a tough one. That's
really a close one. I would probably take Kamara, but I'd honestly want the 4th pick so that I can take whichever one of those 2 guys is left. Because they're super, super close to me. Just because Kamara, there's less certainty in that offense, but I feel like whatever that offense is, they better feature Kamara.
Yeah,
right?
well, they have to, right? I mean, like no Michael Thomas, but you're right. I mean, from and this is why I mentioned Henry's got a chance to lead the league in touchdowns.
Right.
I don't think the Saints are going to be that good this year. And if you're in a bad offense, I mean, you're not going to get as many red zone touches and stuff. So reception wise, Kamara could lead the league, but will it be enough to be like a top 5 back, or at least be better than Derrick Henry? I think I'd rather take Derrick Henry right now.
It's really close for sure. I think I would go with Kamara, but it is either way you go, you can make a pretty strong case to go that way. So like normally in those situations, I would rather have a pick later and just take whichever one drops to me, and then I got a better value and a better pick next time around.
Yeah. We were talking the other day, and I'm like, I feel like this is a good year to like just get like the 8th pick and just take whoever falls to you, and then take who you want in the 2nd round early, because there's, then you can get.
I feel like that pretty much every year, to be honest. Like I would rather be late 1st round, because when you're up at the top, you're just so that one guy has to be huge for you. I mean, in our DraftKings league last year, I had Saquon Barkley with my number 2 overall pick. That ouch.
Exactly. And I mean, like CMC owners, the same thing, right? So,
right.
Yeah, I agree. The number 1 pick is like a blessing and a curse at the same time. So, anyways,
Aaron Rodgers has 66 yards and a touchdown. Finally got a little bit of passing offense there on the last drive where he hit Devontae Adams. Tannehill's got 5 completions. Derrick Henry is at exactly 100 yards. Exactly on the nose. If he loses yards, he would actually lose the bonus, but I have a feeling by the end of the game, he'll be back over 100, even if that happens. Aaron Jones started good. He's got 3 carries for 26 yards. It just pales in comparison to the workload of 17 carries for 100 yards. Derrick Henry. Impressive.
17 carries. It's not even the production, the 100 yards. It's impressive. It's the 17 carries. The fact he got so much work.
And he had a catch too, just because why not, right? He had a catch for 6 yards. AJ Brown had 2 catches for 23. Devontae Adams 2 for 35, and his touchdown. Jonnu Smith also with 2 catches for 8 yards. Everybody else just 1 for Henry, who I mentioned. Funchess with 1 catch for 19 yards. I know he was on your team. MVS 1 for 7, and Aaron Jones 1 for 5. So, there we go. That's how we got to this 3-point game at halftime. With the Carson Wentz news, are we looking at 2 division winners here in this game? Titans, Packers? I feel like we probably are.
I liked the Titans before the Carson Wentz news, so of course I like them now. I just feel like people are really sleeping on this Titans team. They've got some big wins over the last few years. They beat Baltimore in the playoffs. They beat the Bills in the regular season. Like, I think they're the 2nd best team in the AFC, if I'm being dead honest. I really feel like this offense can keep up with KC's. It's just as dynamic with the addition of Julio. So
I think I agree with you on the offensive side. I have serious concerns about the Titans defense.
Oh, absolutely. And
so that's why
it's got to improve. And that's the one thing, though. They did add some people. Like they went cornerback in the draft. They added, I think it was Janoris Jenkins. They added Bud Dupree.
Right,
So I
like the Dupree signing. I like the Dupree signing a lot.
Exactly,
I thought that was key. I think if he brings some of the swagger, right, the attitude, that he brought to Pittsburgh. You know, Pittsburgh's defense has been outstanding and big plays all over the place. If he can bring even a little bit of that to this Titans defense, I would agree that they're going to win the division. I don't think I'd have them the second best team in the AFC. I think that would probably be, for me,
Buffalo,
the Browns at this point.
Yeah, and look, I'm pretty high on
and
the
then
Browns,
Bills
too,
are.
so I'm not. Yeah,
the Bills are probably 3, and then I'd go Titans 4. But
yeah,
those 4
three
teams should all be
those
pretty
3
good.
teams to me are really close too. Browns, Bills,
agree.
Titans. I mean, I don't think there's too much between those teams. I mean, I'd have no problem. I'm high on the Browns too. You know, they've developed a really good core, and probably.
And I
have a
like
better
what they
defense.
did on defense. Yeah, I like the moves they made on defense to kind of shore up that secondary this offseason. I think that could be a long way to fixing what was wrong on the defensive side of things. And then obviously Chubb and Hunt are pretty powerful back there. If you've got Beckham, we'll see how healthy he is. I think that's a key piece of that whole thing, is how healthy Beckham is. And if he can be explosive like we've seen him before, then that could be your second best team in the AFC. But I don't hate the Titans pick at all. Just the defense there gives me the cause for concern.
It's got to be better, yeah. It was pretty bad.
Which is interesting, right? Because Vrabel, you would think, if he's going to lean one way or the other, he was a defensive player. I mean, aside from catching passes off the end of the line, he's mostly a defensive player.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's actually impressive what the Titans did last year, how bad they were on defense, yet making the playoffs, you know, like you don't see defenses like being that bad on playoff teams very often. So, all right, here's Rodgers trying to make something happen here early in the third quarter. If you're just joining us, Derrick Henry beast moding it so far in this game, rushing bonus, touchdown. Devontae Adams from Aaron Rodgers has the touchdown for the Packers right now.
Yep, Funchess with his second catch of the day right there. He's had decent involvement. We've seen a couple of running plays from MVS. We saw even a handoff to Mercedes Lewis, just because why not? If you're going to have Mercedes Lewis as your tight end, you have to do at least one tight end sweep, right? I have no idea why, but sure. Aaron Jones with the carry there. He's had a decent game, just doesn't have the workload, right? 6 for 39. We'd be talking about him if it wasn't the Derrick Henry show.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Packers? Let's flip that around. Packers on the other side. Where are they in your NFC? Because they've got to be, now that Rodgers is in town and he's got his boy Randall Cobb back, which doesn't do anything for me, but apparently is a big deal to Aaron Rodgers. Where do you think the Packers stack up?
I mean, I think that they're one of the top 2 teams in the NFC. I think that they're in a division where maybe the Vikings give them a little bit of trouble, but you know, maybe even if they split the series with the Vikings, they're the better team. I think their defense is actually a little bit underrated.
I agree.
They do need a little bit of help at the corner and stuff like that, but they still have some good players back there. You know, Amos and Jari Alexander. So I think the Packers probably win the division again and probably do it pretty easily. Maybe they take a little step back just because Aaron Rodgers is a little bit less efficient. He was so efficient last year, like historically so. So that's the one thing you could point to, is if Devontae Adams and him just don't connect at the same rate, maybe they take a step back. But they have Aaron Jones, they have AJ Dillon. Maybe they run a little bit more. Like there's various ways the Packers offense can get there. So I don't think there's enough for me to bump them from the top 2 teams. I would rate them first in the NFC. I really would. And I do that pretty confidently too.
Who would be the other team? You said they were number 2. Who's the other team that you have up there close to them?
It's either the Rams or Tampa. I mean, I think right now it would be Tampa for me. I just don't like the Cam Akers news for the Rams.
It's huge. It's huge.
I think it's pretty big. I like Darrell Henderson too, but I don't know if Darrell Henderson is a guy who necessarily is built for that. You know, I think he was built more to be the kind of the flex back where, you know, he's taking like 12 touches a game and he's more explosive in the pass game. So I think that's a bigger injury. And I'm not even a big RB guy, but the way the Rams wanted to win this year was defense and run Cam Akers to death. And now there's a touchdown. I didn't think he got in there. That is Aaron Jones. So,
Snuck in there.
Aaron Jones pick getting there too. That's good.
Works
Touchdowns
for
for both RBs. This has been a very RB-dominated sim. If you're just joining us, Derrick Henry dominating the offensive side for Tennessee. He's got a touchdown. Aaron Jones, Devontae Adams for the Packers. Yeah, if the Rams didn't pick up
lead for
Stafford,
the first time.
if the Rams didn't pick up Stafford, I'd be very concerned about them this year. But
they wouldn't be a playoff team if they still had Jared Goff and then they lost Akers. They'd be out of the playoff.
I think so too. Yeah,
that division is stacked, though.
Yeah,
I'm excited for that division.
And that's the one thing that concerns me about that division, though. I feel like those teams are going to eat each other alive. You know,
I agree.
That's why I like Tampa and Green Bay again. It's the boring pick, but Green Bay has 2 games against the Lions. It's basically like buys. You know, Tampa's got Carolina with Bradford, right? Like, I mean, these
or
games
Darnold, but either way, it's pretty much the same thing.
Sam Darnold,
Sam Bradford.
Who cares? Same thing, exactly.
Are
right?
they the
Sam
same
Bradford might be a harder matchup. I mean,
yeah, you might be right on that one. And the Falcons too, right? The Falcons and the Saints. I mean, that division definitely a softer
Saints
division.
Might be terrible this year too. I mean, they honestly might be.
They could be without Michael Thomas and with something at quarterback, right? Like, do you love Jameis as their quarterback? Maybe not.
I don't think so.
Maybe not. Yeah. So I do like your picks because I agree with you on those divisions. I think there's a good chance that the NFC West and the NFC West just beats up on itself like that. And then you end up with the NFC North. Green Bay walks away with that one. Tampa walks away with that. The NFC East, I think, will be more of just not great play, but very competitive, right? Like, it's good drama because they're all pretty close to each other. Yeah. I do like Washington a lot in that division, but I don't know that they're going to be, until I see that offense and see what Fitzpatrick can do with it, not sure how I feel about them come playoff.
Exactly. And is there going to be enough there? I think Washington is the best team in that division, but is there going to be enough there for them to pick off a Tampa, a Green Bay, and a Rams? I could see Washington maybe.
Division, but that's where I think that story ends.
Yeah,
just because, like you said, look at this formation. This is fun.
They're going to run it, and it works.
Look at this. It works. Giving the ball to Derrick Henry, they're just like, whatever the formation is, does it really matter? Does it really matter? You can't tackle this guy. 128 yards for Derrick Henry on the ground, plus another 6 or so with his 1 catch.
Yeah. Man, I mean, if this is a preview of the Titans offense this year, I guess we shouldn't draft A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I guess not. Although they don't have Julio in this sim, so it's hard.
That's true.
Throwing people out of the way again.
Yeah, NFC.
NFC is always we get to start seeing it, right? Thursday is the first preseason game. Get to see these guys actually on the field. I'm just ready for it to be back, and I think more maybe because I've done these sims all off season, right? Like, more than ever, I'm just excited to get back into real, see the teams in the right, or the players in the right spots, and look at that new Patriot Jonas Smith with a 44-yard touchdown to put the Titans back in the lead. And somebody besides Derrick Henry decided to do something in the Titans offense.
Yeah. Well, he finally got a touch. He got so excited. He's like, I better take this to the house or Derrick Henry's going to come back in. Jonas Smith had some jets on that play. I thought that was A.J. Brown running for a sec. He was going so fast, but
he's got some decent speed, yeah.
Patriots fans like to see that. Okay,
It'll be
well, there we go.
interesting to see when we get the new Madden game if he's even involved at all, because he's got that 81 overall rating as I look at it, but Hunter Henry is crazy high rated. I know. He's 87. So is Jonnu Smith ever going to see the field except for big formations, which isn't really his thing, right? Like, he's much more of a speed open field guy like that. So hopefully Madden builds in enough 2 tight end sets for the Patriots so that we get to see him more than just down in the red zone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's a good question.
I think in real life we'll see it a ton.
I think Jonas Smith could, I think he has a chance to lead the Patriots in touchdown catches. Mm-hmm. And I think Hunter Henry will be involved too, obviously. But you're right, the 87 rating for Hunter Henry I thought was That was another one where I was like, that's way too high,
Way too high. Well,
Stuck out
to
to
me,
me.
it wasn't even the 87. Like, okay, that's high, but he was the fourth or fifth best tight end. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Which the 87 is fine. I don't have much of a whatever. The number is what it is, but he was ranked ahead of a lot of tight ends.
Yeah.
That I thought should be ahead of him. So
Well,
yeah,
and let's put it
definitely
this
jumped
way.
out to me too.
Darren Waller was a 93. So do you really think that Hunter Henry is only 6 points worse than Darren Waller? Like there should be like 10 points between Hunter Henry and Darren Waller, right? So at least in my opinion.
Yeah, well, and there was that huge drop off after Waller, right? Like you had Kelsey,
Yes.
Kittle, Waller, and then a cliff, and that seems right. But I would agree that the cliff should be even a little higher before you get to Hunter Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So
132 yards for Derrick Henry, and a touchdown because yes,
Yeah.
of course.
that's what he does. That's what Derrick Henry does. Aaron Jones has a touchdown too with 54 yards.
Carries. 22 carries. I don't know what our record for carries is, but he's having an incredible amount of work. And how can you argue with it? He's averaging 6 yards a carry. I'm actually surprised it's not a little bit more from watching the game because it feels like he's in open space every time he touches the ball.
Feel like they could just have had the ball the whole game at this point. So
Yep. Smith has 3 catches now for 52 yards to go with his touchdown. Devontae Adams, very similar, 3 catches for 47 and his touchdown. The only other player with 3 catches is MVS. He's got 29 yards. Funchess and your boy A.J. Brown both have 2 catches for 23 yards for Brown and 36 yards for Funchess. You've actually got both those guys, don't you?
Yeah, actually, I'll check my lineup here, do an update on the contest after this. Yeah, the highest receiver, though, has 3 catches in the sim, so it just gives you an idea. Tons of running here in this one, folks.
All running back.
But it's actually been productive running for once. It's not like, just kind of bland punt.
Right. It hasn't been many 3 and outs at all. It's been very effective drives led by the running backs, which is not something we see a ton. There's another completion. Is that Funchess again? Funchess is so good in these sims.
Yeah,
It'll be
really
interesting to see how he actually fits into the Packers.
Yeah.
We never got to see that, right? Signed as a free agent and then opted out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Devin Funchess, a big body, kind of a quasi tight end wide receiver. We'll see how the Packers use him. Maybe they do kind of use him in a tight end role and he becomes something. You never know. I mean, we don't know because he opted out, obviously, because of the COVID situation, and we never got to see. So I'm in 40.
He's good in these sims.
Oh, no,
if he's anything like he is in these sims, they'll take it.
Yeah. My lineup, not too great. I forgot I did fade Derrick Henry in this one. I did put Aaron Jones in the captain, but didn't roster both RBs. Basically, if you don't have both RBs in this sim and one of them in the captain, you're pretty much toast. So.
Yeah, so I had Jones in my captain spot. I do have Henry in my lineup, but I also have Mercedes Lewis and his 2 yards rushing loss. I'd like him to get a catch just so that he's not negative. Oh, wait, is that it right there?
I think so. I think you spoke to, yeah, it is. Mercedes,
there it is. Okay.
89.
Whew. Thanks,
Late
Mercedes.
into existence. Look at this. Zach is, man.
I'm going to stop because I could never do that again.
Yeah.
Mercedes Lewis not really involved in the Packers offense. Robert Tonyan, the tight end you want to own if you're looking to get some Packers tight end exposure. But another catch there for Funchess, who I guess, like you said, could figure into that tight end mix as well.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, obviously they have Randall Cobb.
Yeah.
The Packers at the very least should have more. People are like, well, the Randall Cobb signing is not a big deal. I feel like the Packers may just need a couple more just reliable dudes they can just work with Aaron Rodgers on those sort of short passes, as like a viable, non-Devontae Adams guy. I mean, I don't know if they need the explosive down the field play. I mean, they have MVS, Aaron Jones as well can work as the pass game. So I feel like maybe they just need someone in the red zone like a Funchess or a Randall Cobb to kind of help them out. And that'll kind of give them a slight edge as well. So, I mean, it's not a big move, and I'm not expecting Randall Cobb to do big things, but I think it's a good addition for a veteran team like the Packers.
And he should get a bunch of targets, right? After Rodgers lobbied so hard to bring him in,
he's going to get some targets.
To throw him the ball, right? Like you can't just be like, yeah, never mind, just sit on the sideline. You got to have him involved, unless he gets hurt. I think he's got to be out there some.
Yeah, he'll be out there. I like I said, I mean, I think Randall Cobb will be abused a little bit in the red zone.
That's a good
And
call.
you mentioned the injury issues. I mean, that has been one of Randall Cobb's biggest things in his career. But
right.
Randall Cobb was always a little bit of an overrated player, I think, because he just worked with Aaron Rodgers, and it was like, oh, he's a wide receiver too.
There, exactly, where it was like anybody who's on the Packers, you gotta draft them. You gotta draft everybody on the Packers.
Yeah.
And because of that, he got that bump. Then he left Green Bay and was really not much of anything.
Yeah.
There's a touchdown.
Easy peasy. There's Aaron Jones. So one rushing, one receiving, carrying the load here. It's an RB battle.
It really,
Derrick Henry versus Aaron Jones. Jones has 2 touchdowns, but Derrick Henry does have a bonus and the touchdown. So.
Right. Yep.
Henry gets a chance to respond here. Hope everyone's doing good on this Monday. Hope your week's starting off good. Smash that like, guys, if you could. We'd really appreciate it. This is only Zach and I's second time working together. We've been on these Sims since 1990, working them, grinding them. So, the fact this is only our second time feels like that long. This is only our second time working together. It's kind of historic. So
we might be up to 1990 total Sims between the two of us. We just add them all together. I don't know. Something interesting to watch, and Terry Lynn actually dropped in something on this into the Slack channel, which it's kind of a fun situation to watch this preseason. As you watch Aaron Rodgers to see how excited he is to be back with the Packers, you can keep an eye on that running back situation. Because obviously you've got Aaron Jones, who just had the touchdown here, and you got A.J. Dillon, who you mentioned earlier, probably the number 2, not probably, he will be, barring injury, the number 2 back there. But there are it's an interesting camp battle if you're into those like preseason games trying to watch and find a sleeper. There's some rookies there, Patrick Taylor, Dexter Williams, and Kylan Hill, who are all expected to get a lot of work this August in preseason, kind of see who can emerge. And there could be some value there. Aaron Jones is a guy they have rotated in and out. Remember with Jamal Williams, who has now left the Packers this offseason. I think he signed with the Lions.
Lions, yeah.
Sorry for him. But the Packers kind of have that, and it'll probably be Dillon, but you never know. There could be some other work there for one of these rookies who emerges. So something you can watch this preseason.
I'm excited to see A.J. Dillon, though. That's a player I really want to see this year in the preseason and stuff. I think I think A.J. Dillon has a little bit of like Nick Chubb, Derrick Henry in him. Potential to just be such a dominant early down back. I know that's a lofty comparison, but that's kind of why they drafted him. And from what I've seen when he's been on the field, like he looks like a hard man to take down.
I would not want to try and tackle him. That is for sure.
So I won't be shocked if Aaron Jones, again, I don't think he's going to take like a back seat, but maybe just becomes a touch more involved as a pass catcher. There's an error.
Oh, he picked it, but he was out of bounds.
Yeah, okay, that's what happened.
But couldn't get the feet down. Yeah, I agree. Dillon could get some short yardage carries, right? Like if they're down at the 1 or 2, maybe you bring him in as a big back.
Or if they're trying to salt away games late, like maybe they give him a little bit more of a load and keep Jones fresh. So
I don't think I would knock Jones down very much because of that, like you were saying. But I would definitely keep my eye on Dillon late if you've got Jones. He's a great handcuff. Or even in best ball, when you get to the end of those drafts and you're just looking for guys who could figure in as backup running backs, Dillon is a guy who definitely has that kind of potential.
Yes.
On an offense we expect to be pretty good. Yeah.
Totally. And that's the key, right? It's an offense you expect to be good. Maybe he won't even get that many touches, but he could get like 8 touchdowns, right? Or something.
Totally.
So completely in the scenario. Yeah, I wouldn't bump Aaron Jones down on it either. We don't know. I mean, A.J. Dillon could be very lightly used, and we could just be seeing like the first emergence of Aaron Jones as like a dominant RB1 too. But at the very least, I think Dillon will be involved in some aspect, whether it's just giving Jones a breather or like the more of the early down work. Then it just remains to be seen. Preseason maybe he'll give us some insight into that. There's a nice catch by AJ Brown. 2 minutes left in this one. This is basically we're driving here for the win. All 3 timeouts. But now we're at the 2-minute warning. This one's flown by. Pretty good little battle here, dominated by the RBs. Yeah, with all the running, there really hasn't been – the clock has been running the entire game, it feels like. So without the incomplete passes and without a whole lot of scoring, it has moved right along. We're well under an hour.
and 2-minute warning already.
So we got a good
Tannehill
question
over the
here.
middle.
We had a good question here from first time playing Fortnite. Favorite RB for fantasy value wise between Dobbins, I think Jonathan Taylor, Gibson, and CEH. So I guess value wise, you kind of mean either do you mean week 1 or do you mean where they're going in a season long draft? First time playing Fortnite. Let us know.
What was the list again? Dobbins, Taylor,
Gibson, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Okay. I think of that group, I'd probably go based on ADP.
We can do ADP and week 1, yeah. You go Dobbins, did you say?
I think so. I think so. Taylor is the one that's tricky for me because I don't know that now that offense is really scary too.
Totally. Yeah. I know. Taylor.
I like Taylor. I like his upside. But I'm kind of worried that Carson Wentz either takes a long time to come back or never really gets fully up to speed.
Yeah. Yeah, he was talking season long. So what's your favorite of the group for value wise?
Yeah, I think it's Dobbins. I think he's the feature back. I think Baltimore runs a lot. And that's where I would go. And straight up, I'd probably take CEH. But if you're talking about value, I think I like where Dobbins is going a little bit better than where you have to pay up to get the CEH. At least from what I'm seeing in ADP.
Dobbins is interesting. I understand. Like, I think he looks good. I just don't know if I want the RB attached to Lamar Jackson. I think I would probably go CEH. I actually think he's being taken a little bit under where he should. Like, I like Gibson too, but I feel like him and Gibson might even have a higher ADP than CEH, which I think is dead wrong because we were talking about the lead back. Is that Derrick Henry?
It was, but he dropped it. He dropped it.
Oh, no. Wide open, and he dropped it. Yeah. Henry for the win and his second touchdown. Straight up drop. I thought he caught that. Oh,
it looked like he did, but then it was on the turf. So
3rd and 3. Still got the.
So what were you saying about Gibson?
Yeah,
his ADP is where? What?
I think it's right. I think it might be in front of CEH's. We'll have to look it up because admittedly, I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay up that high for either one of them. That seems crazy.
Let's see here. So, I mean, I'm just going off some generic ones I found. Let me we'll set it to full PPR settings too.
Oh, here we go. 4th down while you pull that up. 4th down.
Yeah, let's watch
this. This is ball game.
Oh, they got it.
They got the first down. They have got all their timeouts, so they'll get a timeout. Guess it wasn't ball game. They corrected me. Not ball game. It was possible to pick up the first down and not the touchdown, which is exactly what they did. Corey Davis with his 3rd catch. They've all come on this drive. Not a factor until it mattered, but now they've got a 1st and goal. I don't think the down matters as much as the fact that there's only 6 seconds. They do have 2 timeouts, though, so we still can see Derrick Henry. Maybe. Nobody's covering Adam Humphries. Oh, wide open. Wide open.
Jonnu Smith again.
Smith's 2nd touchdown of the game.
Wow. Okay.
Aaron Rodgers not happy.
No. Gonna have some time
to
potentially put a field goal on the board, though. Oh, no, he's not. I thought we had 30 seconds, not 3. Never mind.
3. 0-3.
This one's over. Gonna get the kickoff.
I mean, I guess in theory, if they kneel down the kickoff, he's got one heave. Maybe. Yeah. They usually run it back, though, and that'll be it.
I thought we had 30 seconds. Quickly on this point, between Antonio Gibson, right now what I'm seeing is an ADP of RB12 in full PPR leagues, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, RB14 in PPR leagues. So again, I think though that should be like switched at the very least. So I'd say CEH would be my favorite value from that group.
Where's Dobbins on that? Just
Dobbins,
curious.
see, Dobbins is a decent value because he's RB18. Like he's going behind Chris Carson, David Montgomery. So
I would if you're straight up of those 3, I would take CEH. If we're talking ADP, the best value I would say is Dobbins.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean I'd take him with pick 12, right? Like that, RB12. Yeah. I wouldn't take him as RB12. I would take CEH.
Yeah.
It's a good question. It's so much fun to have this back, right? Like to be at draft season.
For sure.
Look at this. Look at this. But
unbelievable.
There's a flag.
Oh, no, there's a flag.
A flag on the play.
Oh, my God.
So the Packers just returned it would be the game-winning touchdown. But I don't think it's going to count.
Got to be holding, though, right?
It's holding.
Oh, my God.
Mercedes Lewis holds and takes the game-winning touchdown off the board and
Is that
ends
going to
the
be
game.
it? Yeah, that does end
That's
the
it.
game because it's a yeah. So
You can end the game on an offensive penalty.
All
That
right,
is
folks.
crazy.
Well, that's
crazy.
That dude. I mean, I saw my first kick return for a touchdown in this sim, like I think 2 weeks ago. That would have been 2 in like 2 weeks, man. I mean,
that never happens. You
No, it
don't see
never
kick
happens.
returns for touchdowns. We saw it and it didn't count. How crazy is that?
I wasn't
Crazy.
even paying attention. I looked up and all of a sudden he's just like at the 50 running free, and I was like, oh my god. Okay.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
player of the game in this one.
Producer Tom says that hurt my soul. All right. I guess we should do some awards here, Zach.
Yeah. Well, not my kid award is easy. It's Mercedes Lewis for robbing us all of that big finish.
That is the perfect call right there.
I mean, he also had 1.2 fantasy points, so he was disappointing in that way too. But ouch, you get the not my kid award because if you make that penalty, even his own parents would have been in the stands going, "Not my kid." I don't know who that is out there. As far as the player of the game, who do you think should we go with? I mean, Smith had the 2 touchdowns.
I know.
Or do we? There's several contenders here. There's several pretty solid contenders because you got Smith who had 2 touchdowns but only 53 yards. You got Derrick Henry who had 26 fantasy points. He had the most fantasy points, but he was really high owned. Aaron Jones had the 2 touchdowns. I guess it's got to be Henry. He's got 5 fantasy points more than anybody else. So
I mean, he really
I'm gonna
carried
go
their
with
team.
Henry.
Yeah, he really. I know Jonas Smith got the touchdowns, but Derrick Henry carried the Titans' offense. Yeah, let's give it to him. He deserves it.
He deserves
So
it.
many carries.
Just the workload, right? Just for the
Yes.
workload. He did the work. He gets the love. Krusty Koff player of the game, Derrick Henry. Not my kid award, Mercedes Lewis.
Classic Derrick Henry sim right there, folks.
Yep.
All right. Well, that was quick, but it was fun. A little RB battle there, Packers Titans.
Yep.
Let's check out the schedule here for the rest of the day, and then we'll get you guys out of here watching something else. We'll get Zach out of here. Is this your last one of the day, Zach?
Yep, one and done for today. I am back tomorrow at noon with Glash. We've got a barn burner. I think it's the Lions and the Bears. So slightly fewer fantasy options in that one than this one, but we do get first crack at breaking down all the news that will break in the morning. So, that'll be fun.
That's true. Okay, coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern, we got Glasheen and Kenny on the call. It's going to be Raiders at Eagles. Then 8 p.m. Eastern, Saints at Falcons. We got Kaufman and Brandon Cristal on the call. Bills at Cardinals to end the day, 10 p.m. Eastern for Madden After Dark. Glasheen and Tom. So that'll be a fun duo to end things. And Zach, man, it's good. Happy to see you on the schedule there. Nice little surprise for me on this Monday. Cool. Get to work with a professional. This Glasheen or Kaufman junk where it's all drama, just professional football talk here, folks. That's us. We got something coming up next. I don't know what. Maybe Terrellin will tell me. No?
If not,
yes?
it'll be good. Whatever it is.
I'm going to drop it. It will be good. Oh, we got the sweat coming up. I was on it this morning too. We talked about stuff like week one salaries. We talked a little bit of basketball. Tara definitely told me, and now she's getting mad at me. Anyways, a sweat replay is coming up next, guys. We'll see you soon. Thanks for hanging out.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. We are getting ready for week 1 of the NFL season. Yeah, you might be looking at this and be like, it's August. There's still a lot of time to be had before the slate locks, but there's nothing better than some early NFL talk, some way too early salary analysis, and that is what myself, my co-host Julian Edlow, will be doing the next 30 minutes or so as we dive into the salaries that were released last week over on DraftKings. If you're watching this now, we're recording this on August 2nd. So obviously there's going to be some shelf life to this. Things may change, but as we look at things right now, this is what we're seeing here on DraftKings as we get ready to make our lineups. Julian, let's just get right into it. Couple of things to note before we start getting into this. I just want to point out some of the highest projected games on this slate, because obviously that's going to be into a factor in building some of your lineups. Cardinals and Titans, over under that one of 51. We have 3 games on this slate as we record with an over under in the 50s. Browns at Chiefs, 52.5 for that baby right there. Packers at Saints is the other game on the slate with an over-under of 50. Obviously, the news that Aaron Rodgers is back in the mix obviously made some changes there. But let's get right into the positional breakdown of this slate. So right off the bat, the 3 most expensive quarterback options on this slate: Patrick Mahomes, 8,100, Kyler Murray, 7,600, Josh Allen, 7,400. I think what is really going to be the story at this position, and probably a lot of positions, because this is a very highly coveted class, rookie class that's entering here, but a lot of guys are going to feel like they are mispriced. And when I look at this slate here, the first one that kind of jumped out at me was Jalen Hurts at 6,400, going up against what is going to be most likely one of the worst secondaries in the league once again with the Atlanta Falcons. There is so much to like, I think, about Jalen Hurts going into this matchup at just 6,400. When he had a clean pocket last year, 67.7% adjusting completion percentage. Obviously, it was not a secret that the Eagles had one of the worst offensive lines in the league, but had a lot of injuries that they were dealing with too. And they're going to be getting a lot of these guys back. Maybe they get something from Lane Johnson, Brandon Brooks, who was injured all last season. What do we see from him now that he's healthy? And then, of course, the shiny new toy in this offense with Devonta Smith, who we're probably going to talk about in a little bit here. But when I look at the whole landscape of quarterback, did Jalen Hurts kind of jump out at you? Because that was the guy I was like, man, it is going to be tough to pass him in a cash game lineup.
Yeah, for cash purposes, yes. And I know that you're going to talk about stacking him with Smith. I think that this is one of the guys in cash for sure that you can play, on an island because of the rushing yards.
Sure.
You just look at the game log. He finished the season, the Washington game, 8 carries for only 34 yards, but 2 touchdowns, 9 for 69 against Dallas, 11 for 63 in a touchdown against Arizona, 18 for 106 in his first start against New Orleans. You're going to get points running the ball, and you're going to get them cheap. So this isn't a guy like Lamar Jackson, who's not on this slate. He's got the Monday night opener in Vegas without the hype, without the inflated salary. So Jalen Hurts is definitely a guy at 6,400. And then it's against Atlanta, who should score some points against Philly's defense, make Hurts have to keep his foot on the gas, and just never has a good defense. And what do they do with their 4th overall pick again? They use it on a pass catcher. So same old from Atlanta, who allowed the 2nd most DraftKings fantasy points to quarterback last year. So yeah, I'm with you on Hurts. He's one of the guys I had written down. And before we go to the top of the board, I guess, which we should talk about, another guy I had written down, pivot playoff Hurts, 6,500, $100 more. You mentioned the totals, highest week 1 total. Arizona has a bad defense. Tennessee, despite the Mike Vrabel reputation, bad defense. They get a lot out of, and then here's the thing about Tennessee, and I'll say his name, Ryan Tannehill, $6,500. They have the defensive reputation. They have the running the ball reputation. Derrick Henry's legit, but they sling it with Tannehill,
right?
Who has Brown and adds Julio. They're going to pass the ball a lot against Arizona at home. I think that Ryan Tannehill's in a really great spot. Maybe Julio gets a little bit of the hype as the new guy, and you just bring it back with the guy Brown that's been there and been putting up the numbers and has a higher season-long prop for receiving yards. Brown is above Julio. I kind of like that for week one. And then to the top of the board, you got Kyler Murray on the other side of that matchup at 7,600, $500 cheaper than Mahomes, the most expensive guy hosting Cleveland. You can give me your thoughts on Tannehill and this one other guy that I have circled at the same time. Deshaun Watson is $6,900 hosting Jacksonville.
Yep.
The narrative could not be, or the public perception on Deshaun Watson could not be any lower right now. And who knows what he has going on personally. But if he's able to be on the field, if he's cleared to be on the field week one, hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars, that's a bad defense at home, a guy that can sling it, that has okay receivers. Cooks is a guy that can run it. Deshaun Watson at 6,900 is going to be a guy, maybe at least from an ownership perspective, people are going to go, I'm not playing that guy. And then you play him in a GPP and cash.
I really worry about Watson. Like you say, like he has some okay receivers. Like I think that's honestly just being generous. Like there is no more Will Fuller. Obviously when he was on the field, which was not much, not something you could bank on. That was kind of his security blanket. Sans DeAndre Hopkins doesn't have that anymore either. I mean, Brandon Cooks obviously is a great downfield threat. When he's healthy, he is dynamic, but I don't know how much I'm going to trust him against a fully rebuilt Jacksonville Jaguars team. I think the Tannehill call is interesting. I mean, that Arizona secondary is going to be bad. They are going to be a problem. They had a upgraded at safety, so obviously that's fine. But you look at the cast of characters that they have at cornerback, and they added Malcolm Butler like that. I don't know how much of an upgrade that really is. I mean, no team in the NFL ran more cover one than the Cardinals last season. Puts a lot of pressure on the team's quarterbacks. And now we have the Titans coming in with Julio Jones, with A.J. Brown, with Derrick Henry on the ground. There's a lot that you have to worry about on this Tennessee team. So with the lack of depth, really, and the lack of talent on that Cardinals corner, with their cornerbacks, it's going to be an issue. So I would much rather play Tannehill. The ownership is by far going to be on Tannehill compared between Deshaun Watson. Maybe Deshaun Watson is more of a tournament play. Maybe Deshaun Watson is that guy you look at in large field GPPs. But in the grand scheme of things, when I look at some of these guys who are vastly, feel underpriced, like, Jalen Hurts, like a returning Joe Burrow at 5,700 going up against the Vikings, there's just so many other options that I would rather go to, safer options, I should say, than what really might end up being an overpriced Deshaun Watson. He's only $100 more than Aaron Rodgers. Like, are you really going to pay up the $100 more to play Deshaun Watson, or are you just going to go down and play Aaron Rodgers, or go down 200 and play Justin Herbert against the Washington football team?
6 weeks before the NFL season starts right now. I'm calling it on the Unreasonable Odds podcast, and I'm sticking to it the whole time. I'm not going to change my mind until Deshaun Watson is ruled out week one. Deshaun Watson outscores Aaron Rodgers week one.
Wow. Okay. Mark that down. You have a little notepad there. Scribble it down, the timestamp and everything that you made that, so we can go back to this later.
I did scribble it down. The problem is I don't know what time we started the podcast, so all the notes I'm taking for Samir are all messed up.
Okay. Going down the board a little bit here. There's some interesting names down in that low 5K range. I mean, Tua is 5,400 going against the Patriots. Tua at 5,400 is really
I have
not
him on
at all.
the fade list.
Well, please explain. I'd love to hear this.
What do you like about Tua?
Well, the salary.
I think I'm probably of the popular opinion here.
I think, the salary is just too low. At 5,400, I think that's just too low. He ended last season 5,100. That was one of the lowest that we saw him since he took over that starting role. So really only a 300 difference from where he was to end last season. But I mean, you can't say that he didn't have some good games against the Patriots last year. You look at that game in week 15, 20 for 26 for 145 yards, didn't throw a touchdown in that one, but ran in for 2 touchdowns. And that's the upside with
that's
Tua.
why, you're not going to get 3 carries for 9 yards and 2 touchdowns again. You take the 2 rushing touchdowns out, you're at 7.7 DraftKings points.
Well, I understand that. that, it's obviously if you take that part of it out, but would you
And
say
he didn't
that
play week 1 against them? So these good games against the Patriots last year are a dud saved by 2 rushing touchdowns.
But how good do you think the Patriots secondary is going to be this year? Do you really think that they are going to be at that elite level once again? I think that has to be a question.
I think the Patriots are going to have a very good defense, and I think Tua definitely got help. He had decent receivers there in place already, and you add Will Fuller and you draft Jalen Waddle, who Tua is already familiar with from Alabama, and plays to Tua's strengths. Forget that they've played together. Waddle's a deep ball receiver, and Tua's a deep ball thrower. So I think that's going to help him a lot. I think Tua's going to have a better year. I'm not looking week 1 at New England to necessarily go after him. A few places I would rather go in the neighborhood. I would rather just go in the same game and pay the same price for Cam Newton, who ran all over the Dolphins last year and should be running again and has better pass catchers. The 2 tight ends, whatever at receiver, but you got the tight ends. And then here's the price range that I really have circled. There's only 2 guys in the 5,700 to 5,900 range, and that is Baker Mayfield for 5,900 at the Chiefs. Gonna have to keep up. And OBJ is back. You got the talent. The Browns are going to be good this year. Good running backs, but I think Baker Mayfield just has to keep up in that game and plays pretty well. And 5,700, if Joe Burrow's fully healthy, which we're hearing he is, at home against Minnesota, one of the most pass-happy offenses in the league when Burrow was in the lineup last year. I think the Bengals in general are underpriced on this slate. Mayfield and Burrow are kind of my favorite price point right there to get below 6K on 2 guys that could have elite week 1 games.
Not only that, but especially with Burrow, if you stack him with any of his receivers, they're all just too cheap. They're all way too cheap. Tyler Boyd, 5,200. Chase, 4,800. T. Higgins, 4,700. Like you could.
That's what we were going to get to. I was like kind of saving them because we're going to go position by position. But
okay, tease. Yeah, that was a tease.
Those receivers are so underpriced.
Okay, so to wrap up,
now you just got to pick the right one, which is the hard part because I'll pick the wrong one.
So to put a bow on the quarterback section here, I am going with Jalen Hurts. Who's your guy at quarterback? Who is your top guy at quarterback for this slate?
Oh man, I'm going to say that I'm still a coin flip between Burrow and Mayfield, but it won't affect our build too much because we're spending the same price essentially. So I'm going to go in there. But one thing before we move on, really quick.
Yep.
A lot of news out of placeholder. Garoppolo's got the job. Trey Lance, so young, went to an unknown college, hasn't played enough games. He'll get there. Apparently, he's getting there rather quickly. So if he is $4,500 against the dreadful Detroit Lions in week 1, and he's been running a lot in camp, the word is, that is a guy that you have to, if you can save $2,000 off of Jalen Hurts, I know it's his first NFL game, but Lions are basically a college team anyway. That is a spot that I am looking to save a lot of cash.
And I think we'd be remiss to not mention, too, that Carson Wentz.
Okay, it's August 2nd. We just got the news from today that he's going to undergo the foot surgery. Huge range, 5 to 12 weeks. If it's 5 weeks, technically you are a few days ahead of week 1 and could labor out there. I would be shocked. It's Carson Wentz. He's always hurt. Why would you force him out there on the short end of surgery? But just setting the table.
Something to monitor because Jacob Eason is 4,100 for week 1 now, going against what was another terrible secondary in the Seattle Seahawks. So obviously a lot to still get information about and see where this goes, but that is something to monitor as the weeks go on because like we said, we're over a month away from as we're recording this. Running back. 2 running backs over the 9K range. Christian McCaffrey going up against the Jets, 9,500. Dalvin Cook going up against the Cincinnati Bengals. He is at 9,100, and then it's just kind of a big cluster after that between the 8 and 7K range, between some of the, more dynamic names in here. A lot of pass catchers in that range too as well. Alvin Kamara's in that range. Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb, Austin Eckler, all in that 7 to 8K range. Where are you kind of looking at here? We talked about how, the Browns may have to, obviously I'm going to have to keep up against the Chiefs, but if there was one way to get to the Chiefs last year, it was on the ground. And Nick Chubb, who just signed that big contract with the Browns earlier this offseason, Obviously, he's going to catch out of the backfield. He is going to be that guy for the Browns moving forward, even though Kareem Hunt is still in the mix. But Chubb was that guy, even with these guys splitting reps essentially all throughout the year. This is somebody who averaged just under 19 DraftKings fantasy points per game, 13 touchdowns. I think Nick Chubb's going to be the way I'm going to go to start my build at running back in week 1.
I don't hate it. I don't totally disagree with you. And like all your points are valid. I just get afraid of, I mean, I think the Browns are going to be good. I think this is going to be a shootout. I think this is going to be a good matchup. You look at the playoff game, only 13 carries for 69 yards, only the 9.3 DraftKings points in Kansas City.
Yep.
But that was a weird game. There's certainly a path for Chubb. I just might save more because, like, there's different ways that Chubb could not be involved if Kansas City comes out hot, if Kareem Hunt poaches a touchdown or two or whatever, or if he just doesn't have a good game. And I don't know if I want to spend $7,200 on that, especially when, like, the guys above him, I'm not playing Barkley at $7,800.
No.
I'm probably not playing Jonathan Taylor at $8,000, regardless of who the quarterback is. If it's not Wentz, then maybe you go down early and the path just isn't there for Taylor.
But wouldn't if Eason playing, wouldn't that make you like Jonathan Taylor more if Eason is the starter? Like that's again, where obviously where you have to keep an eye on this, but that would make me like Jonathan Taylor more if it is Eason.
That's one argument. And like, yeah, the first 2 drives of the game, yeah, Jonathan Taylor gets like 12 touches, right? And then you're down 14-0, and it's like, well, we got to start slinging it. So I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's a good offensive line. It's a good, like, Taylor, you can talk me into. Kamara, I have no interest in with the quarterback change, because those swing passes from Breeze, like, you're talking about like 9 receptions for 75 yards and maybe a receiving touchdown every game. I don't know what we're going to get from another quarterback position we got to throw up in the air. Winston, I assume it's going to be Winston, right, or Taysom Hill. Derrick Henry, 88. We're getting expensive against Arizona. If I'm going to play Tannehill and Brown, I'm probably not going to play much Derrick Henry out of the gates.
Right.
Alvin Cook, 9,100. If you make me pay for a big one, probably going to go Dalvin Cook against Cincy. I feel like that's a good spot for him. He's just super expensive. CMC, 9,500 against the Jets. That's a lot. So I just don't know necessarily where I'm going to spend up. Running back's going to be tough. I might just play 2 cheaper running backs on this slate until news changes something. Like, somebody's going to get hurt, and then there's going to be a running back that's $4,500 by the time you maybe listen to this in late August or early September that we can plug and play. But just going through the board, like, man, you got a guy like James Robinson that's $6,400 going to Houston.
Yep.
That's pretty cheap. I like Najee Harris in general, maybe not the best spot for him to start his career off, but as you keep scrolling down, like a Mike Davis, 5,400 against Philly, Damian Harris against Miami. Damian Harris, I think, is going to step in to be kind of like a featured back for the Patriots this year. Yep. Throwing in the name of this podcast is Unreasonable Odds. That means we can throw bets in whenever we want. Damian Harris, 845 rushing yards on DK Sportsbook. Last year, he played in 10 games and ran for 691 and was in a 3-man timeshare. 17-game season. He doesn't get hurt. You're telling me he's not going to run for 150 more yards?
Right.
I don't take a lot of overs. Running backs you actually take under because they get hurt. Damian Harris, over 845 rushing yards. He's a guy 5,200 week 1 at home against Miami that I can get on board with on this slate. Man, running back is, if you can't tell as I ramble, running back is really hard on this slate. I said maybe Houston surprises people and you have a guy like David Johnson, and then you scroll down the slate and I completely forget. Phillip Lindsay has a Houston next to him. Mark Ingram has a Houston next to him. Those guys apparently are in the backfield now too. I don't know where to go at running back. I know I don't want to pay up and I don't know where the value is yet. So this is a position that's really going to trend towards the start of the season. But those guys I gave out in the low 6Ks, the low 5Ks, that's the range I'm looking at.
Yeah, and obviously I agree with you. I think this is the hardest position on the slate here to kind of figure out who you want to use. I mean, really, after you get through the top 5 or 6 guys, it's just kind of like a lot of question marks around, really near the end of the board. I was kind of looking at JD McKissic just because of how many targets he got last year, but Washington added some decent receivers this offseason.
Right.
So how much are they really going to need McKissic to be that guy who's going to average? What did he end up averaging? It was 113 targets through 17 games. I mean, for him to realistically average under 7 targets per game, just under 7 targets per game is seemingly out the window now. I mean, he's probably entrenched in that RB2 role, but he really wasn't, that guy that you need on the ground. He was that guy that was getting all the PPR points through the air. And I don't think that's going to be replicated again this year. So 5,100 at this juncture feels probably a little too expensive, but if you're just going off the numbers he had last year, you might look at that and go, wow, I can get a RB2 that has that much target upside. And I just don't think that's going to be the case this year.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. Running back is really tough. And like, as you scroll through the bottom, like, oh, give me a name that got minimum priced that we can throw in there. Like, I don't know yet in the early look, and we are on the early look. It's not necessarily there.
You want to switch over to wide receiver? You good?
Yeah, we can
keep
it moving.
So this is what I actually think makes running back so much harder, is that you look at the top 5 wide receivers that are priced here. We got Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, and Justin Jefferson. I would fair to say that all 5 of these guys are in like good to borderline like elite matchups. And that's what makes this tough. Tyreek Hill going against the Browns, Devontae Adams against the Saints. I think big question mark around their secondary this year too. Calvin Ridley, the bona fide wide receiver 1 now in that Falcons offense, unless Kyle Pitts ends up taking over. DeAndre Hopkins, what should end up being a shootout against the Titans, and Justin Jefferson going against the Bengals. So if I'm going to be allocating my money here, my salary, it's not going to be at the running back position. It's going to be a wide receiver. And there's so many guys that you want to pay up for.
Yeah, we just talked about, all of our troubles paying up at running back. And then you look at the top of the board here and it's like, perfect. If I'm going to play if I'm going to pay 5,200 and 5,400 for my running backs, I'm paying, 8,200 for Tyreek Hill and 7,900 for Calvin Ridley. No problem.
Yep.
I don't really, and like you said, I guess my eyes go to Hill and Ridley because those are the 2 guys I mentioned. But yeah, I mean, if you're building multiple lineups like that, you probably want all 5 of those guys sprinkled in, having like 2 of them in different lineups.
Yep. And the interesting part is, if we feel this way, that all these guys are in, somewhat elite matchups and, this is where we want to be going, where does the value come into play? Because that is going to be pivotal, that we're going to need some of that value there. So people are going to be paying for Adams and Hill and Ridley and Hopkins and Jefferson. But if we go down the board here, where do we get some of that value? And that's kind of where we were going at with those Cincinnati receivers. They are so goddamn cheap. Like, there's no reason why Tyler Boyd should be 5,200. Chase, I'm okay with at 4,800 because obviously the rookie coming in, but he already has that rapport with Joe Burrow. That was one of the big reasons why they drafted him. So I feel like, you don't need that, the preseason to kind of build that up and get used to each other. They're already there. They had a couple year layoff because of Burrow being in the league first, but like Chase should be one of those instant impact guys. So to get him at 4,800, feels like a no brainer. But Tyler Boyd, obviously, the production fell off at the end of the year once Burrow got hurt. Obviously, that was expected. But when he was with Burrow, I mean, that was his guy. That was Burrow's guy, Tyler Boyd. So you're getting.
Oh, sorry. You're saying, sorry. Go ahead.
So to get that wide receiver,
I stopped listening to you a little bit and got confused when I started re-listening.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for being honest, at least. But getting that wide receiver 1 with Tyler Boyd back with his quarterback and Joe Burrow at 5,200 feels like an absolute steal. So if you need that value here, but like you said, it's picking the right guy. Which of these 3 guys, and by far the lowest owned guy is definitely going to be Higgins. But of these 3 guys, where are you kind of putting your attention at?
Yeah, I'm kind of ready to write off Higgins, and I know it was going to be the popular decision, even though you can still get some of them. You can play two of these guys, just make combinations of Burrow with each of the two. But yeah, it's a great spot to look on this slate. I think Higgins is the easiest to write off because Chase is just kind of the guy that he was with at LSU that put up those big numbers that they can just come right back in and get on the same page. And they have the chemistry. They have the deep ball. Chase is super talented. Like I like Chase a lot, and he's so cheap on this slate. I think he makes a ton of sense. And then Boyd can be that slot guy possession receiver that Burrow has the chemistry with, like you said, from the previous season. So I think that he makes a ton of sense as well. And like you put all those guys together and you're still under $16,000 of salary invested in a quarterback and two wide receivers. Then you can easily, like you have those guys going, then you can easily have Tyreek Hill in the last wide receiver spot and Calvin Ridley in your flex, and you got plenty left over. Like we're starting to get somewhere here.
Yep.
One thing I would point out, just like my, I don't know, maybe contrarian thinking on Deshaun Watson. If you go to Brandon Cooks at $5,300, just look at his game log last year.
Yep.
Terrible start to the year. From week 5 on, he scored double-digit DraftKings points in all but one game. The one game he didn't, he scored 9.9 against Cleveland. Got 6 of 8 targets for 39 yards. That streak in week 5 started with, Jacksonville at home.
Yep.
8 grabs, 162 yards, 1 touchdown, 33.1 DraftKings points. Ran double digits the rest of the season. Had double digits again, 17.3 against Jacksonville, 83 yards and a touchdown in the road matchup in week 9. Finished the season, week 16, 30 DraftKings points against the Bengals at home. This game's in Houston. 42.6 DraftKings points, 166 yards and 2 touchdowns in week 17 at home against Tennessee. Give me some Deshaun Watson and Brandon Cooks. Everybody else get lost. Save your takes. That stack is going to do something in week 1.
I think one name just to kind of keep an eye on too as well is the Jets' new receiver in Corey Davis. Going up against a Panther secondary that has struggled all season long. They are going to continue to struggle. Obviously, they saw something good in Jeremy Chin last year. He's, just an absolute, he can run, man, but sometimes he gets a little too overly aggressive. And I think Corey Davis is in a really good spot here. He is definitely going to be the wide receiver 1 here with rookie Zach Wilson. But I think those two are just going to connect a lot this season. So I think at 4,900, that's going to be a really low price for him, because if he does end up being that wide receiver 1 role, this might be one of the cheapest you're going to get him at any point, because obviously he was overshadowed with Tennessee behind AJ Brown. But when AJ Brown was off the field, it was always Corey Davis that was shining through. And you just look at, like, you can almost always point out the games where AJ Brown was out, because Corey Davis just sees a massive uptick in his production. So if he's going to get those kind of looks in New York, and specifically here in week 1, I think he's a great value at 4,900.
I don't hate it. I'll just I'll close this out on the wide receiver position, I guess, with a pivot play here. I think Tyreek Hill is going to be super popular. I think Travis Kelce. Did you see this in the offseason?
I did.
Okay, so we're going to call Travis Kelce by his real name, which is Travis Kelce. We at the Unreasonable Odds podcast will start that trend while everybody else calls him by the wrong name. Travis Kelce is going to be very popular on this slate. If you're looking for somebody else to throw in there with Patrick Mahomes and spend down, and then you pivot onto those other high-priced receivers or tight ends, Mecole Hardman for $4,800. The general perception on him is down because he's never quite put it all together. But now you finally get rid of Sammy Watkins, who we know is always good for 50 DraftKings points in week 1. And now that spot is filled by Mecole Hardman, who is going to get a lot of targets, I know everybody plays really well in camp, but is playing well in camp.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's time, he's a young receiver that's going to plug into the number 2 wide receiver spot in an explosive offense with the best quarterback, with all the attention on Hill, on Kelce.
Right.
Mecole Hardman's going to have some games this season, and I don't see why at 4,800 in week 1 he couldn't have it.
Moving over to tight end, it is not a secret that Kyle Pitts is probably going to be the most owned tight end on this slate. You know, the scouting report has him as more of a wide receiver than a tight end. The Falcons obviously invested their top pick in him. And once Julio Jones was out of town, all the talk has been about Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts this, Kyle Pitts that. At 4,400 on this slate, it is going to probably be feel like a free square because it's obviously not expensive. And if he starts to get the amount of production that everybody is talking about, then why wouldn't you not? But for me, that means I probably want to be looking elsewhere if that's the case. Kyle Pitts is probably going to be one of the most popular cash game plays on the slate, bar none. Because it's like I said, it's basically a free square at the tight end position. Are you interested in Kyle Pitts, or will you be looking elsewhere?
I am interested. It's hard not to be, especially with how interested everybody's also going to be in Ridley. So if they'll both be popular, but there's still something to having a lineup with Pitts and not Ridley in there. So I don't think it's a total. I don't think. Like, it looks like he's the cash play, yeah. You know, first game tight end, we don't do this often, but
no,
he's a legit receiving weapon. But if you can get any kind of pivot, off of a guy like Ridley being popular, I don't think he's unplayable in a tournament. Especially if maybe you want to go 2 tight ends, maybe you want to make him your flex, be a little different. Who knows? It's tough to see exactly where to go. Kels is super expensive.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. You can do it. I'm not doing it.
Travis Kels is $8,300, super expensive. Save $2,000 on Kittle. Sure, it's a good matchup. It's a guy you can look at. It's tough to see where to go. On the flip side, the Falcons are always awful defending tight end.
Yes.
So Dallas Goedert's in a decent position. I'm trying to see if he played Atlanta last year. He didn't. He had a good season. He's obviously in a good spot. I don't know if I want to go with the New England double dip tight ends. You got Hunter Henry at 4,700 against Miami. You got Jonnu Smith at 4,100 against Miami. Meh. Robert Tonyan ended the year on a pretty strong run with Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
He scored 9.8 or more DraftKings points in every game but one since week 11.
Yep.
It's a strong finish. And Rodgers obviously back. Austin Hooper, $4,000 against Kansas City. The Baker Mayfield offense, good spot. Kansas City struggles against tight ends. I don't know how much further down I can look than that. Mo Alley Cox, 2,900. We don't know who the quarterback for Indy is going to be, but Mo Alley Cox had some flashes for very cheap, 2,900 against Seattle. A team that I think historically is meh against tight ends. I guess that's as far as my eye goes down here.
Yeah, I mean, I love punting tight ends. It's always a position most likely that I punt when it ends up making these football lineups here. Obviously, no real value really comes out to me as of yet. I was kind of sort of inclined to look at Jared Cook just because Justin Herbert loved going to the tight end position during the season when he had Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry obviously no longer with the Chargers. He's now with the Patriots. But, Jared Cook's a decent red zone threat. It's just a problem that Washington was very good against the tight end position last year. So I might want to wait on that a little bit. He's only 3,800 with his new team. Early report says that he's already have a quote unquote solid rapport with Justin Herbert already. So if that is going to be an area that he's going to be going after, might be something to consider as the slate gets a little bit closer. So just something to consider there. But I think, like I said, the big story here is that Kyle Pitts is going to be by far one of the most popular plays, not only at the tight end position, but maybe overall on the slate. I think that's fair to say, especially in cash games. That is going to be the consensus with that one. Any closing thoughts on tight ends? Go ahead.
Yeah, 2 quick things. I mean, number one, I just think, it's only bad chalk, if it doesn't work out. And I think Pitts is going to live up to the hype in week 1. So, I'm fine just playing him as things stand. The other thing here, I'm going to keep going with Houston. Can I talk you into punting here? Jordan Aikens 3,000. You said they don't have receivers. So if they don't have receivers, the ball has to go somewhere. And he's $3,000 at tight end without much competition.
I mean, I guess. I mean, you're way too into Houston. You're way too into Houston for my liking. So if you want to play Houston,
if Watson plays at home against Jacksonville in week 1, they're going to do something. What are they going to get shut out by the Jaguars at home?
Yeah, maybe actually.
Okay, perfect. That takes us pretty much to defense special teams, which we're going to skip over. So we can skip it because we know that you're playing Jacksonville here.
Feel free to send me your head-to-heads. I'm all down for some action. So if you want to load up on Houston and I load up on everybody else that's going to score, by all means, that sounds great. So we can do that. Great. All right. What is going to be your way too early slate-approved pick for this slate?
Oh, I'm going to go a little. This has been the Houston podcast for me. So I'm going to go with, and I reserve the right to change my mind.
Fine.
I'm going to go with Brandon Cooks at, what is he, 5,200, 5,300? Brandon Cooks at 5,300 so that I can save the Bengals receivers for the rest of you and probably for you.
Okay.
You're going to go with Hurts.
Of course I am. I'm absolutely going to go with Hurts. Somebody that will score on this slate. Somebody that will get me fantasy points on this slate. Somebody I don't have to worry about, unlike Deshaun Watson. So Jalen Hurts, by far going to be my slate-approved pick for this one. Way too cheap. 6,400 is not the correct price for a QB1 in what should be a much better looking Eagles team coming into this season. So Jalen Hurts, by far my guy, is 6,400. What is going to be your favorite bet to make on week 1? We are a betting podcast. We didn't talk about enough betting. What is your favorite bet here for week 1?
Yeah, my way too early bet, and I'm going to have NFL best bets articles throughout the season, kind of rolling out throughout the weeks and just kind of add to them. So you kind of make the plays as we make them. I'll just make this one now. Like I've been meaning to start my week 1 article for weeks now to get this one on the books before it closes at 9.5, 10. Road favorite of over a touchdown. Give me the San Francisco 49ers. I don't care if it's Garoppolo. I don't care if it's Lance. Give me the San Francisco 49ers minus 7.5 at Detroit. The Lions stink. They have awful coaching. They have awful coordinators. They're going to get awful play. Jared Goff's not a good quarterback. They don't have receivers. Go look at the receivers. Yep. And then you have San Francisco in a bounce back year. Go look at the injuries the 49ers had, and you'll see why they had the year they had. Those guys are coming back. They have an elite defense. They have a very strong offense. They can run the ball down your throat, which is just going to preserve that lead that they get off to against the Lions. 49ers minus 7.5 on the road. I will lay it all week 1. They are covering that in Detroit.
Miami +2 on the spread against the Patriots. They absolutely dominated on the spread last year as underdogs. 7-2 against the spread last season as underdogs, covering by an average margin.
That clearly means they're gonna do it again.
Covering by an average of 9.8 points as road underdogs last year against the spread. 3-1. Give me them +2 against Cam Newton, who's going to last 2 weeks as a New England Patriots starter. This is the beginning of the disaster. They finally have enough of it in week 2. Mac Jones is in by week 3. Give me Miami +2. Just don't think that they should be underdogs in this one. I get it. New England totally revamped the offense with all the weapons that they have now. Not enough when Cam Newton's throwing the ball. Miami +2 against the Patriots in New England, by the way. That's mine. I love that one. And that'll probably be something that we'll talk about all the way through. And let's not forget, we've got a lot of 6-point teasers to talk about as the week comes through. So don't worry. We're going to talk about those because those are like literally my favorite thing to do ever.
I have a 6-point teaser. I'll save that one for one of our future podcasts. I've already bet. I also already bet the Niners. I got them at 7 because it was earlier, but I have a 6-point teaser that we'll do. Man, that was a weird pick from you. Patriots over 9 wins.
You don't like +2 from Miami at all?
No.
Really? You're just
I'm not going to bet I'm not going to bet the Patriots, but I think they win the game, and I think they go over 9 wins this season. I think they're 10-7.
I mean, that's fine, but is that with Cam Newton or with Mac Jones?
Cam Newton at least until week 5.
Wow, week 5.
Probably longer.
So I have week 3. You have week 5. Are we going to make that official?
Mac Jones. No, I think Cam will last past week 5. Mac Jones isn't starting against Tampa.
No, not at all.
Okay, so that's in week 4, and you have Mac Jones in week 3. So now they're going to go back to Cam.
All right.
Cam, I got you.
+2 Miami. That's it. And that's also going to be it for this podcast of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Thanks for joining us this week as we went through all the salaries for week 1. As the season progresses, obviously getting more and more into the site, more and more into the betting. So make sure to hit the subscribe button on the DraftKings YouTube channel. Subscribe to us on iTunes, wherever you listen to your podcast, so you can keep up with our weekly endeavors of what we're going to be doing for the NFL season. For Julian Edlow, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you next week.
Evening, Sim Fam. Welcome. DraftKings Dream Stream. Some of you might not need a welcome. You've been here for the day. Glash and Ducey for the 6 p.m. Madden Sim. We've got the Raiders and the Eagles. Kenny, I know you're captaining Marquise Goodwin, right?
Yeah, I liked the name of this contest. I am captaining Marquise Goodwin. Also, welcome to NBA free agency. We got a million deals coming in literally as we're on the air. There's going to be about 20 signings. What do you have? So it's all happening right now. But you're here for football because if you cared about NBA free agency, you probably wouldn't be watching us right now. I do have Marquise Goodwin in my captain spot with Carson Wentz, Miles Sanders, Deshaun Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey, Daniel Carlson, just to stick it to Congo Cab. I've loaded up with a Eagle stack, so it's gonna work.
You're really going to make him feel it.
Heaviest Eagle stack ever.
I'd like to think, actually, the more I look at it, I kind of stacked the Raiders myself, though, so I went the opposite of you. I put Darren Waller in the captain spot. I wanted to play Goodwin, but I would have been criticized for copying you. So I put Waller in the captain. I played Derek Carr, Henry Ruggs, Hunter Renfrow, and then Sanders and Marquise Goodwin.
Renfro's a tough guy not to play. He's just kind of there. He's cheap. I think he's the wide receiver 3 for them. And so you just kind of feel like, yeah, that's the play. But I don't know. I couldn't do it, but I appreciate that.
All right.
I appreciate that move for you.
So, yeah, the Lonzo contract is in. I'm seeing Daniel Tice to Houston. And here we go. Well, as Kenny mentioned, we thank you for joining us, the DraftKings Dream Stream. We have Madden. We'll keep you updated on news.
Jalen Hurts. This is also big news. He said his way to unwind at training camp is to listen to some Anita Baker.
Oh.
Yeah, that's big news.
I was waiting for something even more jaw-dropping, but that got me.
Anita Baker, man.
Jake Williams says, who cares about the NBA? It's down to the Nets and the Lakers. The rest don't matter. Jake, be careful. Everyone said that last year. Careful.
So it seems like it's slowed down a little bit.
We just had Mike. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, we just had 5 moves come in the NBA. It seems like it's slowed down a little bit.
Tim Hardaway staying put.
Yeah,
also,
that's crazy.
Luka's reportedly getting a big contract.
That's a crazy contract. Well, not Luka's. I mean, the Tim Hardaway, that was the same one that the Knicks gave Tim Hardaway, and they were memed for. Yeah, you also got, obviously, Alonzo Ball is off the board. Mike Conley is going back to the Jazz. Some random outlet is reporting Kyle Lowry to the Heat, but unconfirmed. And
that's fun.
Yeah, the Conley thing, the Lowry, the Lonzo Ball thing, the Hardaway thing are, I think, the only and the Tice, as you mentioned, were the only ones I saw so far. So.
Producer Michael is with us. We have Andrew here as well. Daniel and June from the Game Ops team. So thank you all for hanging. Let's do it.
I like that they, in the NBA, just speaking more broadly, I like that they said, oh, there's no tampering this year. You've got to wait till 5 to negotiate. And like every single deal came out. It's just really funny.
I wonder what that conversation is like with a Shams or with a Woj. And do they say like, all right, once it hits 6 o'clock, you have the reins to tweet whenever you'd like?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
I mean, technically, it's Vincent Goodwill, excuse me. That's his name on Twitter, Vince Goodwill. He's the one who reporting the Lowry to Miami contract.
Oh, I didn't see that. I saw some other outlet which I was not familiar with. I know Vincent Goodwill. He's a good guy, or good reporter rather. I don't know him personally. Look at that throw. I don't understand why Wentz just doesn't take it 15 yards there.
Yeah, not to mention
Jimmy Butler, 4-year max deal with the Heat. Seeing here, Shams.
So is that an extension technically, or was he an unrestricted free agent?
It's an extension.
Okay. Not to mention that the here comes Jake Elliott. What is happening here? What is this formation?
What are we doing kicking a 58-yarder though? That's what I want to know. That is
What in the world?
Well, I think
The
the
Raiders
Raiders
were
were
like,
so
"There's no way he's making
surprised
this."
that they went into a 3-4 defense.
What in the world? Prevent D on a field goal.
That's amazing.
I don't want to say I haven't seen that before, but I don't know if I've seen that before.
Well, I think the only person I can root for here is Daniel Carlson. I used to get Dylan Carlson and Daniel Carlson mixed up.
Back in this sim, and Carson Wentz is a newsworthy topic today. I know the Colts had a sim earlier. They played against the Patriots at noon, so I'm sure that was discussed when that news came in. But if you have anything to weigh in on, Ducey, I know we were on the Sweat this morning. We talked some basketball, also NFL. I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on the Carson Wentz situation. Really more so what it means for the Colts and this year.
Yeah, it means. I'll put it this way. I did not miss this much time, but here's my take on the Carson Wentz situation. And I think it's a good one. I think this is what's happening. So my thought here is that the Colts know that Carson Wentz is going to be out for, I don't know, like 6 weeks. Okay. I think that the Colts know that the diagnosis is 6 weeks. But because this is abnormal to have a window that's 7 weeks long. That is outrageous. So I think what the thing they want to see how the season goes. If they're looking, strong to start, I think they're going to bring back Wentz. They could bring him back quickly. At the 5 week, window, or 7 weeks, right? That is the beauty of this window. And if they lose, maybe they want to, they're targeting like a week 3 return or something, and they lose the first 3 games. If it's not going well, if maybe Jonathan Taylor also gets injured or something, they can just take their time with Carson Wentz. They can let it ride. They can sit back, and they don't have to. They could rule him out. They could pull. Speaking of the NBA, they could pull an NBA and just say, we're not bringing back Wentz this season, because you give a time frame like that, you give a window like that, and people understand. 12-week recovery period. Maybe there's some complications. Maybe there's a setback. So I just think that they're doing that to give themselves maximum flexibility. I think that, that if they rush him back, it was inside the window. They take their time, it's also inside the window. I think this just gives them flexibility here. With the guy they just invested a little bit in, they didn't really invest that much to get Carson Wentz. I'm sure that they're thinking about next year and the year after with him. So. Oh, Alec Ingold got hammered. That's my take on it, though, and I think the Colts are going to be okay. Alec Burks coming back to the Knicks. Congo Cab, where you at?
Yeah, you see this deal that Chicago's making with New Orleans, this sign and trade.
To get
Satoransky,
who we just saw in the Olympics.
I'm questioning the logic by New Orleans.
Knicks bringing back Alec Burks is great. So Nerlens Noel as well.
JaMychal Green, Denver. This is hard. It's hard to pay attention to the sim, seeing all this news come in. 3rd and goal.
Yeah.
Carr dumps it to Jalen Richard, and he's stopped. So now Kenny Carlson can come on and deliver.
Let's go. My man.
I think they're going to kick it. So the chat, Jordan Lindenbaum is asking, when they say 5 weeks or 6 weeks for Wentz, whatever it ends up being.
Yeah,
right?
it does. Yeah.
So it's a really tough schedule to start the year. But if they're hanging around, because I'm kind of blown. They should win the division. It's close.
You think tennis? Yeah. The Texans and Jaguars in that division too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so.
3-0 Vegas for that in the meantime. Still very early on, of course.
There's my man, Marquise Goodwin, captain, GM. Also, we have Jared Allen getting a deal. I definitely think that they'll probably bring back most of their guys. I think it's less about the changes and just more about, who they can, because they were the 4th best team in the East last year. So I think it's about bringing back the guys that mattered there. And I think they're doing that. And I think you also look at, the draft was great. They brought in some great defenders, and I think that they could, I think they're going to save the, all this money they have for maybe a run at a big name. We'll see, but I don't think they really need to be in the business of adding an Otto Porter Jr. or, he would be nice, but they don't really need to add any of these names rather. Lonzo Ball would have been great. I'm not going to lie to you, but that would have been a guy to maybe add. But then again, it seems like they'll eventually figure out some sort of different situation at point guard. Maybe they like trading for Damian Lillard. I don't know. Does look like we got Kelly Olynyk to the Pistons, your old friend.
Bummer. We don't get to bring back the Olynyk clinic. And I'm also reading here the Knicks are still going to have 30-something million bucks in spending.
Yeah.
So
I believe they came in with $53 million. So I think that they just spent about 10 they want.
The kicker, Daniel, is in the sim right now, 3-0.
Yeah, shout out to the boy. I'm 19th place out of 128. I feel good about that. Carson Wentz has not done anything for me. The Carlson field goal was good. And, what else can I really say? Nothing, not much has happened here, except for the Tyrell Williams 17-yard grab.
And forgive me, but I'm just trying to figure out the ownership on the kicker. I'm having some trouble finding it.
Well, in our contest, 17.2K or
okay.
17.2%.
Mary says, why are these guys on and not the game? It's just a quarter break, Mary. It's for our game ops team to get caught up.
Mary, I appreciate you trying to be nice, but, come on.
There's the ownership, 12.4%.
One of the meanest chats that we've gotten, Flash.
Well, come on, it's only been a quarter. Plenty of time for people to hate us some more, or maybe come around. As there's Ertz, is he going to end up somewhere else at some point? What's going on there?
I think that they're all settled now. He's going to stay in Philly. They're all over the last few weeks. I think it's resolved itself, and he's sticking around in Philly.
He kind of has to, right? Because I read something this morning that Goddard is injured, or it's already off to a tough start for Dallas Goedert.
I mean, I think he's going to be behind Ertz on the depth chart. The only reason, people are shouting Goddard from the rooftops was because of the fact that, well, not only did he, not only was he a favorite of Jalen Hurts, but he also it seemed like was going to be the only tight end, because it looked like they were going to trade Zach Ertz to a contender, and he had a falling out with the organization, and now he seems fine.
Not out of shape, but he didn't pass the conditioning test. So I guess that means he was out of shape. Right? Isn't that what the translation is?
That would mean he was out of shape.
Okay. I think that's fair. Kelly Olynyk got some good money from the Pistons. What are the Pistons doing?
I don't get that one at all.
Yeah, I mean, good for
Kelly
Olynyk. Go get yours. I get it. See,
of
Alec
course.
Burks, $10 million. Good contract.
That's a good deal for the Knicks.
Yeah. Blitzhouse says, yep, plenty of time for people to hate us some more. Well, it's true. I mean, this can go one way or the other, or maybe somewhere in the middle. Usually I'd like to think that's where it is. Somewhere in the Spread them out. 2nd and 2 from the 15. Enough for the first down. It's Sanders. First and goal coming up.
I always fade this guy, and it always bites me in the butt.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that I have Sanders on my team. Also, S4G, OMG, stop Ertz. Great chat.
Wentz back to throw, fires, and it's broken up. I think he was going for Ertz there.
I have no idea why the Pistons are paying Kelly Olynyk $12 million a year. This is insane.
See this tweet from Mark Spears?
No.
Suns guard Chris Paul expected to be ready for training camp after recent surgery. Interesting how they put Suns guard.
Right. Because he's not technically on the Suns.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, you're a smart guy.
Interesting. It's Mark Spears, who writes for ESPN, NBA senior writer. DK Robin Hood says you look like AJ McCarron with the hat.
Thank you.
He's a sharp-looking guy. Oh, man. Who is this? Is this our boy, Goddard? No way.
Yeah.
Get out! That's amazing! Dallas Goedert runs it in. From the 3.
That would only happen to John Gruden. A Dallas Goedert rushing touchdown.
Unreal. Eric Wilson, he wasn't in football shape. Dallas Goedert. Right there, he looked like he was in football shape. Caw-caw. That's right, freak of nature. Anthony Montgomery.
We had a fullback touchdown in the last game, in the last sim that I did with Rossi.
Wow.
Drew pointing out that he's the starting fullback.
I can get into this. Anthony Montgomery says, yes, I don't have him, just happy. LOL. If only all of us could consume sims like that.
Refreshing to see that. Refreshing to see that from Anthony Montgomery. Tony, Tony Monty.
Alex Wilson can't believe it. Dallas Goedert
Yeah,
is
it
owned.
was Derek Watt was the fullback touchdown that we had. Unbelievable.
Who does he play for again?
Really? The Steelers.
Steelers. Okay.
With his brother.
Right. Huckabee, brother. We're midway through the second quarter. 2 seed. Outside of the NBA, of course, you're following the Olympics. And one thing I am curious about now that we're into the month of August, as a fantasy analyst and someone who puts a lot of time into their work and craft and looking at the NFL, we did week 1 salary talk this morning on the sweat. Can you explain to me the day in the life of you as you prep for football season? Like what goes into a Kenny
prep
Ducey
for football season?
Yeah, like as you prep for DFS, because look, the folks that watch here, they're playing DFS with the Madden on a daily basis, 6 sims a day, usually,
Sure.
every day. I'm just curious now as the season nears, what goes into your preparation? Are you just following news?
Following news, I've started to do a lot of ADP work, figure out where people are going in drafts, try to project out my season-long leagues. But I think that more than anything is catching up on the offseason. And I think that everyone's pretty familiar with the first round of the NFL draft and, sort of the impact players that we'll get from there. But I think that going through every team, figuring out the additions on defense, did the Buffalo Bills get better on defense? No. Did the Cleveland Browns get better on defense? Not really. Figuring out the trends that you liked to exploit last year and if you're going to be able to exploit them this year. And of course, the whole playbook gets blown up anyway. 5 weeks into the season, you're going to some trends will get established. You say, okay, this is a team I like to fade. So I think that it's just preparing for those first few weeks until we start to figure out, maybe we weren't right on this team, or maybe I wasn't right on Josh Allen, like I did last year. So I think it's about just catching up on the offseason. There's been so many freaking signings. It's tough to keep track.
Oh, right, especially in the NFL when rosters are larger than really any other sport. I think that's actually definitely true now that I think about it. Position battles and depth charts.
Right, and look, in something like today on the sweat, we were talking about the Saints, like Alex Anzalone is gone, A lot of those interior linemen are gone. That makes you rethink how you're approaching the Saints defense. The Saints defense was scary last year. Didn't want to go against the Saints defense. Now, maybe I will play Aaron Rodgers week 1 against that D. It's not so imposing. No Justin Hardy anymore.
True. We've got 2nd and 4 from the 12. 3 receivers to the right side. Darren Waller on the left for Derek Carr. Oh, he missed Richard. Justin Harden needs more Waller. Congo Cab wants a Ruggs touchdown. I'd be on board for that. Congo Cab.
No.
No. I disagree.
I do disagree. I do disagree vehemently.
It's really true. Looking at my Twitter timeline, there's just too much going on here.
Too many. I agree.
There's a lot going on. There's Waller. 8-yard gain, first down. Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. About 300 of you watching on YouTube.
Tim Hardaway is going to earn $20.4 million in 2024-25. That's unbelievable.
What about year 1 of that contract? What is the number?
That's last year. That'd be the 4th year.
Okay.
That's incredible.
Hey,
There he is.
Darren Waller.
The wall man.
It's my captain, baby.
Noah Moon says, chill, Waller. More pain and misery for Noah Moon. I feel bad. This guy just can't get away from it.
I'm starting to just think it's a bit, and I really respect it.
It can't be a bit.
It has to be.
Because it seems like he gets in ahead of the plays.
Maybe Noah has it pulled up on the Game Center or Twitch, where the feed might be a little faster.
No, I mean, what are you talking about? He beats us. Like he'll tweet he'll post something. And then like next play it'll happen. I could be like, oh, please no more of this, or like, like in this scenario, he might have been like, need Ruggs, and then next play touchdown to not Ruggs. Like it's unbelievable.
I don't know. I mean, Waller did catch an 8-yard pass like moments ago. So maybe it was like, stop. Please stop.
No, that's what I'm saying. And then, of course, he doesn't, is my point.
Chris Adams is here. Hi, Chris. Glad to see you're in a great mood.
Thank God. Yes. Cameron Payne is re-signed with the Phoenix Suns.
What should he get?
I don't really care. I just didn't want him on the Knicks.
Twitch fam is alive and well. First time playing Fortnite. I will not do what you asked.
3 years, 19 million.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Amazing. Amazing. That just made my day.
You thought the Knicks would overpay?
I just thought they wanted Cameron Payne. Cameron Payne's a bad player.
Well, maybe he just got exposed on a national stage. He's a young player. He's really young.
He's not really young.
Yeah, he is.
Dude, he's like 29.
Cameron Payne?
He's 26.
Okay, but yeah, I see what you mean. 26, you're on the brink of being in your prime. Oh, this one. Preach, 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 preach. Carson Wentz with 1 timeout, 2nd and 2.
Cameron Payne is not fantastic.
Ooh, Ertz in a tight window.
Ertz. Did not want him on the Knicks.
So far, the Kelly Olynyk contract takes the cake as far as the most head-scratching signing.
Absolutely.
Who's in charge of the Pistons? And by the way, I say this all with all the love and respect in my heart. The Pistons have partnered with us at DraftKings in the past. I just don't get it. Troy Weaver.
Look at this run. Unbelievable from Carson Wentz.
$12 seconds. No timeouts. Don't break.
Congo Cab says Knicks doesn't need campaign. Absolutely.
Three wide, left side for Wentz.
Run it in, Carson. Or just throw it in.
Touchdown. I think that's your guy.
Alshon, baby.
No, it's Alshon. Darn.
I have Alshon.
You do? Okay. Attaboy.
Problem for me is that I'm in 117th now because Marquise has not done much. And I don't have Waller, and everyone else does. Still time, though. Still plenty of time. Still plenty of time. Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
What's the ownership in our free roll for Alshon?
45.3%.
Okay. Pretty good. Well, I mean, good if you played him because he's not that highly owned.
Gosh, I got to talk to you about something here, by the way. I forgot to bring it up till just now.
Sure. Give me 1 sec. Jeffrey, 43.7% owned in the DraftKings free contest, available to all of you, the people. 11.5% in the count. Okay, what do you got?
Last sim that I did, it was the I think it was the 4 o'clock sim. Yeah, maybe the 2 o'clock sim. I had the Bengals. Okay, we had the Bengals, and Joe Mixon, I thought, for my money, had the worst performance by a running back in a sim of all time. And I want you to first of all tell me if you had to like come up with the line, like if you were like writing a play or a script and you're like, this is the absolute worst a running back could do in a sim, what would you say?
I'd say 8 carries for -2 yards and a fumble.
Okay. So I think that this is worse than that. Wow. Now, here's the thing with the fumble. With the fumble, you might have -2 points, but I actually think that, like, I don't know. At least you did something, right? Like, at least he had 6 carries for -7 yards.
Oh my!
And not one carry got past the line of scrimmage. So it wasn't like he had 10 yards and he got like tackled. He ran the wrong way, and got tackled for -10. He had 6 carries for -7 yards. He lost 2 yards per carry, or 1 yard per carry, almost over 1 yard per carry as it was. But at the beginning, he was like, he lost a two. It was insane. And then he got back to the line one time, never gained yardage. For my money, it was the worst performance I've ever seen.
Wow. Well, we can discuss some more. In the meantime, as we've discussed, we mentioned it on the Sweat this morning. Week 1 salaries are out for DraftKings NFL Week 1. Here are a look at the quarterbacks that you could roster Week 1. And one of the names on here is Aaron Rodgers. He's $6,800 Week 1 at New Orleans. Kenny was there. So was Jeff Ulrich, Stan's son. They joined me earlier today. We previewed the Week 1 slate, the Week 1 matchup of Packers and Saints, and what it means. Is there any value rostering Aaron Rodgers at quarterback? Let's take a look. Off-season full of drama, Jeff, for Aaron Rodgers. We've talked about it quite a bit on this stream. 6,800 Week 1, taking on New Orleans on the road. I know you just mentioned this. We're going to be talking value and dissecting the numbers here for quarterbacks as we approach Week 1 over the next month. Are you willing to pay this price for Aaron Rodgers, 6,800 at New Orleans?
Oh, there's been Aaron Rodgers news this offseason? Really? I mean, you have to fill me in on this later. But no, look, I mean, I think after the top 2 QBs, you really start to get, these are great quarterbacks we're talking about, Josh Allen, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, but the matchups here, they start to get dicey. Green Bay on the road, look, I think Green Bay is a superior team here, but what kind of game is New Orleans going to be playing this year? Again, Taysom Hill starting potentially. They're going to be trying to take the air out of the ball and run the ball with Taysom Hill and Alvin Kamara. And look, it's in a dome. Maybe it still ends up being a fast-paced game, but I think it's really difficult for me to get excited about this. Going up against still a pretty good New Orleans defense, with a good defensive line, a Marshawn Lattimore, who could at least limit Devontae Adams in Week 1. It's just not good enough a matchup for me to really get excited about Aaron Rodgers. Now, New Orleans has been a team that's started slow in the past. So, maybe you look at Aaron Rodgers over taking a shot with a Josh Allen and Russell Wilson. And I do like him better than those 2 guys for Week 1, but I'm not overly excited about this spot. Again, I'm of the opinion you should be paying up for Kyler and Patrick Mahomes Week 1.
Hey, Kenny, 6,800, Aaron Rodgers. Thoughts?
Yeah, I like it. Look, the Saints were really, really good defense last year, but they lost a ton of key pieces. Jackrabbit Jenkins, Trey Henderson, Malcolm Brown, Alex Anzalone, who was the thorn in the side of a lot of people that decided to fade the Saints last year, Sheldon Rankins as well, Justin Hardy. I think that this is a team that is still going to be good on defense. You still have some stars on that end, but, are they going to be quite as good? Are they going to be good enough where, you're afraid to pay this kind of price? I actually do think that, Aaron Rodgers is worth a speculative play here. I don't know what the offseason news is going to do to his ownership if we're playing GPPs, but in cash games, I think that he's sort of a pretty good value, because I think that if he were playing a team like, Houston or playing Cleveland, he would be up probably in the top 3 in the salary in terms of how much you have to pay for a quarterback. So I think that Aaron Rodgers is probably a good play here. I don't want to shoot myself in the foot by saying that, because maybe he comes out and has 15 fantasy points and is a disappointment. But yeah, I mean, why not, right? The Saints have had a lot of turnover on that team. I think it's going to be an unrecognizable team. So fire him up.
Stan, 6,800, Aaron Rodgers. Willing to pay?
Yeah, I'm not going here. Like I said, I mean, Kyler Murray's only, $800 more expensive, and I like plenty of guys in the 6K range. I think if the ownership is low enough, I'll definitely go there. I just don't see it, just because there's going to be so many narratives out there. There's going to be the angry Aaron narrative, the last dance with Devontae Adams. I think a lot of people are going to flock here. I do agree with what Jeff was saying, that the Saints, they're probably going to, take the air out of the ball, kind of more ground and pound it. Kenny made good points in terms of, roster turnover on the defensive end of the side of the ball for the Saints. But still, they are good. They were third in pass defense DVOA last year. But more importantly, they were third in adjusted sack rate. So they're going to put pressure. And I think the biggest narrative I think that's going to happen is, Aaron Rodgers threw over 40 touchdowns. What was the exact number? 48 touchdowns last year. The touchdown rate was 9.1%. His career rate is 6.3. There's going to be regression. That doesn't mean that regression is going to happen in this game, but I think people expecting like that type of lofty production again, that's going to be tough to replicate. And just so everything combined, the pace, the defense, probably elevated ownership, has me shying away from Aaron Rodgers.
Are we back?
I think we're back.
Okay, beautiful. Sorry, took my computer a second to catch up. So yeah, please watch The Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. I think you'll find it useful to get yourself ready for the NFL season. A lot to pick apart, of course, over the next month or so, once the real games, really begin. I forget. What did you say again about Aaron Rodgers? Were you okay with it?
Yeah, I was okay with Aaron Rodgers. I think that's a good. As I mentioned about the Saints defense, I think that the Saints lost a lot of key members of that defense, so I don't hate playing Aaron Rodgers in that spot. I do kind of hate how chalky he might be, but that is that. I think that's a good spot.
All right. Here we go. 14-10. Now Shams is confirming the Kyle Lowry signing in Miami.
Well, no, Kyle Lowry confirmed it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he tweeted out that he's going to the Heat.
Oh.
Or he put it on his Instagram story.
Flash and Ducey, we have producer Michael here, Andrew, our technical director, June and Daniel from the Game Ops team. We appreciate you all joining us tonight. Here's the lineup for the rest of the evening. Kaufman comes on board. Probably one of those sims with Koff tonight that he'll pretend he cares about you. He won't be paying attention to the game. Not much of it at all. He'll be reacting to what the Celtics probably don't do tonight during free agency. So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, Koff is look, people like to call me a homer sometimes. The thing is, I definitely own it. Everyone knows my opinions are crazy, especially on the New York Jets, because I love the New York Jets. Obviously, I'm going to put more weight in the New York Knicks. Wow, Duncan Robinson, 5 years, $90 million. I'm going to put a lot of weight. I'm going to think the Yankees are really good. I'm insufferable about those teams. I don't think there's a bigger homer at DraftKings than Adam Kaufman to the Boston teams. It is crazy. He loves
loves all the Boston teams, loves the Celtics, loves the Patriots.
I know.
So it's going to be a 1 hour Celtics broadcast tonight. So that's what's going to happen. Where's Marcus Smart going to go?
Brandon Cristal will be with him for Saints Falcons at 8. Then I'll be back for Bills Cardinals.
To hear BK try to talk about the Celtics.
Yeah,
He'd be like, what are you talking about, Adam? What are you trying to say?
We'll see. But that's the lineup for the rest of the night. Tiger is asking who's playing in the Hall of Fame game. It's Pittsburgh and Dallas this Thursday night. They were the first two teams to report to training camp this year. They've been at camp now for, is this week 3 of training camp for both of those teams? Might be. Pretty close to it. I think it's the 3rd week for Pittsburgh and Dallas this week. Maybe 2nd. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, week 2, says producer Michael. I think that's right. Maybe I'm just, maybe because it's August already and I'm like, wow, like training camp does kind of whiz by.
You know, the one thing I can't get excited for is the Hall of Fame game. I can't get excited for that. You know?
Yeah, I got you.
I can't get excited for it. Sorry. It's on Thursday. Obviously, I'll watch the first half of the first quarter. The thing is, like, it's fun to have football back, but like after the first 2 drives, they pull everyone, and like by the 3rd quarter, no one is watching. You know, no one's watching the second half of the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna consume it. Last year we didn't have it.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the first quarter.
Think Dak plays?
Of course. Doug McDermott to the Spurs. 3 years, $42 million. Wow, that's a lot of money for Doug.
It sure is. I just read that one too. Nice pass to Waller over the top. It's a lot of money for a role player. But I don't know. You get Lowry and Butler back. Maybe that's a thing where Butler's like, I want to keep Duncan Robinson. Maybe Butler has some say, some pull there. Maybe not, because Pat Riley kind of runs the show. Spoelstra too.
Marcus Smart is likely staying now that Lonzo Ball, as we talked about. To reiterate there, so Koff will probably be all over that. Love Marcus Smart. I don't know how to do a Boston accent.
Yeah, Marcus Smart, dude.
Marcus
he makes all
Smart.
the hustle plays, kid. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, dude, it's gross. Yeah, under the rug he goes. Touchdown. Henry. There you go. Touchdown Ruggs. I'm into it. Congo Cab, let's go. Merriweather asking who has the touchdowns. Dallas Goedert has a touchdown, if you can believe it. Alshon Jeffrey
Paul.
Also for Philly. Darren Waller and Ruggs for Vegas.
Chris Paul just signed a new deal with the Phoenix Suns. 4 years, $120 million.
Oh, no. What are the Suns doing?
His deal will expire when he's 40.
What are the Suns doing? The Suns, no.
When he's 40.
Suns, no. No! What are you doing?
4 years and $30 million per. He's going to be getting paid until he's 40, man. That's crazy.
Good for Chris Paul, really. But Suns, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't think that's a good idea. I really don't. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If it was like a 1 or 2 year deal, I think he can get behind it. This, maybe they looked at it, though, and said we can't do much better. I don't know. I feel like Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton can recruit a little bit after going to an NBA Finals. You recruit maybe a younger star in, have that flexibility. That one I don't understand. I don't get that one. What do you think?
It's a good night to the Suns. That's it for them.
Ugh, I don't know.
That's bad, dude. That's bad.
It just I don't
That's like
that.
that's like they're paying. That's like they're paying a coach $30 million. Like you're paying a guy $30 million to coach.
Yeah, it's Ghost says Chris Paul should have gone to the Lakers. No, but this isn't Ghost. This is good for Chris Paul getting the contract. The Lakers weren't going to give him that. He's only getting that offer in Phoenix, and I'm surprised they did it. I'm surprised they did it.
Avs are showing interest in Reggie Bullock and Furkan Korkmaz. Interesting. Yeah, I think that I mean, obviously the Knicks were interested in Chris Paul. I'm glad that they're not paying that much money. That was a missed block there by Jason Kelsey.
So Philly's got the ball. Sanders with his third catch. Eagles the trailing team. Rel says this is horrible.
Unbelievable.
I'm not sure what Rel's exactly talking about, but please elaborate.
Let's bomb it to Goodwin. Let's get Goodwin involved. He's open. Oh, he just stole the ball away from Goodwin.
Anthony says a few moments ago, Wentz to no one again. I mean, this just, I guess to explain the obvious, this contract, again, great for Chris Paul, but this now puts the Suns in a spot where they've got no flexibility. Wouldn't the plan be recruit a younger star to come play with Ayton and Booker? Like, wouldn't that be the idea? Maybe sign Chris Paul to a 1 or 2 year deal to bridge that gap. But now there's no bridge.
Or, I don't know. Or Bradley Beal, or try to trade for Damian Lillard. I don't know.
I mean, here's the good news, if there's good news to take of this. Booker's still only 24, and Ayton is probably 21, so it's not like once Chris Paul's contract is up, they're going to be old. Like, they're still going to be really good, and they can still probably go get somebody. But for the next couple years, I think, like you just said.
Oh, and then I mean they got to re-sign Booker. Like, there's plenty of there's plenty of reasons why not to do this.
Man. Henry Ruggs in the DraftKings free contest, by the way, 38% owned overall, 4.8% in the captain. He's got the latest touchdown. He gave the Raiders the lead. Wilkerson says, I have the same chance of winning these sims as Glash reading my comments. Folks, I have to remind some of you in this chat, someone is going to be happy with how this sim plays out. Someone is going to win money, and they're going to be happy with how this sim played out. They're going to make their decisions, and it will all go well. That's all I have to say. Someone will win, and a lot of you will lose. All that said, thanks for being here. Good luck to you. I mean it. Here's Jacobs, not much doing on the pitch after a punt. I'm just really curious how the Suns go ahead and do this. And it's like, where's the logic there? I guess run it back. I get the whole idea of running it back, but getting stupid with the money and the contract, I don't really know.
That's a lot. I don't know, man. Out of words.
Out of words. All these signings and finally one got you.
Dude, that's
this. Now the whole Kelly Olynyk one, it's now in the back burner. I'm
I
like,
can't comprehend that number.
oh. The guru says, I won earlier, getting worked now. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. That's what happens when you play. You play to win, and sometimes it doesn't happen. Where are you sitting in the contest? Must be. Hey,
I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about it? Okay.
No, I'm 124th.
Hey, Mateo says, I won earlier and winning now. There you go. Keep it going. Tara Lynn's phone charger. Appreciate you. So who are the big names still left on the board? I mean, the Lowry deal is probably the biggest deal as far as player moving from a new team to the next. Lonzo Ball as well.
Let me look right now and just see. Let's look.
Oh,
So
Ingold, the fullback, making a
Ingold. I thought about rostering him. Let's see here. I'll let you know who the top ones are. So we have Kawhi is still out there, of course. Otto Porter Jr. I think was linked to the Nets. Victor Oladipo, Dennis Schroeder, Evan Fournier is another big name. Knicks been looking at him. We have, I think I said Victor Oladipo already. DeMar DeRozan. There was a fake tweet about DeMar DeRozan out there. People are into where he's going to go. Further down the list, names like Nick Batum, Melo is a free agent. Knicks are trying to bring back Melo. You want to turn it down a little bit more? Beep, 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 beep.
Come on, Mac.
Well, I was figured, I'm sure she had a temperature in mind. I was like, she could just go ahead and get it over with. So yeah, that's where we stand right now.
Okay. Darren Waller,
Norman Powell, sorry, is another guy too.
Who Portland traded for at the deadline.
And I think Gary Trent Jr. is a restricted free agent.
Darren Waller's been the star, 8 for 94 and a touchdown. Sanders has 3 catches, just 18 yards. Ertz has 7 for 77. Our touchdown scorers in the sim. Goddard ran one in for Philadelphia. Alshon Jeffrey has a touchdown. And then for Vegas, it's Ruggs and Waller. Team JPC. Is it crazy that I think DeRozan ends up staying?
I think it's crazy, yeah.
You want him on the Knicks?
I think it would be crazy if he stayed.
But do you want him on the Knicks?
No, I do not want him on the Knicks.
Okay. Who do you want? What's the next move?
I would like them to trade for Damian Lillard.
Oh, well.
And that's it.
That's at the top of the wish list.
I think they should do nothing else. They should sit on their $33 million that they have, or whatever number it is. And I think that they should trade for Damian Lillard. Or just wait a year, keep that salary cap room, and sign Damian Lillard when he's a free agent. Also, what about I think that they should bring back Melo, veterans minimum.
That'd be fun.
They've been talking about it. I think that they're into that idea. That's what it seems like.
David Nunes, hot take. Pistons are top 3 in the East next season. David, are you okay? Seriously. Come on. You all right?
Flash, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Where are you?
Pistons top 3 in the East. I mean, I guess it's ridiculous, but it's not that
Oh,
ridiculous.
it's ridiculous.
I mean, Brooklyn, Milwaukee, and then who?
It is ridiculous.
But there's no clear cut after Brooklyn, Milwaukee.
Oh no! Oh, you got tackled.
Jacobs gets stopped at the 8. And when I say no clear cut, the Pistons would have to significantly overachieve, and a lot of injuries would have to happen again.
Yep. They would. I do not think they're going to come close to being a playoff team. That's just my opinion.
And David, don't take offense to me asking if you're okay. People ask me every day if I'm okay, like Kenny just did.
Yeah, I did just ask you.
First and goal, end zone, touchdown, Nelson Aguilar.
Wow. A lot of weird touchdown scores in this one. But Aguilar might be the weirdest.
He's usually not that highly owned.
What is he? He's like $2,000, isn't he?
Oh, wow. We'll see that leaderboard shuffle. 8,465 entries in the free showdown. Ken, yeah. Nelson Aguilar.
That's right.
.75% owned. Wow. Oh, of course, the Suns and 4 guy is getting all the memes back because it's a 4-year deal for Chris Paul.
Yep. That's as expected.
Starting to get sick of this guy.
I mean, I was already sick of him.
Hey, well, big Suns fan Adam Kaufman will be joining you all at 8 o'clock.
That's right, Adam Kaufman.
Yep.
He's a big Suns fan.
Big Suns guy.
We
Big
know that about
Packers
him.
guy and Suns guy. And that's just me going back, check the tape. That's what I've seen on The Sims.
All I know is I never got my due for saying that Aaron Rodgers was considering retirement.
Dallas Goedert is in the winning lineup. 3.6% owned, $2,800.
That's incredible scenes.
Yep. The winning lineup for the free showdown. 7-way tie for first place. Emerson's baby gap shirt. Good evening. Nice breakup by the Raiders defense. Cody says the Nets and Lakers are going to implode and lose in the playoffs again. DeMac Lionkoff is a big State Farm Insurance fan. That's funny. Makes sense. I get the joke. I like the Westbrook move for the Lakers. It's a regular season move.
Yeah.
Give LeBron nights off. Let Russ just do his thing. Might not always be pretty, but he can get some wins on his own any given night. I think it makes a lot of sense. Can't rely on Anthony Davis as a number 2, but if Westbrook overall is a number 3 and can give a guy like Davis or LeBron a night off, Westbrook doesn't miss games.
Yeah, it's all about his ego. It's all about whether or not he's going to be just taking a million shots like he does with every team he's on.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Speaking of taking shots, Carson Wentz, tough scene for him.
You feel that, or at least I feel, I'd like to think that LeBron had a conversation, right? That's typically how it goes if you go play with him. There's a conversation about role and how this is going to go. Anna says, Anna or Anna, can you please clarify if I'm saying your name right? I always feel bad, but it's Anna or Anna. Rodgers is going to be a full-time preacher after retirement.
Yeah, Look at this. The new fresh tweet just now.
Uh-oh.
Ready for this?
Yep.
So there's a tweet here from someone named Brian Robb. He's verified.
Yep.
And he says, why no Celtics news in this first wave of signings? Team does not have much spending power with taxpayer mid-level in free agency. Once big fish finish landing deals, second-tier guys will start signing, i.e. guys C's can afford. Quote tweeted by Adam Kaufman. And he adds, exactly, ... Hashtag Celtics. The Kaufman is in.
But wait a minute. Weren't they reportedly in on Lonzo Ball? That's kind of a big fish.
Exactly. ...
Telling you. I'd have way more respect if he just came on here and says, guys, listen, I'm following the Celtics free agent moves. I'm not going to really be paying attention to you tonight. He won't do that. He'll say, oh, hey, how's everyone doing? Let's have a good sim. Here's my Cops captain, blah, blah, blah. He's going to be looking at Twitter the whole time. He's just going to let BK talk to all of you, which is great, you know. But should be fun. Celtics hour coming up at 8 o'clock. Or maybe there won't be anything to report because the big fish are still landing, Deucey. Oh, Jacob's tripped up.
Once the big fish finish landing, that's the guys that C's can afford.
Look out for the little minnows. The minnows are coming to Boston. Why do they call us now they're the Celtics? The Celtics claws. What are they called now? The Maine Celtics. That's what it is. They're no longer the Red Claws. We should be. I don't know. They should be.
Red. What is
the G League?
Red? Oh.
The G League affiliate. They should now be the Boston Minnows.
That would be good.
Boston Minnows, because now.
Because the big fish, they're not going to get the big fish.
They're not getting big fish anymore, so they're the Boston Minnows.
Look at Josh Jacobs putting together a day.
Let's go, Minnows. That should be tonight's buzzword, minnows.
You gonna make it a buzzword?
Maybe. Eric Wilson says Westbrook was a product of his teams. KD played second fiddle to Steph on those teams. Being a third wheel to two All-NBA players will have him in the finals.
All right, I'm glad I got his input.
Well, Eric, just keep in mind, Westbrook played with Durant and James Harden at one point. So kind of seen how he also played with, in theory at the time, a big three in Carmelo and Paul George. And that didn't go well either. So I can understand the concern. It's just, like I said, I think it's a regular season move. His style doesn't work in the playoffs. You can rack up fast break points against the Sacramento Kings at home on a West Coast trip as a Wizards player at home. Just like when he was in Oklahoma City, can load up the stat sheet against a crappy team. But when it comes time to the postseason, you play the same team 4 to 7 times, you get schemed up against. It really doesn't work as often. But Eric makes a good point. I think what he's trying to get at is Russell Westbrook will now play with a couple of players that have won championships, which he's never done before. That's fair. Yeah, 90 seconds to go. It's a great point by Andrew, our technical director. We're bouncing around tonight, so apologies. We're reading the chat. Kenny and I are reacting to NBA stuff. Also, just this sim.
Oh!
No, he missed it. Carlson did not deliver this time.
Sterling. Oh, I was saying because Sterling Brown is going to the Dallas Mavericks.
But good point by Andrew, our technical director. Kelly Olynyk is a big fish.
No, he's not a big fish.
I mean, Detroit clearly was dying to sign him. Who caught that? Can't really tell yet. Ertz. No timeouts for the Eagles. Ross Tucker will be coming on next to take us up to the 8 o'clock sim. Wentz has all the time, fires and completes. They might have one more play in them. Maybe. Ertz with another grab. First and goal. 8 catches for Ertz. Hank likes to see it. Good point by this one. Westbrook's fantasy stock might fall off. This could change the contest. First and goal.
Come on.
Touchdown. He got it. It's Ertz. Wow.
Talk about garbage time. Literally 1 second to go. Doesn't impact the outcome at all. Unreal.
Yeah. 10th catch. Already had the bonus. Now he's got a touchdown. I think this guy might have to be the player of the game.
I think so too. It's been an unbelievable performance out here. I would say Ducey's disappointment is very obvious tonight. It's Marquise Goodwin. 1 catch for 8 yards. Expected a lot of him. Very disappointed. Deshaun Jackson, I get it, $8,600 more expensive than Marquise Goodwin, but he's only about 3% more owned in our little contest, and he had to have four points. I would say that Zach Ertz is taking home the player of the game. Ducey's delight, Ducey's delicious player of the game. No one touched Zach Ertz. No one can hold a candle to Zach Ertz. Hit the bonus. Darren Waller couldn't even catch up to what Zach Ertz was doing. Get a big old competition over now underneath, but it is over. Yeah, it is over. So.
That was close.
All right, let's do it. That was great.
Jordan
Lovely to be with
Lindenbaum
you,
doing
Lash.
his math. 18-point drive for Ertz. 18 fantasy points.
Ooh, Jeff Green going back to the Nuggets.
He was there before?
Yeah, pretty sure he was.
He's like the new Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's going everywhere. I don't remember him being a Nugget, but I'll take it.
Let me make sure.
I don't think he's ever played for the Nuggets. You might be right though.
Seattle/OKC, Boston, Memphis, LA, Orlando, Cleveland, Washington, Utah, Houston, Brooklyn. No, never. Wow.
Dude, this guy, he's the Ryan Fitzpatrick now of the NBA.
Take it back.
How many teams is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 11 if you count the Sonics as one.
Oh my goodness. Amazing. All right. We good with Ertz as player of the game?
Yeah.
What about the Not My Kid award?
You mean the Ducey's disappointment?
Yes, sorry. Yep.
I give it to Marquise Goodwin.
Yeah, he had 1 catch. What the hell? Not cool. All right, brother. Enjoy the rest of the night as this news comes in.
Yeah,
Keep
I'm going to
an
have
eye.
a lot to do.
Once the big fish are off the board, enjoy watching where all the minnows swim to in free agency waters. And also enjoy the Olympic basketball tonight.
Excited about it. I'll see you tomorrow, right? Probably. I think we're doing a sim tomorrow. Doing a sim at some point this week.
Yes, at 2. We're on together at 2 tomorrow. Vikings Chargers.
Beautiful. Looking forward to it. That'd be fun.
And a quick note, I'll be coming. I'm actually going to go to Patriots training camp tomorrow morning, so I can give you an update from Patriots training camp.
Tell me how Mac Jones looks.
Yeah. I think Bill's going with Cam, but you never know. You're right, though. See how the kid looks. He'll play at some point this year, I hope.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, thank you to June and Daniel from our Game Ops team. Keep your eyes on the Game Center to see how you did and how your lineups are doing in those classic contests, paid and also the free formats. Thanks to producer Michael and Andrew as well. Coming up here in the Dream Stream, Eric Wood former Buffalo Bills center. He joined Ross Tucker on today's podcast. They talked about the lingering pain from football injuries, what it's like to play for only one NFL team. That's what Eric Wood did. And emotions. The emotions of Eric Wood when he watches his Buffalo Bills.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday that we are recording and probably posting on a Sunday evening, presented by DraftKings. We love DraftKings, love their specials going on right now for the Olympics, and love winners. Spread the word winner, sponsor confirmation email winner, the YouTube shout out winner. We've got the easiest contest known to man. We also have some of the best guests. Speaking of winners, how about Eric Wood? Unbelievable career for the Buffalo Bills. Now he's trimmed down, looking awesome. Can't wait to talk with Eric about the Bills. What an interesting thing that he was there when they broke the playoff drought. But now ever since he's left, they're just getting better and better. So looking forward to talking with Eric about what he's doing now, how his career ended, and of course, our beloved Buffalo Bills. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
As promised, we are joined by a fellow former Buffalo Bills offensive lineman, although he was way better than I was. I still remember, by the way, I don't know if you remember this, Eric. I remember meeting you at Bills training camp. Like, it might have been the day you signed, like in the lobby. You were just like sitting on a couch, and I was there for Sirius XM, I think, to do maybe a training camp show. And I think we just started talking.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I had just signed. That was back when all first rounders held out on training camp. I'm like, no, I'm not a holdout guy. My agent's like, no. The way it works is they're going to do it in descending order, and the 29th pick hasn't even been talking to the team yet. So, yes, you are going to be a holdout guy, unfortunately, and that's like everything I stood against. As an O-lineman, like the last thing you want to be is the guy who's missing training camp. So I missed a week of training camp, and when I showed up, I had the pleasure to be greeted by none other than yourself.
I remember that. That's so funny. So what year was that, by the way?
2009.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was my second year out, and probably my first year actually going to training camps for media and not having to play, which was a lot more fun. All I can remember, I don't know if you've done this yet because you've been out for a couple years. When I go to training camp now, Eric, all I can think about is it is so hot. Right. I'm miserable. I hate standing out here in the sun. Like, how did I weigh 320 and have a helmet and shoulder pads on and be running into Sam Adams and Pat Williams and like these absolute, like, how did I do that? I can't even stand out there at 250 pounds because of the sun. Like I need a hat. I need like sunblock. I have like a little sweat towel with me and I'm still miserable. I have no idea how we did that as players.
Right. Well, we were losing 9 to 11 pounds of practice. So we're just sweating out completely all practice long. But when you're wearing a polo to the practice, it's not as cool to be that sweaty dude. When you're sweating during practice, that's completely fine. But I'm with you. You know, last year I'm playing golf in Louisville in August, and I'm thinking, man, I cannot believe that we used to do training camp. You know, Louisville's a different level of heat and humidity than Buffalo. And Buffalo, we'd practice towards the end of my career at 8 in the morning. It'd be 70 degrees. There'd be guys with sleeves on because they thought it was cold. I'm still sweating out in 70. You give me 70. If I can tell when someone's house is 72 degrees still, I'm like, you know, generally I'm more comfortable at 70. But long story short, I'm with you there.
You know what's funny, Eric? I work out a lot of times twice a day, and I like to be drenched. Like if I'm working out, man, like I might even crank the heat up. Like I'm in it to win it, right? But if I'm not working out, I really despise sweating. Like it's one of the reasons I don't golf because of my back, but I really don't like golf because I don't like sweating when I'm not working out. I'm just kind of like outside trying to be social, but I'm sweating. I don't like that. I don't know if you're the same way, but I really dislike sweating unless like I'm all in and I'm wearing clothes where I know I'm going to get drenched.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll start a workout in a hoodie so that I can start sweating faster, and probably ingrained in us from college workouts into NFL workouts. If you're not completely drenched after a workout, then you didn't work hard enough. And so I still carry that mentality with me for workouts. So for me, with a round of golf, I don't mind sweating because it's okay to sweat. The problem for me is, all through my 20s, I'm going through these outdoor weddings, and I'm 310 pounds. I'm so uncomfortable in this suit to begin with, and I got an extra 60 pounds of body weight on me. I'm completely drenched in a position where it's not appropriate to sweat, and that's when it just absolutely drives me nuts.
Dude, the first wedding I ever went to with my wife, we were just boyfriend and girlfriend at the time. It was in a church in like July, and there was no air conditioning.
Oh.
And I was going into my second year, and I had lost a lot of weight my first year. I went from like 308 to 288. Like I hit the rookie wall. It was a big adjustment from the Ivy League, big adjustment.
Right.
So the next year I was like, I'm not doing it again. So I was going to go to training camp at like 325. Okay. So I go to this wedding, and I'm telling you, man, I knew it though. I knew it was going to be bad. I took an extra shirt. So I sweated through like my white button down. And then I put on, like, between the ceremony and the reception, I switched to a light blue button down because the other one was totally drenched. The only saving grace there was, dude, everybody was sweating. I mean, it was that brutal. Everybody was sweating.
Well, and not to bore your listeners with 20 minutes of us talking about sweating, because we could go down this rabbit hole. When I first got into broadcasting, I was doing sidelines mainly, and people would always say, why do you have a jacket on? It's so hot. And I said, I am so much more comfortable if you can't tell that I'm sweating, even if I'm hotter. Even if underneath I'm hotter with this jacket on, the fact that I know you can't tell how bad I'm sweating because I'm wearing this jacket makes me more comfortable. So get over it.
I should have said this earlier, but you can check out Eric on social media at ewood70. There's a lot I want to get to with you. Let's start with this, though. You look awesome. How much did you weigh when you played? How much do you weigh now?
I played about 310 at my highest. I guess the highest I ever played was 316. That was my rookie year. I broke my leg in half that year and never got quite back up to that high of a weight. I played somewhere between 305 and 310. I walk around on a daily basis right around 250. If I'm not having weekend binges on the lake, it's probably somewhere in the high 240s. If I am, then it's probably closer to 260. I'm not like a slave to the scale, though. You know what I mean? It's like, as long as I feel like I look the part and I look decent, I'm not going to beat myself up over a bad scale reading just because I munched down on buffalo chicken dip and Miller Lights.
Dude, you are like my brother from another mother. I start every Monday at like 255 to 257.
Yep.
And then by the end of the week, I'm 248 on Friday. And then the weekend happens, and I'm a big IPA guy, as people see on my social media. I'm a big food guy. We go out to eat probably Friday and Saturday night. Get on the scale Monday, it's 255 to 258, and I repeat the whole cycle over again. It's crazy.
Man, I'll tell you what, following your social media and seeing how organized your fridge is has inspired me to have a much more organized beer fridge out in the garage. I want to give you 100% of the credit on that.
You know what's so funny? I'm not like I'm an organized person, but I'm not like a clean freak or whatever. No matter what I'm doing, dude, if I'm home, if I'm at the beach, if I'm at a buddy's house, I derive so much joy from a stacked fridge.
Yep.
And that might just be beer, or it might be like water bottles, Snapples, beer. Then below you got like the White Claws. You know what? I don't know why, but I remember like being in high school And my one buddy's dad had an awesome beer fridge. It was like back in the day, right? So it was like all Heineken lined up, all like Stella, and then all Miller Lite. And I was like, I don't know how much money I'm going to make. I don't know what I'm going to do in life. I'm going to have a fridge that looks good like that. Like I would open that up and it was just like,
yeah,
it was glorious. So that's a big thing for me. All right. So I ask every retired guy this, and I think my listeners probably get sick of it, but I don't care. How is your body? Because your career ended with like a weird neck injury, right?
Yeah, so my career ended with a neck injury at C2, C3. There was disc and bone sitting into my spinal cord, and this came on a season where the Bills broke the longest playoff drought in all of professional sports, which was my 9th season in the league, and I just signed a contract before the season. And I was the only player on the team to play every single snap that season. And as you know, Ross, your shoe could fall off and you miss a play. You could get hurt. You could be beating a team too bad. You could be losing too bad. And they'll take out the quarterback. Well, then here comes the center. So for me, that was an extremely rare feat for me to play every single snap that year, go to exit physicals, and that's the year they find a career-ending neck injury. So it was so wild. And at that point in my career, early in my career, I mentioned earlier, I did the Joe Theismann leg break my rookie year. I broke my other leg at one point in my career. I did ACL, lateral meniscus, and PCL. I did my MCL. I don't need to run the laundry list. We've all been through it if you play long enough in the NFL. But all things considered, I feel great right now. And I think part of the reason is, and you'll appreciate this, I feel like my joints are still tested for 310. And at 250, when I run around, my joints are still like, wow, we like this new normal. I'm assuming at some point they will get adjusted to 250, and maybe it'll start to catch up to me like, maybe a little swelling in that knee, maybe some swelling in that ankle again when you broke it. But right now I feel great. How are you feeling?
Really good. I mean, it depends on the day. My back flares up sometimes, but generally really good. It is interesting, though, because I got buddies that are older, mid to late 40s or early 50s, and stuff starts to, like, even if you feel great for your first 10 years after you're done, especially if you're active, stuff starts to pop up then because, you did damage to certain areas. And so, your shoulders or your knees might be that of a 55-year-old. So then 10 years later, when you're 65, the arthritis or something, but really we're only 30, you're what, 32 or something, I'm 42, something like that, right? That stuff starts to happen. It's funny, my career ended, this is crazy, by the way, Eric. My career ended C5, C6, herniated disc in my neck, and I bruised my spinal cord. I just thought I got the worst stinger ever, but I bruised my spinal cord against the Ravens on the 4-man wedge, trying to make the team in Washington and keep my career going. So stupid. But that was it. I remember the Washington neck and spine guy said, I'm like, what do you think? He's like, I think you're 28 and you went to Princeton and you should get a real job. He's like,
wow.
Once your spinal cord has been affected or compromised, it's just not worth it. And I almost never do this, but if I go back into the left, I can replicate a stinger. Like I can get, if I go back into the left, I can get the numbness down my left arm. So obviously I don't do that, but like it was never like fixed.
Yeah, I still haven't fixed mine yet either. And I was getting MRIs every 6 months post career ending because similar to you, so I bruised my spinal cord. The reason they knew it wasn't callousing on the spinal cord, and I don't want to get too far in the weeds. No one truly cares about all the medical diagnosis, but you'll appreciate this, and this is our conversation, so who cares? So if there's callousing on it, then that numbness, that loss of strength will stay. If it's bruising, it'll kind of come and go. And so they assumed bruising based upon the symptoms, and they're like, look, we don't want to operate on your neck at C2, C3 if we don't have to. So let's take an MRI every 6 months. Well, it's starting to pull off the spinal cord, so it's getting better. But I'm like you. So I'd never had a stinger in my life. And so when I first got a stinger, I'm like, oh, that's what my high school buddies were talking about. I thought nothing of it. Everybody gets stingers playing football. Like I said, my high school buddies were getting them, and they just kept playing. Nobody cared. Well, during my 9th year, and this is how kind of backwards the NFL can be at times, they started classifying stingers like concussion. So if you got a stinger, they put you in the concussion protocol. I get it. It's generally a shot to the head and neck area, but why the heck are you going to take me out of a football game and make me go see somebody and I'm going to miss some time? So I just didn't really tell anybody. And so finally, after a game, I said, I've been getting stingers. And they're like, well, how many do you think? And I'm like, I don't know, 15 or 20. They're like, whoa, have you ever had them before? No. Well, let's take an x-ray. The x-ray didn't show a whole lot. So we thought we were all good. At the end of the season, the MRI confirmed. But I was playing Marcel Darius in the playoff game. So Marcel Darius gets traded to Jacksonville. We end up playing him in the playoff game, which is fun when one of your buddies is playing nose guard across the line from you. And the easiest block as a center is blocking back on a nose guard on power. Like, there's really no way to like he's not – if he beats you up the field, fine. If he tries to cross your face, you just kind of like keep walling him off. Generally, you can drive him because he's trying to move laterally. It ends up working out pretty well. Well, I block back on him, fall to the ground, kind of scamper up on my feet. And Marcel was like, what are you doing? I was like, dude, my right arm was completely numb. As soon as I hit you, I lost control of you and got back up. And Marcel's like, doesn't seem too good, E. And that's how good of a player Marcel is. Like, he's not the type of defensive tackle that has to play with his hair on fire every play. He can just control you, do what he wants with you. And it was kind of alarming at that point when a former teammate who had played against me enough in practice knew that something was up with me because of how I was playing on the field.
Wow. That's a crazy story. One of the things interesting about you, Eric, you spent your whole career with the Buffalo Bills.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that's special. I think it's so cool. And I want to get to that. But is there any part of you that ever wondered what it was like other places, or maybe to this day, just kind of curious what it was like on other teams?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. 100%. And I think that's natural too, especially when you have the losing, I don't want to say losing culture, but when you're playing in an environment where you haven't sniffed the playoffs in so long in Buffalo. Yes, of course, there's times, this isn't something I've talked about too often, but after I got drafted to Buffalo, Bill Belichick or someone from the Patriots organization called up my agency like, you didn't tell us Buffalo was a possibility for Eric to go to. They were sitting there waiting in the wings. And I believe they ended up drafting Donald Brown, either a pick or two behind me. So your mind naturally will wonder, could I have played on those Super Bowl teams? But for me, Buffalo was such a truly special place. And we've talked about this before, Ross. The fans of Buffalo are so passionate. It makes you almost feel like a college town. It's not a huge city, so you can get together with your buddies on the team as opposed to these monster cities where you live 45 minutes from guys on the team. We could hang out on Sunday nights. We could go grab beers and watch Monday Night Football together on Mondays. Our families lived close to each other. Our wives were friends. Our kids got together. So that was a truly special experience, and be able to play up there. And I know you said we'd get to it, but I'll just kind of put it out there now. To be able to play my whole career somewhere and be able to go back, be accepted the way I am, call the games on the radio now. I still have my foundation in Buffalo. It's a special deal. And home's in Louisville. That's where we spend our off seasons. That's where I play my college ball. That's where my wife's family lives. My family's from Cincinnati, an hour and a half away. So this is home for us. But we truly appreciate the times we get to go back to Buffalo now, and calling games up there brings me up there a whole bunch.
So awesome, man. And, I think a lot of guys think the grass is greener, but I can tell you, I played for 5 teams, and I know I've told you this before, but Buffalo was my favorite experience by far for all the reasons you just mentioned. And I am envious of any guy that got to really establish themselves one place and be known as that guy. Now, you don't have as many helmets behind you as I do.
You're right.
But it really is special to play 9 years, and you were there, dude, when they went to the playoffs, which is why I wanted to ask you, what are your emotions now when you see the success they're having? Is it all joy, or, you're young enough that theoretically, you could still be their center. You could have been their center the last 3 years with Josh Allen, if not for the neck injury. Is it all just joy, or is there a little part of envy?
Let me back up for 1 second. That'll answer that. When the Bills came to me about a contract extension, talk about the grass is always greener. I could have went to the Patriots, and a buddy of mine's father-in-law told me one time I could invest in a pumpkin patch and they could cancel Halloween. You never know what's coming when you say you move an organization. Belichick could retire, Brady could leave, go to Tampa Bay, and then you're stuck in New England for the first team to miss the playoffs besides the year Brady got hurt in 20-some years. So that could always happen. But when I was sitting there going into the 2017 season, everyone assumed we were tanking. We had just traded away our top draft picks from the last 3 drafts in Sammy Watkins, Ronald Darby, and we were about to trade Marcel Darius away. So everyone assumes we're tanking. And the Bills come to me about a contract extension. And Brandon Beane had not extended anybody yet. And he said, we want you to be the guy that establishes the culture here. And, the writing was kind of on the wall that the Bills were gearing up to draft their quarterback of the future. They had traded back in the previous draft. They ended up drafting Tre'Davious White, which is an incredible pick. Unfortunately, the pick they gave up was the pick that Pat Mahomes got drafted in. But they were gearing up. They were building draft capital to draft their quarterback of the future, which would be Josh Allen. So to answer your question, I have nothing but joy for the organization, for the people up there. The way my career ended, there's no possibility of return. And I'm a Christian. I believe that God got me out of the NFL at just the right time, because I would have played till the wheels fell off. I'd have never been able to play with my kids. I'd have never been able to play golf because I loved it. I truly did. I loved everything about it. So I would have played till the wheels fell off. So I believe I was taken out of the NFL at the right time. But, man, being around the organization, and you know this from calling games now, the hardest thing for me wasn't during the pandemic last year watching them make the AFC Championship game, because I wasn't calling the games in person. I was at home. That's not the hardest part for me. The hardest part is when I'm up in Buffalo calling a game and knowing what that locker room's like. And this is where I'm sick. Even after a win or a loss, I know what it feels like to go to the locker room, have gone to battle with the guys, go have a beer in the parking lot, wait for the traffic to die out. I don't know if everyone does that. That's what we would do. And,
absolutely.
Yeah. And so for me, it's not envy, it's all joy. There's just a part of me that misses it. But honestly, you know the guys within the Bills organization now, all just unbelievable first-class people, and I want nothing but success for them, and they've earned it, honestly.
Yeah, it's interesting because by far that's the team I played for that I have the greatest affinity for. That's the team I kind of root for. And I don't really care, but I want them to do well. I want them to win. And it's, to be honest with you, it's not even really for the current players or even the people in the organization. It's for the fans. Like, I want it. I know how much it means to those people up there, and I want it for them. And, like, I called the Ravens divisional round game, and I was up there that Saturday night. And I think I tweeted this. It was, I don't remember how many people they were allowed to have, like
7,500
or something. What was it?
I think it was 7,500.
Yeah. That was the loudest 7,500 people in the history of the world.
Right.
I mean, dude, it was, and maybe it's just because I had done so many games in empty stadiums that year, but that place was, that place was loud. That place was going crazy. I think the Ravens got like false starts and stuff.
Right.
Because of the noise. Like, it was legit. And it got me so pumped up for full stadiums and all that stuff again. Eric, I know you got a lot going media-wise. Make sure everybody knows, because I know we got a lot of Bills fans and everybody else. Make sure everybody knows where they can find you now if they want to get more of your content.
Yeah, so I have a podcast called What's Next with Eric Wood. I have a ton of fun with that. We've had a bunch of Bills current, former players, Bills management on there, but it's a lot of conversations that will inform you, inspire you. They're uplifting conversations. I have a ton of fun with that podcast. Ross mentioned earlier, I'm on Twitter and Instagram at ewood70. I'm a lot more responsive on Instagram because you can message anybody there. And so message me, hit me up. And I'm just having fun with it all, kind of following your lead in trying to figure out what my niche is in this media world. It's calling games on the radio. I've done the TV deal. I've done the podcasting, done some radio. It's like, to get paid to talk about sports and have fun conversations like this, like to be able to do something like this for a living is pretty special.
Awesome, man. Awesome. And you get to live where you want to live with your family, and you're near your parents. And Louisville's amazing. I've been down there for the Derby before. It's awesome, man. You got a great thing going. Really appreciate you coming on the show.
Yeah, likewise, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome stuff there with Eric. I knew it would be. You know what else is awesome? Optionality, customization. That's why we teamed up with Fantrax. I know a lot of you want to get into the Fantasy Feast season-long league with me and Joe Dolan. So we still have the best ball for August. We're taking participants, contestants for that. Take advantage of any of our sponsors. Send it to me, ross@rosstucker.com, if you want to get in to the August best ball. But what I like for season-long leagues, customization. I don't like kickers. I don't even love having defense. I think that's a waste. I don't even know what we're going to do with the league yet, but we're going to customize it through Fantrax. You guys can as well. It's fantrax.com/Ross. You want it? Several of you have already emailed me, ross@rosstucker.com, and said, I want in on the season-long league. Well, there's only one way to get in on the season-long league. Fantrax.com/Ross, and then send it to me. ross@rosstucker.com. That easy. All you have to do is sign up for free today. Fantrax.com/Ross. Fantrax, the home of fantasy sports.
Tuck's Takes.
All right, Ross, much to discuss, starting with Colts quarterback Carson Wentz looking poised for foot surgery that's going to cause him to miss at least the start of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought when I wrote this a few hours ago, Bri. And now a report comes out that he's going to try to just rest and rehab it and try to avoid surgery. And as I replied to Ian Rappaport's tweet at Ross Tucker NFL, this doesn't usually go that well, Brian. I mean, and I'm surprised. I mean, here we are. You and I are talking on August 1st. I guess I'm just surprised that he's going to go ahead and try to play through this. Now, I don't know what the surgery would entail. I haven't seen enough specifics of exactly how much time he would miss, but we're still like 5 weeks from the start of the season. Seems to me like it would make sense to have the surgery now and then maybe come back after a few weeks into the season, depending on how long it is. It just seems like it's an uphill climb for him to be able to play through this all year. I might write about it this week in my DK Nation story. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, but you know, some guys are able to have an injury and play through it and still play at a high level. Others have an injury and can play, but they're not as good. And Wentz reportedly would not be as mobile, which would obviously hurt. And then there's other guys that they try to play through it. It just doesn't work. They end up having to have the surgery anyway. This is an uphill battle for Wentz. Seems like most of the time you have to have the surgery anyway. You might be able to avoid it till after the season, but you're going to have it anyway. So we'll see. I wish him good luck. Obviously, the Eagles have a draft pick riding on it, and the Colts have a whole season riding on this decision.
Tuck's Takes.
All right, let's get to the COVID issues of the day, or actually from this weekend. Franchise right guard Brandon Sheriff being the sixth member of the Washington football team to go on that COVID list, and Vikings only having one healthy quarterback, that being Jake Browning, for practice on Saturday night after rookie Kellen Mond tested positive.
Right, Brian, I'm telling you, this has already been way worse than I thought it would be. Certainly after they got through last season and after all the vaccines came out, I did not think we'd be having this many players still put on the COVID list. Now, some of them, they test positive. Some of them, they're a close contact. There are different procedures if you're a close contact, whether you've been vaccinated or not. This is kind of a mess right now. I mean, the Vikings had one quarterback at practice. And here's the thing, Brian. This is something else I might write about. it's one thing for a guy to have an injury. It's another thing for a guy to not be able to play 2 games during the season because he's an unvaccinated close contact as opposed to a vaccinated close contact. I mean, people are going to get, some of the guys are going to get mad if guys are missing games because they chose not to get vaccinated. I'm very curious to see how this plays out this year.
Tuck's Takes.
Browns running back Nick Chubb, the latest member of the 2018 NFL Draft to get an extension. This time, this guy gets $20 million, fully guaranteed on a 3-year deal. It's going to pay him over $12 million per year.
So happy for Nick. I still remember being at the U.S. Army Bowl, whatever that was, 6-7 years ago. He was, Bri, one of the most physically impressive dudes I've ever seen at that game. He was so put together already. But he had the injury in college. He bounced back from it. He's had a terrific career so far, start to his career, at least in Cleveland. Very smart before playing this season, before it gets too far, to get $20 million fully guaranteed and change the path and trajectory for his family for generations. Maybe he could have gotten more if he waited. Maybe, dude, especially at that position. You get $20 million fully guaranteed, which means the practical guarantee is more than that. You have to do it.
Tuck's Takes.
One other interesting signing came from the AFC North. Ravens signing veteran pass rusher Justin Houston.
Yeah, remember the Ravens drafted Odafe Owe, formerly known as Jason Owe from Penn State, but he was a little green. He's only played football for 5 years in his whole life. I think this is very smart by the Ravens. Houston, if you're not asking him to play every snap, can still be very effective. That's number one. Number two, they don't really have another guy to really teach Owe how to harness that ridiculous physical ability that Owe possesses. So, like this signing for the Ravens, it wasn't a lot of money either. Very, very smart. Also smart of DraftKings to have the most ridiculous Olympics offer I've ever seen. If the U.S. gets any medal, you get $100. I mean, it's ridiculous. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and put a $1 bet on America. I'm pretty sure you'll win. I think you already won. I don't know how they do it now that they've already won a boatload of medals. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. And Brian, I think Steakhouse Sports is back, isn't it?
Yes, they are. SteakhouseSports.com.
Our guy, Chris Aronchik, SteakhouseSports.com. They are back as an I think we're done here member of Patreon.com/RT Media. Great to have you aboard, back aboard SteakhouseSports.com. We might actually talk to Chris from SteakhouseSports.com on Tuesday's Even Money podcast. Tuesday, by the way, when we'll do the college draft, Emory is back. We got the Big Ten. Obviously, we should have Andrew and Greg later on this week. Joe Dolan's back this week as we get to the tiers of Dolan, and make sure you guys are ready for your fantasy drafts. We are rolling with Dolan. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
All right, good to be back in Simland with everybody. How the heck are you? Hopefully well. I'm Adam Kaufman. Brandon Cristal here with me. We'll get into football, a whole lot going on in NFL training camps. And, of course, we are just a couple hours into the NBA free agency period. So, tampering in full effect. There's a lot going on. We'll get into that.
Money's flying.
How are you, man? Yeah, oh, my God, so many contracts. So many bad contracts that are out there. It's great.
I'm doing great. You know, you went on vacation.
I did.
I ended up with the week off, except for one sim because I forgot to fill out my availability 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
At the start of Broncos camp anyway, it ended up being fine. I mean, I could have snuck in a few more, but I got 6 this week, including one from Canton that I'll be doing on Friday as I'm hanging out waiting for the Hall of Fame stuff to get going. Get to meet my man Tommy Freeze Pops.
There you go. So from the Freeze Pops, 24-hour stream to doing it in real person, hanging out. I like that. We're going to have to talk about that too. This is my first time back in Simland. And, since I guess it was Thursday when I had a few sims. And then, like you said, I was out of town for the weekend. By the way, it's remarkable when you have young children, because I went away, just my wife and I, and we came back, and man, any chill you pick up on vacation is just gone real fast. Okay, this is the day-to-day chaos. We're back. We're into it again.
Well, and so my wife left town this morning, and she's on the West Coast for work, and she's flying San Diego to meet me in Ohio Friday for Steve Atwater's, all the, fanfare and events that he invited us to. And so it'll be the first time we're away without all of the babies. When the little girl was born, obviously our soon-to-be 3-year-old, he went and stayed with my sister-in-law. So he's been away from us for 4 or 5 nights because of NICU and all that stuff. My wife, all that. But this will be the first time away from all of them. So the nanny will have her hands full, but that'll be all right.
Yeah, it was something. As we're about ready to kick off here in New Orleans and Atlanta, definitely, it was just different. First time we'd been away, the two of us, in years. Obviously, well before the pandemic. It had been at least 2 years since the two of us had gone away for multiple nights. Heck, for even a single night, I think. And we just had one day, Saturday, I guess it was. We went to the beach and just sat there for 4 hours in silence, doing nothing other than just listening to the people around us. And I can't.
Where'd you go? What beach?
We were in Kennebunkport in Maine, and I didn't know what to do with myself. She's reading a book on her tablet there, and I'm sitting there cleaning out my email. I still felt like I needed to be productive. I couldn't just sit.
You could listen to a book.
I could have listened to a book. 9-yard pickup. We got producer Mike, our technical director, June and Bailey, and ops, of course, BK, AK, great to be with you. Jordan Lindenbaum. Oh, yeah, Koff was gone. Thank you, Jordan. Good to be back. Robert, welcome back, Koff. We missed you. And you, Executive Sessions, the boss, the rock star. And we got, if I'm saying it right, Jose. Here comes Koff. What's up?
Odds are it's Jose.
I mean, odds are. But I've just never seen it spelled that way. J-O-Z.
How's it spelled?
J-O-Z-E. Have you seen that?
I guess it could be Joe's.
Could be Joe's.
So Thursday, the lone sim I did Friday. It was Friday, 6 Eastern. Somehow we ended up, Moose opened up a can of worms by asking me a Broncos camp question. Understandable, right? As I cover the Broncos.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the quarterbacks and how each one of them look okay. And then Teddy Bridgewater goes and throws 3 interceptions Saturday in team period. But I also brought up that Jalen Hurts isn't an NFL quarterback or shouldn't be a starter. And, the chat's lighting me up and down. I'm like, all right, let's just look at his numbers, all that. I reserve the right to say that I'm wrong, and I want the full credit if he turns out to be not good, which is very possible. So then 2 people that I really trust, and I'll say their names because, I'm not really giving up any state secrets, but Jeff Legwold, who's one of the draft experts for ESPN, who works here in Denver, had a really high grade on Jalen Hurts, had a higher grade than most because of his leadership, but is a little worried about his the actual quarterback abilities, right? Mm-hmm. And then James Palmer, who's from Philly, and so I was asking him about him, and he said that he's like, I'm just not sure that he has it. Talking to people there, they're not sure either.
So he wasn't overly critical. He was basically just kind of agreeing with me that, because there's probably not anybody that covers the NFL nationally, other than maybe Sal Powell, that wants the Eagles to be as good as James Palmer does. You know, I mean, he's still a fan of his hometown team. At least that's the sense I get in conversations we have. So both those guys are at least on my side of the bet right now. The one thing that they did point out is when you have a guy who's emotionally fragile like Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts' leadership stuff, like he is the alpha of alphas. When he walks into the room, if he's in a car hanging out with Mac Jones and Tua, he's the one driving. Like that's who he is as a person. Problem is, as a player, he's limited. And so we'll see if I end up being wrong, but that was, you know, people were coming at me like I was Kenny for calling Jalen Hurts not a good NFL quarterback. And then other people were saying that me and Kenny are the two worst commentators on here. A lot of that.
Come on.
Kenny had been on a bunch that day, and I think it really stirred the pot plenty.
Well, listen, I think if any of us are on for multiple sims in general, a lot of us are, will do 2 a day. But even you get into that 3, never mind 4. Like it's too much. It's too much of the same takes and voice. I get it.
Well, and I think the only person, and the chat, I guess, could correct us, is probably immune to that is Tommy because of his just personality. And
I don't think Tommy's immune. I don't think Tommy's immune.
You think people come at Tommy for being on too much?
Sure. I've read the chat when Tommy's on. Yeah. I think we all get it.
All right.
Yeah. No, he's none of us are immune.
Okay.
2nd and 9. Drew Brees, we're going to miss you in Simland, but not moments like that. Sacked all the way back to the 7. Drew says,
hey,
so
this is maybe the longest we've
gone.
gone.
Spots get nasty.
Well, and he'll do 3 and 4 in a day sometimes because he's just available and happy to work. But
that's what I'm saying.
We've made it 3 full minutes without talking about each other's lineups. I got my lineup in a couple hours ago. I was out running errands.
Look at you.
Was happy to get it.
Well, please. What do you have?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
Pretty Saints heavy, but I was able to make all the money work. At first, I had Ridley captain, and then I switched it around. I was able to captain Michael Thomas, and still doing Ridley and Julia. I'm in 7th place right now.
Start.
Yeah, Michael Thomas is my capitan. Alvin Kamara, Julio, Ridley, Traquan, who I think might be the best number 3 receiver on the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Saints D, who we know can probably take a Matt Ryan pass here and there, a sack or 2, Cam Jordan and company. So I like.
So I felt very strongly about the Michael Thomas captaincy. I thought a lot about it. I really did. And then ultimately, I removed him. I didn't fade him. I flexed him. But I wanted just a little bit more balance. Thomas, you're not alone. He's captained about 10% of lineups in our smaller contest, and thanks to the people for jumping in late. I didn't even create the thing until like 3 o'clock today when I was back in Massachusetts and obviously had the ability. But my captain went cheaper. Russell Gage, 7.5% in the captain slot, just $8,100 there. He's in about a third
feels
of
like
lineups,
the captain
a little
that
more
you
than that.
captain when you don't want to win.
Yeah, well, but I'm looking for big things elsewhere. Alvin Kamara, Julio Jones, Michael Thomas, Calvin Ridley,
those guys,
and Emmanuel Sanders.
So I'm betting on Saints D and Traquan to outperform Emmanuel and your captain Russell Gage, who may go catchless.
Well, we'll see. At the moment, you're top 5. I
probably should have.
I know where things are standing right now.
At least Stricker has a catch or whatever that guy's name is. Oh, is that Luke
Drew
Stocker?
says captaining Russell Gage is vacation brain.
Yeah, no kidding.
I knew what I was doing. I'm living with this, one way or the other.
You're captaining Russell Wilson, maybe?
Maybe.
Good to,
Evan Fournier, by the way, has left the Celtics. He is a Knick now. The Knicks.
Who's that?
Going up. Evan Fournier. Knicks have been going out and spending like crazy.
Bon voyage, I guess is what you'd say, right?
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, look, Evan Fournier got 4 years, $78 million. That's just crazy.
To play for the Knickerbockers?
To play for the Knickerbockers.
Good for them.
Yeah, they've been spending like nobody.
Okay, must be is letting me know. BK, you said Jalen Hurts isn't an NFL QB. No, he's not that good. I'm saying he's not an NFL starter. I'm not saying he won't be on the roster. I'm saying he is not. By the end of the year, no one's going to rate him as one of the 32 best quarterbacks, including the Eagles. And if they do, they're going to be really disappointed that he's still their quarterback.
We're scoreless, couple minutes to go opening quarter here. So I asked our crew this just before I came on, by the way, to all the DK Sim fam hanging out. And it's a better question for all of you here in the chat, YouTube or Twitch, more so than it is, BK, because as BK said, he's only had the one sim recently. What I miss Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, the last thing that I was up to here inside, I did 3 sims on Thursday, and then I was one of many, one of dozens, who were part of the Freeze Pops 24-hour stream from Denny's, which was a good time. I texted him. He told me he received 100% attendance from DK people. So,
did you have other people that stepped in? Because I would have come on again.
I think I think there was one person that might have not been able to make it, but I'm not certain of that. But either way, I mean, he could speak to that better than me, obviously. But all the DK people got there, so way to represent.
Well, so I was going to say, you went away for 3 days from your kids.
It's true.
Was that also the longest 3 days, the longest that you've ever been away from the DK Sim fan?
No, because I've taken a couple of vacations in the past year plus where I've gone away for a week. There was one period recently because of I took a vacation, then it bled into July 4th, and we didn't have sims upon my return for a couple of days, so it was like 9 straight days or something I didn't have a sim. That was wild.
Whoa.
I didn't know what to do with myself.
It's like when
Meeker says, I'm pretty sure that he had 0 no-shows, DK guys or otherwise. Great. By the way, Bizzle. I see Mike Bizzle in the chat, by the way. Man, Derrick Rose now back to the Knicks. 3 years, $43 million. Knicks can't stop spending. Bizzle, if I'm not mistaken, listened to the entire Freeze Pops 24-hour stream in real time. He did the 24 hours right along with Tommy.
Good for him.
Which, I mean, like, you get nothing for that.
No.
Like, other than kudos and high fives and hand pounds and pats on the back and all that stuff. But, I mean, you took one for the team right there in terms of beating up your body, your sleep schedule. First points belong to Hotlanta. Field goal's good. Youngwei Koo. Yeah, Bizzle says I soldiered it up with Freeze Pops. So, Bizzle, what was the best part? What was the worst part? You watched the entire thing. I want to know the highlights, the lowlights.
Well, I'd had a couple sakes at the Asian place around the corner, so I just kind of
right before you went on.
Yeah, I came in pretty hot. Like, he wanted to get to a bunch of stuff, and I kind of kept going.
Sure, why not? Right?
I don't think he minded.
I did notice. I was doing work and I tuned in periodically, just to have it on in the background. Sure. And I noticed, and I'm sure you did this because it's your nature. I think a lot of people turned it into interviewing him. Like a lot of people just start asking him questions.
Yeah, I don't know if I did too much other than him explaining to me what was going on. We spent a long time on the Denny's menu, probably longer than we needed to.
Meager says, 0 no-shows, Tommy said on Twitter, other than Tara Lynn being 15 minutes late.
She waiting for Jen to get ready?
Yeah, probably. It's probably what it was. You know, we all said that 8:30 was going to be too early for TL.
PM?
Yeah, the pre going out nap. No, AM.
No. I could have done that, too. I was going to come on when Emerson was on, but it was right in the middle of Broncos practice.
There you go.
Man, I'm having a hard time with my connection right now. Am I sticking with you? Because
no, you sound good.
Okay, I'm getting all kinds of problems.
Yeah. No, you're
trying
fine.
to connect to my studio to send over some files from earlier.
Well, let's
practice
hope that you
stuff.
maintain, because we're at the end of one, my friend.
All right.
All right. So it's just 3-0. That's it. Atlanta in front, and not to worry, obviously. Manual scoring, everything get up to date for you. Our crew is on it. June, Bailey, we got Mike, our producer, Drew, our technical director, of course, BK and I 49 passing for Matt Ryan, 17 for Drew Brees on his lone throw so far.
Thus,
5
Emmanuel
for
not
Ryan,
scoring. So it might be Manuel scoring, but Emmanuel not scoring because
Not yet. Not yet.
I like the optimism.
That's right. Gurley, 6 for 30. Kamara, 2 for 11. The whole Kamara thing, I'm just gonna.
It's Kamara. We know.
I know because he said it, but
He
still,
said
it's
it.
going to
We
take a
got
little
it.
while to get into
I did it for
Hurst,
Kenny.
who
I did it for Glash. We're getting it.
I was between Hurst and Sanders, and I obviously I went the wrong way so far because Hurst is 2 for 19. He's your leading receiver. So far. Long ways to go.
So you work in the basement. Do you hear your kids like running overhead a lot?
Oh yeah, I mean not now because they just went to bed right before the sim, but daytime sims. Oh yeah, like thunderous, footwork.
Yeah, that's
right
what I have
above
going
my
on
head.
above me right now.
Yeah,
I think my
I
dogs
mean, I don't
might
think
still
like
be
the
outside.
mic ever picks it up, but it's a little distracting to me. I'll admit.
I think
I need to bring back the noise canceling headphones. I did that way back when.
Sure.
Bad Boys of Pop. He was part of the Freeze Pops stream. I see you there, man, in the chat. Welcome. Good to have you. Quarter number 2 on the way. Virtual Atlanta.
Jared Cook.
Nice grab right there.
Oh,
Breeze
look
up
at
to
him.
35 passing. What's been up with you and life? Has it been all Broncos?
Yeah, yesterday was the only day that I had off. We were supposed to have neighborhood softball, but it got rained out. The field got rained out because it poured the night before. And then was supposed to go to see Jason Isbell in the 400 unit at Red Rocks, and my wife went out of town and just kind of being white. We had to skip it. And I'm excited that I was able to dial in my schedule to do a bunch of sims this week and then to go to the Hall of Fame Thursday. It's going to be a really fun weekend, obviously, in Canton. So Friday is Steve Atwater's big event. Like the team in Heathrow, thanking and welcoming everybody. Saturday is when he speaks, and then I know John Lynch has something afterwards. I may stop by that. Sunday, John Lynch and Peyton are part of the Sunday speeches. Not invited to Peyton's thing, but I may hopefully tag along with the right people if they just kind of crash.
There you go.
My flight's at 6 a.m. out of Cleveland on Monday, and Canton's an hour from Cleveland. So you have an early wake-up call Sunday, or Monday morning.
What's the plan going to be over there?
In
Just
terms
all
of
work, no play?
No. I thought I was working. I'm actually not working. I mean, if I post stuff on social media or whatever, I got to deal with Broncos practice on Friday, but I'll be waiting for my wife to get in anyway. And any Hall of Famers I was going to go hang out with or friends or whatever, I can put them on the back burner while I do a sim at 2 Eastern and then kind of Broncos practicing. But that'll be kind of the extent of my actual work for the weekend. And I think I even have a sub covering my Monday morning updates, so I don't have to worry about those, as I'm racing to the airport.
Alex Caruso to the Bulls.
So they signed
the Lakers.
Lonzo and Caruso?
Yeah.
Weird. Didn't they watch those guys play together in LA and not be very good?
What's that? One more time?
Didn't they see them play together in LA and not do much?
Well, could be.
Prior to, LeBron getting there and then Lonzo leaving.
The contracts going around the NBA right now.
I know, it's
just
bonkers.
bananas.
Tim Hardaway's
Almost.
contract in Dallas.
Yeah.
Duncan Robinson, $90
some,
million.
well, some of the money out there.
Basketball.
There was, you got Jared Allen got $100 million.
The pass rusher, that's crazy. Who do you mean, Jared Allen, the center?
Yes.
Not the Viking chief legend. He'll be in the Hall of Fame.
There was one trying to Chris Paul getting another just ridiculous deal.
Phoenix give him a crazy deal?
Yeah, 4 for 120.
He's going to be 40 when that deal's over.
Yep.
What year's the player option? Year 2 or year 3?
I don't know. I'm not even sure there is. How about Duncan Robinson? 5 for 90 from the Heat. Pays to be able to shoot. Literally.
That's the hardest thing to do in basketball, though, so I don't have a problem with that.
Kelly Olynyk got 3 for 37 from the Pistons.
Wow. It's close to Canada, though. And if you're not going to play in Canada, you can at least see it in the arena. You saw the Nuggets brought back JaMychal Green and Will Barton on a 2-year deal for both of them.
I did see that.
Barton he went from making 14.6 to 16 each of the next 2 years.
Punt on 4th and 20 as we're a few minutes gone by, second quarter. What stood out to you so far in the early goings these last few days or week of NFL training camps? You don't need to, I'm not going to pigeonhole you. You don't need to limit it, obviously, to what you see in Denver.
Yeah, we covered that the other day. Not that everybody on here was there, but quick overview. Broncos roster is good. Quarterbacks, very suspect at this point. And we all knew that. I don't know if people realize how good this roster actually is. Peter King's going to be here on Wednesday, but he'll write about it. But Dak Prescott's arm thing is a bit concerning, I think. Today I was watching the NFL Network when I walked back into the Broncos media room, and they were interviewing the Chiefs quarterback. I'm like, I don't know. Is this guy getting a lot of press, a lot of TV time? That was more just, that's more me just talking. They didn't tweet it or anything.
Sure.
What else? Trevor Lawrence talking, I mentioned James Palmer was in town. He lives here, but came back from Jayville. He's buying Trevor Lawrence stock.
What do you think of the situation right now in Indianapolis? Carson Wentz hurt, 5 to 12 weeks. Now they're, I don't know if it's likely, but there have been, reports, whispers, the possibility of Nick Foles.
Yeah.
Everyone started tweeting out the Breaking Bad, Jesse Pinkman. He can't keep getting away with this.
What's interesting is, and again, I've got no love for the Eagles as a kid who grew up in Dallas, or their fans, or even their not fans that like Jalen Hurts for some reason on the screen that aren't Eagles fans. But if Wentz doesn't get healthy on that early part of that window, they're going to end up with a second-round pick before the midway point of the season, because the deal was it's a first-rounder if Wentz plays 75% of the snaps or 70% of the snaps and they go to the playoffs. And if he's out, it doesn't take long to not get to 70%, right? For 30 to 35% of the snaps to happen first 5-6 weeks. So, and that's the thing is that, like, Wentz can obviously play every snap from the second he gets there, so it's not like a running back or even a lineman that might get benched, doesn't realize it, and then you find out that it was $1 million bonus like they did with DeMar Dotson here in Denver last year. But I think that the Eagles just need to start looking at the Colts in the second round. That first round, it seems like it is now a pipe dream. I think if I'm the Colts, I'm more interested in Minshew than Foles, but I don't know. I've never been high on Nick Foles.
Were you expecting Carson Wentz to, and this could obviously change everything, but were you expecting him to come in and he and Frank Reich having that previous relationship, really kind of reboot his career? He's still a younger guy. He's
Sure.
not young, but he's not by any means old, especially for a quarterback. He's more than a decade younger than Tom Brady. In fact, he's, a good 15 years younger than him or whatever it is.
Right.
So, excuse me, were you thinking this was going to be a resurgent year for him?
I was for kind of the reasons you mentioned. Age being, I guess, a small factor, but certainly still a factor. The Frank Reich thing I like because Frank was with him when he played at his best. And the fact that we've seen him do it, right? We've seen him be an MVP candidate and like the likely MVP had he stayed healthy. So he has it in him, right? You can say that's a fluke, but I don't know a fair comparison. The year Brady Anderson hit 50 home runs, a lot of people think that was because of steroids. No one thinks that Wentz was on steroids for the year. So obviously stuff was clicking, right?
Yep.
Seeing the defense, moving the ball around, healthy skill players. The thing too is in the next year, before the wheels really came off, so 2 years ago, he had 6 receivers with over 500 yards receiving, which, on its face, you're like, okay, what does that mean? Cut that in half, right? 3 receiver, if you move those numbers around and those guys are healthy, Alshon Jeffrey, people like that, there could be 3 receivers with 1,000 yards, right? Does that happen ever? Maybe once, maybe twice, right?
Sure.
So there's some there, I guess. And the new situation, Colts fans are certainly different than Philly fans. Colts media is certainly different than Philly media. I was kind of bullish on Wentz. But now it's like, okay, I guess I'll see him 5 to 12 weeks. And if it's 12 weeks, then at that point, who knows where they are.
Another field goal, Younghoe Koo at 6-0.
Do you think Wentz has anything left in a world where he's
I do.
healthy,
I was
normal healthy?
Right. In a world where he was coming into the season healthy and had a full training camp and preseason games and all that, I was expecting Carson Wentz to absolutely, I mean, I'm not saying he was going to be a Pro Bowler or MVP or something, but I thought he was going to have a very good year. I did. But obviously, now losing out on the opportunity to, form a, real bond beyond mini camps, off-season workouts, that sort of thing with previous, with these new teammates. He's not going to have most of training camp. He's not going to have preseason action. I don't know to what degree it's a new system or if it's the system that he's already used to that Reich has brought there. I just don't know enough about the X's and O's there. But to me, this is significant. I mean, this goes from believing that Carson Wentz is going to have a very good year to I'm not even sure that he won't get benched later on when he does come back, just because he's going to be, kind of in a similar way. And excuse me, it's not the same thing. It's not totally apples to oranges, but it's certainly not the same thing. It's kind of like Cam Newton coming in late with the Patriots last year and then getting, COVID and sidetracked and, benched here and there. And, I just think that like Carson Wentz is now starting from a bad place, which is not his fault. He's hurt. But, especially if 5 weeks is 12 weeks, he's starting from a bad place, and I'm not sure he's going to have time to rebound.
Yeah, because let's play it out. That Foles, Minshew, I don't know who the other is, end up there, and they're 5-3 after 8 games, right? Which is 12 weeks from now. You're paying Wentz a lot of money. You're trading for him, but are you putting him in?
Right. Knicks, by the way, just keeping up with free agency. So they came in tonight with roughly $54 million in cap space. They have spent most of it on Evan Fournier, Derrick Rose, Nerlens Noel, and Alec Burks. They will earn $54 million next season. They each signed 3-year deals. Fournier is reportedly 3 and a team option.
Where does Derrick Rose rank for you in terms of most disappointing careers?
What could have been?
Yeah, the what could have been. Because he's obviously scratched out a very nice career, and he's going to probably have $100 million. Easy. But to go from league MVP to be that explosive, in some ways he was kind of Russell Westbrook before Russell Westbrook in terms of, bursting onto the league stage. And, Westbrook 6'4", and Rose is, 6'2"? But just the what could have been. It's high on the list for me. Maybe right behind Derek Coleman.
It's high. It's absolutely high. There are a lot of those guys. I mean, in any sport. But you think of the NBA, like Penny Hardaway is another great one. Grant Hill, even to some degree.
Right. Grant Hill I think he went to 7 All-Star games, and he's still like, you're saying to yourself, like, he should have gone to 15.
Right. There are a bunch. I mean, there are a bunch all throughout the NBA that, that we haven't mentioned. And like I said, other sports as well. It's not unique to basketball. How about, like Brandon Roy, and he was only around a couple of years.
Yeah. His knees just failed him. How about Tony Canigliere?
Canigliere in Boston, yeah. He was looking like, the early stages of, I'm not going to say a definitive Hall of Famer. But
he was going to be the next Babe Ruth. He would have reversed the curse himself.
Yeah, he was shaping up to be a Red Sox legend for sure.
Sure.
And
at least the next Dwight Evans.
Hit in the eye, and then just the fact that he came back in the first place was remarkable. But he certainly
next
wasn't
Fred
the same. I'm sure people in the chat could throw out
Greg Oden.
a million. Greg Oden, absolutely. Although Greg Oden was never, and for sure, like the injuries.
But the injuries are what ended his career,
sidetracked, all that stuff. But
Yeah.
I was never a huge Greg Oden guy in the first place. Obviously, I thought he'd have a better career than he did.
He could have been Joel Embiid before Embiid. I don't know.
Yeah. And maybe I was never high on him because he came into his career looking like he was 50 years old.
I got another one for you. Bulls related too. Jay Williams, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if not from the motorcycle accident.
Number 2 pick in the draft. Was he all rookie or rookie? Was he rookie of the year or was he out rookie of the year? Come on. He was definitely all rookie team.
Right. He might have been. I think he was rookie of the year. I think.
Oh, it's a Thomas.
We got a touchdown.
Hey, look at that. My captain.
Hey, Michael Thomas. Your captain. Saints finally on the board.
I like the Saints all white uniforms. Not as much as they're all black, but they're all white. Also very clean.
Sharp.
Very sharp.
Folks, smash that like button as the Saints take a 7-6 lead. We're closing in on 200 likes. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a solid, give us a follow there. We appreciate you. BK, AK, Mike, our producer, Drew, TD, June, Bailey, and Ops. We are nearing the half. Seconds away.
What do you think's the limit on how many Hall of Famers I should have do little videos to try to motivate my 14-year-old to, play well in his scrimmage Saturday?
How many could you reach out to?
Well, I'm just going to be there. So, but it also has to be people he knows. If I get John Randall, he's not going to. John Randall might as well be you.
Right.
But
you can tell him
Champ will be there. I'll probably just have Champ because he knows Champ.
I mean, I've never been to the Hall of Fame ceremonies and everything like that. Hall of Fame weekend, but
this one's going to be
like,
on steroids.
Yeah, it seems like an event that these guys would be in good moods.
Sure.
I bet you get a whole bunch.
Sure. I'm just saying, what feels like overkill because will it fall on deaf ears? Here's the thing. Most years you get 7 or 8 inductees. This year there's 28 people being inducted. I think 12 are no longer with us. But 28 people and their families and their teammates. There's so many people I talk to that are going to
Are you
celebrate.
going to the inductions, by the way?
Yeah.
So you're going to sit through almost 30 speeches?
No, it's like I just said, 12 people aren't with us. So
they're not represented by their families?
No, it's like video.
Gotcha.
I mean, yes, they are represented by their families. They'll stand.
No, but they're not going to give speeches?
No, it's a 5-minute video, 3-minute video.
Gotcha.
And then all the speeches are 8 minutes or less. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Peyton said his is down to 750.
Is that new?
Well, yeah, because it's 2 nights of speeches, and there's 8 going in on Saturday or Sunday. There's 8 plus 12 minus 12 people that are no longer alive. But
I just didn't know if the hard cap on the time limit being, less.
They're talking about playing them off with music like they've threatened in the past, but they're really serious about it this year. Like it's an award show, Oscars, whatever. So after going to it for
wait here, do me a favor. Save that
Champ.
thought. We'll pick it up in the third quarter.
Okay.
Because
Give me some great stats here. A 7-6 game.
Well, I know but
I'll tell you what place I'm in.
It's more than that. Yeah, I mean, you're probably doing better than me because I'm I'm 49th. I'm climbing. We'll see, but you're probably still doing better. Michael Thomas, your guy with that touchdown, 4 for 38, 2 for 45 for Jared Cook, who was technically the leading receiver, 4 for 41 for Hayden Hurst. But folks, as you likely know by now, the devout DraftKings users and customers and fans that you already are. Of course, NFL Week 1, it's right around the corner. Sitting here talking about the, Hall of Fame game and everything like that coming up. We got some, they're right there. Pardon me. Oh, welcome home. Sick again. So all the salaries, they're right there in the DraftKings lobby. We haven't created contests yet in the Sim League for NFL Week 1, but obviously we'll get on that.
I already have a roster in the Millie Maker, dude.
See, that's what I like to hear. Maybe do a 200 person. You got Patrick Mahomes up there, $8,100. Kyler Murray behind him at 7,600. Earlier today on the Sweat, though, Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey, Stan Sun, these guys, they previewed the NFL Week 1 matchup. Browns and Chiefs debated the value in rostering Mahomes at that very high price, $8,100. What do you think? Let's hear from the fellas.
I don't think anyone's shocked by Patrick Mahomes being a Week 1 leader as far as quarterbacks, $8,100. But Do you like this matchup against Cleveland? It has a very high total on the sports book.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Cleveland Browns were one of the worst pass defenses in the league last year. Didn't do a ton to get better. And I do think that Patrick Mahomes is, look, there's a lot of uncertainty up when you're going to spend up at quarterback. And I think that that's the big factor here with me. With Patrick Mahomes, I'm a little scared of going against the Pittsburgh defense with Josh Allen, a big revenge game for Pittsburgh. Russell Wilson going up against a very strong Indianapolis secondary. You don't know what's going to happen with the other two guys, with Sean Watson, Aaron Rodgers, a bunch of stuff over the offseason that we've talked about, and Justin Herbert going up against good defense as well. So I feel like a lot of your top options are kind of difficult to get a read on. And if you don't want to just play a value quarterback, I think that Patrick Mahomes is absolutely your guy. He's been really consistent, of course, throughout his career, but the matchup here, good. And Kansas City has owned Cleveland historically. So I at least in the Patrick Mahomes era when they've met. So I do think that this is a spot that I'm definitely looking to target. I think that he could have a good week one. As we saw last year in week one, he was just all right. And that was 2 years ago, week one, he had that big bomb to Sammy Watkins, but he does seem to start hot in these. He had a couple of 30-plus fantasy point games in the first few weeks last year. So I think Patrick Mahomes gets off to a good start.
Jeff, 8,100 for Mahomes. You like the matchup with Cleveland?
Yeah, I mean, it's really too cheap for week one. We've just got so much value to work with on week one, and we're probably going to have more with injuries popping up. That 8,100 for Patrick Mahomes. It's really by the time we get to the start of September, it's going to be really easy to go with like a Tyreek Hill Mahomes stack or Kelsey stack, right? Like there's already guys, like I mentioned, Chase Edmonds, T. Higgins. These are viable plays under 5K, and you're going to be able to find a few more once the injuries start to kick in, and they will. It's the NFL. It's just the nature of the business, right? So Cleveland, as Kenny mentioned, they really weren't that good a pass defense last year. Now, I don't think Patrick Mahomes is going to be super highly owned. I think people are going to look at that playoff game from last season and be like, oh, well, the Browns held Patrick Mahomes to one passing touchdown. But remember, their O-line was beat up. They've completely revamped it over the offseason. I think Mahomes starts fast, too. I think this is too cheap.
Stan, thoughts on Mahomes, 8,100?
I think he's fine. I'm only going to go there if I'm stacking with Kelsey or Hill, or if the ownership gets really too low. I just like too many options in the 6K range. And even $500 cheaper, I like Kyler Murray against Tennessee better than the Mahomes matchup. So I would probably go there. It's fine. The price is palatable. I just like other options better.
Moose, Deuce, Stan, thank you very much. Remember, the sweat comes your way Monday through Friday. That is weekdays here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, whether that is YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're used to finding us. Please continue to do so. You can get in, interact with whomever is on. It's a great time, obviously, and you get to learn a lot, as you just found out there. And remember, we can't say it enough, BK. Football, it's right around the corner. Week one is coming. It's next month. We can finally say it now that it's August. Football is next month in terms of regular season. It's this month for preseason games. It's coming.
I'm looking for some Cowboys-Steelers contest for Thursday.
Keep looking. Yeah, Mike says this week.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah. This week.
$10,000 to first place with a $180 entry.
Do it. 7-6, New Orleans on top in virtual Atlanta. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, Mike, Drew, June, Bailey.
I wonder who DraftKings Sportsbook has as the favorite for that game.
These are the things you're going to have to dig into. NBA free agency has quieted down just a little bit over the last 20 minutes or so. Most of the big stuff out of the way. We'll keep you posted if anything interesting breaks, obviously. Tomorrow, tough day for him right now. Tough day.
I wish he wasn't on my roster currently.
Yeah, well, pretty chalky. 69% owned in our smaller prime time. The back from vacation, let's go! Free roll. About 13% owned in the captain spot. Corey Joseph to Detroit. That's a 2-year deal, according to Chris Haynes.
I'm not seeing preseason game on the DK Sportsbook app. So, oh well. I'll just make a lineup, $180 and win $10,000.
80 poker. Should we just play the best guys from The Sims and assume they'll carry over? Yeah.
I thought about that.
Play Mostert and the Millie.
So I was playing 14-year-old Madden, now he's playing high school football.
Yeah.
A little more into it. He kind of is. He's still just running go routes for Tyreek Hill. but I was the Packers. So I'm like, man, I'm gonna, Devin Funchess all over the place. But it was updated rosters. So it's obviously Adams is still awesome, and it's MBS and Lazard. But Alexander's on the other side. He's nowhere near Tyreek Hill, so Tyreek scored 3 touchdowns. I still won. This could be the Niners for like Jimmy G.
Nice punt. Nice punt. We're in safety range down at the 6. My 8-year-old, almost 9 actually, his birthday's this week, has his franchise. And so he's, I want to say, like 3-4 years ahead at this point.
Sure.
So
who's the quarterback for the Patriots?
His quarterback right now, who's gone through a few, is Marcus Mariota. And I'll tell you why. It's, he wanted to spend up at other positions, defense in particular. He really he likes to run more than anything. I mean, he gets, his fair share of passing yards, but he likes to run, so he just wanted a mobile QB. And so Mariota was out there. He was cheap, allowed him to pay up at, some of the other tight end receiver, that sort of thing. And so, but he was trying to choose between like him and Baker Mayfield. I was like, you sure you want Mariota? But I mean, obviously he was significantly cheaper. So
yeah.
But listen, he had come, Phillip Rivers took him to a Super Bowl, or he took Phillip Rivers to a Super Bowl. So it was a nice.
All he needed was Bill Belichick.
Yeah, nice change of pace for him to go from, a 40 or whatever year old Phillip Rivers to a younger Marcus Mariota.
Not by that much. Well, 4 years into the game. He's definitely like 32.
It's true.
But that's younger than Rivers.
Can still move.
Sure.
Brady's out there. He's a free agent. It's like 47 years old.
What's stopping him from bringing him back? Pride?
No, he wanted to, but he wanted to bring him back and have him be his backup. I said, that's ridiculous. If you're going to bring him back, you got to play him.
And then your other kiddo, that wasn't he the Bucks, but he traded Brady away?
He wanted to trade Brady. I wouldn't let him. Yeah, he was just ticked. But
you overruled it, like
yeah. Something turned though.
David Stern.
He became a big Brady and Bucks fan along the way. I mean, he was already a Brady fan, but Brady on the Bucks fan. Matt Ryan, pressure.
Ooh, glad I got that same team.
That's a big boy sack, all the way back to the 8. James says, hate to say it, but I think the Sims really messed with my real life NFL last year. I mean, James, you wouldn't be the only one to make that claim. Are you going to say you guys didn't draft Patrick Laird last year? Is that what you're telling me? John Ross wasn't a high pick of all yours? Mike Williams didn't go, top 5 in your drafts?
Sprinkler wasn't a tight end 1.
Justin Craven's the Batman, by the way, said Lamarca and Rossi's bats are in the mail. Well, I'm sure you've already told the fellows.
I haven't swung my bat yet. We're doing a little team
That's a
practice,
pretty
maybe
happy to
scrimmage
hear.
Wednesday. I think I'm going to bring it out on Wednesday. If I remember.
Do it.
It's in my basement, though. It's not in my softball court.
I've still got mine. I mean, it's in the basement. It's handy because I like to just carry it around sometimes when I'm my thinking stick.
When
walking
your
around the
family
basement.
members tries to break in and have a conversation with you.
That's right. Can't have that. I know that Freeze Pops was gonna get into a display stand hanging up on the wall.
You caught up on Dave?
I am, and I'm remarkably disappointed by it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Season 2 has not been good. There's
You know
one
my
or
new
two
favorite
good
thing is,
episodes, but generally not good.
Have you been watching the Olympic highlights with Snoop and Kevin Hart?
No, I heard that's pretty good.
It's really good. Snoop is great, and Kevin Hart's Kevin Hart. I don't watch that many of them. I've seen a bunch of clips, and then I was watching a full episode before we started this.
Where are those?
Peacock.
Other than Twitter, obviously.
Right on Peacock.
Oh, okay.
Like right on the front page.
I'll have to check it out. No, I haven't. Haven't yet. Still 7-6 halfway through the third quarter. I did watch that Jungle Cruise movie over the weekend.
Do you wish you had your $30 back? Or did y'all go to the theater?
No, neither. It was a friend of mine has a Plex account that I don't know. I don't know how he does what he does, but it was on there, so
All right.
So I watched it.
Hopefully none of the lawyers from Disney are listening.
Yeah, right.
Got pretty disappointing reviews, I guess.
Kind of a mixed bag.
I'm a big fan of The Rock and Emily Blunt. So
Yeah, that was my motivation, and I've been on the ride 1,000 times. That it's based on kind of.
Yeah, I don't think I've been on that ride 1,000 times. Oh,
I mean,
picked off.
it's a slight exaggeration.
Picked off.
What feels like 1,000 times, maybe.
Sure.
What a huge deal for Daniel Tice. Daniel Tice.
Poor man's Birdman.
What are the dollars? What are the final dollars here?
So when you and I were texting, and I had forgotten that Kemba was an OKC, and you guys got Al Horford back.
4
from
years,
Boston.
$36 million. Daniel Tice with the Rockets.
Do we think Al Horford tried to buy his house back from Tom Nalen because it had a personalized Al Horford basketball court in it?
I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, that's a nice catch.
Cody Zeller, 1-year deal with the Blazers, by the way.
Will the Zellers outlast the Plumlees in the league?
I think they might.
Also, when are all three Ball brothers going to play for the Lakers to fulfill LeVar's dream?
Fulfill the prophecy.
LaMelo and LiAngelo. I mean, LiAngelo's on the Hornets Summer League team.
I wondered if they were going to wind up together in Charlotte when those rumors were floating around yesterday. The two of them, anyway.
I guess then you have to play LaMelo as a 2-guard?
Didn't happen anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably.
We haven't heard from LeVar much lately, which is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
You excited to see the Richard Williams movie where Will Smith plays Richard Williams?
You know what? I watched the trailer for that.
Boy Gage did have a catch.
Excuse me, mention that. It looks really good.
Yeah, well, Will Smith doesn't do too many bad projects.
Well, I think Will Smith generally, I think overall Will Smith is always good. I wouldn't say his movies are always good.
Yeah, maybe not.
Like Ali is not a good movie. He's fantastic, but I don't think it was a good movie.
That was okay.
I think this movie looks good. I think he looks good too, obviously.
I'm definitely going to borrow some of his strategies to how I handle my kids in sports.
First
Not
and
Will
10
Smith's.
from the
Richard
15.
Williams.
No, Will Smith's. Use his.
Either. I think the key to being parenting the way Will Smith does is to have $1 billion, and I've not gotten there yet. But I'm going to start if I can win the Millie Maker on the first week of the NFL season.
And just reinvest it all.
I'll just keep
turn
putting
that
it back
million
in.
into $1 billion.
I hear my soon-to-be 3-year-old crying for me upstairs. I guess he's not liking the nanny getting ready for bedtime.
Touchdown!
Uh-oh, look who's captain again.
Look at that! Who's captain this time? Russell Gage! You mocked, you laughed, you poked, you prodded. Russell Gage, touchdown for Atlanta! Oh, that's going to help. That's going to help a lot. Who's got him? Let's celebrate in the chat. Gage!
It's going to be a short celebration.
2-point conversion here. Go back to Gage. Come on, Matt Ryan. Incomplete. He was looking for Julio.
So I ordered a Hall of Fame helmet that I'm bringing with me because it seems easier than trying to make my way over to the Hall of Fame just to buy a helmet, and I got a pretty good deal on it. If I'm with the right people, you can get stuff half off at the Hall of Fame with Hall of Famers or their significant others.
Yeah.
But that seems like a lot more work than just ordering this one, so I'm going to bring it with me and then have just people that I consider my friends.
This is an authentic. I mean, obviously.
No, it's a replica. It's a
What's that?
full-size helmet, though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like authentic size, like
Full size. Yes, full size. Not mini helmet.
It's a
Not mini
it's
helmet.
just a Hall
Full
of Fame
size helmet.
Yeah.
Full size helmet, like you would wear on your head.
I look forward to seeing all the autographs.
Yeah, it's gonna be a few. You know, like all those guys from the Cowboys teams of my youth, Aikman, Emmett, Irvin. I mean, Irvin is always nice to me when he sees me, but like these are guys that I can get a hold of that'll, you know, call me back, text me back, come on whenever I ask. People that I consider a friend. I'll show it to you when I get it.
Sure.
Only be a handful of
12-7
signatures,
game.
4 or 5 signatures.
These guys trap me making Breeze so cheap. Another fumble. Getting careless out there. Clock's ticking, getting us to the end of the third. When we go to the fourth, some more NFL news that we can jump into. There's a completion. See, Breeze is getting you guys some yards right now. 153 passing. Oh, yeah, I've moved into the top 20, my friend. I don't see you in front of me. 1TM32 is leading the way right now, though. If I had only... Well, Sanders has been all right, but if I had gone with Hayden Hurst, I'd have a few more points to my name. I'd be sitting maybe top 10. Bad boys of pop. Breeze versus the Falcons should have been 30 points easy. When is Breeze ever 30 points easy against anybody in fantasy? Talking real life, too. All right, looking at the numbers. Ryan, 189 passing, a touchdown. Breeze, 153. He's got a score and an interception as well. Take a little look-see at rushing and receiving yards.
Let's see where we are in standings.
Gurley, 48 on the ground. He is the only guy in double figures. Alvin Kamara, 6 for 6.
You might be ahead of me now.
Woof.
50.
I am ahead of you. Well ahead of you.
Congratulations.
Breeze fumbled. Thank you.
It's not a 3-quarter contest, though.
No, says you.
You're in 20th.
Thomas, 5 for 54, touchdown. Gage, 4 for 41, a score for him. Hurst, 4 for 41 without the touchdown. Cook, 3 for 50. Sanders, 3 for 22. Ridley, 3 for 27. Bad boys of pop against the Falcons. That's when. Yep, the Queens Falcons. Bagley says, glad that whiny guy from earlier is not on the stream. Let's see, was Kenny on today? Yeah, 2 o'clock's in.
We need to look at our A-team gear, right?
Got to.
I haven't done a lot of digging.
2 of us will be back together again tomorrow, too. Matter of fact, Glash and I have a sim together tomorrow.
Nice. When's the last time that happened?
It's been a little while. You know, both off our vacations now. Maybe he'll come over. Do it on the porch. I guess that won't work. He's got a sim with Kenny right before.
You could do that at your house, too?
It's true. He could if he wants to. Just wanted to bring me my mail. Breeze up to 166, I think it said. 1st and 10 from the 49. So we do have some football news. It's not significant necessarily. I guess it could be, but as of right now, it's not. Bills and Josh Allen, according to Adam Schefter, will table contract talks if they don't have a deal by week 1. That's according to Buffalo's general manager. What do you think of that? Should that be a cause for concern at all for Bills fans or the organization?
No. I mean, he's not going anywhere. They'll franchise the heck out of him for a couple years if they have to. But, you know, he's repped by, I think, the guys at CAA. It's hard to tell because as I'm clicking here, it says Tom Condon, Todd France, Patrick Collins, and Jim Denton. So 3 of those guys are still at CAA. Todd France is now at Athletes First with David Dunn, who's Aaron Rodgers' agent. So I'm not sure who's repping Josh right now. Actually, I can figure that out. PA website. I wouldn't freak out. I mean, he's not going anywhere. It's just a question of do they pay him a lot now or spread it out over 7 years.
Sure.
I say a lot now, I mean year over year over year.
I don't know if AD Poker's talking about my Schefter news here. It says, insignificant. Was hoping for something catastrophic.
No,
Said it wasn't a big deal.
Catastrophic. All right, let's see.
We are a like away from 200, though. Hit that like on YouTube. Appreciate you.
Info for media. Here we go.
Kareem says, geez, Kareem. Kareem says Glash gained like 5 pounds in his face. Looked a little husky yesterday.
Allen.
Didn't happen overnight, if that's the case. Maybe it's just the beard. Is it beard weight?
Could be. Well, that's not helpful either. Okay, it looks like he's with Tom Condon, Patrick, and Tom Condon Jr., but Patrick and James Denton. So he is not with Todd France. So CAA. Tommy Condon. Is likely his lead agent. But I wouldn't stress him. I'm a Bills fan. The more stressful one is the Ravens, where their quarterback's still out with COVID, and you have to decide what kind of deal are you getting. Or are you going to franchise him for a couple of years? Which might be the way to go, because then he tears his leg up. And
I was just going to say, if there's an injury, that's your out.
But you can also put
business,
that in
obviously, but that's the way it works.
Yeah. I'd be nervous with him, and a little nervous also with Kyler Murray, just because of his fragility at times. Even though Kyler's a much better thrower than Lamar, certainly consistently. Baker too. What kind of deal are the Browns fans? Or the Browns?
There's Todd Gurley picking up some yardage.
Ooh, a little yak too. One more yak.
Ryan up to 208. Bonuses in play. He would need some help, obviously. Gurley 4 for, I think it was 53. K-Nut flashes like Andrew Luck with the neck beard, except bigger ears. Flash will be up next with Tom Carroll for Bills Cardinals. Speaking of both Josh Allen and Kyler Murray, those two going head-to-head in Simland for Madden After Dark. Hour from now. $12-7 game Atlanta.
Barn burner. What player are you most excited to see on Madden 22?
There are a bunch, but the first one that comes to mind is probably DK Metcalf. Because he's just such a non-factor more often than not in Madden 21. And obviously his ratings have deservedly been enhanced. He was so good last year in real life that I'm hoping that he's really, really good in Madden 22. You just don't know, because look at a guy like DeAndre Hopkins. Like, he is insane. I mean, elite ratings in Madden 21, but he's still incredibly boom or bust in The Sims. So Metcalf, he could go the same way.
Yeah, I just still can't get over how big he is. After seeing him at the All-Star Celebrity Softball game, how much bigger he was than Von Miller, who is a big dude. I was like, holy cow, this dude. He looks more like he's 6'5" than 6'4".
And then the entire Patriots team, in case you were curious.
What's Mac Jones' throw power, like 70?
I don't know if we have that yet.
I'm excited about Justin Herbert.
That's the first one that comes to mind for you.
Well, especially after I got into it with Kenny a couple weeks ago, he thinks Justin Herbert still can go away with 28 touchdowns despite having still a revolving door of an O-line and guys banged up at times. He also told me Keenan Allen barely plays when he missed 3 games in 3 years.
He's on a roll of outlandish takes.
Yeah. That was after we spent a full quarter and a half going back over the quarterback tackle thing. That was admittedly my fault.
You got to stop going back to the well on that.
But I brought it up to let him know that the scoring was officially everybody against him. That not one person agreed. But then we got into the Chargers somehow. Oh, because we were doing a Chargers game. And yeah, he is not buying Justin Herbert stock.
Hashtag Fade Kenny. We say it all the time.
Sure.
Mike knows. Producer Mike's like the king of it when it comes to setting his DFS lineups. What's Kenny think? All right, I'm going to go the other way.
So Justin Herbert.
Mike just writes, hearing that from Kenny makes me feel even better about Herbert and the Chargers.
Sure. So
perfectly timed. Chef's kiss, Mike.
Somebody tweeted like at Pat McAfee or something about Justin Herbert's ratings.
Yeah.
And I saw the tweet from McAfee, so I just hit CC at Equipment Guru, my man Dustin, the Madden ratings adjuster. Oh, because the Chargers posted just a ridiculous throw from Herbert to 83, which I can't remember which receiver that is. 50 yards, rolling right, just on a dime, perfect corner route. And then Chargers wrote 93 throw power, ? Can we get ratings adjuster out here at EA Madden NFL? And then Pat McAfee did the eye emojis 3 times. So I wrote CC at Equipment Guru, and Dustin wrote, fair, he could be getting stronger, and put a muscle emoji. Then some other guy who's just a football fan said, hey, Dustin, would you consider raising Herbie's under pressure rating? Our line was bad last year. He still killed it against pressure. Check out Herbert's ratings last year. 99 completions, 1,293 yards, 11 touchdowns, all first in the league under pressure. All 3 of those stats as a rookie. He was the best quarterback in the league under pressure. I didn't know that.
No, I didn't either.
That's courtesy of PFF.
So they gonna do it?
Dustin just wrote
Dustin
back
gonna talk to the right people?
Well, Dustin is the right people, but
well, but I mean, he's not like the sole decision.
no, he has to
maker.
talk to that other guy, Andre, who was on the ESPN show the other day. They've got to converse. Dustin wrote back a second emoji, which was the smiley face with the monocle.
Oh.
That's where it ended. That was at 8:04 this morning. Not
First and goal from the 7 on the way. Atlanta looking for more. Wow, 2-minute warning. PJ Tucker to Miami.
How much?
Don't know yet. That's per Shams.
Oh, when's that guy ever been right?
He'd have been spending like crazy too.
Yeah, where's he getting all this money? No one's been
There
going
we
on
go.
cruises for a year.
Oh, I thought he got in. Todd
No one's-
Gurley. They're going to say down at the 1.
No one's gone on a cruise all year, so where's Mickey Harrison getting all this money? 18 months, whatever.
Second and goal from the 1. That was awfully close.
So you know how I mentioned that I bought that mini helmet? Or I mean, that full-size helmet?
Yeah.
So it was like $10 for regular delivery.
There it
20,
is.
$26. There you go, Todd Gurley walks in. $26
Finish
for
the job.
3 nights, or 38 for 2 nights, 2 day, whatever. I'm like, I don't want it to not be here. Like, I'm going to the Hall of Fame. I'd like to think I'd go again, but I don't know for a fact that I'm going again anytime soon. So why don't I just pay the extra $12 more or whatever? It's like, my wife's looking at me. She's like, "What are you doing? Why are you even thinking about this?" She gets so mad at me because I'll nickel and dime myself on stupid little stuff like that, and we'll go have a $300 dinner like idiots.
2 years, $15 million, by the way, for PJ Tucker.
Huh? I mean, he is 45 years old. He was at Texas when I was in high school. I'm 43. No lie, he and Kevin Durant missed each other because he graduated the year before Kevin Durant's freshman year as a senior. That's how old he is. He's for real like 36, right? 35, 36?
He's got to be. He's been around a while. Let's see. PJ Tucker, if you guys can hear me typing. 36, yep.
By the time this deal's over, he'll be 38.
37 in May.
Unless they don't make the playoffs that year. Then he'll be 37 in May. So, yeah, he'll be 38. I don't know. I'm not good at math. I may have gotten that wrong. You and I have some tomorrow? I feel like I have one tomorrow, one Wednesday, 2 Thursday in the morning. Then sneaking off to Rockies Cubs. A bunch of 4A baseball here in Denver.
Sure.
Rocks and Cubs. And then fly to Canton and do that one on Friday. Ooh, nice little cut. Michael Thomas, my captain, trying to help me propel past you. The garbage time yards and touchdowns.
Where are we at? 1 TM32 still in front. Klingen, less than a point over AD Poker. I have dropped to 64th, though. So where are you?
99th.
Hmm.
Come on, Michael Thomas, throw it, Drew.
Basically, neither of us is very good.
No, but I need
Not in this one.
No, not today.
Let's out talking about Tebow. I mean, yeah, as of right now, well, I mean, I could see Tim Tebow getting some fullback touchdowns in Madden 22.
Yeah, he won't be on the roster update after the season starts, but enjoy it for the 2 weeks before he gets cut, or a week before he gets cut, and before they adjust the roster.
So you don't believe he's on the week 1 roster?
No, he's running as a 6 tight end right now, I heard.
Sad.
And it's not the same as when you draft a kid in the first round, he's wanting to earn it, so you're having him run with the third team just to kind of get his way there. Like Jerry Jeudy, I talked about him a lot the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Last year he was dicing up the second and third team because they just wouldn't let him play with the first team very much unless he was like just a rotation, just get in for a snap, because somebody needed a break.
Mm-hmm.
This year he's only with the first team for the most part, kind of the reverse. He'll go second or third team just for a snap. Today they put him with Bridgewater on like a move the ball to set up a field goal, and Bridgewater fit right to it. But he's caught everything, and he's looked awesome. And if Sutton can return to form, that's 2 real number 1s.
All right, final minute here of what's ultimately a lopsided, going to be a 19-7 win. Maybe
Throw
a
it to
touchdown
Thomas.
lead. Could be a touchdown lead for New Orleans. We'll see. But as of right now, what are you thinking awards-wise?
Oh, it wasn't going to be Thomas. Could be Russell Gage. Todd Gurley.
And a fumble. Who's got it? Oh, Saints recover.
Todd
yeah,
Gurley.
Todd Gurley's a very good choice.
So Presky Bristol player of the game. And then
Honorable mention, though, to Michael Thomas for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he gets me 30 points in the captain spot. But Gurley's more like 40 in the captain spot, right?
Let's go to last place and look at our friend Meager's lineup. Kamara, tough
Ridley,
day.
38% owned.
Julio Jones, really tough day. Calvin Ridley.
Kamara's 70% owned. Kamara, 70% owned. Michael Thomas.
There you go.
Throw it to him in the end zone now, Drew. Call a timeout. Call a timeout. Work for Rashawn.
It's probably either Kamara or Julio Jones, right?
Yeah, it's more just, I guess, a coin thing, right? They're basically the same. I guess it's got to be Kamara. When you're paying
Unless
that
he scores a
much money
touchdown
for him.
here or something.
Yeah, if Kamara scores a touchdown, it's Julio. If not, it's Kamara. Or if he throws a touchdown.
First and goal from the 4. Saints are out of timeouts. 20 seconds left.
That's Thomas. Top right. No, he's in the left side. Oh,
Breeze.
he's wide open, Drew.
Well, that's going to do it. I don't think they'll get another play after the sack.
No, they will not. But he was open. Thomas broke open and it was like, oh, here's BK sliding pass. Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah, if somehow we could swing around on that. Or hit replays from a couple different angles.
That's
Go
it.
back on YouTube and watch it.
Ran out of time.
All right.
95th for you, 61 for me right now. And
Not great. We'll do better tomorrow.
yeah.
I got 4th in my contest the other day. Jeff and I.
Good
Jeff
work.
forgot to make a lineup.
After I finish up here with you, I'll make the Sims for, and grade them in the lobby for the games that I'm doing tomorrow.
All right.
So Ryan, touchdown, 244 passing. Breeze, 238, a score and a pick. As always, we'll check out the rushers and receivers for you quickly and then get you out of here. About 10 past 9 Eastern time. Gurley, 19 for 85, a touchdown. Kamara, just poor. 6 for 6 on the ground. 2 fumbles for Breeze, by the way. He only had 1 official carry. Picked up 3 yards. Mikhail, if I'm saying that right, says gross stuff.
Yeah, 2 teams have pretty good offenses and not great defense, especially Atlanta's defense last year was god-awful.
Yeah, not what I expected. Thomas,
No.
7 for 123, a touchdown.
I really like my lineup, too.
Yeah, me too.
I know you like my lineup.
Didn't go my way or yours. All right, so Madden After Dark is on the way. About 45 minutes till pregame. You'll have Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll for Bills
Tell me say hi.
Cardinals. You should. I'll probably jump into the chat, say hello
I will
at some
not.
point during that one when I'm doing my work. And then tomorrow, you've got just the one. You're with me. That's at 6 o'clock. The Washington
4 o'clock
football
Mountain?
team at the Jaguars. Yes, 6 Eastern. So don't, get confused. Don't be late. Me and Glash, Broncos, Niners. See, I mean, you and I should be doing Broncos, but
Replay
Broncos,
of,
Niners.
what Super Bowl is that? What time is that one?
4 o'clock. That's 4 Eastern. So right before you and I are together.
Oh, yeah. It's the timing on that's too tough with when Broncos camp ends tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, well. All right. Well, thanks to Mike, our producer, Drew, our technical director, June and Bailey in ops as well. Coming up next here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg. They preview the course, run through the odds while making their 2021 WGC St. Jude Invitational picks. Guys give their fantasy golf picks, provide the one-and-done strategy for the event from TPC Southwind, and we'll take a brief look at the Barracuda Championship as well. Thanks again to our crew. BK, pleasure. And like I said, we'll talk again tomorrow in less than 24 hours anyway. So it's on to Mayo, Feinberg, and the rest of the PME experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 WGC St. Jude Invitational plus the Barracuda Championship picks, bets, one and done. We're only going to do the one and done for the WGC. Tim didn't even give us his pick yet, although we were just talking to him. If you guys didn't know, there's going to be a brand new Cussed Corner coming out next week, so please go subscribe to the Cussed Corner feeds and be on the lookout for that one. It will be in the newsletter early. You can probably get it a week before everyone else if you subscribe to the Mayo Media Network newsletter. Find that down in the description, as you will find the Pat Mayo Experience Listeners League link. It is back after an off week, the first off week we've had in like 5 years. Just didn't think there was going to be that much interest in Olympic golf. Maybe I was wrong, although it was the most difficult thing in the world to watch because it was on at the weirdest times, and I was in bed for a lot of it. So that was tough for me. But either way, go play in the Listeners League link. That is open right now. Let's fill it up so we can have some big ones for the FedEx Cup playoffs before it turns into the NFL situation. I'm still running the review giveaway over on Fantasy Football Picks and Bets. If you hit the description, you'll see the Apple Podcast link. You subscribe, leave a 5-star rating and review, something you enjoy about the show, Twitter handle or email address in the review so I can contact you if you're a winner. We have now received enough reviews that has been bumped from $500 to $1,000 in the prize pool, so you can just get some cash in your hand just by leaving that rating and review. So please help us support Mayo Media Network by both subscribing to the YouTube channel and leaving that review for the new show. We got a ton of football content and already there's more on the way, but we're here to talk about golf. So fantasynational.com/Mayo will get you 20% off any membership that you like. And there's like a month of like real golf left, and there's like an off week, then golf season starts again. So it's never a bad time to get in on fantasynational.com. If you like Fantasy National for golf, you're going to love runthesims.com for football because it's essentially the Fantasy National for football. And it's awesome so far. The free trial is over, but if you want to get $50 off, go to runthesims.com/Mayo because the prices are not as high as they're going to be in September. So there's still time to get in on that cheaper membership right now and get yourself that $50 savings by going to runthesims.com/Mayo. Game simulations, optimizer, player projections, all the season-long stuff is going to be free, so you can just go sign up and not worry about that if you don't care about betting or DFS. You just care about season-long. That will all be up there. Jeff Feinberg, Xander gets it done at the Olympics. I thought that Justin Thomas was going to be the king of the no-cut event. It turns out it's the guy who's the second best in no-cut events. Xander finally puts it all together. Congratulations to him.
The narrative came home. Like we joked for the entire year, almost since the Masters, second place, that he was going to just do this again and then go win a gold medal. Heartfelt congratulations to Xander, to his family. The gold medal didn't gain more importance to Xander after winning it because he won it. Anyone who follows this thing closely was keenly aware of how much priority, emphasis he put on it personally. He put on it with his team and his desire to peak for this event. And great. I missed his really hot run when I guess it was round 2 after a rain delay. I woke up and I went berserk. But all the credit to him. It was setting up for him to come second to Hideki again, but he didn't. And great. And as I kind of said during the week last week, Pat, with a lot of the odds, there was an easy case to make, as much as it was hard to swallow, that the Xander odd and a lot of those top odds did represent some value. Even after the withdrawal, say Xander was 9-1, 950. Well, if he's 18-1 at full field events, even as low as 16-1s that we mock, some books post them at 14-1s to win majors. Isn't 9-1 in a field that for any of those top guys I determined would probably be 70% easier to win than a WGC or any kind of nice big field. So yeah, I don't know. I was never willing to bet it, but in hindsight, the number did have true value.
Sure, because he won, but you could have made that case for a lot of guys that didn't win at the top.
Oh, all those Justin Thomas had value.
Yeah,
if he went off at
sure.
20 at the Open and he's 12 here, to me, his chances of winning here were 75% higher than winning the Open. So I could make that case there with a lot of the top guys, Rory, even any of those top guys. I think you could have argued that those lines represent value based on how we experience this sport from a betting perspective weekly.
Sure. If you had jumped on Xander, I mean, congratulations on the cash. I mean, it's a great hit. Anytime you can hit a winner, it's an awesome hit. But the reason that I don't like betting guys like Xander, because if you've been betting Xander all year and you just won with him, you're still down money. Like, just his odds are never good.
Oh, I don't doubt that. But in the sense of this tournament alone, no, you could argue that we always make the case that the 16s, the 14s, the 18s are never fair. To begin with. But yeah, no, I never, that would be a lot of money I would have to make on a bet like that. I'm not a Xander truth or better. I have my other losers that I've still never made myself whole on.
Yeah, I don't want to put it out there like I don't have guys that I bet all the time who I'm just down truckloads of money on. I am,
yeah.
but they're not usually like 14-1 guys.
No, and no one who even loves Xander knew that they could make their. Yeah, I think they've acknowledged like making their money back is going to be hard. Yeah, and I don't like to bet that way. I thought this event, as someone we tried to be proactive one time in our life here, and the board like completely goes banana because we did that show. I did have like fun numbers, so I didn't even feel a need to get into what happened after shit got crazy.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. I want to give a special shout out to the coverage that at least we were watching. I don't know if it was the same in the States, but the Canadian CBC feed for golf was probably the best coverage I've ever seen in golf.
Pat, I don't know how to explain this other than I have perceptions of what something would be like in life. It's not something I really feel a need for or something that I would want, and you'll know where I'm going in a second. But the IOC was like a 5-star escort. And once every 4 years, she came into my life, and you pay for a 5-star escort, you're probably expecting something. But she was so good, she did things you didn't even know you wanted. She didn't even know you needed. You didn't even know were possible. And now you're walking back in the door, and it's that woman that person who doesn't cook, clean, or even have a job. And wouldn't even know how to tickle you right. The IOC serviced me. Holy, what was that? Shot. Like to the 8th hole, to the 6th hole, to the 4th hole, to the 12th hole. No manufactured. It was magical. And to think in 4 years to do it again, I'm going to like make a whole woman's card. That being said, I only watched day 1 and 4, but I imagine day 2 and 3 were probably the exact freaking same. And then maybe I need to hold back because I don't know how much I'm actually going to watch of the ladies. But when I do, I know that coverage is going to also be spectacular. But that was unbelievable. I can't even believe it. Like, it didn't have, a lot of the fancy frills that we get, or we didn't even feel like we had an on-course reporter. I think a lot of that stuff might have been COVID related. And they still made me feel like I was being touched like I've never been touched before by a golf broadcast.
It was great. They did the one thing that we want, and you hit on it. They showed shots from everyone in the field. It wasn't like, oh, Rory's on the course, we're only showing Rory shots, or Xander and Hideki are leading, we're only showing those two. It's like, no, we'll show everyone. We got time. This is great.
It was incredible.
I don't know. I don't think that NBC even went to like the live coverage of it on NBC, like proper during the final round overnight, which is just mind-boggling.
I didn't even pay attention to what they were doing. I know they had a great experience also. I just thought that they just had their own American commentators. We got the world feed commentators, and it was magical baritones of commentary. I tell you that much. Like it was a lot like some of those European mornings, Pat. It was truly phenomenal. It was truly phenomenal.
I tweeted out the link to the broadcast that we had. It was all just on streaming. Like, it never did the golf appear on like our main feeds ever? Because I think it was just, but it's a free streaming service. It's not like you needed Peacock in order to watch it. You could just put in the link and watch it. Maybe you needed a VPN to use it, but I think the people in the States could have watched the CBC one, like the world feed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And as we have a very interesting Olympic experience to begin with here, as we've got like 3 networks that partner together to show it to us.
And there's nothing we enjoy more than celebrating a guy who came in 3rd place.
Yeah, no, that's Canada's specialty. Good old personal best. Like we'll take that to the moon. You're called a legend. But with that, like there's always an ability to spotlight the big world events that are happening that have nothing to do with the Canadians, and clearly give the Canadians all their TV time as well. We're never like not getting anything good with our coverage. And while some people acknowledge it was kind of hard to find on the TV, unless you like print it out or like we're looking at an app seeing like Olympic scheduling, it was always, the live coverage was always on one of those 3 channels. Like they might step away for 5 minutes or just to update some things, but they went right back. So it was always on. So kudos. I've used a lot of hyperbole and some ridiculous analogy, but I'm mesmerized from a golf fan. Like we've never. It's possible. You could say that's 4 years of planning. No, it isn't. It's just like people on site having some concept of capturing this event for the viewing audience.
It's funny when we broke down the narratives and everyone kind of bought into it. Like I think everyone I know bet Siwoo Kim last week because we were all rooting for him to get a medal so he wouldn't have to do his military service. But apparently he can defer again and potentially qualify for Paris to try to get out of it, just like Sung Jae Im did. So there was those 2 main narratives that got people onto those guys. The Hideki narrative that he had tested positive for COVID, missed the Open Championship. He had been over there presumably, either practicing or even training at that course. Those were like the 3 big ones. But
then the Xander narrative too, which kind of came through that we joked about for months.
That's the whole thing. So there's the other 3, the 3 medals actually went to the next 3 sort of like Olympic storyline type narrative people. You have Xander, dad didn't get to what was he, a decathlete, and he didn't end up winning a gold medal, and it really meant a lot to him to go over and do this. You have Rory Sabatini, who essentially changed nationalities with his second wife in order to qualify for the Olympics. And then CT Pan, who it turns out that Taiwan just gives out a bunch of cash if you win a medal of any sort, and he ended up coming in 3rd. Like, I would say that those were probably the 3. They were the much lesser talked about 3 narratives, but those were the 3 narratives after the big 3, and those were the ones that all came through.
In that theory, you're absolutely right. Also, to Xander, like his mom is Japanese, his grandparents still live there. So yeah, that was special to him. And full credit to Sabatini. Like I give Xander a heartfelt congratulations. I don't know how to like verbalize this properly, and people might tell me I am wrong, Pat, or that I missed the mark. But a lot of those Olympic narratives, some gained steam last week and some we had been talking about for years. The Sabatini thing, we've kind of been talking about for years, but we never talked about it like it was not just us. It was always talked about under the guise of like straight humor. And like, we never, like, it was like we laughed at it. Like we laughed at it. I know I did. I think a lot of us did. There were so many narratives, as you said, that we took so seriously, like hyper seriously. This one, for the course of years, we never, like, were even willing to legitimize. And the guy popped. He shot a 10 under. It was amazing. He almost was. Xander put it in the trees at the last. You're like, holy shit. Like, with this wife, both of them had their wife on the bag, the other medals. But yeah, the Sabatini thing, in some like messed up way, it's as wild to me as some of the wild things we got this year. Like from Phil capturing a major, like, I don't know, like that was so crazy. Yeah, I don't know, laughed at it for years. Good for you, man. Like, wow.
Wonder if that gets him anything. Although we were looking into it earlier, Slovakia now has 2 silvers and a gold, so not a bad Olympics for Slovakia.
Yeah, I guess it's as simple as his mother-in-law is from his wife, right? You could just marry into it, right? Like I always knew
no. It's not like It's not like he got married and then all of a sudden he could play for Slovakia. He had to go through the process of becoming Slovakian after he married her. And like, even to hear him talk about it, he was like, South Africa has a lot of golfers. It apparently meant a lot to him to go represent Slovakia. He started a lot of programs over there to make the sport bigger in Slovakia because, he wasn't one of the, he was a top South African golfer, but he was never like the elite.
No, but I get
South
it. Go
African
be a big fish in a really small pond instead of being like right now we would still be talking about Higo and excited about Wilco and Bizadenhout beyond the stalwarts, the major champions of South African golf. So in that sense, yeah, it was he would have had no chance sticking around in that scene of South African golf. And you are absolutely right. Like he's like even at Rio, like before Rio, like he really wanted to do this Olympic thing. So the fact that he cashed it, that's really special. And like I said, like once you really grasp all of it in like my own little way, it's it fits perfectly in like with some of the really crazy things that we got from this season of golf, man. Wow.
Yeah. Since we recorded early last week, we didn't recap the 3M because I was away playing the Cabot courses. So I did a recap of Tim. Tim actually joined the show on the DraftKings show last week after Raza was on. We talked about Cabot a little bit. But one thing I wanted to say for you about is we went and ate lunch one day after our round before we went and played the par 3. And then we took off for the night to go play a different course. We looked up at the scorecard at the 3M, and Ricky was in first place by like 2 strokes. I was like, oh man, Jeff must be like having a heart attack. And then I checked back in later in the day, and he was in like 40th place or something. What the hell happened to Ricky?
That 18th hole at the 3M is insane, Pat. Like it's a par 5, but bogey is like holes that you can eagle, and we've seen eagles there. The floor on those holes is par, right? Like on a lot of tour holes that eagles like really in play here. Like the worst you can sometimes do, the majority of the field does on those is par. The amount of guys that went to that 18th hole and got obliterated was crazy. That event was a lot of fun. That event was really good. I don't know. It sets up for anyone to win that course, like the player type, and it was hyper entertainment. I'm like everything sort of blurs together. So I'm now trying to recall 3M, but it was a straight hoot. And you asked me to name 100. I named champ. He hasn't lost anything from his good John Deere performance on his number. I didn't bet it. A lot of really people we like, we're friends with, crushed it. So bang, 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 bang. It's funny. 2 of the big numbers, like Cam Davis and Champ winning, were like very popular 100 to 1 picks, 140 to 1, 50 to 1, 125 to 1 picks. We're never surprised when those things cash, but it is quite surprising like that they were community you know what I'm trying to say, like a lot of people were on them in them cashing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I was not one of the people who was cashing those tickets, but I did see a lot of those tickets, so that made me happy. I would have been happier if Johnny Vegas won, put it that way.
Yeah, I had a few, I don't know, I had a few guys flirt with it. Sergio played amazing. I joked, Pat, that I don't like we should just call him Sergio Gellerman because they felt like the same dude.
I mean, when we win the Sergio Gellerman double, it will make up for all of the Cam Davises and Cameron Champs that we've missed this week.
That's from Timothy Frank.
I played it. I played that exact bet. How could you not? I almost hit the double here last year. I hit the each way part of the double. I had a Brooks Schwab double. And it almost won because Brooks blew it at the WGC to JT last year. And JT got himself out from underneath that tree on the 18th hole. But I thought Schwab was just going to win. And I think Brooks came second, Schwab came third. But the each way part. So that was Werenski ended up winning. There's a bunch of people in contention last year. So any final Olympic stuff? I bet Brooke Henderson along with you, by the way, for the women's Olympics.
No, my final Olympic thought is by the time we're in 2028, the desire to qualify will be fever pitch. 2028 Riviera will have talking points on guys race to qualify months out. We've gotten excited for the Olympics as it's come, and I enjoy it when it's here. And I mention a different pace, and I enjoy that. And if they want to, there's a lot of people that want to talk about the format, whatever. I'll get excited for whatever they do because I do this week in, week out. But by the time we're here at 2028 doing Olympic golf, every golfer in the world, in my opinion, will on their schedule think I want to qualify for this. And we can finally maybe have an Olympics in Paris that doesn't have the overshadow of Zika, which we could understand would be hyper fearful, maybe even more fearful than COVID to some of these young, great golfers and where they are in their life. And then in a COVID Olympics. So it would, to professionals with those sorts of clouds and how successful those guys are, hopefully we can get a games that's free of a lot of bullshit and this thing can grow. But it'll keep getting better.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. I mean, I would like to see a stronger field. It's not like the field was weak by any means, but even to compare it to this WGC field this week, it was substantially weaker than the field that we're getting this week. Almost every single top-end player is playing in Memphis this week except for John Rahm, it seems like. So and that just wasn't the case at the Olympics. Yeah, I think people will. And the fact that it'll be in the U.S., like it's not like a huge diversion out of your way to go do it. It's played at Riviera. Tiger will probably have something to do with it considering he already hosts a tournament at that course anyway. Maybe he'll stage a comeback and qualify for the team. Who even knows what's going to happen in 2028 when he's 52 years old or something like that. Unlikely, but I would like to see it happen. Let's talk WGC, though. WGC St. Jude Invitational. JT beat Brooks last year, and then Brooks won the year before that. It's 7,238 yards to par 70. It's sneakily one of the longer courses on tour when you consider par into the equation. So just because it's a par 70 doesn't mean that it's going to be like one of these, like the Travelers or the Heritage or something like that. It's more akin with like the Valspar, which is a par 71, but it just plays a lot longer than par would potentially suggest. So you're going to have to be good off the tee. You're going to have to be good with your irons. The player that has finished number one in strokes gained tee to green has won this event in 7 of the past 9 years. This was not always a WGC. It was the St. Jude Classic. Daniel Berger won twice. Phil was always in the mix. We had Dustin have the walk. This was the course where Dustin had the walk-off hole out on Andrew Putnam too, wasn't it?
Yes.
He was like 4-1 that week and just dummied everyone. So it's a course where a lot of the very top end players and the top end players in this field have had a lot of success in the past. So when we look at the odds, it's kind of weird to see from DraftKings Sportsbook. Morikawa, Brooks, and Spieth are all 12-1. Xander coming off the win is 14-1. Dustin and JT are 18-1. Berger and Rory and Louis are 20-1. Then you have Victor Hovland at 28-1. That is the same as Webb Simpson, Patrick Cantlay, Paul Casey, Matthew Fitzpatrick, Scotty Scheffler, and Bryson DeChambeau. A lot of players below 30-1 on this betting board, and only 2 of them currently have my interest. And one of them I think is a bit too low on the scale to actually bet. But my second bet of the week, Jeff, went on Daniel Berger, not at 20-1, at 25-1 when he first opened. So I have Daniel Berger at 25-1.
Yeah, I'm a big Berger fan. I would have probably bet him if he found a way into Tokyo last week somehow. I got no issues with that. He is my favorite player in the 20s. It is interesting to see, though, a couple players that never get odds board respect, Pat, though, are the two favorites, right? Like, wouldn't we argue that Morikawa and Brooks are perennially disrespected in terms of where we usually find them in full fields? Brooks even being at the back of the super elites with his win equity is always, a debating point when a lot of people do their golf betting stuff. So that's the first thing that hit me is, okay, like we're finally ready to acknowledge these guys at the moment. Like Brooks is still always going to contend, and Morikawa is not only might be bringing the most win equity into the field at the moment, but what he does, I mean, even be getting into that playoff for third place. The ball striking numbers at the moment it's unconscious, the gap between him and second place when you deep dive the rounds at the moment.
Yeah, if you're not betting on Morikawa, you're just betting that his putter's not going to show up, which is a pretty good bet most of the time because his putter doesn't show up most of the time. And it's weird because at this course, JT won a year ago and lost strokes putting, and Brooks came second and also lost strokes putting. So it's actually one of those courses where you can ball strike your way, still be like marginal putting and still win, which is really terrifying with Morikawa at the top if you don't have money on him. And I'm probably not going to bet him this week. I want to bet Brooks, but I just don't want to bet him at 12-1. He has a win here. He has a second place here. He's played 4 majors and 1 WGC so far this year, and he has 4 finishes inside the top 6 in those events. And the other one was the miscut at the Masters when he couldn't bend down. So these are the types of fields that he comes up. I wrote this up in my column on DK Playbook. And when you get an elite field and you get the best players in the world, it's a real thing. It doesn't mean that Brooks is always going to play poorly at the crappier events. Like he won in Phoenix. He was top 10 at the Travelers, but you just look at his miscuts this season. The American Express, Palmetto, what was the other? Byron Nelson. Like sometimes he doesn't give it, and he will give it about this one.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Even, with his tough guy exterior, when you've succeeded here, when you keep coming back here, it's a tournament that you certainly want to win, and it has some the St. Jude attachment is one of the more beautiful things in professional golf, and now it has what would you call the illustrious
the
like
allure?
WGC label.
Yeah, it has the prestige. Like this tournament really got upgraded.
Yes, as we've seen a lot of tournaments get thrown a bone over the years, or a dog's breakfast, I should say. This one has greatly benefited in many ways. I think we can't sort of have a conversation about betting this tournament without just having a blanket conversation, because you did mention Colin. Just thoughts on anybody who played last week. Is it clearly individually case by case, or might you just blindly have zero interest, be it odds, or you don't want to chase anybody who was in Tokyo?
I don't know. I'm so far with the bets that I've made, I haven't bet anyone that was in Tokyo, but that wasn't purposeful. It's not like I was like, I'm crossing those guys off. They just didn't, in terms of odds, leap out to me, because I think that there are a few guys that played last week in the Olympics that are pretty good odds. I would have to say that has to be like a negative against them, though, right? That just not only like the 13-hour time difference, the amount of travel, but if you went over, because it's not like the only thing they did over there was go to and from the course. Like they were hanging around the Olympic Village. Apparently Justin Thomas was trying to get autographs from all the NBA guys the entire time. Like there's the spectacle of the Olympics that I think would be a bit more draining than just simply playing the golf as well and trying to peak for that moment.
Yeah, and this is a great event to have off the Olympics because it offers those superstars a no cut where come make money, start cold, get hot Sunday. We'll still send you a big direct deposit. Don't worry about it, boys.
Do you think?
Don't worry about it.
Do you think that anyone is at risk of that, though, of pulling the burger, of hitting a shot and not necessarily hitting a shot and withdrawing, but like if Xander is 79 after round 1, you think he's playing round 2?
Oh, I don't know. I guess that's always in play and something you'll probably discuss on your DraftKings show. Like, is that something I'm going to think about?
I don't think.
I don't think these guys. I don't know.
I don't think
doubt
that you
it,
can
but...
think about that. I don't think you can.
Okay, you're right. I would never. You're right. I would never. You're betting on the ceiling. If I bet or roster you, I'm betting or rostering you on your ceiling, and I don't give that 2% like credence. You're right. That's probably the far more prudent way to go.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 WGC St. Jude Invitational plus the Barracuda Championship picks, bets.
All right. Hi. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Hope everyone's well. Madden After Dark. Got the Cardinals and the Bills. Tommy Freeze Pops is here as well. Hi, Tom. Did you say something?
I did. Hi.
Oh,
You got
it
me?
broke up. I didn't hear anything. Sorry. We're off to a great
Well, I'm
start.
here. I'm doing well.
Are you fully recovered now at this stage?
Yeah. I feel like a regular human being again. So we're in good shape on that front. Yeah.
Good. Well, it's 10 o'clock. Lineups have locked. What does your lineup look like for this showdown?
I went with Max with multiple X's. Williams in the captain spot, $10,500. Both quarterbacks, Kyler, Josh Allen. Bills DST, Kenyon Drake, Zane Gonzalez. Weird lineup. I don't really like it. We'll see what happens. It's Madden After Dark, baby. Let's get weird. Get strange.
So looking at our free roll, Kyler Murray is slightly more highly owned in the captain than Josh Allen. I captained Josh Allen. Played Kyler, Hopkins, John Brown, Cole Beasley, Tyler Bass.
Okay. I like your lineup more.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't feel too great about it. Had $400
Wish I
bucks.
could go back and copy it verbatim.
Okay. No, thank you.
I'm rooting for your lineup.
Means the world to me. A lot going on, of course, tonight with NBA free agency. I kind of forgot what that feels like.
Yeah. It was
weird.
It was weird to have it in the middle of the summer. We just didn't have it like that last year.
Not at all. I don't even remember free agency last year.
So it would have been in that weird, 46-day absence of basketball, right? So it was during football season. It wasn't in this downtime in the sports calendar. Although right now with the Olympics going on, it doesn't really feel like it. And NHL free agency,
sure,
baseball trade deadline. It's been kind of a crazy week.
Sure has. Hope you're all having a good night. Sean Preston, congratulations. Congratulations. Mute button, take off.
Goodbye.
Oh, the memories.
Kyle asking if we can do the number 88 as the buzzword. He got an 88 on his last humanities test. DK party. I actually don't mind that as a buzzword.
What the hell? Why not? I'm in.
Because you could say that really fast for a lot of, for a long period of time.
I'm in.
Easy to type.
Party on a Monday? Let's go.
Come on. Come on. It's better than that.
Ownership's coming in from producer Michael. We have Andrew, our technical director, with us, Bailey, and Daniel from the Game Ops team. That needs to be muted. Sorry.
Silence your phone.
Yeah, I know.
What are you doing, dude?
Hey, so guess what I'm doing tomorrow?
What?
I'm going to go to Patriots training camp tomorrow morning.
Oh, nice. I love Patriots training camp. Are you going to go as a media member or as a fan?
As a fan.
Nice. Good.
Gonna wear the laundry.
Yeah. Throw a hat on.
Yeah.
Buy a $10 bag of popcorn.
My
Maybe
brother
get an
texted me
offensive
earlier.
lineman's autograph.
Yeah, dude. My brother texted me earlier. He's like, "You want to go?" And I'm like, I have to work at noon, Madden, but I got some things worked out. So Christian's going to cover me at noon. I'll work his 4 o'clock. Going to work with Kaufman tomorrow at 4, I think. So.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, so there was a trade-off there, but it'll be fun. Oh, look at this. So Larry Fitzgerald is, of course, unsigned in real life, but he's the wideout, too, for Arizona in these Sims. Producer Michael feeding us this article from SI.com. Larry Fitzgerald to co-host a weekly show with Tom Brady.
Yeah, so I took a look at this earlier. Him and Tom Brady are going to be joined by Jim Gray. It's going to be an hour-long, once-a-week show on Sirius XM. And when you first read that news, you're like, oh, wow, Tom Brady doing this type of media while he's still playing? That's unheard of with him when he was with the Patriots. But then you actually dig in. It's with Jim Gray. It's an hour. He already basically did a half hour a week with Jim Gray the entirety of his career, as did Larry Fitzgerald. Both these guys have been doing weekly hits with Jim Gray for Westwood One for years. So they were just like, all right, let's turn this into a Sirius XM show. So are they just going to do multiple hits with him a week? One time it's going to be for Westwood One, and the other time it's going to be for Sirius XM. So it's cool, and I'm sure it'll be a lot more informal, and maybe they'll take calls. But I don't know. I've never heard Jim Gray, at least recently, in that capacity. It should be interesting. I'll listen, but it's not uncharted territory per se for Brady in that he already kind of does something like this with Jim Gray, as
True.
does Fitz.
Having a really hard time. Sorry to change the subject.
Silence your phone,
I know,
man.
but I'm trying to, and it's not working.
Get into your settings, turn off, all the volume.
Okay, how's that?
What are you doing, man?
I still kind of hear it.
Why?
Okay, maybe it's gone. I don't know! See, it's still making noise. Hear it?
No.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did hear that, yeah.
Ooh, the microphone's really good. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Just throw it.
Sorry. It's distracting me. It's bugging me.
Or just leave it with volume, and that can be part of like the fourth rail here,
Okay.
Look, I did the 24 hours from the diner, and people could hear full conversations from other tables happening.
Oh no!
While I was trying to conduct a broadcast, people dropping plates and forks and stuff. And honestly, people kind of liked it. They thought it was hilarious.
Okay, I think I got it. That's awesome, dude. I love the photos. I love how you took some screenshots there, Kyler.
Yeah. Oh. There you go. Get in.
Get in there.
How did he not get in there? Stretch that thing out, dude. Use that massive helmet and get across the goal line. One of the biggest noggins in the NFL.
Second and goal from the 1. Kyler.
There you go.
There you go, dude.
Unnecessary slide, but it's fine.
Yeah, he's showing off. Okay, Kyler Murray, most expensive player in this contest, the showdown, that is. We made a free roll, 133 entries. It's titled Glash and Freeze Pops. Hey, it's that guy from Denny's who came in last.
Just found out I'll be selecting 7th in that league this year. Don't love that draft position.
Wow, you already know your position, though.
Yeah, someone just, one of the guys in our league just picked the thing that he does out of a hat. He has a coin with all of our names on it. You know, each person is a coin. He picks the coin out. That's how we determine the order. He sent the video over today. Gives people time to plan.
Mike Bizzle says I should dress up and go in character as Cam tomorrow. I did think about that.
That would be hilarious.
It would be funny.
What's the temp like?
Good
Cool enough temps for you to dress like Cam?
Would definitely get his attention. Right? If I could get a good seat.
Oh, yeah. If you got a picture dressed as Cam with Cam, that would be amazing. I think you might have to do this, dude.
This would be pretty. It would be pretty amazing. But also prove to all of you that I don't hate Cam Newton. I just don't think it's a good idea to be. I don't think he should be the quarterback of the Patriots anymore.
He stinks at football. This is a huge difference.
Yes. Let's see. Tuesday, high of 81. Tomorrow morning will be in the mid 70s. I'll be okay.
There you go.
Some of his outfits.
Jordan Warren saying I had some Denny's yesterday morning. They messed up my eggs, but it was good overall. I got to tell you, the Denny's service I had was, for the most part, top-notch until I had this guy named Jacob or Jacobson. It was never confirmed what his actual name was. He didn't like me very much.
Why? You
told
being
me
loud?
to shut up at one point.
Actually?
Yeah. When I was on with Tara Lynn.
Did you say something back to him?
I tried to work it out, and he wasn't really having it. He kind of got in my peripheral vision to motion for me to take one headphone off. I did so, and he was like, "Can you please quiet down?" There wasn't really anyone in the restaurant at that point, too. He just must have been hungover or something.
That wasn't on the odds list.
No. How many times will I be told to shut up? Over under at 0.5. If you hit the over there, congrats. Bad Boys of Pop in the chat. He joined me. 3 a.m. Eastern. Took his shirt off. Was slugging back Diet Cokes. He was singing. Imparting wisdom. One of the best hits of the day, by far. Bad Boys of Pop.
That's awesome. I'm pumped that no one bailed / didn't show up.
It's crazy that there were 0 no-shows. None.
But that's also a credit to you for getting out ahead of it and asking people to book the time.
Got to plan this stuff, man.
Yep.
Got to plan it.
So that's a credit to you.
Kyle asking how many times I'm on with you this week. This is the only time I'll be on with Glash, and then I'm off starting Wednesday all the way through the following Saturday.
Wow.
I will be gone. Yes.
Good. Well, good because you deserve it.
Going on vacation, but going to Canton before that. Going to do some stuff with Morton content-wise up at the Hall of Fame, so that'll be fun.
CJ71 from Twitch sharing a tweet that Devin Funchess has been fun to watch at Packers training camp. Of course, we get to know him around here in Simland. Kyler Murray has scored a touchdown. If you're just joining us, ownership on Murray in the sim, 18.5% in the captain, 77% owned overall. That's where we're at. Must Be says he stinks at football, but there is video proof that you stink at evaluating talent. 24 hours of video proof.
That's good. That's true, Must Be. That's hard evidence that I stink at fantasy football. That's tangible right there. I like to, throw it in there, though. I did come in first place in another league the exact same season that I came in last. So I might know a little something, but hey, I'm the guy that just sat there for 24 hours. So what argument do I really have?
It's true. All right, first quarter's over. There's a good energy in the sim. 88
Very
is
good.
tonight's buzzword. We already know what it's going to be.
I'm actually really excited for this buzzword, not going to lie.
Really? What was the one that we were doing? What did we do last week?
We had a few in a row, like winners, straight up winners.
What was the one last week that I thought went pretty well? But it was really hard to do.
I don't remember.
Oh, last night we did, you ever hear the song Freak a Leak?
Oh, yeah. You just do Freak a Leak over and over again?
No, we did all of the names that Petey says during the song.
Oh, that's great.
Went through twice.
That's impressive, actually. Who were you with?
Lamarca.
That tracks. That tracks.
Lamarca gave me the beat. It's been clipped up by Reed T's Did You Know?
Good. I can find that on Twitch?
You can. It was also tweeted today.
Good.
So, yep, that's out there. So there goes my career. But I've thought that before, and I've been fine. So,
Great comeback story every single time.
yeah, it really is. At some point, everything will crash and burn.
At one of these points, it's not going to work.
Yeah, we'll worry about that when that happens.
Kyle is calling for the congratulations recording.
Yeah, just do it now.
Congratulations. On that 88, Kyle.
Wow.
It's been a while since we did that one.
It's been a while. Christian Kirk has 2 catches, 32 yards. Kyler Murray rushing touchdown. It's really all you need to know at this point.
And Christian Kirk had like a cool little spin move in there. Hit the square button. Or is it circle? Haven't played Madden in a long time. I might get the 22 game, though. I might mess around and get me some Tom Brady GOAT edition. Ooh. Oh, nice little juke move there by Kyler. Little okey doke. He's using the legs early, folks.
Michael Merriweather, Freak a Leak was the best sim of all time, not going to lie.
Last night, Madden After Dark was the greatest sim of all time. Wow.
Barney
Cold.
says, dude, why are you wearing a hoodie? Hey, dude, I'm cold. You big purple
And it looks
dinosaur.
sick, bro.
You're a big purple dinosaur, Barney. You have body heat, jerk.
There's some home videos of my parents hiring Barney to come to my birthday party when I was a kid. And I was terrified, just crying the entire time.
You didn't like Barney?
I loved Barney, but then when I was faced with Barney, I couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I don't really have any shame in this because my own parents are the ones who put the freaking TV on. But I watched Barney, but if I ever had to meet Barney in person at like 5, I'd be intimidated too.
It was tough.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Drake to the 1. BC says, please no more Freak a League. Ryan says, that is honestly the most annoying part of the day. The buzzword?
Wow.
That's okay.
I disagree, sir.
Kyler out of the pistol. Wide open. The new podcast host with Tom Brady. Touchdown.
Radio host.
Radio host. Was that, oh, wait a minute, was that Hopkins or Fitz?
Looked like DeAndre Hopkins.
It was Hopkins. Pardon me.
It's also 2nd and goal. Oh, nope, it's a touchdown. My bad.
Yeah, that's just something in the game.
That was confusing for a second. Hey, there you go. I was like, did they not call that a touchdown after calling it a touchdown? A little late animation for you. Cardinals piling it on early.
I have Hopkins. Let's go.
Good for you, man.
42.6% owned in the big DraftKings public contest, 8.3% in the captain. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, I have Josh Allen on the captain, so that's a problem. I thought that was Fitz. My bad. Okay, so there you go.
Happens.
18 ice hockey. Bye. Good to have you here.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Simland. Goodbye.
Who we got over on Twitch? We got Fifth Time Playing Fortnite. We got Care Bear. We got Reed Tees, Did You Know? All my favorites. Simon Slay. Love Twitch fan. That's my squad. Squad goals.
So you feel better.
Yeah.
After having your long night last Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to think by now you are pretty much recovered.
I do feel normal again. I slept for 14 hours after the Streamapalooza there. Woke up, did 3 sims, chilled out that Friday. Woke up on Sunday after a normal night's sleep, did 3 sims, and then I felt good. Although I will say, the sims on Saturday, I was definitely a little loopy. When it was just me and Tara Lynn for those 2, the last 2 of those 3, things definitely got out of hand.
Damon says I've captained Kirk. Still a lot of time left. So I haven't been with you since last Wednesday.
Yeah.
Anything stand out to you from NFL training camp? A storyline? Anything catching your eye in particular?
So the Carson Wentz thing has really changed how I feel the Colts are going to be this season. So I just want to get out in front of it. This is not a flip-flop. The season hasn't even started yet. Wentz is going to miss significant time, it looks like. Who's the best option for them at quarterback? I mean, Nick Foles really does feel like the best guy to bring in from free agency. Guess it's going to be Eason or Hundley now. I love the talent they have in-house, but if you don't have a legit quarterback, it's going to be tough to keep up in the NFL, especially with the way they start the season. Really, really tough stretch to open the year. The Colts might have a disappointing season now. And a lot of people were already down on Carson Wentz, so maybe this already fits the narrative that a lot of people were feeling. I personally felt like he was a candidate to have a bounce-back year, given how bad things got in Philly. Now he's back with Frank Reich. Hopefully they could have him in situations where he wouldn't be pressing, with good talent, good defense, good offensive line. Best offensive line of his career, probably. But doesn't look like that's going to happen, at least for 5 to 12 weeks or something like that.
Yeah. Feels to me if they do end up bringing a Foles, I've even seen Garoppolo has been connected to them.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. A little trade action.
Well, it makes sense because it feels like San Francisco. I can't figure out Kyle Shanahan anymore anytime he opens his mouth.
I mean, you can't even guarantee Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be alive on Sunday, so who the heck knows?
Right, yeah. And, Garoppolo, they'll pay him $24 million if he's on the roster as of week 1. So they're paying both quarterbacks a hell of a lot of money for this coming season. I was never really into this the whole time, and it feels like if they bring in someone from the outside, Carson Wentz is going to try to rush this along to come back, especially if it's, oh my God, please, Nick Foles, please go there. Please make it happen. I want to see Carson Wentz after. It would be great. Carson Wentz is going to be like, this guy again? Really? It would be
so good.
It would be great. I really would love it. Jake Williams says, Wentz getting hurt changed your mind? They were going to be awful either way. Well, come on, Jake. They made the playoffs last year. And Phillip Rivers kind of stinks. But that's my point. I felt like they didn't upgrade enough at quarterback. They have a great offensive line. Jonathan Taylor, nice running back, nice player, should get you through the regular season. I like their pieces around on offense. Pretty good defense as well. I'm into the Colts. However, I still felt with Carson Wentz as the quarterback, the Tennessee Titans should be the favorite, and now they have no excuse. If you wanted to be those folks that felt it was going to be a race, this shouldn't be a race. Tennessee should win this division. They should be so far ahead, even when Wentz comes back. Tennessee, if folks are going to come in here and say, well, it's Kansas City, Buffalo, and then Tennessee should be in that Super Bowl conversation, well, they should win this division really with not much problem.
Yep. I think that it's Tennessee's division to lose now. And to those saying, oh, the Colts were going to stink anyways, I think you hit the nail on the head. Phillip Rivers was their quarterback last year, mediocre guy, but their talent elevates everything. Like, you can't just focus on the quarterback position when evaluating teams. The Colts have as well-rounded a roster as anyone in the NFL.
Well, right. In one breath, if I'm going to come on here and always talk about how Tom Brady elevated everyone on that Tampa Bay Buccaneers team, I'll also come on here and say, well, there's certain quarterbacks that I think won't elevate the entire group, and I think the Colts are a good example. I felt they didn't upgrade enough at the position. I know there's history with Reich and Wentz. Things went well that MVP season, but he can't stay on the field. And granted, last year, that team dealt with a bunch of injuries. But even so, he's dealt with injuries himself. So I wasn't really high on the move. I didn't really get it. Really, since Andrew Luck's retired, that franchise has been put in a tough spot because they're a pretty well-run organization.
They are, no doubt. No doubt. So weather the storm like they did with that news coming out of nowhere, seemingly, to be a competitive team, I give them a lot of credit.
So nothing to me really changes that much in that division. And maybe, you never know, maybe they hit on one of these young kids, Eason or even Ellinger. Who knows? Maybe Hundley has something there. Barney says, Barney, I've got the AC on.
People don't like your hoodie, man.
I know, it's ridiculous. Why do you care so much? Freak. 14-0. Touchdowns in the sim. Kyler Murray, DeAndre Hopkins. Emerson Screwdriver, exactly the case. And there's a touchdown. Who we got? Kirk!
Kirky!
There you go.
I always bat my eyes at him a little bit as I'm making my roster.
Mm-hmm.
When I have the Cardinals, I go, oh, Christian Kirk, you looking good? And then I never put him in there. Christian
Kirk. 5% the captain, 33.8% owned overall. You know, that's a name. Is he getting dealt or what? What's the plan for Christian Kirk this year in Arizona?
I think if they're smart, they'd hold on to him. I think he's a really nice player.
Feels like there's still something there.
Yeah. Without question. I'm not moving on from him unless I feel like I have to, you know?
Damon and Chef Duke are very happy, very pleased with the Christian Kirk touchdown. Well, now in the latest out of Patriots training camp, Bill Belichick has apparently mended his relationship with N'Keal Harry. And I only bring that up because there were discussions of maybe the Patriots would do a swap. Kirk goes to New England, Harry goes to Arizona for both players to kind of get a fresh start. But I truly, and you might agree with me, I feel like Arizona would be getting a bad deal there because at least Christian Kirk has proven there's some talent and it's actually shined through in the NFL.
Right. Yeah, no, N'Keal Harry, man, his stock in my eyes could not be any lower. Oh, here we go. Big gainer.
John Brown.
I am not a N'Keal Harry fan whatsoever. I hope that they somehow get something for him. I hope a team is duped into taking on that burden. And that's exactly what the Pats are doing here, right? I mean, they don't want to trash this guy publicly. They want to move him.
Lisa Robinson shadow. Too many variables in the NFL this year to make any rational discussion of any team at this point.
All right,
Lisa,
let's just mute for the next 3 quarters.
We have to fill a 12-hour stream 7 days a week. We have 6 weeks till opening night. We got to talk about something.
Talk about the sim.
Talk about the sim, I suppose. 21-0. Kirk, Murray, and Hopkins have the touchdown.
Cardinals killing it right now.
Yeah, hey, Buffalo, please, it would be great for you to show up.
Wake up a little bit here, huh?
Hello, Josh Allen.
Hi.
Hi.
I thought you were elite with your massive hands.
He got quite the bump for a Madden rating. The quarterback ratings get released at the end of last week, and I think he was in the high 80s. If I remember correctly, I think it was an 88.
I think they're still doing him dirty, keeping him in the 80s.
Think so?
I guess maybe they want to see it one more year. I mean, he was the 3rd best quarterback in football last year, probably, right? At least top 5.
Oh, there you go. Nice
oh,
play,
there we go.
Diggs.
Steph Diggs.
Touchdown. Atta babe. Steph Diggs. How about the Bills responding to our criticism? About 11% captained, 48% owned overall, Stephon Diggs. So Allen, to your point, Allen, 7th highest ranked quarterback at 88.
And who's ahead of him?
I got it right here. Mahomes, Brady, Rodgers, Wilson, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson.
I would say he should be ahead of Lamar Jackson. All of the other guys, you could make a credible case in Madden to be ahead of him. How do you feel about that? You think Lamar Jackson's a better quarterback than Josh Allen?
Might be this is kind of I'm finding a way out of this, but I think Lamar is a better Madden quarterback.
Sure.
A little more there. I think what you said is probably how folks at EA feel. Let's see it again, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair.
Is Brady the 2nd highest rated quarterback in the game?
Sure is. 97.
For a game that seems to value the running ability, that does feel high for Brady. And you're talking to, one of the biggest Brady honks that we have on the broadcast team here. But
Andy G, did you really just say top 5? Josh Allen is maybe an 82, not a top 10.
Really?
Wow. Someone needs to see more.
Someone needs to watch last season.
Andy, I don't think Josh Allen's overrated.
I think Josh Allen is probably underrated at this point.
Well, I don't know about that one. I mean, they're getting Super Bowl love. He's a big part of that.
I mean, they made the AFC Championship game last year. He was a top 3 MVP candidate.
Yep. Him and Stephon Diggs, it worked. Clearly it worked.
Great athlete.
Yep.
Has a rocket arm. I don't think that the hype is unwarranted. Andy G does not believe in the Bills. He says, I'm going to laugh when he goes 7-10 this year.
I don't disagree with Andy in the sense that I would like to see, how's Buffalo going to handle, being good?
Well, I see what you're saying, but I'm also looking at how Buffalo has been the last few years. They've been trending in the right direction.
Absolutely.
It's not
true.
like this was completely out of the blue.
Correct. Yep, that's fair.
So
they were
I
a
think
playoff team the year before that.
Yep.
They were 9
and
they
7.
Were
a
10 and
playoff
6.
team, I think, 2 years before that.
So they've made the postseason 3 of the last 4.
So I don't know, man. I think that Buffalo's headed in the right direction. And Josh Allen's a huge part of that. McDermott's a great coach, clearly.
Look, the bottom line this year is when you go 13-3, they were in the AFC title game, as you said. If they don't get there again, it's an underachievement.
No doubt. It's put up or shut up for them, right? It's time to be one of the big boys. Everyone's putting them in that conversation. They've got to be a legit high double-digit win team this year.
Andy says Baker Mayfield is better. Okay, Andy's ready to go. Andy's got the takes here on Josh Allen. He came prepared.
The Baker Mayfield thing's interesting. I think he took a big step forward last year, but I do think that Stefanski took a lot of the pressure out of Baker's hands by running the ball as much as they did. I don't think a team ran the ball more than Cleveland last season. Maybe Baltimore. But, I mean, they were among the highest rushing total teams. And I think that was by design. I think Baker for that system is great. They clearly have something figured out. But I think Josh Allen is a different level talent than Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, a lot of raw ability for Josh Allen, but some of it began to really shine through, and it looks like they got the right coach there as well.
Absolutely.
Hey, that's what's great about this, though, is we fire out takes, we have opinions, and then, like we mentioned, in 6 weeks, we can all figure out very prematurely who was right, who was wrong.
That's the best part about football is the overreactions week to week.
Oh,
because
that's why
every
it's
game
great.
matters so much. It's so fun.
Once a week, or, well, it's not once a week. They play Thursday, Sunday, then Monday, but
yeah,
your team, whatever team you cheer
Right.
for or team you like to watch, they play once a week. And
Right.
for those 6 days they're not playing, you're just like making way too much of a big deal of one thing and then underrating something else. It's fantastic.
Exactly. It's the best.
It's
I
the
love
one
football.
thing in this world we live in now, instant gratification. Nope, you are waiting a week to watch your freaking football team. You were going to wait, sit, and be patient. Patience. That was the buzzword.
That was, yes.
Yes, that was the word.
And it was
Yes.
really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have a clip here. While this clip plays, I'd love for the DK Sim fam, everyone that's in the YouTube chat right now, drop your favorite team into that chat, and Glash and I will have a take on each team in the second half.
Ooh, all right. Earlier today, I was on the Sweat. Kenny Ducey stopped by for some Olympic quarterfinal action, Olympic quarterfinal preview in men's basketball. We've got Team USA and Spain playing early tomorrow morning. That makes sense. 12:40 a.m. Eastern time on Tuesday, August 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny gave his opinion on who to captain for USA and Spain. Here it is. Let's talk about this showdown. USA onto the knockout round in this Olympic basketball tournament. It gets tough. Spain is the opposition. Who's your captain for this matchup? Spain, USA.
So, look, I think there's a lot of value here in this showdown, so I'll just say that. And I think that with that, you can pay up at captain. And now I'm very surprised that Kevin Durant is only 14.4K to own in the captain spot. That's the third most expensive player. Rubio and Damian Lillard are ahead of him. I would eat this up. I would take Kevin Durant, put him in my captain spot. We saw in that last game, which ended up being very close, that he is the questioned leader of USA men's basketball against Czech Republic. It was pretty close for 3 quarters, and then, obviously they ran away with it. This is a situation where, I think you're probably not getting the true price on Kevin Durant because, against Israel or, against Iran, rather, they didn't really have to play him many minutes. They didn't have to use him as much. But the usage in the France game and in the last game were very, very high. So I think Kevin Durant is a solid play once again. He just didn't shoot quite that well in the France game, shot much better over the weekend. So I think that he is going to be my captain. And I know he's going to be popular coming off a historic game, but I think it's definitely worth it.
All right, make sure to watch The Sweat weekdays at 11. You should really watch when I'm on. No question about it, but those other hosts are okay too. Tune in. Jesse's actually here the rest of the week. Jesse will We'll have you covered 11 a.m. Eastern. 1 hour leads into the first Madden Sim of the day. Glash, Freeze Pops, producer Michael, Andrew. We have Daniel and Bailey from the Game Ops team. Hit the like button for those guys. They work hard. So before we keep going, I just want to recap. Murray rushing touchdown. Hopkins and Kirk have receiving touchdowns for Arizona. Buffalo's touchdown belongs to Stephon Diggs.
There you go. And before we hit these takes, team-by-team takes, we'll call them, just want to reaffirm you guys did a little background research for 2020, which was last season. NFL team rushing yards per game. Browns ranking 4th. Like I mentioned, Ravens, number 1. Tennessee makes sense there, number 2. And the Patriots, who had no passing game to speak of, were number 3. So 2020 stats, Browns, number 4 in the league in rushing attempts. Rushing yards per game. All right, let's go team by team here.
I think the first one I see is MF Jones, Ravens.
Ravens are in a weird spot for me personally because I really need to see Lamar Jackson do something in the postseason in the way of making a deep run. I know that he got that win this past year, but I want to see Lamar Jackson go to a conference championship game for me to really feel like he has arrived per se, right? And I know he won an MVP, and I know that he beat, I believe it was Tennessee last year, correct?
Yep.
So I just want to see him take that next step forward.
Sure. They added Sammy Watkins in the offseason. In theory, they're another year experienced with Lamar as the quarterback. I want to see the passing game expanded. It's going to be a tight race in that division. I think Cleveland's just too talented to not be in the mix. But I agree. Like, if Lamar Jackson is as good as he was that year he won MVP, if his game truly is evolving, I want to see what he's made of in terms of a passing game. Because we're kind of at that point now, and he's going to be due a big contract. So Lamar does strike me as someone who might take less to try and keep the whole team around it built like Mahomes has done. I'm not saying he's the same player, but as we all know, when these quarterbacks have to get paid, it's really tough to keep that championship window open because you start paying the quarterback, you can't pay everybody else. I'll try to be quicker. Herb Dog wants to go to the Raiders. What do you got on the Raiders?
Man, I feel like we trash the Raiders too much.
A lot of
in here.
Raiders fans here.
We trash the Raiders all the time. So my take on the Raiders is I'm gonna spin it positive because my man Matt LaMarca, among the smartest fantasy dudes. Steph Diggs, by the way, see you later. House call.
Wow.
Tud, 58 yards to the house. Buffalo coming alive here in the third quarter. LaMarca says with tight ends this year in fantasy, it's Kelsey, it's Waller, it's everyone else. I love it. I'm going to have my eye on Waller all season long. I think he's going to be the guy that leads that team in targets. Dude had a great season last year on a mediocre team. They might be mediocre again, but I'm excited to watch Darren Waller play football. He's kind of a freak of nature.
Yeah. The Raiders might be a really fun fantasy team because of Ruggs, and they brought Drake in, so maybe that doesn't actually bringing in Drake doesn't help Josh Jacobs, but yeah, that's kind of it for me. And I still want to believe that Aaron Rodgers could wind up there at some point, so I'm curious if what Derek Carr is made of. A lot of noise with Derek Carr and John Gruden and what their relationship is. I know, Congo Cab. I know. You sent me a link to this last week or the week before. Apparently, at the end of May, the Raiders and Derek Carr were talking extension. A lot of noise, though, still. Because even now, after one season of the Raiders being in on Tom Brady, Derek Carr heard the same noise again this offseason. Hey, Derek, it's reported that your team is in a tough division. Chargers will be better. Kansas City is Kansas City. I just want the Raiders. I'll put it to you. If the Raiders can stay competitive, like in the playoff race into the final month, I think that's for them. Like, stay in it. Don't be irrelevant by October. The NFL's better when they're relevant.
100%. Now that they're in Vegas, too, I mean, it makes it even more exciting. Like, imagine a playoff game in Las Vegas. And that's not to take a shot at the black hole. Obviously, playoff games at the black hole, legendary. But, I mean, Vegas is Vegas.
Adam Kaufman has joined us. Oh, crap. It is Brady's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to feel weird. I'm going to be at Patriots training camp tomorrow morning on Tom Brady's 44th birthday.
Ooh, yeah, and there's going to be all sorts of
kind of
people wearing Brady jerseys. It's kind of sad.
Should I wear a Brady jersey or should I dress like Cam? I should dress like
dress
Cam.
like Cam. Distract us away from Brady's birthday.
You're right. Oh, that hurts. Anyway, back to the teams. I'm trying to go over here to be fair, because we're fair hosts.
We're very fair.
Next, I see Justin. Wait a minute. Good Chiefs.
I think that they're going to repeat as American Football Conference champions, and I'm picking them to win the Super Bowl. I think that they have the most complete roster on the offensive side of the ball. I think they have a good enough defense to win a championship. I think they fixed their problems on offensive line. I think that if they weren't as unhealthy as they were in the Super Bowl last year, this is not rocket science to say, that game is not a blowout with Tampa Bay winning. I think it's an awesome game between two really good teams. So I cannot sit here and pick anyone other than Patrick Mahomes to win that conference until I see regression from him. I think that over the weekend I was doing some sims. I think Bry Guy threw the stat in there. He's 38-8 as a starter in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes.
I think
Can't
we're
pick
getting
against that guy.
If we're all going to get obsessed over his talent, which I think is totally deserved, he's fantastic. I'm at a point now with the Kansas City Chiefs, not to disrespect Buffalo and Tennessee. Like, you should be in the Super Bowl every year with this guy. Be in the Super Bowl. Unless, of course, your defense is just really that
I think
bad.
that, and I think that that's a completely fair expectation to have, as crazy as that sounds, given what he has shown us at this point in his career.
Yep, they expect it too.
If there wasn't a D Ford offsides, the Chiefs are 3-time defending AFC champions right now.
All right, how about the Denver Broncos?
I think that there should be no quarterback controversy, that Teddy Bridgewater should be the starter, and that team could probably be about a 500 team with Bridgewater as the starter. I think that if they leveled up, that they would be one of the better teams in the conference. I was actually talking with BK about this on my diner stream. I think Bill Barnwell came out with an article ranking rosters without taking the quarterback into consideration, and the Broncos ranked 12th in the league with just looking at everyone other than quarterback for each team. And I actually think that might be a little low. If Von Miller comes back and plays to form with Bradley Chubb, that's one of the best defensive lines in the league. And it's really not even close. Those two pass rushers, they have great skill position guys. They truly are a quarterback away. And that's got to be so frustrating for Broncos fans. I like their safeties.
They've got a sneaky good roster, right?
I don't even know if you're a football fan, it's probably not sneaky to you. And I'm not saying you're not, but
maybe it's not sneaky.
Denver's got dudes. They just don't win a lot of games. Because Drew Lock is not that good. And I loved Drew Lock at Mizzou. I got Drew Lock stock. I've been trying to unload it, though.
All right, Luke Murphy says Packers.
Aaron Rodgers. Let's just watch the soap opera, baby.
Yep, it's going to be a long year.
Week to week. And I think he's going to play awesome. And we're going to just overanalyze everything he says, everything he does on the sidelines. He's going to do weird stuff on social media. He's going to say things in his weekly hit with Pat McAfee. Rodgers loves to send out those coded messages, as we've seen on social. And not so coded messages, as we saw in his intro to camp press conference, which about a half hour long. I know it came out about a week ago. I'd still go watch it if you haven't seen it yet. If you're a football fan that follows these types of stories, it's rare that you see a professional athlete that open about, internal strife. So I'm just excited to follow that soap opera all season long.
Andy G, by the way, just scrolling through, I have no interest yet. I don't think I'm even allowed to take side bets here on the stream. So love you, mean it. Thanks for being here. You have very hot takes tonight. I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but it's all fair.
Hey, and just remember, guys, we're just talking sports. We're keeping it light, keeping it loose.
Everyone has opinions. I'm right. You're wrong.
You're an idiot. I hope you get fired and that your family suffers greatly.
Part of me,
sports. We're just talking sports.
Part of me, call me nuts. You can.
Yeah.
I fully admit it. There's a big catch for Kirk.
You're nuts.
I'm a little bit of me is thinking the Packers are almost like, okay, here you go. Here's Randall Cobb. I mean, dude, I wasn't here last Thursday.
Here's your binky, little boy. You're a good boy.
He ripped. He assassinated the organization in that press conference last week.
It was uncomfortable.
He ripped that organization.
He did not pull any punches, man.
So
and he didn't skip a name. He's been taking stock on everything that they've done opposite of what he's wanted to happen for the last decade or so. And by the way, I agree with him. When you're Aaron Rodgers, you should have say in which receivers get let go and which ones stay around. You're Aaron freaking Rodgers. You should have say, Glash. I don't think you get final say, but to not ask him, hey, which guy at camp do you think had the best camp? Like, who's the one guy that you think we can't get rid of? Circle that guy and tell us why. It doesn't even mean they have to take his opinion. He's one of the best quarterbacks of all time. How are you not at least taking stock in what